The sudden debut of the game Realms Beyond sent Blue Star into a frenzy. On television, the Federation government shouted about an alien plot and sternly warned the public not to log in, yet netizens in the Dragon Kingdom paid no attention. In their eyes, the Federation had always loved fearmongering, and overblown rhetoric was simply part of its political brand. In room 315 of a men's dormitory at Haijo University, a bizarre farewell party was underway. Two young men held stainless steel meal trays filled with plain hot water, solemnly clinked them together, and drank like swordsmen about to face their final duel. Anyone who didn't know the story might have thought they were setting off on a suicide mission. Sitting to one side, Xiao Feng frowned at the absurd scene. His tone was flat. You two have been pulling this dumb stunt for 3 years and still aren't sick of it? It's only a game, not a march to the gallows. The melodramatic roommates were Li Li, a hopeless Chinibyo case, and Zhang Fan, who lived in his own martial arts dream world. After years together, Xiao Feng was used to their antics. Li Li set down his tray, giving Xiao Feng a sidelong glance. Xiao, Realms Beyond uses alien techno hardware. No network, just a direct mind link. Game time runs 10 times faster than real time. Skipping it would be insane. We've been a 3-man squad forever, so you're not bailing now. Zhang Fan nodded hard. Same deal as always. Li heals, I dish out damage, and you tank. Xiao Feng's face darkened. Tank my foot. I've tanked for 3 years, and boss guts make me gag. This time I'm a mage, no matter what. Seeing his resolve, Li Li and Zhang Fan exchanged glances and reluctantly agreed. Fine, you get a shot. If you mess it up, we re-roll from scratch. Xiao Feng snorted, silently vowing never again to be the punching bag. He would become a mage who summoned storms and mowed down monsters like grass. With only an hour left before launch, the three of them sprawled on their beds and closed their eyes, hoping that the most ridiculous posture might net an SS strength talent. The game's origin was shrouded in mystery. Rumors said it had been forged by a super civilization called the Kingdom of the Supreme Gods, whose technology now radiated across the universe. Any sentient being could enter. Early on, players were confined to their own civilization's territory, but once they reached level 255 they could break the barrier and compete with powerhouses from countless worlds. Xiao Feng's consciousness linked in. In a flash he stood in a vast, solemn temple. Ahead floated a crystal-clear mirror reflecting a young man in starter rags. A deep system voice boomed. Please select your class. Weapons appeared in the mirror one after another, representing 6 classes: warrior, knight, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. The mere sight of the warrior and knight gear made Xiao Feng shudder. Without hesitation he grabbed the staff. The rags turned into a mage's robe, and a battered wooden staff appeared in his hand. Relief flooded him. Enter your character name. Xiao Feng. After a brief pause, the system responded mechanically. Name accepted. There are 790,012 players with that name across the realms, and 991 in your zone. Just as Xiao Feng sighed at the odds, a pleasant chime rang out. Detected. Your neural bandwidth exceeds the cosmic average by 50%. You have earned 1 bonus spin. A huge wheel materialized, its segments packed with loot, gear, skills, rare items, even hidden class certificates. Quality ranged from white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red all the way to the pinnacle rainbow, labeled mythic. Heart pounding, Xiao Feng gave the wheel a shove. The pointer slowed, then stopped on the lone rainbow slot. Congratulations. You have obtained a random mythic talent divine might. All skill effects increased by 10,000. His breath caught, and his mind roared. With a talent like that, staying a tank would be criminal. One stroke of luck had rewritten his entire path. He logged out in excitement, eager to brag. But Li Li and Zhang Fan were still lost in character creation. Left on his own, Xiao Feng opened the game for him. Many players had gained a bonus spin for high neural bandwidth, and prizes ranged from skill books to gear to hidden classes. Even so, none matched a mythic talent. Xiao Feng couldn't help feeling blessed. After browsing for a bit, he dived back in. The launch countdown raced across his vision. 1098. Before the system could even finish its welcome message, his eagerness hurled him headlong into the newborn world. Welcome to Starter Village number 00000002. Reach level 10 to teleport to the capital and choose your class. Enjoy the game. The moment the system message popped up, Xiao Feng found himself buried in a solid wall of players. Help, I'm being crushed. Hey, who grabbed my butt? Am I a guy? Move. I need to find the NPC for my quest. Stop shoving me out of the village. Damn it, a chicken just killed me. Screams and curses rose like waves, as loud as rush hour on a subway in a major city. Xiao Feng was pinned in place, unable to wedge an arm forward or lift a leg. Taking a single step was out of the question. He suddenly turned and whispered to the player beside him. Hey, did the system mention that killing yourself 100 times unlocks a hidden class? Am I the only one who knows? What? Seriously? His words landed like a spark in a haystack. The surrounding players looked at one another, then all opened the system menu and used the free self-terminate option. Ugh. Oh. Shrill screams blended into a chorus. A few seconds later, The ground around him was suddenly spacious. Ingenious, if I do say so myself. Xiao Feng chuckled, brushed the dust off his shoulders, and pushed toward the gate. The NPC zone was crowded but fast for quests and leveling. He'd rather skip the line and start farming monsters. Once outside the village, he opened his character panel. Name, Xiao Feng. Class, Mage Apprentice. Level 1. Talent, Divine Might Transcendent. HP, 108,108. MP, 2,525. Magic Attack, 2. Physical Defense, 2. Magic Defense, 1. Strength, 1 affects Physical Attack. Intelligence, 1 affects Magic Attack. Constitution, 1 affects HP Physical Defense. Spirit, 1 affects MP Magic Defense. Agility, 1 affects Crit Rate. Extra Attack Bonus for Archers Assassins. Equipment, Trial Staff, Magic Attack 1. Trial Robe, Physical Defense 1. Skills, Magic Missile deals 110 of attack as magic damage. 2.5 second cooldown, no mana cost. Others think it's useless, but with my talent it's a different story, Xiao Feng muttered. The gate was still swarming with players, too many wolves, too little meat. The level 1 wild chickens outside had only 80 HP and low attack. Yet with most newbies sitting at 2 magic attack, a group beating could take forever. A golden flash indicated a fresh spawn. Xiao Feng raised a hand and fired a magic missile. Bayou, 21,997. System, you have defeated a wild chicken and gained 5 XP. A 5-digit blood red number burst above the chicken's head, and the creature vanished in white light before it could even twitch. What the hell? That chicken just dropped dead. Who one-shot it? Someone yelled. In Pantheon, players outside of a party couldn't see each other's damage numbers. They could only gauge a fight by a monster's health bar. A full health chicken vanishing instantly was enough to draw attention. It didn't cause much of a stir. Everyone here had taken their chances with the starter lottery, so seeing something overpowered wasn't exactly news. After confirming the outrageous boost his talent gave his skills, Xiao Feng felt invincible. Instead of crowding around the low-level spawn with everyone else, he turned and headed for the wilder parts of the map. Small Stone Golem. Level 5. HP, 360,360. Physical ATK, 7. Physical DF, 2. Magic DF, 1. Skills, none. Most rookies struggle with 360 HP. Only players with great rolls dare grind here. Xiao Feng raised his hand and fired a magic missile. A streak of white light whistled through the air and slammed into the golem. 21,975. You have slain a small stone golem and gained 25 EXP. Congratulations. You are now level 2. One level 5 mob plus a stray level 1 monster had been just enough to tip him over the threshold. Each level grants 2 free attribute points, and all 5 base stats rise by 1. Xiao Feng dumped both free points into intelligence, bringing it to 4 and raising his magic attack to 5. A second magic missile streaked out. 54,987. The massive damage number burst above the golem's head as it shattered, dropping 2 copper coins with a clink. 1 kill every 2.5 seconds, way better than those newbie quests. Grinning ear to ear, he switched into full grind mode. What most players considered a useless auto attack had become a one-shot cannon under the 2,500 multiplier of his divine might talent, and it cost 0 mana. Bayubiubiu. Magic missiles flew like a string of fireworks. Monsters popped the instant they spawned, leaving a vacuum in his wake. Scattered players nearby gasped. Dude must have pulled some god-tier items, breaking 400 damage in the starter zone. Hey big bro, wanna party up? I've got a super cute lowly voice. Someone try to cozy up to him. Beat it. I don't like 300-pound lolis. With that, Xiao Feng buried himself in the grind. Before long he hit level 3, pumped all his points into intelligence again, and pushed his magic attack to 8. Each auto attack now dealt over 90,000 damage. He farmed as he advanced, and soon wandered into the territory of level 7 Forest Deer. Forest Deer. Level 7. HP, 750. For ordinary players, breaking 750 HP could take 15 seconds or more. To Xiao Feng, they were paper dolls, a missile every 2.5 seconds, plus a bit of footwork to line up targets 4 seconds per kill, and his own HP never budged. Almost no one had rolled high-grade talents, so the area was deserted, making the grind absurdly peaceful. Each forest deer was worth 55 EXP. He racked up over 800 a minute, 30 times faster than normal players. In just 10 minutes, he hit level 6. Gear drops were non-existent, and he was nearly broke, but his magic attack was now 20, and a single missile blasted out 200,000 damage. With the deer reduced to walking EXP sacks, he pushed deeper. The forest ahead grew denser, eerily silent, no birds, no insects, as if the map had glitched. Just as he began to wonder, a jet-black tiger burst through the brush, blood-red eyes locked on him. High-level mob. The thought barely formed before he loosed a missile. Bayou. 218,784. System prompts flooded in. Congratulations. You have defeated the starter village boss and earned 10 prestige. First kill. You are the first player in this zone to defeat the starter village boss and have been awarded an epic grade item. You have slain a black-striped tiger and gained 3000 EXP. Congratulations. You are now level 7. The regional channel lit up. Zone announcement. Player Xiao Feng has defeated the starter village boss and earned an epic item. And then it repeated again and again. Fireworks of notifications crackled in his ears. Xiao Feng stared at the tiger's corpse and blinked. So that was the boss. TSK, what a pushover. Let's see what the loot is. He opened his backpack and examined the rare gear he had just picked up. At the very top of his inventory lay a staff glowing with violet light, the Staff of Honor. Epic tier, required level 10. Its stats were listed neatly. 32 spell power, 6 intelligence, 6 constitution. Special effect mana return when casting a skill. There is a 5% chance to instantly restore 50 mana. Xiao Feng scanned the numbers, his eyes shining. If he could equip it right now, his spell damage would more than double, but the requirement column screamed level 10. Suppressing his excitement, he stored the staff for later. The boss corpse dissolved into motes of light, leaving the spoils behind. 8 silver coins clinked to the ground. With the rate of 100 copper to 1 silver and 100 silver to 1 gold, that was solid cash. Alongside the coins lay 2 pieces of armor and a blueprint. Black tiger boots, level 10, fine quality, all classes, 45 HP, 2 physical defense. Black tiger helm, level 10, fine quality, all classes, 55 HP, 2 constitution. Novice village treasure map. Rumor has it a staggering hoard lies hidden deep inside the starter village, waiting for a fated one. He couldn't wear the 2 green level 10 items yet, but the treasure map made his heart race. Maybe I really can dig up an artifact, he thought. He right-clicked the map, and an overhead view unfolded before him. The outlines of the village, meadows, and forest were clear, with the treasure marked in a cave at the foot of a small hill deep in the woods. Buried in a cave? That's a bit on the nose. What fated one do you need for that? He muttered, yet he started toward the target. The forest was filled with level 9 lynxes, striped like miniature tigers, and surprisingly fierce. Against Xiao Feng's magic missiles, each dealing over 200,000 damage, they vaporized into experience points before they could even howl, never slowing his pace. A few minutes later, the trees ended at a bald rock face, where a man-tall entrance yawned. Above it, for huge characters were carved treasure, sight even more blatant than a sign reading nothing buried here. Xiao Feng shook his head. Figures an alien-made game would charge an IQ tax. No wonder worldwide players have 50% more brain activity on average. Muttering, he slipped inside. The tunnel was empty, his footsteps echoing off stone walls. After walking straight for more than 200 meters, the passage widened, revealing a gleaming mountain of gold. Coins were piled into hills. A quick glance put the total at several million pieces. Holy crap, it really is treasure. He had assumed nothing valuable would be stashed in such an obvious spot, yet here it was. Several million gold coins in the early game were worth billions in real money, and the gray market might be shady. But who could resist that temptation? He froze for a second, then lunged forward, arms spread to sweep the coins into his bag. Just as his fingers were about to touch the glittering pile, a low chuckle echoed through the cave. So the challengers these days are this feeble? Not even level 10, and you dare disturb me? Suddenly, the golden mountain caved in with a thunderous crash. A torrent of shimmering coins poured down like a waterfall, vanished into the earth, and in their place stood a golden lion, its entire body glistening with shifting hues. The creature was over 5 meters tall, shoulders as wide as a city wall, like a living statue cast from pure gold. What the? Xiao Feng's eye twitched. Heartbreak almost made him faint. My money. He squinted at the lion and saw cold blue text hovering above its head. Golden Lion Auto Goo. Mythic Boss. Level 50. HP. 3 million. Note. Target is 30 levels higher than you. Detailed info unavailable. Everything else was a question mark. A level 50 mythic boss? In the newbie village? Xiao Feng's mouth twitched. He was annoyed, not scared. The lion lowered its head, amber eyes looking down on him. Its voice rumbled like distant thunder. Challenger, the greed in your eyes tells me you're here for the treasure. Xiao Feng snapped back. Any problem with that? The sign at the entrance says Treasure Vault. Didn't know it was a museum with no touching allowed. Just a level 50 mythic boss, yet it acted like the god spokesperson. The lion narrowed its eyes. Autogu despises greed. But this place is under divine protection. I won't kill needlessly and risk angering the gods. Leave now, and they'll pretend you were never here. With that, it sprawled lazily, golden mane spilling across the floor. Xiao Feng, blessed with the divine might talent, flared at the lion's superior Tonian NPC monster daring to look down on a player. He raised a hand and fired a magic missile. A sapphire streak sliced through the air. Autogu didn't even lift an eyelid. Foolish. A single magic missile? Even 10,000 couldn't dent my defense. Smack. The missile struck square between its eyes, and crimson numbers flashed. 200 and 1,909. Auto Goo, moments from a catnap, froze. At level 7, Xiaofeng's 24 spell power should have dealt 260,000 damage. After the boss mitigation, over 200,000 still landed, more than 5% of its health gone in one hit. The lion sprang up. What is this? Kid, why does your magic missile hurt so much? It rubbed its numb face with a paw, utterly baffled. Xiaofeng shrugged. Looks and damage scale together. Tough break. Before his words faded, another pew sounded, and a second missile flew. Wait. Stop. Please don't. The HP bar crashed again, 13% down in total. The once proud golden lion panicked, shaking its mane. Don't hit me. Whatever treasure you want, he'll give it to you. Xiaofeng raised a brow. Really? A dignified level 50 mythic boss surrendering after 2 magic missiles? He eyed his own level 7 frame and thought, sure, the missiles sting, but if it fought back, one swipe would probably erase me. Otogu the golden lion answered in an aggrieved tone. You adventurers can respawn forever, but I've only got one life. Someone as strong as you must have inherited a high god's power. In that case, giving the treasure to you makes sense. Xiaofeng's lips twitched. A boss that's afraid of dying? Then again, it was logical. A mythic boss disappears for good after one death, while players can just reload. With alien tech this advanced, a touch of humanity in monsters wasn't surprising. What treasure do you have? And why does the heir have to possess a high god's power? He pressed. The lion sprawled on the ground, its golden mane flattening against the rock. I was once the mount of Asada, the god of war, Otogu rumbled. 3,000 years ago, during the Abyssal War, my master fell to the blood demon god. The other deities took pity on me and let me return to the origin lands with his legacy, seeking a worthy adventurer to inherit the god of war's strength. Xiaofeng's eyes gleamed. A hidden class, nailed down and at high god level, no less. This had to be ridiculously powerful. So you're offering me the god of war's legacy? He asked, grinning. Otogu lowered his head, sounding awkward. That was my intention, but you're a mage. My master's legacy is suited only to knights. Unless you willingly abandon all your current abilities and reclass, you can't inherit it. A knight? Come on, that's a tank roll, Xiaofeng blurted, reflexively rejecting the idea. Still, a high god legacy was too rare to discard outright. After a pause he asked, is there any way to pass this legacy on to someone else? A what? Otogu sounded completely lost. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and explained, look, I've got a friend who's way more qualified to inherit the war god's legacy. Give it to me, and he'll pass it on to him. That friend was just a cover. Once the item hit the market, it would be worth a fortune. The golden lion shook his head firmly. Impossible. My master's legacy is priceless. If you want it for yourself, he'll hand it over, but I cannot let you give it to someone else. Xiaofeng smirked and launched a magic missile. 218,911. Bro, what are you doing? The massive hit sent Otogu into a frenzy. Knowing the beast feared death, Xiaofeng sneered, save it. Hand over the war god's relic, or he'll carve it out of you myself. Golden light flared around the lion. You think I'm scared? He roared, but he still didn't attack. Xiaofeng stayed calm. You can one-shot me, sure, but he'll respawn and be back in minutes. Outdoor bosses heal painfully slow, maybe 1% a minute at best. I've got all day to bleed you dry. The golden lion snarled, cursed adventurer. My master is the war god. His legacy cannot be surrendered. Even if you kill me, I will not yield. Bayou. 219,813. Another volley landed. Otogu hopped in pain. Ark. That hurts. I'm going to strike back. He charged and slammed into Xiaofeng. Boom. 61,891. The 5-digit hit erased Xiaofeng's sub 300 HP in an instant, leaving him 200 lives in the red. Prompt. You are dead. 20 of your current XP has been deducted. Wow, you actually did it? Xiaofeng muttered, already respawning in the beginner village. He bolted for the gate. Losing 20% XP was no big deal. He could farm it back on the way. Outside, the leveling grounds teemed with players. Most were level 3 or 4, level 5s were veterans, and anything above 6 was rare. Xiaofeng sprinted across several small maps and slipped into a mountain cave. He checked the timer, 5 minutes 21 seconds. Inside, the golden lion lay prone, its massive chest heaving while its health bar crawled upward. You still don't get it, Xiaofeng said, stepping into view. Otogu growled back again. I will never submit. He spewed a blast of golden light. At the same moment, Xiaofeng hurled another magic missile and glanced at the lion's stats. Golden Lion Otogu, Mythic Boss, HP, 2, 316, 0903, 000, 000. Xiaofeng stared at the health bar, crunching numbers in his head. The last time he was one-shot, the boss was at 2.15 million. Now it was at 2.30 million. That meant Otogu regenerated roughly 1% per minute, about 500 points per second, well within acceptable limits. It was killable. Excitement surged through him. A moment later, 210,000 floated above the lion's head, while 82,000 flashed above his own. His screen went black, and his soul was yanked back to the respawn point. He dashed out of the novice village again, sprinted to the cave, and checked the boss. Autogu was down to 2.24 million HP, about 60,000 less than before. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. I'm going to be the first player to drop a mythic boss. He fired a magic missile. Autogu roared, the air shook, and he dropped dead again. On his fourth revival, he raced back. By now a few casual players in the village had noticed the guy who had died 4 times in 20 minutes. A level's even top player, but he keeps dying? They were puzzled, but didn't press. Xiao Feng had no time to explain. 5 minutes later, he was back in the cave, launched another spell, and was instantly deleted. Autogu's health kept sliding downward. The travel experience exactly offset his death penalty, so his level never changed, while other players were leveling steadily, many of them catching up or passing him. After 20 more minutes, the Golden Lion was down to 1.9 million HP. When Xiao Feng resurrected for the 9th time, his ridiculous death count finally raised eyebrows. That has to be a super boss. Tell the vice leader. If it's killable, we'll steal the kill. Whispers flew, but Xiao Feng was too focused on mythic loot to notice. 5 minutes later, he died again, and several silent followers appeared near the respawn point. As soon as he left the village gate, a clear voice rang out. Gear for sale. Mage gear usable at level 5, come take a look. He skidded to a stop. Ryth could stack his base stats with equipment. With his talent, every point of attack translated to 10,000 damage. How had he missed that? Cursing his own stupidity, he turned back. The vendor, ID Lucky Meow, was a girl in her early 20s with a friendly smile. 3 items lay on her mat. Miss, let me see the gear. Xiao Feng rattled off. Sure, there are 3 pieces. Oak staff, level 7, common, magic attack 12. Grass sprite ring, level 5, common, magic attack 2. Straw sandals, level 3, common, constitution 1. How much? His eyes gleamed at the attack boosts. Lucky Meow raised 5 slender fingers. 5 silver. That's robbery. 50 copper, tops. Someone nearby scoffed. At this stage, most players barely had 100 copper. Only big guild leaders carried real money. Lucky Meow flushed and murmured, I took a quest that needs a lot of silver. Got anything else with magic attack? Xiao Feng asked. Yeah, is this? She unclasped the necklace around her neck. Village Chief's Blessing, level 3, fine, intelligence 2, constitution 2. They'll take all 4 for 5 silver. Xiao Feng sent a trade request. Oh, alright, thank you. Xingyun Miao froze. She never expected anyone to accept such a steep price. She agreed at once and handed over all 4 pieces of gear. Add me as a friend. Once I finish the quest. Hey, what's the rush? Before she could voice her apology, Xiao Feng had already disappeared. Feeling guilty, she planned to repay him someday, but could only watch him go. Sprinting away, Xiao Feng swapped in the 4 new items on the run, and his stats leaped at once. Name, Xiao Feng. Class, Mage Apprentice level, 7. Talent, Divine Might Transcendent. HP, 32432-4 MP, 7777. Spell attack, 39 physical defense, 3 magic defense, 2. Strength, 7 intelligence, 21 constitution, 10 spirit, 7 agility, 7. With spell attack now at 39, each missile could crack 400,000 damage. He's left the village. Follow him. Several players hurried after him. Xiao Feng kept moving, one-shotting small mobs with magic missiles, and scooping up extra XP. 5 minutes later, he pushed through the woods, reached the foot of small stone hill, and slipped into a concealed cave. There's a cave here? Could be a treasure spot. The stalkers reported back at once. Inside, Xiao Feng lunged forward. Autogu die? Magic missiles erupted the moment he spoke. Stop, stop, I surrender, please don't hit me. Thud. 378,112. After a savage volley, the Golden Lion Autogu lost all will to fight, his HP dropping below half. Now you want to give up? Too late. Xiao Feng's voice brimmed with confidence. Killing you means loot, and no need to bargain. The cooldown ended, and he fired again. 381,009. The bar plunged. Only 1.15 million left. 3 more shots and you're done. I'll give you my master's legacy, just don't kill me. Autogu roared, abandoning all pride. You won't get these items if you finish me off. Xiao Feng grinned. Not interested. Knights are my least favorite class. Magic missile. Bayou 388,717. The Golden Lion howled. HP falling to 760,000. Wait. It's a supreme god inheritance apostrophe for your stats, jump tenfold. You can't ignore that. Autogu staggered back, massive body trembling. Tenfold still isn't enough. Pass. Xiao Feng smiled, waited for cooldown, and raised his hand again. This is too much. Another missile slammed home, leaving Autogu with just 370,000 HP, on the brink of collapse. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the cave. Quick, hurry. It's in here. I heard a boss roar, gotta be a big one. Xiao Feng heard the voices and frowned. Someone's coming, this could get messy. Forget it'll finish the job first. Xiao Feng steeled himself, ignoring the risk of being spotted. He raised his hand, and another azure magic missile screamed toward the Golden Lion. Otiga's health was already gone. Certain of death, he didn't even try to resist. Tilting back his massive head, he let out a low, rasping roar. Despicable human adventurer. I, the golden lion Otogu, curse you in the name of the war god's steed. Every beast on Shinin continent will hunt you without mercy. The faithful of every deity will see you as a scourge. You are a heretic, a cruel demon, and the gods will judge you. There is no place for you in this world. Your foul name will be carved on the pillar of judgment for all eternity. The missile's afterglow shattered the cavern wall, spraying stone shards everywhere. Otiga's health bar hit 0, yet his howls continued, the curse unfolding like a ritual death itself couldn't halt. Ding. You have received a curse from Golden Lion Otogu. Otiga's curse. 1. Cannot enter temples. 2. Cannot advance to divine classes. 3. Cannot earn war contribution. 4. Default priority target for all monsters. Duration, permanent. Damn, that's harsh. Xiaofeng frowned. The first 3 lines locked huge chunks of content, and the last one being every monster's prime target was basically a megataunt. He laughed bitterly. Running in circles just to end up tanking? Is that my destiny? Then congratulations. You have slain the level 50 mythic boss Golden Lion Otogu and gained 10,000 reputation. A golden system broadcast followed. Congratulations. You are the first player in this region to kill a mythic boss. Honor reward, mythic equipment 1. You gained 3,300,000 experience. Level up. You are now level 33. Hint. You have exceeded level 10. Please proceed to the capital for class advancement. Regional announcement. Player Xiaofeng is the first to defeat a mythic boss and has received mythic equipment 1. The barrage of prompts was almost blinding. Xiaofeng stared as his level shot from 7 to 33, his grin stretching ear to ear. He might have lost a main god hidden class, but this insane level lead was payoff enough. The servers had been live barely an hour. Few had even brushed level 10, and he was already 33. He looked into his inventory. A new item blazed crimson, like molten meteorite. Godslayer robe mythic honor reward. Untradeable, unmodifiable, cannot be dropped, never lost on death. HP 3,500. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 100. Spirit 50. Magic damage reduction 20. Effect fountain. Restores 50 mana per second. Effect undying spirit. When a fatal blow is taken, negate the damage and gain a shield equal to 100 of max HP for up to 10 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Holy crap, that's insane. And no level requirement. Xiaofeng swallowed hard and threw it on immediately. Deep blue fabric streaked with white runes crackled like abyssal lightning, subtle yet extravagant. Before Head even spent his new stat points, his HP jumped to 4,500 and both defenses spiked. Footsteps and voices echoed at the tunnel's mouth. The shouter from earlier had returned with backup. Boss, this is the place. The lead lackey called, waving eagerly. Xiaofeng turned. Crammed into the narrow passage stood 40-odd players, every ID starting with Tianxia. Tianxia Guild, huh? He frowned. He knew this guild. It was one of Dragon Kingdom's top 10 gaming guilds, rumored to be flush with cash and boasting more than 50,000 active members. At the mouth of the cave, torches flickered, illuminating a dense crowd of silhouettes. The leader was none other than the vice president of Tianxia Guild ID, Tianxia Wushuang. The moment he stepped into the boss room, he froze. The golden lion's corpse still lay on the ground, its massive body yet to respawn, and Xiaofeng was standing beside it. Behind him, the loot sparkled so brightly it hurt the eyes. Piles of gold coins formed little hills, crossed by beams of colored light that outshone the torches. The boss is already down? Damn, look at all that loot. Could this be the one from the system announcement? Tianxia Wushuang blurted. A sudden crimson flare burst forth as an exquisitely styled pair of boots cut through every other glow, shooting into everyone's vision like a signal flare. Red light. That's an artifact. A man behind him shouted. Is that really the pair from the announcement? Tianxia Wushuang's heart pounded. Before the words had even faded, several subordinates had already surrounded Xiaofeng with menacing looks. Their leader, ID Tianxia Di Shuai, glared and pointed at Xiaofeng. Kid, this boss is ours. If you know what's good for you, get lost. The loot was still bound to Xiaofeng, meaning nobody else could pick it up. Staring at the dozens of players blocking the exit, he smiled unhurriedly. Give me a path, will you? Otherwise, even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't. Clear the way for him, Tianxia Di Shuai ordered in a low voice. The handsome in his ID clearly didn't match his face, and Xiaofeng quipped, good boy, so obedient. Ha. With that, he turned and started picking up the loot. Gold, so much gold. With a sweep of his hand, the system feed rolled. Gold 110,000. The golden glow vanished in an instant, and every Tianxia member's face changed. Fine, you asked for it. Brothers, take him down. Tianxia Di Shuai roared. Yes. Dozens attacked at once. Melee charges, ranged incantations, a storm of skills. 1. Miss. 2. 1. Sparse red numbers floated above him, all single digits. The Godslayer robe's monstrous defense and huge health pool made the blows from these sub-level 10 outs feel like a tickle. Xiaofeng couldn't even be bothered to look up. He bent down, picked up the crimson boots and muttered, TSK, TSK, TSK. Level 30 Night Artifact boots, over 3,000 extra HP, 50 movement speed, ignores all slows, and roots perfect. A louder roar rose from the crowd. Kill him, kill him. Tianxia Di Yishuai's eyes were bloodshot. He was a knight himself, and those stats were enough to drive him mad. Magic missile, sky-piercing arrow, wind-cleaving slash, shield bash. Skills hammered into Xiaofeng one after another, forcing him back half a step, yet not even scratching his armor. Oh, a legendary warrior skill book. Xiaofeng pulled an orange glowing page from between the coins and read the stats aloud. Berserk Roar, attack and defense 200 for 30 seconds. No other skills can be cast during that time. TSK, every basic attack hits for triple damage. Nasty. The attackers completely lost it. Damn it, that's mine. A player named Tianxia Zhanwang shouted wildly, lunging to snatch the skill book from Xiaofeng's hand. But the rules were clear: items couldn't be taken directly from another player, so his grab closed on empty air. Ignoring the noise, Xiaofeng bent down again beside the boss corpse and scooped up another piece of gear, reciting its stats offhandedly. Level 50 Legendary Priest Weapon, boosts healing by 30%. Comes with an active skill blessing. Grants the target 20% physical damage reduction for 10 seconds. The moment he finished, several priests from the Tianxia Guild swallowed hard, almost drooling. Xiaofeng, I'm warning you, hand everything over or there won't be a corner of the heavens left for you to hide in. Tianxia Wushuang growled, his words heavy as lead. Everyone had already realized that the Xiaofeng mentioned in the system announcement was this very mage. Xiaofeng brushed the dust from his robe and drawled, Tianxia Wushuang, your guild's strong, sure, but get a grip on the situation before you start barking. Right now I make the rules here. Want the gear or the skill book? Offer a high price and beg nicely. If I'm in a good mood, maybe you'll sell. But threaten me? He clicked his tongue and tapped the air above his head. Buddy, open your eyes. I'm level 33 with over 4,500 HP. You can't even crack my defense. Think that threat works? You. Tianxia Wushuang choked on the words. Divine Gear, a god-tier boss's earlier impulse had nearly fried his reason. With a few dozen people, they still couldn't scratch Xiaofeng's defense bar. Praying for his loot to drop was pure fantasy. But when had the mighty Tianxia Guild ever taken such a slap? A lone player humiliating them in public, how could they swallow that? Tianxia Wushuang drew a slow breath, his voice colder than frost. Even if we have to chip away 1 HP at a time, we'll bleed you dry. The Tianxia Guild has tens of thousands of members. How long can you hold out? Before he finished, the surrounding players stepped up their assault, skill effects flaring in every direction. Xiaofeng's health bar shuddered, dropping by nearly 300 points. Damn, playing the attrition game, he cursed to himself. The starter village was crowded, but it couldn't actually cram in tens of thousands of players. Still, a dozen people hammering him at point-blank range was annoying enough. He swept every last drop from the ground into his inventory and prepared to break through. Just then, a blue-covered skill book caught his eye. Chain Lightning Rare Skill. Required level, 10. Class requirement, Mage. Effect. Launches a bolt of lightning that deals 240 spell damage to a chosen target. Has a 50 chance to arc to enemies within 3 meters, with reduced damage, up to 10 jumps. Mana cost, 20. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up like live wires. Was wondering how to clear the crowd. Looks like the heavens just handed me the answer. Chuckling, he hit learn without hesitation. He was level 33, still sitting on all his stat points, with a base attack of only 70, but the skill's multiplier was terrifying. He raised his staff and barked, Chain Lightning. Shit's blue current shot from the tip of the staff and slammed into the nearest knight. The knight convulsed, his armor crackling with electricity. In an instant the bolt arced off him, striking the warrior closest to him as well. Ricochet, ricochet, keep it bouncing. A 50% ricochet rate multiplied 10,000 times by divine might meant every shot was guaranteed to rebound. Crack. A web of lightning exploded outward, and the 10 players at the very front of World Guild were swallowed by blue-white arcs. Smoke seeped from the seams of their armor, their legs gave way, and they dropped in unison. 169-9819. 153-0010. 137-9989. 7-digit crimson damage numbers floated in the air like blood-red fireworks, stabbing at everyone's eyes. The horrifying damage and the charred bodies froze every member of World Guild on the spot. You have killed player Tianxia Gongzhan. Because you were in self-defense, no sin value has been added. System messages flooded the screen. In just a few seconds 10 IDs were erased, and one unlucky player even dropped a level 5 weapon. 1.7 million. Vice leader Tianxia Wushuang stared wide-eyed at the damage numbers, stammering. A level 33 in the starter village hitting 7 digits? Even a max-level character can't do that. He's hacking, has to be. Report him. Report him now. The moment they recovered from the shock, World Guild's players burst into an uproar, unable to accept the absurd reality. Not far away, Xiaofeng rested his rifle on one shoulder and eyed the dazed crowd with playful contempt. Anyone else want to try? Tianxiao Wushuang's face darkened. His pride had been ground into the dirt, and he refused to swallow it. You must have used some rare boss drop just now. No way you can dish out that kind of damage again. Brothers, he's out of tricks, get him. Before he finished, he raised his no-restriction epic staff and fired off a magic missile. Pop. 12. It barely scratched the target, and the number was pitiful. Tianxiao Wushuang's heart lurched. This epic staff had come from a lottery, yet it only dealt double digits. His defense is unreal. Ding. You are under malicious attack from player Tianxiao Wushuang. Self-defense mode activated. As the prompt faded, Xiaofeng grinned. Let daddy show you how real magic is done. Xiaofeng raised his staff and casually flicked a magic missile. Pop 768, 910. A system prompt flashed. You have slain the player Tianxiao Wushuang. Self-defense confirmed. Infamy unchanged. The 6-digit damage floated above Tianxiao Wushuang's head. The vice president of Tianxia Guild, one of Dragon Kingdom's top 10 guilds, stared in disbelief before bursting into blinding white light and being sent back to the starter village. The system immediately docked 20% of his experience, dropping him from level 8 to level 7. The one-shot kill left every Tianxia Guild member in the cave petrified. No one dared take another step forward. Move it, have got a class change to do. No time for games, Xiaofeng said, slinging his newly equipped staff of honor over his shoulder and shoving past the crowd toward the exit. Block him. Don't let him escape, I'm calling reinforcements. The freshly revived Tianxiao Wushuang roared in guild chat. A few members charged in despite their fear. Xiaofeng glanced at the combat log. They had all attacked him and were in a party, so killing them carried no penalty. Perfect. He lifted his staff, unleashing chain lightning. Crack. Blue-white arcs stitched into a single beam, drilling through 10 players in one go. Another million-plus damage floated up, ripping a gap in the formation. HH is a monster. The afterimage of 2 consecutive chain lightnings still shimmered as the remaining guild members scattered in terror. Xiaofeng strode toward the cave mouth, the crowd parting instinctively. Seconds later, chain lightning's cooldown reset. He paused, flashed a grin, then fired again. Sizzle. Another 10 players dropped. Tianxia Guild. Sorry, old tank habits. I just love grabbing aggro, Xiaofeng said with an innocent shrug, leaving the surviving players livid. Outside the cave, he cut through a small grove on his way to the starter village and ran headlong into Tianxiao Wushuang's return party. This time the vice president had brought even more people, dozens strong, looking like a street corner gang straight out of an action movie. Xiaofeng, you're not leaving this village today, Tianxiao Wushuang shouted. He knew Xiaofeng was level 33 and had to reach the capital for his class change. Stalling him here would neutralize their biggest threat. Twirling the staff of honor, Xiaofeng replied coolly, if you think you've got EXP to spare, I can personally escort all of you back to level 1. Huh, you think this is all I've got? Tianxiao Wushuang sneered. At his signal, players emerged from the woods, the cliffs, and the tall grass, dozens in each group. Adding the stragglers from the cave, their numbers swelled past 200. Passing solo players saw the encirclement and hurried back to watch from a safe distance. What's going on? Isn't that Tianxiao Wushuang, the vice president? Why is he after a lone player? Lone player? Look closer, that's Xiaofeng, level 33. He's the guy who just got the system broadcast for killing a god-tier boss. Even with a divine weapon, taking on 200 players solo is risky. If he dies, that staff might drop. Who knows? Let's watch. The spectators settled in, eager to see how the showdown would unfold. Xiaofeng swept his gaze across the crowd. There were more than 200 of them, yet their gear and levels were mediocre at best. A bunch of small fry, he thought, lazily cracking his wrists and shaking his head in disdain. You. Tianxiao Wushuang, standing at the front, flushed scarlet as his shout echoed across the open map. Brothers, for the honor of the guild, get him. The words had barely left his mouth when a magic missile streaked forward. 10. The damage floated up in a faint gray mist, barely visible, and Xiaofeng's health bar didn't budge. Chain lightning. Xiaofeng flicked his wrist in reply. Crackling arcs leapt from target to target, linking 10 players in an instant and blasting a hole in the middle of the mob. 2.4 million. 2.3 million. 2.1 million. Red numbers overlapped and blossomed like fireworks. Ever since equipping an epic weapon, his attack stat had broken into the hundreds. Such absurd burst damage drained the color from every face in Tianxia Guild. Even bystanders too far away to read the numbers could judge the gap by the speed at which bodies hit the ground. One skill wipes 10 people. Good lord, hasn't he even advanced classes yet? How can chain lightning hit that hard? At this rate, the entire Tianxia Guild isn't enough to feed him kills. Amid the chatter, Tianxiao Wushuang dissolved into a beam of white light and respawned in town. The remaining players pushed forward behind Tianxia Dai Shui, gritting their teeth. Shield bash. Wind slash. Backstab. 1 Mississippi 1. Xiaofeng stood like a stone statue, his 5, 000 plus HP, still rock solid. Magic missile. He tossed out a casual counter. 110. The enemy's health bars plummeted. The first combo cycle had shaved barely 80 points off him. With this many bodies, most swings couldn't even land. The second round, the third, their base damage was pathetic, and even the lucky few with high-tier skills or gear couldn't crack his pool of health. Chain lightning came off cooldown. Xiaofeng lifted his hand again. Zap. 20 mana vanished, but the passive on his Godslayer robe refilled it at once. Another 10 players burst into white light, yet the survivors still hurled themselves at him. Come on, kids, keep feeding me. Let's see whose bar empties first, your XP or my HP. He laughed while soaking up hits, as relaxed as if he were watching fireworks, and even took a moment to rummage through his inventory. Tianxia Guild had always thrown its weight around. None of them had imagined a lone freelance player could drive them to the brink. Humiliated but desperate for a shred of dignity, they kept charging in. Reality, however, was merciless. Xiaofeng finally looked down at the loot the boss had dropped. He hadn't had the interest to inspect it until now. The Golden Lion's generosity was obscene. His bag was crammed full. 1 pair of mythic boots, 2 legendary items, 3 epic scrolls, 7 epic pieces of gear, 3 rare skill books, 4 bundles of potions. Good thing nothing low tier dropped, or my bag would have overflowed, he muttered. Most of the equipment was level 30-50, and 2 epic pieces suited him perfectly. Unfortunately, combat status prevented any swaps for the moment. What thrilled him even more were the potion bundles. Supreme Health Elixir 30 instantly restores 5,000 HP, 60-second cooldown. Grand Restoration Pill 30 instantly restores 53,000 HP, 60-second cooldown. War God Tonic 10, 50 physical attack and defense for 30 seconds, 900-second cooldown. Charge Potion 10, 200 movement speed for 15 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Xiaofeng glanced at the stack of potions in his inventory. A minute ago, he had worried he wouldn't survive the non-stop beatdown from more than 200 players. The members of Tianxia Guild died, respawned, and sprinted back, determined to wear him down. But now, faced with rows of healing flasks, he realized dying might actually be the hard part, and those 10 charge potions would let him dart in and out like the wind. Feeling upbeat, he opened his mouth and kept taunting them. Come on, hit harder. Didn't you eat breakfast? Is this all you've got? Don't chicken out, fight me, Hedon. I'm practically bending over for you. Give me something that hurts. Tianxia's players were nearly foaming at the mouth. They started spamming every minor skill they had. A kaleidoscope of projectiles swallowed Xiaofeng. His health just took a huge chunks. Killable. Keep it up. Someone shouted over the team channel. Crackling chains of lightning struck every 10 seconds, each wave vaporizing 10 players. The ones that fell respawned in the nearby village and sprinted straight back to fill the gap. Finish him. He's down to 3,000 HP. 2,000. 1,500. He's almost done. Push. The scene boiled over. Some had already died twice, losing 40% of their experience, but the promise of victory kept them going. Even if it cost 200 against 1, they'd reclaim a shred of dignity. 500 HP. Nuke him. Tianxia Wushuang, who had been killed 3 times already, roared until his throat went raw. Xiaofeng's health hit 200. 2 more volleys would drop him. At that hair-trigger moment, with every eye on him, he leisurely produced a golden healing flask, pressed it to his lips, and cracked it open. 4,308. The empty health bar filled to the brim in a single heartbeat. What the hell? No way. Damn it, why? The players of Tianxia Guild were on the verge of losing their minds. The faint glimmer of hope they had just seen was snuffed out the moment Xiaofeng lifted a hand. Lightning arced from his fingertips, a chain lightning roared across the field, and 10 players hit the ground and vanished in a flash of light. Vice Leader, I don't want to fight anymore, sob. A rogue had just taken more than 2 million damage, disintegrated into white light before even touching the ground, respawned back at the newbie village, and lost a level. His wail echoed through the guild channel. The morale of the melee fighters fell off a cliff, but Tianxia Wushuang, the dignified vice leader of Tianxia Guild, refused to admit defeat. Swallowing his rage, he barked in the team channel, speaking so fast the words blurred together. Don't lose heart. That giant healing potion is insanely rare. There's no way he has a second one. Keep pushing. We have to make him drop once. He's covered in boss-grade purple and orange gear. Whoever loses the most levels gets priority on the loot. Purple gear, orange gear. The lure of profit lit a fire in every player. Those still sulking over their lost levels felt their fighting spirit reignite. Got it, let's go again. The party regrouped and charged out of the village's monster zone like a tidal wave. Xiaofeng looked like the Grim Reaper making his rounds, lightning and flame entwining around him. He had single-handedly racked up nearly 200 kills. Aside from a handful of cautious mages, priests, and archers watching from afar, every melee class had been one-shot again and again. The quickest of them were only just sprinting back to the front line. He let out an exaggerated sigh, making no effort to hide the volume. What a pity there's no experience for killing players. Otherwise I'd have leveled up again by now. The words reached his opponents loud and clear, and the melee crowd went berserk, swinging their weapons like maddened bulls. Cooldowns or no cooldowns, they hacked away without pause. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The relentless assault finally pushed Xiao Feng's health into the danger zone. He's almost done. Keep it up, burst him down. Tianxiao Wushuang roared in the team channel. Bit by bit, his HP kept dropping. Victory was within reach. Vice leader, bad news. He's pulled out another potion. In the very next instant, Xiao Feng produced a gleaming gold vial and downed it in one gulp. 4,298. His nearly empty health bar filled in a flash. This is bullshit. Tianxiao Wushuang pounded his chest, veins throbbing on his forehead. Same server launch. Same level. How could Xiao Feng be this grotesquely overpowered? Vice leader, we can't. Despair crept into the team voice chat. 2 minutes of focused fire undone by a single swallow. At this rate, they couldn't even rotate in fast enough to replace the dead. Barely 80 players could still fight him in melee range. The rest were either at the respawn point or sprinting back. Crack. Another chain lightning detonated, dropping 10 more players. Xiao Feng rolled his shoulders, stretched like someone waking from a nap, and chuckled. Thanks for the enthusiastic massage, everyone. I feel great. Time for me to go. With that, he strode toward the edge of the crowd. A few players tried to block his path, but magic missiles erased them in an instant. Xiao Feng, stop right there. It was the third time Tianxiao Wushuang had sprinted back from the respawn point, his shout carrying across the field. Hey, not bad speed. Xiao Feng laughed, pushed off the ground, and moved toward him instead. What are you doing? Tianxiao Wushuang instinctively retreated a few steps. The trauma of being one-shot 3 times refused to fade. But he quickly realized how cowardly he looked. So he stepped forward twice and raised his staff, ready to fight. He braced himself for another instant kill, yet Xiao Feng didn't strike. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed. Tianxiao Wushuang, your guildmates really know how to treat a customer. That massage was amazing. Hey, race a tip, split it among yourselves. With that, he flicked a copper coin from his belt pouch. It flashed through the air in a graceful arc and landed at Tianxiao Wushuang's feet. What the? The players nearby froze, then erupted in unison with curses. Tianxiao Wushuang was furious. He almost swung his staff like a cleaver to chop Xiao Feng into pieces. The angrier he grew, the harder Xiao Feng laughed. Good boy, daddy's off to change class. See you around. Xiao Feng downed a bottle of Chongfeng potion, his speed stat doubled, and with a blur he darted out of the encirclement, vanishing into the distant forest. Xiao Feng, they'll never forgive you. Unable to take revenge, Tianxiao Wushuang could only howl at the sky. The guild members who had been killed twice slunk off to grind levels again. After a long sprint, Xiao Feng finally reached Xinshou village. He passed several Tianxia Gonghui squads on the way, but they didn't stop him, and he wasn't interested in wasting time. At the village gate, his name was still white. Had stayed in defense mode the entire fight. Village chief, I want to go to the capital, he said bluntly. The old chief gave him a kindly smile. Brave Xiao Feng, you're level 10 now, and ready to explore the wider world. Which capital will you choose? 3 options appeared. Baofeng City, Yueliang City, Fanio City. What's the difference? Xiao Feng asked casually. The chief explained patiently. Each capital worships a different deity. Baofeng City honors the storm deity, Yueliang City, the moon deity, and Fanio City, the bird deity. Their locations differ as well. Baofeng lies to the east, Yueliang to the north, Fanio to the south. Xiao Feng rubbed his temples. Thanks for wasting a full minute. Ignoring the complaint, the chief asked again. Have you decided, brave Xiao Feng? The choices reappeared. Baofeng City. The name's a classic and fits my style. Very well. As one of the first 10 villagers to reach level 10, you may use the teleport array free of charge, the chief said, gesturing to the platform. Because of the boss fight and his clash with Tianxia Gonghui, Xiao Feng had lost valuable time. A few diligent players had already departed. He stepped onto the array as white light swirled around him. Just then a clear shout came from the distance. Hey, rich sucker, wait up. A female player in priest robes waved and hurried over. 3 question marks popped up over Xiao Feng's head. Rich sucker? It was Xingyun Miao, the one who had sold him equipment earlier. What do you want? He asked, not sounding friendly. Flushed and panting, Xingyun Miao stopped in front of him. I overcharged you for that gear. I'm here to return the extra money. As she spoke, she sent over a trade request. Xiao Feng didn't even glance at it. With a flick of his finger he refused. Save it. I'm stupidly rich and don't need pocket change. No, I was just shouting nonsense. Don't be mad. The opposing player, Xingyun Miao, saw his stormy expression and quickly forced a smile while she explained. Not mad, huh? Xiao Feng snorted inwardly. He never forgot a slight years ago. When someone mocked his tank for having 0 DPS, he had switched to an endless CC build, pinned the guy in place, and whittled him down with pathetic 1 chip damage until he died. Today's insult deserved the same treatment. I'm sorry, okay? I really didn't mean it. Seeing his face still like stone, Xingyun Miao softened her voice, pouted, and knitted her brows. Her big, watery eyes looked ready to spill tears, a move with serious impact. Unfortunately, Xiaofeng was a reinforced concrete straight man. Social skills bounced right off him, and he couldn't care less. He stepped back half a pace and waved her off. No need. 5 silver coins is nothing. Think of it as money for your mom's cough. Never mind. Just keep it. I'm out. Before the words had faded, he stepped onto the teleport pad, and a pillar of light whisked him away. Inwardly he muttered, women? They're obstacles on the road to success. One extra sentence, and you're doomed. Hey, what's with you? At least add me as a friend. Inside the teleport glow, Xingyun Miao's voice pursued him. She immediately sent a friend request, which Xiaofeng declined without hesitation. Damn it. She stomped in frustration, opened the game's mirror function, and examined her stunning face from every angle, re-evaluating her own charm. After a moment she nodded thoughtfully and muttered to herself, that guy definitely has gynophobia and he's totally gay. With my looks, there's no other explanation. Level 3 capital, Storm City. Central teleportation hub. A flash of white light flared, and Xiaofeng's figure took shape at the heart of the array. The first thing he saw was an immense, Western-style fortress city. A teleport square alone was the size of a football pitch. Its slate tiles laid so tightly there wasn't a seam to be found. Farther off, the main boulevard stretched broad and straight, wide enough for 8 carriages abreast, and diligent NPCs kept the pavement spotless. Only a handful of players dotted Storm City at the moment. Xiaofeng glanced around. Most were still hovering near level 7. Anyone past level 10 was either a cash shop whale who'd pulled some god-tier reward or a lottery lucky soul who'd soared during the last event. In short, true elites were scarce. Move it. Out of the way. An impatient roar yanked him from his reverie. Before he could react, a brute shove hit his shoulder and knocked him out of the teleport lane. Xiaofeng's temper flared, and he almost barked. Hey, which blind idiot dares? The words died on his tongue. The ones who had pushed him were city guards clad in silver plate. Their visors hid emotionless faces, and their icy lances were nearly pressed against his chest. City Guard Captain Legendary Boss. Level, 150. HP, 5,400,000. 5,400,000. Target level 2 high. Further data, unavailable. City Guard Elite. Level, 120. HP, 700,000. 700,000. Target level 2 high. Further data, unavailable. A vein twitched in Xiaofeng's forehead. This game is nuts. NPCs roughing up players? Don't they know we're supposed to be gods? Then reality hit. These were city guards. Picking a fight meant jail time at best, a permanent bounty at worst. Not worth it. He swallowed his anger. Find class change first. Leaving the plaza, he jogged toward the class change point marked on his map. He darted under statue-lined archways, crossed a stone bridge over a narrow canal, and wound through nearly empty side streets before arriving 5 minutes later. A vast staircase vanished into the sky, ending at a towering temple. Doors more than 30 feet high were inlaid with gold and silver, and above them four gilt characters. Temple of Storms glittered in the sun. As he stepped forward, metal scraped. 2 night guards strode from the portico, raising a wall of silver shields and leveled lances. Halt! The Temple of Storms is sacred. Filth shall not pass. What the? Xiaofeng's eyes widened as a chilling realization struck him. The Curse of Otogu. The curse carried 2 brutal penalties. 1. A permanent super taunt that made him every monster's top target. 2. A temple ban, blocking all divine class advancement and war merits. Head thought missing war merit was painful. The second clause was lethal. Without access to the temple, even a basic class change was impossible. Every mentor stood inside the main hall, and he couldn't make it past the steps. Now what? Everyone knew how vital class advancement was. First, it boosted stat growth. Second, it unlocked an entire suite of new skills. Stuck as a mage apprentice, his spell power, health, and mana growth would lag behind peers, and the core class skills were exclusive. No other way to learn them. He couldn't learn any of a mage's signature spells: Fireball, Flame Wave, Ring of Fire, Meteor Shower. What kind of mage was that supposed to be? Was he doomed to stay a mage apprentice forever, hurling the same magic missile and chain lightning until the day he died? The thought made Xiaofeng's temples throb. Leave at once. The temple knight's armor caught the sunlight, flashing with an icy gleam. He glared, every word dripping with contempt. Because Xiaofeng carried the Otogu curse, the knights made no effort to hide their hostility. If their duty to keep order hadn't restrained them, the knight would probably have skewered him on the spot. Damn, this is infuriating. What if I just storm in and force the class trainer to change my class now? Xiaofeng's mind raced until his gaze landed on the stats floating over the knight's head. High Temple Knight Legendary Boss. Level, 180. Health, 7,200,000. 7,200,000. Target level 2 high. Additional data, unavailable. And there were 8 of those standing at the gate. Forget it, no class change. He'll stay a mage apprentice. I can always buy spellbooks for Fireball and the rest at the player market. Besides, who says the basic classes inside the temple are the only path? There has to be a stronger hidden class out there. The thought of someday wielding an overpowered secret class and crushing these smug trainers helped him swallow his frustration. Outside the temple, he mingled with the city's crowd and gradually figured out the curse's effect. Every NPC flagged for war despised him. City guards watched him with cold eyes, temple sentries gripped their spears tighter, and the steward at the war hall literally threw him out. Non-combat NPCs, however, shopkeepers, blacksmiths, innkeepers still greeted him with smiles. Flashing a fistful of gold made them bow and scrape harder than any real-world merchant. In the next 15 minutes, he swept the main street, topping off supplies. 1. Several mid-grade health potions, each restoring 500 HP. 2. Several high-grade health potions, each restoring 1000 HP. All 3 tiers of potions shared a cooldown, so he left his precious Supreme One's untouched lifesavers for emergencies. Mana recovery? Not an issue. The Godslayer robe regenerated 50 mana per second, and the honor staff occasionally refilled his bar instantly. He never even saw the bottom of his mana pool. For gear, he grabbed a handful of level 30 white items from the system shop, tweaked the stats, and picked up a stack of town portal scrolls. Then he headed to the warehouse and stored every artifact, legendary item, and loose skill book he didn't need right away. No sense clogging his inventory when the next god tier boss dropped loot. He'll level up outside the city first, see if I can trigger a hidden class, he muttered, closing the warehouse interface. Once the city's population and cash flow rise, he'll dump those high-end items on the auction house for a fortune. Stepping through the main gate, he let the open plains wind wash over him and brought up his character panel. Compared with his time in the starter village, his stats had climbed yet again. Name: Xiaofeng. Class: Mage Apprentice. Level: 33. Talent: Divine Might, Transcendent Tier. Health: 5255, 5255. Mana: 355, 355. Spell Power: 192. Physical Defense: 68. Magic Defense: 112. Strength: 33. Intelligence: 121. Constitution: 51. Spirit: 45. Agility: 40. Unused attribute points: 0. He had poured every last point into intelligence, and Xiaofeng's damage was nothing short of terrifying. On paper his stats looked unremarkable, but if you secretly multiplied that 192 spell power by 10,000, the result would make any player's scalp tingle. After leaving Stormwind's east gate, he crossed the moat, and the view opened wide. A herd of level 13 wild bulls grazed on the green expanse, their horns flashing with a cold gleam. Each one carried 2,500 hit points, about the same as a knight of the same level who had gone Allen on Constitution and wore a full set of green gear. Xiaofeng raised his hand. Blue light gathered at his fingertip, and a magic missile howled forward. 2,109,199. The massive damage number exploded across the bull's forehead, and with a dull boom, the huge creature crashed to the ground. What did I ever do to deserve this? The dying bull's system's subtitle flickered and vanished. Xiaofeng curled his lip. The experience was pathetic, nowhere near enough to satisfy the hundreds of thousands he needed past level 33. He opened the map, locked onto a more distant grind zone, stowed his staff, and sprinted down the road. Everything within 10 kilometers of the capital was low-level fodder. If you wanted efficient leveling, you had to push deep into the wilderness. After more than 20 kilometers of hard running, he one-shot every monster that wandered into his path, yet the experience bar barely moved. By rough count, the travel alone had already cost him over an hour. He stopped and pulled up the level leaderboard. Xiaofeng, level 33, firmly in first place. Second place, Jianzhan Songsheng, level 27, an equally impressive climb. From third place on, everyone clustered around level 17, a staggering gap. Jianzhan Songsheng, why does that name sound familiar? Xiaofeng frowned and searched the system feed, quickly spotting an entry from half an hour earlier. The player had solo killed a mythic boss, scooping up mountains of experience and skyrocketing in level. There's no shortage of talent in the myriad heavens. I can't get complacent, he warned himself, quickening his pace again. Under the slanting morning light, he crested the final hill, and the edge of his chosen leveling zone finally came into view. At long last he had arrived. The area was called Shinfeng Gorge, a haunt for level 55 to level 65 creatures. With his current stats, Xiaofeng could steamroll level 100 mobs without breaking a sweat. The trouble was that the nearest level 100 zones were miles away, and the teleport arrays weren't fully activated yet. Walking there would cost at least 3 hours, which was hardly efficient. So he settled for the highest level monsters close at hand. Only 2 kinds of enemies roamed the gorge. 1. Dark Wind, Akali Testini-like spirits that seemed to pour out of an ancient lamp. They specialized in wind magic, dealt heavy damage, and had little HP, but they were born with a 50% reduction to both physical and spell damage, which made them annoyingly durable. 2. Rock Golems towering more than 3 meters high, with thick armor and huge health pools. Slow and lumbering, they were perfect targets for a turret-style mage. Xiaofeng stepped through the canyon mouth and flicked out a magic missile. Smack! The nearest rock golem, about 3.5 meters tall, shattered on impact, falling apart into a pile of rubble and coughing up more than 600 experience points. Barely 600 from a single kill, he calculated. I need over 380,000 for the next level. Even if I clear 20 a minute, that's still half an hour. Slow by his standards, though lightning fast compared with ordinary players. Most people needed a full day to reach level 33, and the pace only slowed from there. Zap! A chain lightning spell arced out and vaporized a dark wind acolyte, netting him another 625 XP. Too bad the mobs were more than 3 meters apart, so the lightning couldn't bounce. Shrugging, he strolled into the middle of a pack and tossed out a basic attack every few seconds. One touch, one kill, no need for finishing blows. His XP bar crept steadily upward as he pushed deeper into the canyon. Ding, you have a new friend request. He opened the prompt. The sender was listed as next door old Li. Xiaofeng accepted at once. Xiao, is that really you? What's going on? Rank 1 in levels? First to solo a god-tier boss. Li's voice crackled through the comms. There were hundreds of accounts named Xiaofeng in the region, and without an existing friendship link, nobody could be sure which was which. Once Xiaofeng's name hit the zone announcements, a flood of players tried to add him. The developers had foreseen this and disabled nickname searches. You could only add someone by their unique ID. The 3 dorm mates had traded IDs on day 1. So Li had punched in the number as soon as he left the starter village and nearly turned to stone when he saw Xiaofeng sitting at level 33 on the leaderboards. Can't help it, man. I'm too good looking, Xiaofeng teased. The system's little AI just keeps throwing experience and loot at me. It's exhausting, honestly. Around his best friends, it was impossible to resist showing off, especially when, this time, he had the goods to back it up. Damn, you've hit the jackpot this time. Li screeched, firing off complaints one after another. If I'd known you were this good as a mage, I never would have let you tank. Which capital are you in? I'm coming over to cling for dear life. Glad you finally realize it. Xiaofeng laughed, letting 3 years of pent-up frustration spill out. You wasted 3 of my golden years. From now on, you can spend the rest of yours paying me back. Then he named the city, Storm City. Li jumped at the chance. Forget being your pack, Mule, how about becoming your in-law? Now, spill it. What did that god-tier boss drop? If it's valuable, I don't mind sharing the burden. Xiaofeng opened his friend panel. Everything was clearly Li was still the same level 10 priest fresh out of the starter village, yet he was carrying a level 50 legendary staff. There's a level 50 legendary rod, but you're too low. Go grind. No way. A legendary weapon? I heard those go for 6 figures in the real world. I might need to have a daughter so you can marry her and repay me. Li sounded perfectly serious. Get lost. Trying to squeeze a dowry out of me. Xiaofeng snorted. He had long since figured out the money issue. Heaven's peak popularity dwarfed any previous game, and its massive player base supported an ironclad economy. Top-tier gear and skill books would be absurdly priced. Loot from that golden lion alone could keep him comfortable for life. But cash was just a bonus. With his talent, he would dominate Heavens. In reality, he only needed enough to live on. Gear he couldn't use would be sold or given to trusted friends, building the power around him. If he met an enemy too tough, he'd just rally the troops. 10 gold to teleport between capitals? That's outrageous. Li suddenly wailed over the comm. Xiaofeng laughed. Then find a party and level up. I'm staying in Storm City for now. We'll talk later. Fine. I'll grab Lao Zhang's in my city too. May you two live happily ever after. Xiaofeng was mid-joke when a massive shadow spawned ahead. His eyes lit up. Whoa, boss spawn. Time to cash in. Talk later. He cut the call. I swear Li's rant died with the disconnect. 80 meters away, a 10-meter tall, purple-brown rock giant finished forming. It raised pillar-thick arms and slammed them down, each hit echoing across the plain. Rock Golem. Rank, Epic Boss. Level, 70. HP, 500, 000500000. Note, target level 2 high. Additional data unavailable. Perfect, a freebie. Grinning, Xiaofeng gripped the honor staff and sprinted to the mage's 25-meter range. Crackle. Chain lightning fired instantly. The golem's aggro radius was 50 meters. It was already up, fists raised, when the blue-white arc hit its forehead. 4,891,881. The giant exploded on the spot, collapsing into rubble. System messages poured in. Congratulations, you have defeated the level 70 epic boss Rock Golem and gained 550 reputation. You have slain the Rock Golem and earned 200,100 EXP. Congratulations, you have reached level 34. While upgrade lights still shimmered around him, gold, silver, and loot carpeted the ground. Xiaofeng hurried forward, scooping it all up. Suddenly, a skill book caught his eye. Earth Element Shield. Skill level requirement. Basic. Class requirement. Stage 1 Mage. Effect. Summons a shield of earth that absorbs damage equal to 120 of the caster's attack power. The shield has no innate defense stat and lasts for up to 30 seconds. Mana cost. 10. Cooldown. 30 seconds. Awesome. Xiaofeng stared at the description, his eyes shining. With his 10th times attribute bonus, this so-called throwaway spell would become a colossal barrier capable of soaking up 2 million points of damage. It lasted 30 seconds and cooled down in the same amount of time, meaning he could keep it up almost non-stop as long as he had mana. For an ordinary mage, the spell provided only a few hundred extra hit points, about 1/5 of a health bar every half minute. For Xiaofeng, though, the value exploded into something monstrous. The shield itself offered 0 defense, but chopping through 2 million durability would still take thousands of players hammering away at once. Too bad it's locked behind the first job change. The thought dumped a bucket of cold water over his excitement. He was still shackled by Otiga's curse, unable to advance. With a sigh, he pressed on toward the depths of the valley to keep grinding. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. Wave after wave of monsters fell, and his experience bar climbed at a crawl. After more than an hour, he finally hit level 36, just as the main player crowd left the novice village for the big cities. Suddenly, a system announcement exploded across the entire war zone. Zone announcement. Congratulations to the party Xiaofeng if your mother for being the first to clear the level 25 main dungeon secret camp. First clear members: Tianxia Wushuang, Tianxia Wuze, Tianxia Di Yishuai, Tianxia Di Nai, Tianxia Di Yijian. Ding, ding, ding. The same notice flashed 3 times before the channel finally quieted down. Xiaofeng blinked. What the? A surge of irritation welled up in his chest. Xiaolao, what's going on? Are those guys cursing you? His friend Lili quickly sent a private message. Members of the Tianxia Guild. They tried to steal my artifact back in the novice village, and I killed them more than 400 times. Now they're seeing red, Xiaofeng replied. Damn, you actually ticked off Tianxia? That's crazy. Lili sent a thumbs-up emoji. So what now? Go after them, or go after them. Can't touch them. Xiaofeng let out a long sigh. He wanted nothing more than to storm in and send Tianxia Wushuang back to level 1. But most players were already above level 10, and Tianxia's roster had ballooned from a few hundred to well over 10,000. Even he couldn't stand up to that many bodies. Besides, anyone who could grab the first clear of a level 25 dungeon probably had both luck and skill. He still lacked the earth element shield and any high burst mage spells. Charging in would net him a few hundred more kills at best before a mob overwhelmed him. His artifact robe wouldn't drop, but losing a level 36 chunk of experience would hurt far worse than anything at level 20. Let it slide for now? Lili clearly didn't like the idea. That doesn't sound like you, man. I'll deal with them after I finish my job change. Xiaofeng's voice was flat, but determined. The World Guild? Huh. They'll never get their hands on a headquarters. Xiaofeng spat out the words through clenched teeth. He might not be able to strike back yet, but that didn't mean Head chickened out. Once he changed classes and picked up a few more skills, the real nightmare for the World Guild would begin. SSSWHYD, it suddenly gets so cold? On the other end of the call, Lili shivered, remembering the unlucky player who had once been trapped in an alley and smacked for 5 straight hours by a shield that dealt only 1 damage. Oldly, any news on hidden mage classes? I can't get into the temple to change mine, and it's driving me crazy, Xiaofeng asked. Lili practically lived on the forums and knew every bit of gossip. He thought for a moment, then said, I just logged off to hit the bathroom and browse the forums on my phone. Tons of threads about hidden classes. One guy claimed he molested an NPC beauty in a village outside the capital and got bumped from assassin apprentice to get this flower thief. Maybe that'll spark an idea? Harass an NPC beauty? Become a flower thief? Xiaofeng's face went rigid. The alien devs are that bold? The thought sent ripples through his mind. Could the Myriad Worlds game really allow 18+ content? Gotta try it at the next village. He pulled up the map to locate the nearest NPC settlement. The call was still live when Lili heard him mumbling and laughed. Bro, you're basically a campus heartthrob. Girls line up for you. You really need to mess with NPCs? It's called curiosity, alright? Xiaofeng shot back. Haha, and here I thought you'd claim you were a gentleman. Lili hung up, still laughing. Whatever, Xiaofeng let the rest of the curse die in his throat. Lili had a point. He had 0 interest in cheap thrills. He just wanted a shot at a hidden mage class. He quickly locked onto the nearest village, Silvermine Town, nestled in a hollow beside Gale Canyon. Without hesitation, he headed straight for it. Tiny villages like this usually sold potions or offered side quests, with few NPCs and almost no real guards. At the gate, 2 militia NPCs glared at him, itching for a fight. Their stat panels showed just 500,000 HP apiece. 1 magic missile would one-shot them, but they were flagged as friendly, so he ignored them. No player had ever set foot in Silvermine Town, leaving it untouched and tranquil. A few middle-aged women dried herbs and wove cloth outside their homes, the air warm with sunshine and the scent of plants. The moment he stepped inside, one of the women approached him. Young adventurer, my daughter Ruth is missing. Could you help me find her? Ding system prompt. Accept quest, lost girl? Not interested, Xiaofeng said, shaking his head. The woman retreated to her doorway, crestfallen. He wandered the town, focusing on anyone who might be tied to magic, but aside from the matrons, militia, and a swarm of kids, there wasn't a single mage apprentice in sight. Disappointment settled over him. Bad news, real bad. Just as he turned to leave, a blood-soaked militia NPC staggered in from outside, his HP down to barely 5%. Kicking over a bucket, he yelled, "A horde of abyssal monsters just poured out of the silver mine. People are dying. Someone get to Stormwind City and raise the alarm, or the whole town's doomed." The system prompt erupted in Xiaofeng's ears. Public quest discovered. Crisis in Silver Mine Town. Report to the Lord's Manor or War Hall in Stormwind City for a reward. Reward: 100,000 EXP, 10 gold. 100,000 EXP and 10 gold was tempting, but he quickly reconsidered. He was a top-tier player. Why run all the way back just to file a report? He could storm the silver mine himself and wipe out those abyssal monsters in no time. Thinking it over, he stepped up to the wounded militiaman and asked, "Brother, where's the silver mine? You evil heretic, get lost. I don't want to see you." The militia NPC snarled, refusing to answer. Xiaofeng's face fell. The curse of Ottawa Gu was still active, and every NPC with a soldier title would reject him. Getting information was going to be tricky. Fine, head just ask someone else. He flagged down a passing middle-aged woman NPC and repeated the question. Town aunties were usually friendly. She pointed enthusiastically to the west. At the foot of that little hill, there's a deep hole going underground. That's the silver mine. The spot wasn't marked on the system map, meaning it was a hidden location. Xiaofeng's spirit sword places like this almost always hid good loot. Tightening his grip on his staff, he sprinted toward the hill on the town's western edge. Soon the pitch-black mouth of the mine came into view. Several miners and militiamen lay sprawled at the entrance, blood still fresh, their groans echoing. "Young adventurer, could you bring us some healing herbs from town?" A miner NPC asked, forcing out the words. A quest window appeared. Xiaofeng glanced at it, tapped decline, and tossed back. "Hang in there, the next batch of players is coming." Without looking back, he slipped into the mine. A system chime sounded a second later. Ding. You have discovered the level 75 main storyline dungeon, Silver Mine. Notice, until it's cleared for the first time, this dungeon is sealed. You cannot exit unless your entire party wipes, or you complete the run. What? A main story dungeon? Xiaofeng froze, then broke into a grin. Tianxiao Wushuang had just blasted him 3 times on the Warzone broadcast, and now had stumbled into an even higher level main dungeon. Clear it, and head get his own server-wide announcement and settle the score. Eyes blazing, he muttered, "Let's go." Inside, the passage was so narrow a single player had to edge through sideways. In a party, only a knight could stand in front while mages and archers fired from the rear. Xiaofeng advanced alone, his footsteps echoing off the damp stone. A few dozen steps in, the first wave attacked 5 lizard-like creatures the size of terriers, level 70, each with 10,000 HP, packed half a meter apart. Chain lightning. Blue-white arcs leapt between them, and with a crackle they collapsed, charred. You have defeated Cave Lizard. Gained 1,850 EXP. You have defeated. Dungeon mobs clearly paid better than field mobs, nearly triple the EXP of a rock giant at the same level. Grinding paradise, Xiaofeng muttered approvingly. He scooped up the stray copper coins and moved on. The mine swarmed with lizards. Every few dozen steps, he cleared another group. After the 10th wave fell, the tunnel opened into a staging chamber about 40 meters wide. Pickaxes and or baskets hung from rough stone walls, and a few miners' bodies lay scattered, blood still wet. In the center, a lizard the size of a delivery truck lashed its tail, the air thick with blood. The dungeon's first boss had appeared. Xiaofeng took a quick look. Cavern Lizard King Rare Boss. Level 75. HP 250 0002 50000. Target's level is too high. Further data unavailable. Pathetically weak. Xiaofeng flicked his wrist and launched a magic missile. With a sharp pew, the imposing Lizard King didn't even have time to grunt. It let out a single miserable howl before its hulking body crashed to the ground. You have defeated the Cavern Lizard King and gained 144,000 experience. The notification flashed, and his EXP bar shot upward just a hair from the next level. Xiaofeng crouched, scooped up every last coin and piece of gear, checked them one by one, then shrugged when none were usable. He rounded the corner and continued deeper. A sloping passage led him down for over 100 meters before leveling off the second floor of the mine. It was far more spacious than the first. Thick stone pillars studded with dim mana crystal lamps stretched into the distance, and the monsters had changed as well. A small pack of pitch-black creatures oozed out ahead, looking like slimes coated in cold dust. Abyss Servant. Level 75. HP 12 50012 500. Target's level is too high. Further data unavailable. Their health was paper thin. One casual missile erased a target. But the open map meant the mobs were spread out, and chain lightning had nothing to bounce to, so he had to pick them off one at a time. Splat. His skills were on cooldown when 2 servants clung to him. One gave him a wet slap right on the butt. 221. Even with artifact tier armor, 200 plus damage was nasty, but Xiaofeng cared more about his dignity. Seriously? Touch my butt and die. A snapcast missile turned the sticky creep into a puddle of black muck. The other servant swung a fist at his thigh, missing something vital by inches. Damn, these things are perverts. Face flushed, skills still cooling down, he raised his staff and clubbed it. Thud. 14. Pitiful basic attack damages god-tier talent, only boosted skills, not physical blows. The servant, pleased with itself, wound up for another punch. Xiaofeng stepped back, cooldown finished, and loosed enhanced lightning therapy. A white-blue arc fried the monster to ash. The second floor held plenty of mobs, so his advance slowed. Still, dungeon experience was triple the outside rate. Grinding here was worth it. After roughly 2 kilometers and half an hour, he hit level 37, his attack stat breaking 200 for the first time. At last he reached boss room 2. Stepping through the translucent barrier, he found a 50-meter-wide stone chamber and more than one boss. Abyss Servant Chieftain Red Rare Boss. Level 80. HP 295, 000, 295, 000. Target's level is too high. Further data unavailable. 3 others blue, green, and purple roamed the corners. Apart from color, their stats were identical and none attacked immediately. For bosses, 1 missile every 2.5 seconds, plus a chain lightning in between. I should clear them all after taking only 1 hit. Xiaofeng calculated his burst damage and nodded. A normal 5-person party would have to juggle aggro and DPS. He could skip the hassle. Let's do this. Magic missile. Pew. The nearest red chieftain dropped on the spot, its massive body thudding to the floor. Xiaofeng dashed for the blue boss on the left. But the remaining 3 let out a guttural wail. Black miasma surged, and their bodies visibly swelled. Abyss Servant Chieftain Blue Rare Boss. Level 80. HP 393, 333, 393, 333. Target's level is too high. Further data unavailable. Its health just shot up by almost 100,000 points. Damn, after killing 1 boss, all of its HP gets dumped onto the others? Xiaofeng yelped. Whether the bar read 390k or 200k made no difference to him, but an average player would lose it on the spot. The image of others raging in this dungeon made him grin. A chain lightning burst out, blue arcs crackling against the cavern walls, and the blue boss dissolved into light. Scree! The remaining 2 monsters shrieked as black mist surged around them, their bodies stretching taller and their HP jumping to 590,000. The green and purple bosses lunged. The green one spat a glob of corrosive acid from its sticky maw, while the purple boss raised a fist the size of a sandbag and slammed it down. Splat. 586 poison. 799. 50. 50. 2 hits cost Xiaofeng more than 1500 HP, slicing a chunk off his bar. Luckily, missile was off cooldown. He flicked his wrist, a searing white orb burst point blank, and the green boss dropped in an instant. Scree! Only 1 remained. The purple boss screeched, black fog billowed, its HP rocketed to a staggering 1.18 million, and its rank leapt from rare to epic. Wham! A massive palm shadow roared toward him. Xiaofeng dodged a beat too late, got swatted across the room, crashed into the rock wall, and slid to the ground. 1,430. What the hell? The damage doubled too. So health isn't all that transfers, the attack does, too. Compared with the last punch, that slap hurt a lot more. The mechanic clicked, split into 4. The bosses hit like kittens, but every time one died the others reclaimed its stats and became monsters. The right play was to drop all 4 to low HP and kill them simultaneously. Let even one lag behind, and you'd face this 1.18 million HP epic abomination. Good thing I'm basically cheating, or you'd have me cornered. Cursing under his breath, he pushed himself up. Missile was ready again. The purple boss puffed up its chest to spew another caustic stream when a brilliant orb slammed into its face. Boom. The giant burst into sludge, purple-black gore splattering everywhere. System prompt. You have defeated Abyssal Servant Overseer, EXP 282,000. Since the bosses had merged into an epic mob, the experience was just as epic, though no reputation came with it. Xiaofeng still had no idea what reputation did, and couldn't be bothered to care. The black mist cleared, revealing a floor littered with glittering loot. The system hadn't announced a clear, so another boss was obviously waiting ahead. Xiaofeng bent to scoop up the spoils from boss number 2 Lucky Drop, an epic 2-handed sword for warriors. Its stats brutal, but locked to level 75, making it tough to sell right now. Sigh, could you at least cough up a mage spellbook? He muttered. Being level 37 with only 2 skills was depressing, but there was nothing for it moved on. He crossed the boss chamber and descended to the mine's 3rd floor. The mine's 3rd level had turned into a tangled labyrinth. Instead of one straightforward tunnel, countless side passages twisted away like the branches of a maze. Xiaofeng had barely stepped off the stairs when he halted at a fork shrouded in mist. The map's field of vision was completely obscured, and any hope of a shortcut vanished. While he frowned, deciding which way to go, a hoarse, pain-filled plea brushed his ears. Hero, help me. The trembling voice belonged to an injured minor NPC. Following the sound, Xiao Feng found a middle-aged man in a gray work uniform and battered helmet slumped against the rock wall, his breathing faint. Silver Minor Luo Falua. Level 50. Health 5,000 75,000. Attack 350. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 30. Skills: mining, fireball, magic missile. A miner who can cast spells? Xiao Feng chuckled inwardly, though he kept his expression concerned. He hurried over. Uncle, those wounds look serious. Luo Falua lifted his eyes with effort, his voice weak. I need a supreme grade life elixir. Without it, I'm finished. Supreme grade? Lucky for you, I have one. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng pulled a golden vial from his pouch and handed it over. He still carried 28 more and didn't mind the cost. You actually carry such a miracle. Luo Fuluo's hands trembled as he all but snatched the elixir, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. An item that restored only 5,000 HP to players instantly filled his 75,000 point health bar. In the blink of an eye, the dying miner was back on his feet, vigorous as ever. He sprang up and bowed repeatedly. Xiao Feng, brave hero, I can't thank you enough. To repay your kindness, I'll guide you through this maze straight to the abyssal creature lurking in the depths. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, already knowing the trade-off. One supreme-grade life elixir for a shortcut that would save him hours of blind exploration through trap-ridden tunnels. Follow Meta's way. Torch in hand, Luo Falua led the march. I've worked here over 10 years. I could find the path with my eyes closed. But be careful. Hero, a monster lord inside, is terrifying. Many of my comrades died to that thing. Were it not for you saving me, I'd never risk coming back. He chattered as he walked, confiding his dreams. If I get out alive, I'm quitting this job, going home, finding a wife, teaching magic, and living the quiet life. Look out, monsters. Hero, help. His warning barely left his lips when a swarm of pitch-black abyssal venom bugs burst from a bend ahead. Ordinary third-layer mobs, level 75, capable of clawing up close and spitting poison from afar. Screaming, Luo Falua ducked behind a pillar, any shred of magely dignity forgotten. Xiao Feng had already drawn his sword. Lightning-quick strokes lopped off heads, one clean swing per bug, clearing the corridor with ease. The two pressed on, zigzagging through junction after junction. After about 10 minutes, the tunnel widened abruptly, opening into a colossal, dome-like cavern. Up ahead is the Abyssal Lord's lair. Luo Fuluo's voice fell to a whisper, fear flickering in his eyes. We struck a rich vein of magestone below the silver seam. Thought we'd be rich, then we punched through a portal. Abyssal creatures poured out. Hero, please defeat the monster lord. Shut that portal, and save us all. Xiao Feng tightened his grip on his weapon and stepped toward the boss room only to discover the boss had sensed intruders first. From deep within the cavern came an icy, grating roar. Foolish miner, you dare bring outsiders to disturb the great Lord Samaka? You must have a death wish. Whipcrack. The air split as inky tentacles shot from the shadows, octopus-like limbs lashing out to coil around Luo Fuluo's arms and legs, yanking him toward the darkness. Help! Hero, save me! Luo Fuluo was yanked inside by the tentaclite. Felt like a scripted death. This middle-aged NPC, who had spent over a decade toiling in the mine and only wanted to retire and start a family, seemed doomed to tragedy. Xiao Feng frowned, an inexplicable irritation rising within him. Luo Fuluo might be a chatterbox, but he was still the guide Xiao Feng had hired. Now the boss was about to erase him without even giving a reason, an outright slap in Xiao Feng's face. Hands off, he growled, wind swirling around his feet as he lunged forward. Luo Fuluo was dragged along by the thick tentacles slightly faster than Xiao Feng could run, yet he stayed within view. The two burst into the boss room almost simultaneously, and Xiao Feng was greeted by a colossal eyeball that filled most of his sight, the demon eye. The chamber was nearly 100 meters square. A portal stood at the far end. A pool of deep blue water lay in the center, surrounded by embedded azure demon crystals. The boss bathed in the pool, resembling an octopus, a smooth, bulbous head and 8 long, muscular, dexterous tentacles. The key difference was the single gigantic eye in the middle of its face. Abyssal Lord Samaka Epic. Level 80. HP 500 000500000. Hint. Target level 2 high. Further data unavailable. Tentacle monsters are the worst. Let him go? Xiao Feng shouted, launching a magic missile. Splat. 2,299. The moment the damage number appeared, the boss health bar emptied, yet Samaka lounged in the pool, giggling. Foolish adventurer, you think you can defeat me? I am the great Lord Samaka, the most handsome creature in the abyss. As long as the crystal pool endures, I am immortal. Before his words faded, his health bar instantly refilled. Hero, help. I haven't even found a wife yet, Buho. Luo Fuluo hung upside down in midair, wailing. The crystal pool, huh? Thanks for the hint. Xiao Feng fixed his gaze on the water and saw that the pool had its own panel. Crystal pool. HP 4 500 0005 000 000. Physical defense, 0. Magic defense, 10. So Samaka was siphoning energy from the pool to heal. Destroy the pool, and the boss would lose his crutch. Xiaofeng raised his hand, and chain lightning roared down. Crack. 4,500,000. Brilliant arcs exploded, the water boiled, then flashed into steam. Structures take fixed damage. Whatever you deal is what they lose. That single cast unloaded the full 4.8 million, dropping the pool to 0. No. Impossible. Samaka watched his life source vaporize, thrashing his tentacles in panic. Without the crystal pool, his immortality was gone. Great blood demon god, grant me strength. He bellowed, tentacles lashing wildly. Purple-black runes crawled across every tentacle, making them look even more menacing. The mass of limbs slapped against the mine walls, echoing with a piercing crack. So noisy. Xiaofeng raised his staff impatiently, flicked his finger, and a blazing magic missile streaked toward the Abyssal Overlord. Pop! A blood-red 2 million burst in midair. Lord Samaka, the so-called Great Abyssal Overlord, died with a screech before he could cast a single spell. System messages flooded the screen. Congratulations. You have defeated Abyssal Overlord Samaka and achieved the first clear of the LV 75 main dungeon Silver Mine. Epic boss defeated, reputation 800. Experience gained 282,000. Level up. You are now LV 38. Please name your party up to 8 characters. The server will announce it across the war zone. Rafro hit the ground, ripped away the last few tentacles, and thanked Xiaofeng profusely. Deeper in the cavern, the portal still shimmered in eerie blue, proof the storyline wasn't over. Xiaofeng ignored it for the moment and opened the party naming window. Remembering the Peerless Under Heaven notice from an hour ago, he smiled and typed 8 characters. A second later, a server-wide announcement rang out. Warzone notice. Party my grandson Peerless has no shame has completed the first clear of the LV 75 main dungeon, Silver Mine. Clear achieved by player, Xiaofeng. Warzone notice. Warzone notice. Every online player froze. What? Who's Peerless? Wait, LV 75 main dungeon? Soloed? In an hour? He cleared the LV 25 dungeon earlier and now LV 75? Suspicion exploded across chat. People scrolled back, rereading the lines for proof. ALV 75 dungeon. Even the luckiest player with a jackpot artifact wouldn't dare face an epic LV 75 monster level gap. Stat suppression, survival, DPS, everything stacked against you. No one had imagined skipping 50 levels to brute force a main quest. Yet Xiaofeng had done it solo and even used the party name to throw shade. The guild under heaven had used a mildly insulting party tag for publicity. Xiaofeng didn't bother with subtlety. His results spoke louder. A solo first clear of the LV 75 dungeon left Peerless Under Heaven eating dust. Check him. First kill on the god tier boss his. First kill on the starter village boss his. Top of the level chart also him. Guild leaders and elite players dispatched scouts across the net to dig up everything on Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng's friend Lily pinged him. Dude, you're insane. Clearing a LV 75 dungeon puts you a week ahead of the average player. Lily was in awe. Xiaofeng replied calmly, nothing special. Call me daddy, and he'll carry you through a tepic loot up for grabs. What the hell? I treat you like a bro and you want to be my dad? Lily shot back with a head-butting meme. He then turned serious. But that announcement Peerless Under Heaven is gonna go after you. Xiaofeng nodded. Probably. Doesn't matter. Even in full artifact gear, he can't beat me. If he didn't have a horde behind him, I'd decamp him back to the starter village. Lily warned. Yeah, but he does have that horde. If they target you, your friends could get caught in the crossfire. Scared? Xiaofeng chuckled. Scared of what? We once cornered the Dragon Soul Guild Master. You think he'll sweat a clown from under heaven? Lily snorted. Besides, unless you, me, or old Jean Blap, who knows we're friends. Xiaofeng laughed. Right. Only you could bungle a gank and get ganked instead. Don't worry about Peerless Under Heaven. After I change class, I'll educate them properly. Cool. Old Zhang and I are going back to grind. Save us any good drops. We'll buy them off you when we've got the gold. Deal. I'm off to watch the rest of the storyline. Xiaofeng closed the chat window and began scooping up the boss loot. As the dungeon's final enemy, Lord Samaka dropped far better gear than the second boss. 2 epic items flashed purple and gold, but the real prize was a legendary item glowing orange, the Abyssal Monster Essence. Its description read, the condensed energy of an abyssal creature. When carried on your person, it grants unrestricted entry to and exit from the abyss without repulsion by its power. Storing it in your inventory nullifies the effect. Permanent. The wording looked plain, and it was labeled only as a special item, yet its legendary grade spoke volumes. Behind the boss lair stood a dark violet portal that likely led straight to the abyss, so this essence would clearly prove useful. 2 blue rare skill books had also dropped, their embossed covers still pristine. 1. Army Shattering / Rare, 2 Entire Warrior Skill. Effect. Increases allies' attack by 5 and reduces enemies' defense by 5 within 50 meters for 30 seconds. 300-second cooldown. Cannot stack or be dispelled. 2. Demonic Corrosion rare, 2 entire mage skill. Effect. Places a debuff on a single target that drains one of its attack per second for 15 seconds. 15-second cooldown. The debuff itself cannot be removed, although its effect can be dispelled. One was a potent team aura, the other a ruthless, single-target debuff. While reading Demonic Corrosion, Xiaofeng pictured something outrageous. If his passive effect multiplied 10,000 times triggered, that one drain would become 10,000, leaving the target with negative attack power in seconds. Even if the effect were dispelled, it would drop again the next tick 15 whole seconds of misery. Sadly, the cover clearly said 2 entire, and he hadn't even completed his first advancement yet, so learning it was a distant dream. What a bummer. The rest of the drops were uninspiring. A handful of low-grade items and potions, all level 75 useless to him. Xiaofeng packed everything away, then turned to the corner where Luo Fluo lay. This story NPC was meant to die during the boss cutscene, yet Xiaofeng's speedrun had saved him. Luo Fluo still had half his health bar, so he wasn't in immediate danger. Luo Fluo, you're safe now. Time to head home and find a wife, Xiaofeng said, patting his shoulder. Thank you so much, warrior Xiaofeng. Luo Fluo beamed, grateful to be alive. Xiaofeng grinned. Thanks are nice, but how about something more concrete? All I've got is some money, Luo Fluo admitted. Barely enough for the trip home. I'm not short on cash, Xiaofeng cut him off. You're a mage, right? Can you help me change classes? Gear and gold weren't an issue anymore. Class advancement and skills were his weak points. Luo Fluo froze. A class change? You're already this strong, me limit is the second advancement. I can't help with a third. He figured that anyone capable of clearing this dungeon had to be powerful at least level 50 and on their second job advancement, with the next one not coming until level 100. Yet Xiaofeng was the exception. He spread his hands, shrugged, and said with a grin, see for yourself, I'm still a mage apprentice, not even a proper wizard. By system design, NPCs could read a player's stats directly. Rafro glanced down, confirmed the man really was an apprentice, and his eyes went wide. What? That's crazy. Then how did you beat the Abyss Lord? Well, let's not get into that. Xiaofeng raised a hand to cut him off. Just tell me if you can handle my job change. He knew Rofro's knack for rambling and didn't want to chat. Rafro scratched his head, looking awkward. Two can try. My teacher is amazing, but my family was too poor to afford spell components, so I became a miner. He's never been happy with me. Still, I'll go beg him and see if he'll help. That would be great, thanks. Xiaofeng's mood brightened. Then he lowered his voice. One thing, your teacher isn't a deacon at the temple, right? Rafro shook his head quickly. No way. Temple deacons are legendary archmages over level 150. My teacher's only 130. Good. Xiaofeng let out a silent sigh of relief. If the temple or the war hall wasn't involved, getting in and out would be simple. He'll head out and make preparations. Hero Xiaofeng, meet me at the general store in Silvermine Town when you're done here. With that, Rafro turned and ran. Xiaofeng watched the lanky figure disappear into a side tunnel, a smile tugging at his lips. At last he had a lead on his class advancement. Saving that guy hadn't been for nothing. Facing the rock wall, he replayed their conversation and felt a surge of wonder. This game offered far more possibilities than any MMO back on Blue Star. The NPCs had limited brains, yet player choices constantly spawned new quests. Save Rafro, and he leads the way. Face another danger en route, and each decision opens a different branch. Even a low-level NPC could reveal hidden intel if you treated them like a real person. The thought shifted Xiaofeng's outlook on this world. Maybe it wasn't just a game. With alien tech so advanced that even the login process was bizarre, an evolving AI for NPCs wasn't impossible. Dig deep enough, and he might uncover something world-shaking. Then another worry rose. Autogut's curse. If Rafro felt so alive, wouldn't Autogwand its master, the war god, be even more terrifying? I killed Autogu and even took its curse. What a mess I've made. Xiaofeng rubbed his temples. Autogu was a level 50 mythic boss in the newbie village meant to unlock a hidden legacy for chosen ones, never intended for ordinary players to fight straight on. Had slain it on impulse, and now it was too late for regrets. All he could do was research a way to cleanse the curse. Buzz. The ground quivered and the glyphs on the walls glowed a dull crimson. Xiaofeng braced himself, thinking the system was about to reclaim the boss room and port him out. But when he looked up, he realized something else was happening. The distant portal was shrinking, its edges folding inward as it prepared to snap shut. This portal leads straight into the Abyss. In the game's lore, the Abyss and the Pantheon are sworn enemies. The gods control 24 main cities, each guarded by a patron deity, while countless demon lords hold dominion below. According to scattered posts on the player forums, the zone is designed for adventurers between level 150 and 250. Anyone under 100 usually dies on the spot. But Xiaofeng is no ordinary player. The towering black-violet gateway, dozens of meters high, is slowly closing, and his heart skips a beat. If he walks away now, he'll miss a golden opportunity. He isn't carrying any valuable gear, so even if he dies, he'll only lose some experience. No rare materials at stake. Clutching the teleport item essence of abyssal beasts in his left hand and gripping his staff in his right, he darts forward and dives headfirst into the swirling vortex. Whoosh! The portal seals behind him, the instance depawns, and everything vanishes. Darkness swallows his vision as though he's been tossed down a bottomless well. After several seconds, faint light returns. Ding! You have entered the abyss. Notice, abyssal suppression in effect, healing reduced by 50, attack power reduced by 10. Before he can take in his surroundings, weakness washes over him. His attack stat drops from just over 200 to 180. Metallic clanks and raspy coughs echo around him, and a flicker of blue-violet light catches his eye. Another mine. The ground is damp, slick stone. There are no torches on the ceiling. Only crystals embedded in the rock emit a ghostly blue glow, streaked with the richer purple of high-grade mana or beautiful, but deadly. Miners swing their pickaxes, the sharp strikes ringing out in rhythm. Some clamp hands over their mouths and cough, throats raw. Xiaofeng inspects the nearest worker. Mana Crystal Miner Jeffrey. Level 50. HP 35,000. Attack 160. Physical defense 40. Magic defense 40. Skills mining, alchemy. Even weaker than Rafurotoist have a single caster skill, he mutters. Crack. A whip snaps through the air, followed by a shrill curse. You worthless humans. No slacking. Anyone who dares to loaf gets the lash. Xiaofeng turns and sees a scrawny overseer, barely 4 feet tall, skin mottled dark purple, brandishing a long whip at an elderly miner. Imp Overseer Elite. Level 100. HP 120,000. Target level 2 high. Additional data unavailable. I can't stand bullies. Xiaofeng scoffs, raising a hand and launching a magic missile. Screech. Nearly 2 million damage blooms above the imp's head. It collapses without a sound, dead before it can scream. What just happened? The miners stare at one another, shock plain in their eyes. In the next moment, they all notice the lone adventurer who has appeared among them. Oh, brave warrior, have the gods sent you to save us? Miner Jeffrey, his face smeared with soot, rushed over, seized Xiaofeng's arm, and burst into tears. Behind him, a dozen ragged workers wept and begged. Hero, please help us. We've been trapped here for months. Sob. Oh, where exactly is this? Are the abyssal creatures outside strong? Xiaofeng glanced at his system map. The screen displayed only 4 words: Abyssal World, no other details. Jeffrey answered at once. This is the demon crystal mine of the Abyssal Fiends. Their tunnels broke through the earth vein and connected to our silver mine. We humans were captured and forced to work. If we stop digging, they throw us into Lord Ramaka's blood pool. Nothing left of you after that. He wiped his eyes, looking utterly miserable. Broke through? Xiaofeng curled his lip. If they'd really reached the surface, the fiends would already be fighting Stormwind City. No portal needed. Clearly this was hidden quest lore. The portal wouldn't stay open forever. First, he had to get the miners out. How strong is Lord Ramaka? Xiaofeng kept probing. Ramaka? Samaka sounded like a whole brood of monsters, maybe even brothers. Jeffrey shook his head violently. We don't know. He's terrifying. Many of our men have been eaten. Hero, please, we're desperate. Fine. Stay put. We'll take a look around. Xiaofeng was certain. No system pop-up, but this had to be a hidden quest with solid rewards. Jeffrey hurried to add, follow the tunnel out. Past an iron gate, you'll see lots of fiends. There's also a champion from the human world locked up there. Free him, and he'll help you. Oh, even better. Thanks. Xiaofeng nodded and stepped into the dim passage. Several whip-wielding imps prowled the corridor, lashing at random miners. Xiaofeng raised a hand and fired a magic missile. A pale blue orb streaked through the air. With a few muffled pops, the imps turned to ash before they could scream. The silence that followed was so complete, he could hear his own echo. The path was clear. Soon he reached the iron bars. Xiaofeng yanked on them. No movement. A system prompt flashed. Forcibly opening this gate requires 500 strength. I've got 38. With what, my teeth? He muttered, tossing another magic missile. The light was swallowed by the bars without a spark. Structure indestructible. Guess he'll wait for an imp to open it. He leaned against the wall, watching the torchlight flicker at the tunnel's end. Minutes later, 2 overseer imps, barely 4.5 feet tall, waddled up. The one on the left flipped its tail and cursed. Damn it, just another scrawny mage? Ugly as sin, barely level 130, and he dares act tough. If Her Highness hadn't picked him as a boy toy, I'd skin him alive. The right-hand imp chimed in. Exactly. The princess is the fairest flower of the abyss, yet she fancies that repulsive human wizard beauty wasted on trash. Clank. The left imp turned a key. The lock snapped open, the gate screeching on its hinges. Imp furious. Grab a few miners, it'll eat 3 alive tonight. It spun and charged into the tunnel, and slammed into a shadow. Xiaofeng, the repulsive human they'd been mocking. Chain lightning erupted point blank. Blue-white arcs ripped through the narrow shaft. Twin damage numbers 4, 300, 000 flashing overhead. Both overseers vaporized, leaving 10 gleaming gold coins clinking on the stone. Rich little devils. Xiao Feng pocketed the coins, stepped through the gate, and moved on. Ahead, a man's hoarse curses echoed, loud enough to drown out distant fiendish roars. Xiao Feng listened for a moment, eyebrows quirking. Could that beta mage the demon princess plans to marry by force? Accursed monsters of the abyss, may you die in misery. The god's radiance will judge you, and you will sink into darkness forever. The great god of storms will redeem me. My body may perish, but my soul will endure for all eternity. Ah, don't touch me, take your filthy hands away. I, Lamster, would rather die than yield to an ugly witch like you. Let me go, let me go. A follower of the god of storms must not be defiled. Ah, walla. Curses and screams ricocheted through the narrow tunnel, the echoes stabbing at the eardrums like needles. The corner of Xiao Feng's mouth twitched as an image popped into his mind. A handsome male mage pinned to the ground and force-kissed by an ugly witch. No matter what, the poor victim was still a fellow human. With a sigh, he decided he ought to save the guy. He hurried to the tunnel's end, shoved open a rust-eaten iron door, and stepped into a damp, dim cell block. The screams came from the first cell on the left. Drawing closer, he caught a second voice, soft, lazy, and tinged with playful mockery. Quit yelling, little one. Scream all you want. No one's coming. Minia, princess of blood and daughter of the dread demon, God, surely am good enough for you? Hey, why are you still biting? Where's your gentlemanly grace? The scene beyond the bars snapped into focus. Lamster's mage robes were in tatters, and he was pinned against a cold stone wall. Dressed in a black gossamer gown, the witch Minia boxed him in with one hand while her fingers drifted from his chest to his chin, leaning in to tease him with hot breath against his ear. His face burned crimson, yet he still roared, "Vile witch. If you hadn't sealed my magic, I'd shred you with my weather spells. He'll bite you to death." Hiss. Xiao Feng noticed her slender waist and long legs and couldn't help thinking, nice silhouette. Then he remembered the imps had bragged they were handsome, called human tastes ugly, and praised the witch as a stunning beauty. Probably just a backview killer, he decided. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand and locked on. Magic missile. Splat. 1,729,001. The missile hit, a bubble-like ripple flickering over the witch's body, but she didn't even budge. Who? Struck from behind. Minia instinctively released Lamster and spun around. Her amethyst eyes churned like the abyss, and Xiao Feng's heart sank. Damn, she didn't go down in one hit. Target data flashed before his eyes. Abyssal Princess Minia. Mythic grade boss. Level 120. HP 9,000,000. Target level 2 high, further details unavailable. A level 120 mythic boss with 9 million health. The 1.7 million damage head just dealt had only cracked her shield, it hadn't even scratched her. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Feng's back. How am I supposed to beat that? Chain lightning. He wrung out every last second of cooldown. Crackling arcs ripped through the air, over 4 million damage. Yet the invisible barrier swallowed it all. She was still at full health. At that moment, Xiao Feng finally saw the witch's face. She's unbelievably gorgeous, he thought, startled. Wretched human adventurer, how dare you amboha? For the second time she was struck, black smoke boiling from her sleeves as she prepared to obliterate him. But the instant she got a clear look at his face, she froze. So handsome, she whispered, chest heaving, breaths uneven. Her deep violet eyes trembled like memory crystals as a visible aura of infatuation spread through the air. They stared across the space between them. Xiao Feng took in the seductive blend of crimson lips and peach blossom eyes, the whirlpool depths of her violet pupils. Luckily, had maxed out his immunity to beauty, so he felt nothing unusual, just mild curiosity that, for once, the tables had turned. Silently, he counted down. 3, 2, 1, prepare to be one-shot and revive in Stormwind City. But the witch didn't attack. Instead, she went completely starry-eyed. Is this witch crazy? Xiao Feng wondered. Well, what's your name? She asked, biting her lower lip, voice barely above a whisper. Ahem, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that. Xiao Feng rubbed his nose and took half a step back. Sorry to bother you. I've got things to do. Bye. He pulled out a town portal scroll, ready to flee. A level 120 mythic boss with an unknown shield was way out of his league. The hidden quest could wait. Hold it. You're not leaving. Chains of black smoke shot out, wrapping around his legs. You are affected by binding shackles. Immobilized for 10 seconds. The combat log showed no damage, but he couldn't move. Great. Caught by a lovesick witch. Looks like him about to end up like Ramster the Magus Chastity, in danger. He recalled Li's story. Someone had groped an NPC's sister and got reclassed as a flower thief. A chill ran down his spine. Was he about to be the one assaulted by an NPC? Xiao Feng, what a lovely name. The witch opened the cell door. In her eyes there was no Ramster Magus anymore, only Xiao Feng. She came close, slender fingers brushing his cheek, her voice smooth as silk. You're the most handsome human I've ever seen. By our custom, you'll be my consort and give me our first child. That's really not necessary. Actually, I'm a eunuch doing some work down there. Please, spare me. He couldn't break free, couldn't port out, couldn't even kill himself without interruption, could only beg. Is that so? Let me verify. She clearly didn't believe him. One hand pressed his shoulder, warm breath caressed his ear. Her fingers slid inside his collar, tracing from chest to abdomen. Stop, please. Xiaofeng howled. What's wrong? She asked with a teasing smile. Have mercy. I'm a normal guy, I can't be violated by a bunch of game data. He was mortified. He could handle a woman making the first move, but being molested by lines of code was too much. If word got out, he'd never live it down. What's game data? My name is Minia, daughter of the blood-soaked demon god and princess of the Abyss. She blinked, finger resting on her chin, genuinely curious. A Xiaofeng was speechless. Just then, a hoarse, furious roar erupted from the cell. Val heretic, traitor to the god Xiaofeng. Consorting with a witch? When I return to the land blessed by the gods, I'll expose your wicked deeds and let the gods judge you. Xiaofeng blinked in confusion. What on earth was happening? He froze, his mind momentarily crashing. Rams screeched and swore without pause. You wicked butcher. You murdered the golden lion, and now you're cavorting with a witch. You've sunk into the abyss, a hound of the blood god. Your crimes are unforgivable. He rattled on, hurling foul language by the bucketful. Only then did Xiaofeng grasp the truth. Not just the soldier-type NPCs loathed him. The god's devout followers also saw him as a mortal enemy. No wonder the man had tried to rescue had spat curses in his face. Shut up. Don't you dare insult my man. Smack. The witch Minia landed an airborne slap, planting a crimson handprint on Ramst's cheek and stripping away 100,000 HP. Atmospheric Magus Ramst. Legendary boss, level 130. HP 2,550,000, 2,650,000. Target's level is too high. Further data unavailable. Ramst was dumbstruck. Moments ago the witch had been flirting, eager for his body. Now she had turned violent over another man. A jumble of emotions clogged his throat. Xiaofeng, come on. Forget him. Minia looped her slender yet impossibly strong arm through his, half dragging him toward the tunnel exit. Let's head to my bedchamber and start our sweet life. Stop. Stop, you filthy pair. The gods will judge you. May you die in misery. Ramst howled, feeling a humiliation he'd never known. At that point, even Xiaofeng wanted to punch him. Filthy pair? He was the victim here, had tried to help and ended up in this mess, with no one to hear his complaint. Your Highness, what's happening? Why all the commotion? A deep voice echoed from the tunnel's depths. Xiaofeng turned to see a humanoid octopus gliding upright on 8 thick tentacles. It wore a human-styled robe, though it lacked hands and feet. The tips of its limbs flexed and retracted with wet, squelching sounds. It looked almost identical to Samaka, the mine dungeon boss from before, only scaled down to human height. High Abyss Lord Lamaka. Legendary boss, level 150. HP 4,700,000, 4,700,000. Target's level is too high. Further data unavailable. Stronger than Samaka by a mile, probably not his brother. More like his ancestor, Xiaofeng calculated. As long as the thing didn't have a shield like Minia's, he could still one-shot it. Lamaka's arrival silenced Ramst instantly. He didn't dare breathe loudly. The witch, meanwhile, reined in her flirtation, released Xiaofeng's arm, and spoke in stiff respect. It's nothing, Uncle Lamaka. I've captured a new human and was about to bring him back for training. Ugly human. The equally ugly Lamaka glanced at the handsome Xiaofeng and delivered his verdict. In a gentle, elder tone he spoke. Your Highness, the great blood-soaked demon god once declared that humans are the filthiest of creatures and must never be entertained. Hand this mortal to me, and I will return him to the place he belongs. The dungeon was dim and dripping. Black moisture seeped from clammy stone, and the air reeked of sulfur and blood. Towering and broad-shouldered, the Abyssal Lord Lamaka let his thick tentacles hang. His voice, though respectful, allowed no argument. Torchlight flickered, striking a cold gleam from his single eye. The witch Minia frowned, violet hair trembling on her shoulders. No eye. Before she could finish, Xiaofeng shouted, Great. Thank you, handsome Lord Lamaka. Just one-shot me now. I want to respawn in town. I don't want to stay here another second. He was helpless against the unpredictable witch. Being toyed with was far worse than losing 20% experience. At least town was safe. Who knew what she might try? This game had no content filters. You. Don't talk like that. Minia stamped her foot and turned to Lamaka. Uncle Lamaka, ignore his nonsense. He's already my pet. I'm taking him home for training. Who's your pet? Xiaofeng snapped. I am the voice of the gods, the glory of the holy light, heir to the great war, god Asada. Kill me now, or you'll regret it. If pleading wouldn't work, he might as well provoke them. Nothing enraged abyssal beings more than that name. He didn't know any other gods, so Asada was all he had. To his astonishment, Lamaka and Minia both blanched. What? You're Asada's heir? The air seemed to freeze. Even their breathing grew loud. Xiaofeng's heart jumped, but he kept bluffing. If you're mad, do it. One-shot me already. Yet instead of striking him, The two demons grew respectful. Lamaka rumbled. Asada may be an enemy, but he was a hero. Anyone bearing his legacy must have exceptional character. He is indeed worthy of her highness. Xiaofeng nearly slapped himself. The golden lion Otogu had told him that Asada was slain by the blood-soaked demon god, and Minia was that god's daughter. Great. Now I'm headed for tentacle play. Minia's eyes shimmered. Pressing a hand to her chest, she trembled. So you really are the war god's successor. No wonder you're so handsome. No wonder I fell for you at first sight. This is perfect, brother Xiaofeng. Let's see father at once. He can witness our marriage right now. She seized his arm and tried to drag him away. Xiaofeng was on the verge of tears. A burst of manic laughter echoed from a corner cell. The knight Ramst, clad in shattered armor, cackled. Minia frowned. What's so funny? Lamaka's single eye glared, tentacles rising. Do you want to die? Ramst clung to the bars as if to a lifeline. I'm laughing at your stupidity. He's no heir of the war god. He slew the war god's Mount Otogu with his own hands and bears Otogus' lifelong curse. Huh, you call him a hero? He's the vilest of all. Jealousy twisted his face. He forgot that abyssal demons were humanity's common foe. What? Is that true? Minia and Lamaka turned toward Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng nodded like a woodpecker. Yes, that was me. Kill me and avenge Otogu. The two demons traded a look. After a pause, Lamaka shrugged. Killing Otogu removed a thorn from our side. That's no bad deed. Xiaofeng's spirit crumbled. Being a hero wouldn't work. Being a villain wouldn't work. Why was it so hard to die quickly? Minia studied him, her gaze conflicted. She sighed at last. If father hears of this, he'll torment you. He slew Asada himself, yet saw him as a kindred spirit, and he cherished the fugitive Otogu. I can't let you face him. You would surely die. She lowered her head, released Xiaofeng's arm, and her face filled with regret and longing. With a sorrowful look, she let go and stepped back. Xiaofeng broke into a grin. Just when it looked like a dead end, a brand new path had opened up. Thank you. They'll get out of your way now, farewell. He pulled a blue and white town portal scroll from his coat, tapped it, and a magic circle flared to life, while a beam of light slowly rose beneath his feet. But, you bastards, you can't just let him go. Lamst roared from outside the cell, veins bulging. He's a criminal, a damned heretic. I want rest until he's dead. The outburst was sudden and self-contradictory, a devotee of the gods trying to order demons around. Still, Xiaofeng understood. Lamst had once been tangled up with the witch Minia, and had almost become the demon lord's son-in-law, so he fancied himself special to her. Then Xiaofeng showed up, and after 3 lines of conversation, the witch switched sides. For any man, that was a thunderbolt to the skull. Now jealousy owned Lamst's mind, and he would borrow any power to remove this rival. A dying once won't kill me. I already planned for the worst. Xiaofeng shrugged and canceled the scroll. The magic circle winked out. Minia watched him, deep violet eyes tinged with pity. Ah, I nearly forgot. You're carrying Otogus' curse. Back in the human world, you'll face obstacles and scorn at every turn. What? Xiaofeng cocked his head, imaginary question marks popping up above it. Her tone sounded like a farewell gift was coming. Was she about to hand him a powerful artifact? So, we can't give you demonic gear. It would only make you a bigger target. The witch pointed at Lamst in the cell. Take his stuff. Lower grade, but enough to keep you safe. She tightened her fingers. A black orb formed in her palm and shot forward. Boom. A thunderous blast echoed off the stone walls. Lamst's body stayed intact, but his life force vanished. 2 million HP gone in an instant. He died on the spot. Holy Xiaofeng's eyes nearly popped out. A level 100 mythic which had one-shotted a level 130 legendary archmage? Was this a story event, or did the witch have absolute power in this prison? Bullet comments flew through his mind. Clatter. A mound of glowing orbs and gear spilled out beside Lamst's corpse, the loot density rivaling a world boss. No EXP, but the drop rate was identical. Clearly the system had credited the kill to Xiaofeng. Grab it. Plenty of it will help you. Minia reminded him coolly. Sure. Sympathy was one thing, but Xiaofeng wasn't about to leave loot on the floor. He stepped through the bars and started gathering. You obtained legendary weapon, weather staff, level 50. You obtained legendary accessory, ring of arcane resolve, level 100. You obtained class certification item, treatise of the weather mage. 2 legendary items, a stack of epic gear, and even a class change certificate. Jackpot. Xiaofeng grew more and more delighted as he scavenged, surprise building with every item he found. By the end, he was grinning from ear to ear. Loot was scattered everywhere. He kept bending down, prying glowing orbs from beneath demonic corpses, his every breath laced with excitement. Weather mage, a hidden class. By sheer luck, he had stumbled onto something incredible. Sure, being pawed by the witch a moment ago had been awkward, but if that was the price for unlocking a hidden class, he'd pay it any day. Thanks to both of you, but he'll be heading out. In such a good mood, he actually offered his thanks first. He casually pulled out a return scroll, runes flared, and silver light coiled around him. Wait, Minia called, gliding over on silent steps. She pressed something into his palm. Xiaofeng, I hate to see you leave. Keep this. They'll come for you later. He looked down at a two-toned rose violet and black petals so dark they seemed to swallow the light. Abyssal rose mythic. Token of affection from demon princess Minia. Using it summons Minia. Special item. Untradeable. Cannot be dropped or discarded. Xiaofeng, go now. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to let you leave. Minia turned away, her shoulders trembling as she fought back her emotions. Xiaofeng's face twitched. He had no idea how to reply. Wordlessly, he crushed the scroll and vanished in a beam of white light. As for the trapped miners, two superbosses were still standing guard, so that would have to wait. Stormwind City, Teleportation Plaza. A flash of silver and Xiaofeng materialized, still clutching the vial of abyssal essence and the abyssal rose. A strong abyssal aura find the source. A city guard NPC nearby snapped to attention. Armor clanked as a squad charged over. Heart pounding, Xiaofeng crammed both items into his backpack. The moment they slid into a slot, the pungent purple mist vanished. The guards rushed up, catching only the sweaty smell of the crowd. Scowling, one barked, "Move it, clear the way," and shoved him aside before marching off. Had already been treated like this once, but it still ticked him off. What's with the attitude? Just wait till I level up, I'll flip the governor's mansion, he muttered. The capital was especially crowded today. The broad main avenue was jam-packed with players. Hawkers and party recruiters shouted over one another. There were only 24 main cities in the Blue Planet region, yet the player base topped 1 billion, forcing tens of millions into each city. Stormwind City and Dragonblood City, the two exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom, were particularly suffocating. Xiaofeng opened the level rankings. He was still first at level 38. Swordcleave's World followed at level 30, not bad for second place. Most others hovered around 24 or 25. Soon level 30 players would be everywhere, which meant the gear and materials had gotten from Auto Goo would be ready for auction. But the top priority was his class change. He pulled the class change item dropped by Lamster from his pack, planning to activate it on the spot, but a system prompt appeared. Class change item cannot be used directly. Please visit a class mentor for inheritance guidance. Just as I thought. Fortunately, rescuing the miner Rovro earlier had already paved the way. Next stop, Silvermine Town, he said, punching the air in excitement. First, he stopped by the warehouse to stash anything he didn't need right away. Then, carrying the class change item and the skill books he could use, he headed straight for Silvermine Town. He had been running for more than an hour, and leveling players were already everywhere. The realm of all heavens was vast. Xiaofeng was hardly the only lucky one. Many elite parties, eager for richer experience rewards, skipped same-level monsters and dove straight into zones meant for level 40 or even 50. Around Silvermine Town, creatures averaged level 50 to 60, yet the area was still packed with players. As Xiaofeng followed a mountain path, he spotted several players ahead handing out potions to wounded NPCs at the mouth of a tunnel. The side quest treat the injured miners. Since his first clear of the silver mine, the site had been marked on the global map as an open EXP dungeon. Some daring teams had just ventured inside, but even the strongest squads could barely survive the entrance. Trash mobs were troublesome, and the second and third bosses were downright terrifying. Despite the buzz outside, the streets of Silvermine Town felt deserted. Xiaofeng passed through the main gate and earned an icy glare from a militia guard. He ignored it and headed straight for the general store. Out front, Luo Flaw was sitting backward on a chair, legs crossed, chatting merrily with the proprietress. Xiaofeng pushed open the door and joked, "Luo Flaw, what are you up to flirting with another man's wife? Watch your tongue, her husband's right here." The woman scolded playfully, her voice soft and warm. She possessed the refined beauty of an Eastern belle. Time had only deepened her charm. When Luo Flaw saw Xiaofeng, he cleared his throat in embarrassment and sprang to his feet. "Hero, you're here. My gear's packed, we can leave whenever you're ready." "Then let's move." Xiaofeng nodded and strode outside. Luo Flaw lingered to say a lingering goodbye to the proprietress, looking reluctant enough to raise suspicions about what was really going on. A few minutes later they left Silvermine Town and took the dirt road towards Stormwind City. Xiaofeng asked casually, "Where's your hometown?" "Far from here. West of village, prettiest place you'll ever see," Luo Flaw said, chin held high. "About 3,000 kilometers away." "Through 3,000. Xiaofeng almost choked. A game character could sprint at barely 20 kilometers an hour, and even then needed to rest. 3,000 kilometers. By the time they arrived, everyone else would be level 100 and on their third class change. "Relax," Luo Flaw added. "We can use Stormwind's teleportation array. It won't take long." Xiaofeng finally exhaled. The route was simple enough. Return from Silvermine Town to Stormwind, pay 20 gold coins, and teleport to another Tier 3 capital, Thunder City. Still, the back and forth would cost a chunk of time. On the road, Luo Flaw unlocked his full chatterbox talent, rambling about his hometown scenery, childhood escapades, even the names of roadside weeds. Xiaofeng's ears were going numb. He considered ending the monologue with a single fireball, but restrained himself for the sake of the class change quest. The NPC's pace was painfully slow. The outbound trip had taken an hour, while the return dragged on for 3. During that slog, the average player level online rose another 3 ranks, brushing up against 30. At last, Stormwind City came into view. Soon they would step onto the teleportation array and head for the next city. They were almost at the city gates when a line of players with the guild tag Tianxia suddenly blocked the road. Haha, Xiaofeng, bet you didn't see this coming. A slick voice jeered. Core members of the Tianxia guild IDs like Tianxia Di Yishui and Tianxia Di Ine spread out across the path, refusing to let them pass. Xiaofeng frowned. He had been escorting Luo Fulua all this way and had bumped into plenty of players. With Tianxia's reach, it wasn't surprising they had tracked him down. A fight didn't worry him, but if this low-level NPC died, the brand new class change quest head just triggered would vanish with him. In the blink of an eye, more Tianxia players poured out of every alley, at least 500 of them by a quick count. Hero, what's happening? What do they want? Luo Fulua finally realized something was wrong and pressed nervously against Xiaofeng's back. A roar of laughter split the crowd. Clad head to toe in epic gear, Tianxia Wushuang strode forward and shouted, Xiaofeng, you're just a solo player. Cross our guild, and you'd better be ready to get camped all the way back to the newbie zone. That NPC's your quest target, right? Perfect's about to die? You'd actually kill an NPC? Xiaofeng's face darkened. Why not? Worst case, we sit in virtual jail for a few days. Waving his staff, Tianxia Wushuang turned to his guildmates. Whoever lands the kill on that NPC gets a 200,000 yuan cash bonus. Who's in? I'm on it. Count me in. One-shot deal, jail's worth the payout. The crowd erupted. No one showed the slightest fear. They're going to kill me? Hero, save me. Luo Fulua cowered behind Xiaofeng, but players surrounded them on every side. Damn, how do I get out of this? For the first time, Xiaofeng felt cornered. If he got one shot, he'd lose a bit of gear and a spellbook, painful but survivable, and he could respawn and keep running. But if the NPC died, he was gone for good, and so was the class change lead. Think he kept his face calm and shot back. Wushuang, looks like I didn't camp you enough in the newbie zone. Guess we need a refresher course. Still mouthing off on death's door? Fine. Tianxia Wushuang spread his arms, laughing wildly. Big skills. Everyone show him how this game is really played. Whoosh. A fireball the size of a boulder slammed into Xiaofeng's chest. 583. With full epic gear and a level 25 dungeon first skill title, Tianxia Wushuang's damage was brutal. Even against Xiaofeng's respectable magic def, he still hit for several hundred. Ding. System message. You are under malicious attack from player Tianxia Wushuang. Defensive mode engaged. 50 names in Wushuang's party instantly turned read attackable. Chain lightning. Xiaofeng refused to sit and take it. A surge of blue light shot from his hand-crackling arcs bounced 9 times, dropping Tianxia Wushuang and 9 others in one blast. Holy crap, that damage. Flat on his back, Wushuang didn't bother to respawn yet. He kept cursing even while dead. Damage numbers over the 10 fallen players ranged from 4.8 million to 3+ million every hit, 7 digits or more, but the remaining 500 still surged forward like a tidal wave. Drop him. Tianxia Di Yishui raised his shield and charged, hundreds more firing in unison behind him. No good out of options. The vein at Xiaofeng's temple throbbed. With nothing else left, he gritted his teeth, reached into his inventory, and pulled out the god-tier item head just obtained, the Abyssal Rose. Where the Abyssal Rose appeared, and a black, semi-transparent barrier materialized out of thin air, enveloping him and the nearby Rovero. Wave after wave of first-tier skills slammed into the shield, sending ripples of light across its surface. Yet not a single crack formed. The scene looked exactly like when Xiaofeng had tried to attack Minia earlier. Little brother Xiaofeng, did you miss me already? A sultry voice whispered in his ear. He felt a soft, boneless finger lift his chin. Black mist billowed before him, and the witch Minia, clad in a sheer black gown that hugged her stunning curves, seemed to step straight out of the void. What just happened? What did that guy do? Damn, that woman's gorgeous. Look at that body, that face, those legs. No, honey, don't hit me. You're the prettiest. She's a pig. The players from World Guild froze in shock and stopped attacking. Minia cast her gaze around, a faint wrinkle between her brows. Little brother Xiaofeng, are these people your enemies? Could you take care of them for me? Xiaofeng asked awkwardly. He had planned to let the Abyssal Rose gather dust forever, yet only 4 hours later, he was forced into a corner. With his current strength, he couldn't protect Rovero at all. Only the level 120 mythic boss in front of him could end the crisis safely. Minia stretched out a snow-white arm, her smile enchanting. That's a trivial favor, of course. But she glanced toward the distant city walls. This is your human capital. If I release my aura here and the temple senses it, they'll hunt me down and execute me. Then what should we do? Xiaofeng knew she was naming her price, but he could only feign ignorance. The witch hooked a finger under his chin, her red lips brushing his ear. As long as little brother takes good care of me afterward, he'll help you this once. Take care of her? In what sense? Xiaofeng almost lost it. but he didn't dare press for details with so many eyes on him. If his enemies learned he had paid a boss with his body, the scandal would explode and he'd never play Pantheon in peace again. But it was already too late to hide anything. Do you see that? That's a Bassa level 120 mythic boss. Holy crap, who is Xiao Feng that he can summon a mythic? And an abyssal princess, no less. They look pretty cozy. Unbelievable. The top player's just a pretty boy leeching off an NPC. Record this, post it on the forums, and pin it for a century. The surrounding clamor rose and fell in waves. Thankfully, Pantheon wasn't yet linked to the Blue Planet's internet, or the footage would already be everywhere. Xiao Feng's heart clenched, was already regretting calling Minia. You're all so noisy. Minia, too, had grown impatient with the World Guild's racket. With a graceful flick of her jade white hand, a tide of black demonic energy surged forth, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped a 100-meter radius. Boom. A blinding shockwave erupted inside. Hundreds of players from World Guild watched six-digit damage numbers bloom above their heads in unison, then all collapsed, not one left standing. Thud. A dull sound came from behind. Rafro, terrified by the witch's aura, fainted on the spot and crumpled to the ground. Brother Xiao Feng, run. The Temple of Storms is coming. Minia had just swept the battlefield, yet her voice turned urgent. So fast. Xiao Feng stared in disbelief. My presence has been exposed. I have to go. Summon me again when it's safe. With that, she blurred into nothingness. The violet-black abyssal rose dropped back into Xiao Feng's palm, and a new, chilling line appeared beneath its icon. Cooldown, 7 days. Monster, you're not getting away. Thunder cracked and gales howled as 4 sky-piercing tornadoes erupted outside the city gate. Atop each vortex hovered a top-tier NPC from the Temple of Storms, their gazes sweeping the area like lightning. One of those piercing stares locked onto Xiao Feng. He hurriedly stuffed the abyssal rose into his inventory. Traitor, die. The man pointed, and a massive bolt of lightning slammed toward Xiao Feng. Seriously? A level 200 NPC picking on my level 38 alt? Xiao Feng almost burst into tears. At the last second, another NPC swept his arm, unfolding a translucent wind shield. In the war between gods and demons, no innocents shall be harmed. The boy may be a traitor, but he is not ours to kill. Xiao Feng quickly pulled up the display. High Priest of Storms Norton. Mythic Boss, level 220. HP 18, 500, 00018, 500, 000. Target level 2 high. Additional data unavailable. Your grace is right. He'll hunt down the monster. The lightning wielder answered, turning into a streak of electricity. Before he vanished, Xiao Feng caught his stats. Storm General Zuyer. Mythic Boss, level 200. HP 21, 000, 00021, 000. Different class, even sturdier. Norton raised a hand and murmured a spell. Innocent adventurers, rise again. Holy light cascaded down, and the players Minia had just one-shot sprang back to life, their experience bars untouched. Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng, let's see you act tough now. Members of World Guild swarmed him, grinning as a rainbow of skills rained down. Temple of Storms. Give me a break. Xiao Feng fought to stay calm, rolling to dodge while cursing that had helped the witch for nothing and even paid the price. Flames flared. Stop. A scarlet elemental shield snapped around Xiao Feng, burning every attack to ash. A figure appeared at the center of the crowd. Rafro, so this is where you've been. A frail, white-haired wizard in a crimson robe, staff in hand, materialized without warning. Ignoring Xiao Feng completely, he knelt beside the unconscious Laflo, lifted him gently, and let a warm flame flicker across his fingertips to treat his apprentice's wounds. What's going on? Another one. King Gafal's mind went blank. He had only planned to kill Xiao Feng once to vent his anger and leave, but first a witch appeared, and now a grand wizard had jumped in, blowing the script to pieces. Xiao Feng was just as stunned. On instinct, he pulled up the newcomer's stats. Flame Archmage Wutu. Legendary Boss. Level, 120. HP, 2, 100, 0002, 100, 000. Targets level 2 high. No further data. There was no mistaking if this was the long-lost mentor Laflo had spoken of. And Master, I'm not dreaming, am I? Is it really you? At Wutu's gentle call, Laflo slowly regained consciousness. Meeting his mentor's aged yet steady eyes, disbelief flashed across his face before tears welled up and spilled over. Laflo, my child, you're far too thin. You must have suffered greatly these years. Wutu brushed the dust from his student's face, his heart aching at the sight of that gaunt frame. Around the gate, members of the Underheaven Guild exchanged helpless looks, scratching their heads in frustration. A level 120 legendary boss was standing right in front of them. Who would dare make a move? Hold on, King Gafal whispered. He knew this was absolutely the wrong time to finish Xiao Feng off. They would have to wait until these NPCs were gone. At some point, the god-tier NPCs from the Storm Temple had already withdrawn. The strongest presence outside the gate now was the old mage Wutu. After a brief, emotional reunion, teacher and student finally calmed down. Master, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stormed off back then and gone so far away. Silly child, I'm the one who should apologize. If I hadn't pushed you so hard, you'd probably have a family and a stable life by now instead of wandering like this. Master Lofflow's voice cracked, and the emotions he had been holding back burst forth. I asked everywhere until I finally found news of you. If the Lords of the Storm Temple hadn't acted, if you hadn't arrived in time, I would have died to the monsters in that mine. How could your student rest in peace then? A grown man sobbed like a child. While worrying about his own situation, Xiaofeng couldn't help being drawn into the story of this NPC pair. Wiping his eyes, Lofflow suddenly remembered his savior. Master, we owe everything to hero Xiaofeng. Without him, everyone in the mine would have been killed by the abyssal beasts, and he personally slew their lord. Only then did Wutu turn to study Xiaofeng. His gaze traveled from head to toe, a faint displeasure creasing his brow. The boy looks rebellious. Hardly seems trustworthy. A Xiaofeng and Lofflow froze in awkward silence. Lofflow hurried to explain, Master, he truly is a good man. Oh, really? Wudu wasn't part of the temple and felt nothing of Otaga's curse. He simply disliked Xiaofeng's aura. After hearing his apprentice out, his expression softened and he gave a solemn nod. A life debt must be repaid. Tell me, what do you want? Before Xiaofeng could speak, Luo Falua cut in. Master, he wants to become a full-fledged mage. You're incredible, please help him. A class change? That's simple. Wu Tu raised a hand, mana flickering at his fingertip, ready to begin the ritual. Hold on. Xiaofeng hadn't expected things to move so quickly. 1 minute had nearly been killed, and the next he was getting a class change. You still have questions? Wu Tu's tone stayed chilly. He clearly didn't like Xiaofeng. Well, master, I brought my own class change item. You can use this. Xiaofeng pulled a book from his pack, the meteorologist's grimoire, its cover shining with a dark teal glow. Everyone knew how powerful a hidden class could be. Once he became a meteorologist, his strength would leap far beyond that of an ordinary mage, and had gained many more skills. Meteorologist? Wu Tu paged through the grimoire and raised an eyebrow. A legacy of the weather god outside the 24 major gods. Still impressive. In rank, the weather god was below the 24, but their temples offered only standard classes, not direct legacies. Only a hidden class on the level of the war god could truly outstrip a meteorologist. Calm your mind. Remain devout. Accept with humility, Wu Tu said softly. He pressed one hand to the grimoire. A surge of powerful mana poured in. A pillar of golden light shot skyward, forming 4 clear sigils above the clouds: wind, fire, thunder, rain. They spun, solidified, then streaked downward, merging into Xiaofeng's body. Ding! Congratulations. You have become the hidden class, meteorologist. Your base attributes have increased. You have awakened the talent weather control. Ding, you have learned fireball. Ding, you have learned lightning bolt. Ding, you have learned gale. Ding, you have learned downpour. System notices rang in his ears, and Xiaofeng felt a rush of power and exclusive talent and 4 skills. Ordinary mages received only fireball and lightning bolt at first class change. A meteorologist got those plus 2 stronger exclusive spells. Wu Tu withdrew his hand. Your favor for saving Luo Falua is repaid. Luo Falua, let's go. He returned the grimoire to Xiaofeng. It could still be used twice more, though each time would require another archmage's guidance. Xiaofeng, thank you again for saving me. My teacher and I are heading back. Visit me in West Tower Village if you have time. Farewell. Luo Falua bowed gratefully and left with Wu Tu toward Stormwind City. As they disappeared, hundreds of players from the World Guild began to stir. Heh, Xiaofeng, let's see who can save you now, Tianxiao Wushuang sneered, gripping his staff as mana gathered. Xiaofeng showed no fear. He calmly took out a skill book, swept his gaze over the crowd, and said, Idiots, you have 10 seconds to run. Stay, and you won't make it. Still mouthing off. Brothers, take him down. Tianxiao Wushuang roared. At that moment, Xiaofeng finished learning the new skill. Ding. You have acquired the Universal Mage spell Earth and Shield. Earth and Shield. Xiaofeng cast the spell without hesitation the instant he grasped it. Crack. With a series of crisp snaps, earth and mana gathered around him, and in seconds it formed a translucent dome that looked like a soccer ball composed of countless ochre hexagons, sealing him in from every angle. A heartbeat later, hundreds of players from the Tianxia Guild unleashed more than 200 attacks. 290, 322, 418. A dense storm of damage numbers flickered above Xiaofeng's head, all of them white, meaning every hit struck only the shield. Not one red number reached his HP. Earth and Shield doesn't reduce damage, it simply absorbs it. To the attackers, the flood of numbers was strangely satisfying, and someone even landed a 4-digit crit. Unfortunately, boosted by Xiaofeng's 200+ spell power and his god-tier talent, 10,000-fold amplification, the shield held a staggering 2.5 million hit points. That's the toughness of a level 100 legendary boss. How could a bunch of level 20 outs possibly break it? After their first barrage, the shield's bar had fallen by only 2%. How's that? Fun, isn't it? Xiaofeng didn't even counterattack. He just smiled at them from inside the dome. Tianxiao Wushuang, and his crew were dumbfounded. Why wasn't he dead? What spell was that? Elemental shields usually shatter with a single poke, why not this one? Questions flew, but the assault never stopped. Fireballs, armor-piercing arrows, blood stabs, whirlwind slashes, and every other first-tier or self-taught skill kept pouring in. 515, 409, 299. That's it. Really? Come on, hit harder. Didn't you eat? I'm practically offering my butt here. With the shield intact, Xiao Feng was untouchable, and his cocky taunts were nothing like his earlier frustration. That's it, I've had enough. Vice Guild Leader, nuke him with your forbidden spell. Tianxia Dai Shui yelled at Tianxia Wushuang. Got it. Already fuming, Tianxia Wushuang began the long incantation for the spell head just learned. Oh, bringing out the big guns? Xiao Feng watched with interest. The beauty of this so-called trash spell was that once cast it couldn't be interrupted, unlike physical shields that crumble under heavy blows and lose all mitigation. 10 seconds later, the incantation ended. Forbidden spell meteor. The sky dimmed, and a massive flaming rock screamed downward toward Xiao Feng. Looks impressive. Sensing his shield's timer running out, he casually refreshed it. Boom. The meteor struck, landing square on Xiao Feng's head. The blast shook the ground as if it would drive him straight into the earth, yet in reality, nothing happened at all. A 5-digit damage value floated above his head. To be fair, that kind of hit is horrifying at this stage, but it landed on Xiao Feng's 2.5 million point shield that didn't even tickle. Wow, incredible. You actually wiped out a whole 1% of my shield. Xiao Feng stuck up his thumb, exaggerating like he was praising a preschooler. Yu Tianxia Wushuang nearly spit blood onto his screen. He stared at the almost untouched white shield bar, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Are you guys done fooling around? It's my turn now. Xiao Feng chuckled and slowly raised his staff. He's about to cast Chain Lightning Spread Out. Tianxia Dai Shui reacted instantly, leading everyone to scatter. Sorry, wrong guess. Fireball. A blazing sphere a meter wide, bright as a miniature sun, formed in Xiao Feng's hand and hurtled toward Tianxia Wushuang. Damn, that fireball's huge. Is that a meteor spell? And he's throwing it by hand? No, that's blast fireball. Vice leader, run. Tianxia Dai Shui shouted. Tianxia Wushuang froze. He wanted to run, but people boxed him in on all sides, and he couldn't understand why Xiao Feng also had meteor. He had spent over 1 million cash to scam that forbidden spell from a lucky player, and it was supposed to be the only copy on the server. Boom. The fireball covered the 20-odd meters in a blink and smashed straight into Tianxia Wushuang's forehead. 5,115,123. 5,113,040. 5,114,929. 5 million damage numbers flooded the screen. Anyone within 3 meters of Tianxia Wushuang didn't even have time to scream. They were roasted into charred skewers on the spot. Gulping noises rose in unison. The remaining players were stunned. Is that even human? 5 million. I'd need a year to do that much. This is insane. Tianxia Wushuang's meteor looks like a joke now. Before despair could peak, Xiao Feng had already begun channeling his next spell. Run. Someone howled, and the 100-strong raid instantly fell apart, bolting in every direction. Trying to leave? Not that easy. Rainstorm. Thunder rumbled overhead. Black clouds churned, plunging a 50-meter square into darkness in an eye blink. Rainstorm, 1.5-second cast. Summons storm clouds, dealing 15 spell damage per second to all targets in a 10-meter area for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 80. Actual radius, 5,050 meters. Sheets of rain as big as beans hammered the ground, splashing everywhere. Rows of red numbers in the hundreds of thousands erupted above every head caught in the storm, and bodies toppled immediately. Huh, what happened? Why am I dead? What spell is that? How's the range so huge? You were hit by player Xiao Feng's rainstorm. HP 348,191. Screams merged into a single wail. Within 1 second, only Xiao Feng remained inside the rectangle. 100 or so members of Tianxia Guild had sprinted just far enough to escape the downpour. Before they could catch their breath, Xiao Feng raised his staff again. Gale. Gale, 1.5-second cast. Summons wind elements around the caster, forming a tornado with a 20-meter radius that deals 25 spell damage per second. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 100. Actual radius, 100 meters. Wushin Emerald Cyclone expanded faster than the eye could track, engulfing a full 100 meters. What the hell is this one? I'm gonna puke. That range must be some super forbidden spell. 1 second cast time. Is that even legal? Gale just hit me for 560,000? OSH. Within seconds, nothing living stood inside the 100-meter circle. If the system didn't forbid damage to neutral spectators, the bystanders in the distance would have been vaporized too. The gale left the ground barren. Every one of the hundreds who had surrounded Xiao Feng lay dead, their dropped gear glinting coldly in the breeze. The entire slaughter had taken less than 10 seconds. Pathetic. Grandsons will always be grandsons. I'll just help myself to the loot your granddaddy left behind. Xiao Feng shook his head, sounding genuinely disappointed. Xiaofeng, don't start gloating just yet. Flat on the ground, Tianxia Wushuang clenched his teeth and roared, eyes practically spitting fire. Xiaofeng couldn't even be bothered to look his way. He simply crouched, fished the gear that had rolled into the grass's sapphire belt into his hand, and inspected it. Sapphire belt. Required level, 20. Stats, 150 HP, 10 spell defense, 5 spirit, mana regeneration 5 per second. The stats are average, but miles better than the rag I'm wearing. He'll swap it in right now. Xiaofeng tossed his old belt into his inventory, snapped the new one around his waist with a click, gave it a shake, and nodded in satisfaction. Nice should fetch at least $1,000. Thanks, kiddo. You bastard. He'll never let this go. His taunting made Tianxia Wushuang's veins bulge with rage. As the vice-guild master of Tianxia, he had never tasted such humiliation. Had brought 500 elite members to ambush the top-ranked solo player, only to see the entire squad wiped by that very target. If this spread, where would he hide his face? Worse, the news was already everywhere. Stormwind City was the main hub, streams of players passed its gates, and nothing slipped their notice. First came a shouting match, then the god-tier boss Minerva showed up and one-shotted all 500 of them. Next, the 4 mythic NPCs from Stormwind Cathedral arrived to resurrect everyone, followed by a level 120 legendary NPC who granted Xiaofeng a hidden class transfer. Finally, Xiaofeng unleashed 3 earth-shattering spells in a row, blasting Tianxia's members in every direction. Even without a recording feature in Pantheon, such a spectacle would only grow more outrageous in the retelling. Sure enough, the headline 500 Tianxia members ambush the #1 player and get wiped spread like wildfire across the entire region. Practically everyone had heard it. Lying in a neat row with the others, Tianxia Wushuang suddenly felt his communicator buzz. Wushuang, what happened? You let a solo player stomp you? The familiar voice made his scalp prick light was Tianxia's guild master, Tianxia Wudi. Big brother, Wushuang was on the verge of tears. He replayed every detail, laying heavy emphasis on Xiaofeng's arrogance and contempt, then urged, bro, we can't let this slide. If we do, how will Tianxia survive in Pantheon? We'll be the laughingstock of the server. Silence hung in the channel for half a minute. Put that aside for now, something more important's come up. Bring the brothers over to back me up. More important than our guild's honor? Wushuang asked, puzzled. What else? A territory deed. What? A territory deed. Wushuang shot upright. Bro, you found the boss? A territory deed is the must-have item for a guild to establish its own base. Since Pantheon launched, no guild had ever obtained one. It only drops from god-tier bosses above level 100, far beyond what players could handle at this stage. Even when they find the right boss, they still have to bury it under a human wave, chipping away billions of HP with forced hits of 1 and 1. The losses are unimaginable. Even the biggest guilds hesitate to try. A level 105 boss, huh? Nasty, Invincible Under Heaven said in the team voice chat, his tone low. I've already spent 5 million hiring 5,000 players from other guilds just to shave off its health bar. We still need a main strike squad. Bring Ashway's team over right now. As for Xiaofeng, we'll take care of him after the base is finished. Got it, big bro, we're on our way. Unrivaled Under Heaven was seething, but he knew what mattered. The first guild to plant a stronghold in the war zone would rake in massive benefits for every member, and that came first. Xiaofeng could wait until everyone had learned the Legion skills. Xiaofeng, just you wait. He roared, revived on the spot, and warped straight back to Stormwind City. Don't hurry back, Xiaofeng called after him with a grin, still crouched on the battlefield scooping up loot when he heard the commotion. More than 500 members of the Tianxia Guild had gone down, dropping 2 epic items, dozens of rares, and several hundred gold richer than an epic boss. Xiaofeng kept at it until his bags were bursting, then finally left the field satisfied. The streets of Stormwind were as noisy as ever. Passing players pointed at him in awe. The man who had solo wiped 500 members of Tianxia in the Stormwind battle. That's insane. Unbelievable power. About time Tianxia got stomped feels great. I heard he just switched to the hidden class Weather Mage. Sounds ridiculous. The chatter barely registered with Xiaofeng. As a top player, he was used to being stared at. What mattered was the stat sheet in front of him. Name, Xiaofeng. Class, Weather Mage. Level, 38. Talents, Godlike Might, Weather Mastery Legendary. Health, 5, 6205, 620. Mana, 445445. Spell power, 227. Physical defense, 71. Magic defense, 113. Strength, 38. Intelligence, 146. Constitution, 61. Spirit, 55. Agility, 45. Unused points, 0. After equipping 2 new pieces of gear and adding the bonus attribute points from his class change, his stats had risen, but not by much. In terms of growth rate, a Weather Mage was the same as a normal mage. The real game changer was the legendary talent Weather Mastery. Weather Mastery Legendary, basic form. The Weather Mage calls upon the forces of heaven and earth, increasing the scale of all spells by 500. Each additional class advancement increases the scale by another 500. A five-fold expansion is the root of the terror. This talent doesn't benefit from godlike might because it is itself a talent, not a skill. More importantly, scale increased by 500 doesn't simply mean area times 5. Both length and width or the radius grow 5 times larger. That's why Rainstorm expanded from 10 meters to 50. The Whirlwind spell had ballooned from a 20-meter radius to a terrifying 100 meters, and Fireball had grown from a head-sized 20 centimeters to a full meter across. Beep, beep, beep. His friend's list suddenly lit up. The only contact, Oldly next door, was flashing so hard it looked ready to jump off the screen. Xiaofeng tapped it and opened the line. Damn, Xiao, you've hit the big time. The moment the call connected, Li Li's booming voice thundered in his ears. It traveled that fast. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. He had only just finished looting outside Stormwind, returned to town, and started sorting his backpack 5 minutes, tops. Yet word had already reached his buddy clear across another capital. Li Li spoke at breakneck speed, drumming with excitement. You're insane. My buddy just reported it soloed more than 500 members of the Tianxia Guild outside Stormwind's gate. 3 spells the whole fight, each crazier than the last. Your tornado covered kilometers, blocked out the sky, looked like a category 12 twister. Exaggerated. Xiaofeng waved a hand even though the other couldn't see. It wasn't kilometers. Just a 100-meter radius. Just 100 meters? Li Li sounded ready to strangle him. All right. Quit the modesty and come carry the team. We're getting wrecked by this boss, and with power like yours you owe us a rescue run. Xiaofeng chuckled, rubbing his brow. Fine. I'm free anyway. I'll grind with you guys. The mess in Stormwind was cleaned up, his class situation finally settled, and the loot in his vault could wait. Which capital are you in? He asked. Dragonblood City. We just respawned. Li Li's pitch surged. If you leave now, we'll meet at the teleport hub. Respawned? What happened? Some huge boss? Xiaofeng asked in surprise. Although his 2 roommates weren't as insanely skilled as he was, they were still quite good. With some teamwork they could handle bosses of the same tier. But Li Li pulled a long face and added, Old Zhang just triggered a crazy quest, has to take down a level 55 legendary boss. Level 55? Xiaofeng was about to close the friends channel, but the number made him freeze. Li Li sounded more and more miserable. That thing has 900,000 HP and can go invisible, one-shots the squishies. We didn't even get a good look at it before the whole party was sent back to town. A legendary boss. Xiaofeng's interest spiked instantly. Up to now, the toughest foe he had personally killed was a mythic-grade golden lion. Everything else had been epic. He had never encountered a legendary. All right, I'm on my way. With that, he pulled up his map and headed straight for the teleport gate. He dropped 10 gold coins into the slot. A flash of white light flared, and he materialized in the central teleport plaza of Dragonblood City. The Blue Star Battle Zone had a total of 24 main cities. Tier 3 cities, 15. Tier 2 cities, 6. Tier 1 cities, 3. The Tier 2 and Tier 1 cities were still locked, and would remain so until players triggered the main storyline. Of the 15 Tier 3 cities, players from the Dragon Nation controlled 7. Moon City, Flame City, Ice City, Storm City, Dragonblood City, Skybird City, and Mammoth City. The other 8 Sunfire City, Star City, Thunder City, Sky City, Earth City, Ocean City, Blossom City, and Greenwood City were shared by the overseas player base. That meant Dragon Nation players had it easier in the early game. They didn't have to fight other countries for territory. But once more than 100,000 players reached 3rd class level 100, the city barriers would drop and the Blue Star Warzone would erupt in total chaos. Guild wars, alliance wars, faction wars, all vying for control of the Tier 2 and Tier 1 cities. The bloodbath would be unprecedented. Xiaofeng wasn't worried about any of that for now. He wasn't tied to a guild and had the strength to stand alone. As long as foreigners didn't take the city under his feet, he could keep on playing. Because it had dragon in its name, Dragonblood City was unsurprisingly the most popular hub for Dragon Nation players. The moment he stepped out of the teleport array, he was met by a sea of players, busier than the starter village had been on launch day. Clear the way, clear the way. The patrolling city guards barreled through. Before Xiaofeng could steady himself, a heavy shield shoved him aside and sent him stumbling. Damn it, these NPCs are way too cocky. He cursed in wordless. This was the 3rd time today had been shoulder checked. The curse of Otigus stuck to him like gum. Until he lifted it, every NPC soldier would treat him like an enemy. Unfortunately, he wasn't yet strong enough to raise a city, so for now he had to swallow his pride. Xiao, over here. A familiar shout came from the distance. He followed the voice and saw Li Li in priest robes and Zhang Fan in light armor, with 2 female teammates standing beside them. Well, 2 guys and 2 girls. Looked like a perfect 2-by-2 lineup. Xiaofeng strolled over to the group, and, seeing that both new teammates were women, cracked a teasing remark. Quit your nonsense, regular teammate. Zhang Fan shot back impatiently. His in-game ID was the guy next door Zhang, perfectly matching Li Li's the guy next door Li. The moment Xiaofeng saw their IDs, he felt like the lone light bulb in the dorm, the inevitable 3rd wheel. I'm not talking nonsense. You two are clearly a pair of bros, while these ladies are the real goddesses. He curled his lip mercilessly. Screw you. Zhang Fan swung his great sword and poked him lightly with the hilt. It was just friendly horseplay, so the nearby NPC guards didn't even react. Xiaofeng shifted his gaze to the two newcomers. The petite girl on the left wore heavy plate armor, and the massive shield on her back was taller than she was. Her ID, Shield Slaps You Dead, showed level 26 with nearly 4,000 HP and top-tier gear. The girlish face paired with the game's bulkiest tank class made for a striking contrast. The girl on the right was tall and slender, an archer with long legs and a narrow waist. Her ID, Blind Archer, read level 27. Though her blue and green mix and match gear looked casual, her weapon was clearly premium, and she had around 2,000 HP. Lily began the introductions. Everyone, meet our brother Lao Xiao's ID, is just his real name. He's the one who flattened that Tianxia Guild hotshot a minute ago. But ladies, be warned, he's a wolf in gentleman's clothing. Keep your distance, or you're in danger. Pointing to the knight, he continued, this is Shield. Probably a freshman at our university, though we still need to confirm. Then he gestured to the archer. And this is Blind Girl. She's all about skill, doesn't talk much, but she's loyal and rock solid. We had a mage lined up, but he was garbage, so the second we heard you were coming, we kicked him. Senior Xiaofeng, pleased to work with you. The lowly knight chirped, blinking playfully. The blind archer merely nodded, staying silent. Xiaofeng muttered inwardly. I just planted a top Tianxia Guild player face first in the dirt, and these two don't even squeal? Worst hype team ever. Stop spacing out. Let's move. They'll brief you on the boss along the way. Zhang Fan wrapped it up. They quickly formed a party, added each other as friends, and dashed out of the city. Zhang Fan's urgency made it clear this quest was no ordinary deal. In the party window, Xiaofeng's info popped up level 38 Weather Mage. Whoa, level 38. And a hidden class? How did you level so fast? Shield's eyes widened. Fast. I haven't earned any EXP for 4 hours. Xiaofeng shrugged. His name had been perched atop the level rankings. Yet this girl had no clue apparently. She played so immersively, she focused only on the here and now. 4 hours? 4 hours ago we weren't even level 20. Shield looked even more stunned, as if she thought he was bluffing. Xiaofeng shot a helpless look at his two buddies. You didn't tell them how strong I am? Sure did. Lily nodded matter-of-factly. Then why are they so calm? Lily flashed a mysterious smile. Because, compared with Lao Zhang's quest, your strength barely registers. That line hooked Xiaofeng's interest immediately. With that kind of confidence, is it a supreme god's legacy? He asked in genuine surprise. Li and Zhang Fan exchanged a glance, adopted an enigmatic air, and answered in unison. The Buddha teaches that some things are better left unsaid. Seriously, he rolled his eyes. Since they were obviously hiding something, he let it drop once they cleared the boss. The truth would come out anyway. The party left the city gates and jogged along the gravel road toward the distant high-level monster zone. On the way, the others crowded around Xiaofeng, peppering him with questions about his mysterious hidden class. He merely replied, my spells have a slightly larger area, then pulled the conversation back on track and briefed them on the upcoming boss. Zhang Fan's quest chain had started back in the starter village. 1. Defeat a level 15 grunt at the village gate. 2. Behead a level 25 elite in the main city. 3. Hunt down a level 35 rare boss. 4. Take on a level 45 epic boss far above his level. 5. Now, the final steep a level 55 legendary boss. You're only around level 26. How did you kill a level 45 epic? Xiaofeng asked incredulously. Terrain cheese, Zhang Fan shrugged. We hid in a rock crevice where it couldn't reach us and whittled it down from range. Half joking, Xiaofeng asked, so after the 55, is there a level 6 to 5 mythic boss and a level 75 godslayer? Zhang Fan waved both hands. No, this is the last step. When we clear it I get a token, then I can head to the Dragonblood Cathedral and see the Archbishop for my class change. That Dragonblood Archbishop is on the same tier as the Storm Archbishop Thier, both mythic NPCs. Hearing that, Xiaofeng's interest grew and his pace quickened. The road's long. Let's farm some XP on the way, Lily said, raising his staff. A flash of holy light slammed into a roadside level 25 MOBA Raging Fox Macaque. Whoosh. Mang Mei reacted instantly. Her bowstring twanged, and a sharp arrow chased the holy flash. 89. 388. 2 damage numbers popped over the macaque's head, shaving off about 10% of its health in an instant. Scree. The wounded macaque shrieked and summoned 4 or 5 nearby companions to charge. Taunt. Their lowly tank, Duduin, hoisted a shield taller than herself and fired off an AoE threat skill, yanking every macaque's aggro. She casually pulled a packet of sunflower seeds from her bag, planning to snack while tanking the hits. Zhang Fan drew his sword, muscles tensing as he prepared to lay down damage. The very next second, however, the 5 raging macaques shrieked, ignored Duduin completely, and sprinted straight for Xiaofeng. Watch out, Senior Xiaofeng. Duduin's face paled. Sunflower seeds scattered everywhere as she lunged forward with a shield bash. The macaque's head snapped sideways from the blow, but after shooting Duduin a single angry glare, it continued its rush toward Xiaofeng. Duduin fell silent. Xiaofeng fell silent as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mang Mei unleashed multi-shot. 7 or 8 arrows rained into the mob, exploding in a string of 200,400 damage numbers. Zhang Fan roared, whirlwind slash. Sword energy spun out like a ring, carving out swaths of 300 plus damage. Old Xiao, quit spacing out, do something. Lili shouted from the sidelines. He could tell at a glance that Xiaofeng's health bar was absurdly thick, tougher than a knight's, yet the so-called mage just stood there doing nothing. Xiaofeng replied lazily and swung his staff. Thunk. The staff cracked a charging lemurfox on the head, and an 8 floated up. What are you even doing? The others turned green, itching to join the monsters and beat him up themselves. 49, 38, 41. Every lemurfox dove on Xiaofeng, clawing and biting in a chaotic swarm. He didn't even flinch, just grinned. I'm giving you guys a chance to shine. If I step in, it gets boring. Damn it, show-off mode again. Lili cursed and tossed blessing of courage. Onto Mengmei. Bathed in holy light, Mengmei's attack speed spiked, and her arrows poured down. 459, 398, 800 crit. With agility builds, the archer and assassin popped crits non-stop, the big yellow numbers flashing blindingly. Zhang Fan also went full throttle, chaining 5 skills for hefty damage. Xiaofeng let the lemurfoxes maul him and calmly watched his teammates' skill rotations. Before long, the level 25 mobs lay dead at the 2 DPS's feet. Come on, old Xiao. If you're going to slack, at least drink a mana pot. They're not that expensive, Lili complained as he sheathed his blade. He had barely finished when Dun Dun trudged over, looking miserable. What did my taunt miss? Senior Xiaofeng, are you a knight in mage robes or something? A knight who couldn't hold aggro was tragic enough. Even worse, Xiaofeng hadn't attacked at all, yet every monster hated him most. Seeing the baffled lowly tank, Xiaofeng flashed an encouraging smile. Don't worry. Try a bit harder, and you'll hold them. Dun Dun was speechless. That hurt more than silence. Humph. She lowered her shield and moved on. A fresh lemurfox spawned by the roadside. Still fuming, she charged, shield slamming like a door. Shield bash. Taunt. 3 skills in quick succession dealt modest damage, but generated a mountain of threat. When the 3-second stun wore off, the lemurfox shook its head, ignored the furious Dun Dun, and bounced straight toward Xiaofeng, screeching. Dun Dun froze. Everyone else did too. Can't help it, I'm too handsome. Even monsters can't resist, Xiaofeng said shamelessly. He knew perfectly well that Auto Gus curse locked him at the top of every hate list. Not even a knight's forced taunt could override it. I don't believe this. Dun Dun stamped her foot. Nobody hit it. I want to see what's wrong with this mob. The angry lowly tank sprinted back, planting herself between Xiaofeng and the lemurfox. She stuck so close there was no gap, yet the fox sidestepped, slipped around her, and kept going for Xiaofeng. This is infuriating. She went berserk, battering the fox with her shield. With barely 4,000 HP, the lemurfox was nearly pounded flat by a pure tank knight, yet it still ignored her and fixated on Xiaofeng. Screech. The lemurfox finally collapsed, dropping 8 copper coins and a white-grade piece of gear. Dun Dun's anger turned to frustration. She was almost in tears. Seeing Xiaofeng's 600 plus HP and rock-solid aggro, she quietly put away her shield and drew a greatsword. If she couldn't tank, she'd switch to DPS. Knights could use greatswords and spears too, though with full defense stats. Her damage would be just a tiny bit low. Xiao, picking on your junior isn't cool. The squad pushed along a weed-choked trail. Lili edged up to Xiaofeng and whispered, Dun Dun's from our school, we see her all the time. Give her a break, man. Wish I could. Xiaofeng spread his hands and explained the cursed debuff sitting on him. For real? That's a thing? Lili yelped, and everyone else heard it loud and clear. Up front, Dun Dun was clearing brush with her silver-gray greatsword. She shot Xiaofeng a glare, took a sharp breath, and swallowed her frustration, then unloaded it on the mob that jumped out of the grass. Charge. Shield bash. Taunt, forget it. Basic attack. Since switching to Sword Knight, she hacked away in a clatter of steel, the monster's health bars barely inching down. Behind her, Blind Girl fired a sky-piercing arrow. The single damage number that popped up beat 5 or 6 of Dun Dun's skills combined. Dun Dun went silent, half tempted to log out. We're almost there. Zhang Fan had been tracking the rising monster levels. He checked the map and pointed ahead. That valley's the spot. Talk to the NPC inside, and we get our personal dungeon. The party sprinted toward Earthdrake Valley, home to level 45 to 55 rock lizards. Along the way, Blind Girl, as usual, tagged a few strays with long-range shots. That's a level 50 mob pull too many, and I can't tank. Dun Dun warned. Relax, Xiao's got the HP. Lili laughed, dropped Courage Blessing on Blind Girl, and tossed out a smite. Dun Dun opened her mouth, but closed it again. Everyone already treated Xiaofeng as the main tank. Stupid senior. Charge. Shield bash. Taunt basic attack. Her skills rained down, but the level 50 Earth Drakes barely felt it. Earth Drake. Level 50, HP 8200, tank type, high defense. 5 at once, and the party's health dropped visibly. Blind Girl and Zhang Fan went full DPS, yet the Drake's bars crawled. Xiao, do something already, saving it for the boss. Lily snapped. Xiao Feng had been a walking taunt bot all trip. Now their pace was dragging. Fine, but don't freak out, he warned. Why would we freak out? Zhang Fan asked. Dun Dun just pouted, already freaked out. Xiao Feng raised his staff one-handed and flicked out a chain lightning. Boom. A bolt as thick as an arm shot forward, splitting into electric serpents that linked all 5 drakes. 5,441,812, 5,119,929, 4,891,012. Damage numbers exploded in a dense cloud. Normally finger-thin, the spell had ballooned under his weather mastery. All 5 minions dropped, for crumbling to ash, and the last one still steaming like it had just been roasted. When the damage numbers popped up, everyone froze, mouths hanging open. 5 million. Zhang Fan was the first to recover, but he could only stutter. Lily blinked, then shrieked. What the heck? 5 million. Xiao, what kind of damage was that? Even the usually quiet Blind Girl couldn't hold back. How did you pull that off? Shieldy slumped in a corner, clutching his rare greatsword and quietly mourning. Xiao Feng waved a hand. Nothing special, just a bit more DPS. Let's keep moving. Outwardly he looked calm, but inside he was thoroughly enjoying their shock. The rest of the team followed like statues suddenly set in motion. Millions of damage, no wonder his aggro never slips. So this is what a top player looks like. The gap is insane. Li, do you think you'll ever out DPS Xiao after I change classes? Whispers rippled through the party, a tangle of awe and frustration. Up ahead, the valley holding the quest NPC came into view. Zhang, start the instance, Xiao reminded him. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and addressed the NPC. Sir Lanio, by order of the Dragonblood Archbishop, am here to help you suppress the abyssal creatures. Lanio, an elderly temple knight, and level 120 epic boss, stood clad in battered silver armor etched with scratches. A foot-wide crack in his back oozed a thin black mist. Warrior Zhang, you failed once already. You know how strong that monster is, Lanio said gravely. With your current strength, you can't win. We've prepared well this time, and we're confident, Zhang insisted. Very well. They'll give you 5 more attempts. Fail them all, and you're unfit to inherit the Dragonblood Warrior's power. Xiao Feng nodded to himself. Dragonblood Warrior, definitely a deity-level heritage, on par with the war god legacy head found in the starter village. Lanio was about to cast when Xiao's low exchange caught his ear. He shot the party a hard look. Why is there a traitor who defied the gods among you? Ugh, that curse again, Xiao sighed, shrugging helplessly. Lanio's hand went to his sword. Zhang Fan hurried forward, pleading for 3 solid minutes before the loyal knight relented. For the Archbishop's sake, they'll give him one chance at redemption. Enter. This is your second attempt. Lanio chanted. The valley rift split wider, forming a temporary portal rimmed with dancing blood-red runes. The team filed through, and the scenery flipped. They were inside Zhang Fan's personal dungeon. Hee pitiful Dragonblood heir, back to die again. This time ill savor your screams. A cold, rasping voice echoed from every direction. Heads up, we're already in combat. Boss is stealthed, Zhang Fan warned. No trash mobs here. Win and you clear, lose and you respawn in town. Blind Girl, watch it. It targets the lowest HP player first, Lily added. She nodded, hugging the wall with both daggers ready. Hearing that, Xiao Feng threw up an earth shield. In his mind, he was the obvious first target. The private dungeon was small, barely 20 meters across, and little more than a dimly lit cavern. A triangular crack in the ceiling let a shaft of pale daylight spill in, but it wasn't enough to chase away the shadows on the ground. Thick walls of rock sealed the chamber, and eerie blue runes ringed the gap, like chains, locking the place down so the legendary boss could not escape. Zhang Fan's party had already wiped here once, so they knew how vicious the boss could be. To avoid a surprise attack from behind, they pressed their backs to the icy wall and formed a half circle. Experience had taught them that a hidden backstab would deal over 1 million true damage and kill outright, but a frontal hit was only in the thousands, painful, yet survivable. The battle was about to start. Lily acted first, casting Fortitude Blessing on the low HP Blind Girl. A silver veil wrapped around her and boosted her defenses. Right after, Shield triggered Heroic Stance, soaking up 20% of the damage for everyone. KK Pathetic Insects. Die. The boss' frigid laugh echoed through the cave. The air in front of Blind Girl rippled, and a warped shadow took shoppy humanoid creature with mantis-like arms. Steel flashed as the sides punched straight into her chest. Blood splattered over the muddy floor, and a crimson 3988 floated above her head. She collapsed before she could even gasp. At the same time, 600 plus appeared above Shield, carving a chunk out of his bar. Still can't hold it, Shield gave a bitter smile. Zhang Fan frowned and barked. Li, you're the squishy priest, you're next. Shield yourself now? Xiao, drop some AoE and drag it out. Enough damage will break its stealth. The boss vanished again, leaving dead silence. That split-second reveal had been enough for Xiaofeng to grab the vital stats. Abyss Envoy Venomblade. Legendary boss LV, 55. HP, 910,000. Target level too high. Further data, unavailable. Hold the line. Leave the rest to me, Xiaofeng said, tapping his staff. Had been itching to cut loose, but had coasted the whole way here. Now was his chance. The boss, ignoring him, confirmed that Abyss-type monsters were immune to the Otagu curse. His threat-maxing passive was useless. Deluge. A second and a half later, thunder cracked through the cramped chamber. A gale screamed, dark clouds pressed against the ceiling, and bean-sized raindrops hammered down. The spell covered 50 by 50 meters, far bigger than the cave, drenching every stone. No matter which shadow the boss chose, there was nowhere to hide. Holy crap, what spell is that? The range is insane. Zhang Fan gaped, having planned to toss only a couple of minor skills. Damn it, what is this sorcery? An enraged roar burst from the darkness. Pummeled by the deluge, the boss was forced into view 5 meters away. 249,193, 239,489, 241,392. Three crimson numbers popped in quick succession, and the Abyss Envoy's health plunged below half. The downpour still had a full 7 seconds to go. He'll slaughter you. The Abyssal Envoy let out a piercing shriek as a thin, black membrane sprang up around him, absorbing 2 volleys of rain-like area attacks. The moment the shield formed, he blinked forward on a gust of icy wind, appearing in front of Xiaofeng. A mantis-like black blade drove straight for Xiaofeng's chest. Xiao dodge! Zhang Fan yelled on reflex. He still didn't fully understand Xiaofeng's frightening damage output, but he knew this man was their ticket to clearing the instant if Xiaofeng went down. The first-class Lili had no resurrection spell, and the run would be over. The instant the blade landed, everyone froze. With a wet crunch, the dagger pierced Xiaofeng's chest and triggered a critical hit. 138,193. Blood-red numbers exploded above him. Assassin bosses hit for 10 times normal damage on crits, far nastier than a player rogue. Zhang Fan's heart nearly seized. Xiaofeng had to be dead. A second later, they were all stunned. Impossible. The Abyssal Envoy blurted. Xiaofeng hadn't lost a single point of health. Only the white barrier around him had shrunk by less than 5%. More than 100,000 damage for just 5%? Totally broken. Zhang Fan and Lili muttered in unison. Grinning, Xiaofeng taunted the boss. Did you really think you were the boss here? I'm the real boss. He raised his staff, and a thick column of lightning tore through the air. Lightning Bolt, standard mage spell. Channels the power of thunder, dealing 280 of spell power to a target. 10-second cooldown, 20 mana. His highest single hit ability so far. The flash was over in an instant. A jaw-dropping 4,800,000 burst over the Abyssal Envoy's head. He was vaporized on the spot, not even a corpse left behind. The boss 20 magic resistance meant nothing against Xiaofeng's absurd 10,000-fold multiplier. Ding. You have defeated the legendary boss Abyssal Envoy, Venomblade. Your party shares 102,500 experience points. You have defeated the legendary boss Abyssal Envoy, Venomblade, and gained 3,500 reputation. Congratulations. You have reached level 39. System messages flooded the screen. Legendary and mythic bosses share out their experience. Yet even a split haul dwarfed the yield from epic mobs, and fewer players meant more profit. The reputation was worth 10 epic kills by itself. Unreal, we actually did it. Zhang Fan's hands shook with excitement. They'd planned to tackle this at level 50, yet they just cruised through it. Xiao, you're the real boss here, Lili sighed. One spell for hundreds of thousands or even million soft damage, and 100,000+ reflected back without denting his health? If that's not a boss, what is? He suddenly remembered something. Quick, get Blind Girl up, time to roll for loot. The ground glittered with drops. Blind Girl might not have done much, but she'd taken part. The loot had to be shared, team reputation mattered. Lili pulled out a revival scroll, combat locked, still cost XP, and brought her back. Xiao, you landed the killing blow. You opened the chest, Zhang Fan said, yielding the lead. He already felt their mission was complete. This treasure was a bonus he could live without. Then I won't be shy. Xiaofeng stepped forward and lifted the first item. It glowed a deep crimson god-tier gear. Instead of a divine artifact, the drop turned out to be a scroll. The light screen flickered, and the name leapt into view: God-tier assassination scroll. Requirements, cast time, and effects floated in midair. Chant for 3 seconds in combat. Designate a target within 100 meters. Trigger a single assassination that deals 200,000 fixed physical damage, ignoring defense. Only reducible by damage mitigation skills. Woe God-tier scroll. 200,000 flat damage. That could one-shot a max-level triple-class player. It's worth at least 100 grand in cash. The party gasped. The numbers were insane. Then they remembered Xiaofeng's habit of nuking everything in sight, and all rolled their eyes. Compared with him, the scroll was still trash. Next drop. They demanded crisply. The loot list kept scrolling, and a pair of shoes popped out. Fleetfoot boots legendary. No level or class limit. 500 HP, 20 agility, 100 base move speed, and the passive weightless, which ignores all slows. Now that's an artifact. Anyone can wear them. Great stats, crazy practical. Even the usually jaded Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. Lao Zhang, I'm taking these. He'll swap you that knightly artifact pair later. He had coveted the boots Ottawa Gu dropped, but the class lock barred him. Fleetfoot boots were faster and class-free tailor-made for him. With them his base speed doubled everyone else's. Add a charge potion, and he'd be moving at 6 times Sonic. No explanation needed. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. Trade my foot. Just take them. Without you we couldn't even dent the boss. Then he jabbed, but if you've got any spare artifacts or super artifacts you feel like gifting, I won't stop you. Then I won't hold back. Xiao Feng accepted the boots and equipped them on the spot. The shabby pair that gave only 3 agility and 30 HP went into his bag, and his stats jumped. HP broke 6,000, and the added agility bumped his crit rate even higher. What else dropped? The group crowded in, buzzing. The glowing spots were still on the ground, so Xiao Feng kept flipping loot. One batch of legendary material, Abyssal monster essence. It matched the one in his bag, so the extra went to Zhang Fan. 3 level 50 epic items, handed to Li Li, Meng Mei, and Dun Dun. A pile of potions and blue gear, split it well. Gold, divided equally among the 5. I did literally nothing and still got all this, so awkward. Dun Dun hugged a pair of epic greaves, still wondering who and where he was. Same here, Meng Mei sympathized. Who isn't? Lily laughed while counting coins. That's what it's like partying with the boss himself. Get used to it, there'll be plenty more chances. As Xiao Feng's roommate, had seen it all for 3 years. Once the loot was stowed, Xiao Feng nodded lightly. Let's leave the instance and see how nasty Lao Zhang's hidden class really is. Yeah, we've got to outshine old Xiao and knock him down a peg. Lily added, clenching his fist. Everyone burst into laughter and exited the dungeon together. After returning from Earth Dragon Valley, Zhang Fan spoke briefly with the NPC Lanio and received proof of their victory. Then he, Xiao Feng, Li Li, the blind girl, and Mu Xiaoxi activated a return scroll to Dragonblood City. A flash of white light later, the party stood once more on the capital's teleport pad. Move it out of the way. The familiar bark had barely rung out when a fully armored NPC guard slammed his shoulder into Xiao Feng and shoved him aside. Seriously? That guard shows up at the exact same spot every single time, Xiao Feng muttered, brushing dust from his clothes as though half used to the indignity. Zhang Fan checked the clock, his excitement obvious. I'm off to the temple for my class change. You guys wander around town and unload any gear you don't need. Without waiting for a reply, he sprinted toward the Dragonblood Temple. With nothing pressing, the other 4 headed for the marketplace. Most players were nearing level 30, and level 30 gear was about to flood the market. Xiao Feng happened to have a stash of rare items in storage and decided to dump the lot into the auction house. Despite only being rare quality, each piece was going for around 50 gold, roughly 500 yuan in real money, not a sum to scoff at. The city warehouses were linked, so Xiao Feng pulled his stock straight from storage and listed everything in bulk. Moments later, the huge warehouse held only a few skill books and 5 premium pieces. 1. Otto's Ancient War Boots, Mythic Quality, Warrior Knight, level 30. 2. Scepter of Sacred Word, Legendary, Priestly, level 50. 3. Weather Staff, Legendary, Weather Mage Exclusive, level 50, bonus, doubles the area of weather spells. 4. Ring of Arcane Will, Legendary, Mage Priest, level 100, stores 3 skills that cast with 0 cooldown and no mana cost. 5. Mana Crystal Pendant, Epic Necklace, level 50, all classes, unique stat, 120 spirit, exceptionally rare. After consigning everything, Xiao Feng casually snapped up a pair of level 30 epic gloves. Moonlight Gauntlets Mage, 100 max HP, 20 intelligence, 10 magic defense, 5 cast speed. Price, 600 gold. Pricey, but the boost to his damage made it a no-brainer. Finished with his trading, he headed back to the warehouse to pull the Scepter of Sacred Word, Otto's Ancient War Boots, and the skill book Raging Roar so he could gift them to friends once they logged in. Just as he reached the doorway, a squad of players bearing the Tianxia Guild crest burst in, grabbed gear in a frenzy, and bolted toward the city gate. Lily glanced at the emblem and murmured, Old Xiao, it's your favorite rivals. Xiao Feng recognized Tianxia Zhanwang and Tianxia Daisa, both familiar faces, and frowned. Even the core members are here. What's got them in such a hurry? The blind girl cocked her head, then spoke up. They must just wiped and come back to restock. Oh, how can you tell? Some of them are missing gear, and I heard one shouting, hurry, by more resurrection scrolls were burning through them. Resurrection scrolls? Xiao Feng exchanged a glance with Li Li, both eyes lighting with sudden understanding. The Tianxia Guild had to be tackling one monstrous boss. A resurrection scroll can only be used once you're out of combat, essentially letting you revive on the spot at a small penalty. For the core members of a major guild, It's a godsend that saves long corpse runs, so they always keep a stack on hand. The fact that they've come all the way to the marketplace to restock can mean only one thing: Thief meta boss so tough it requires repeated deaths to chip away at. With Tianxia Guild's power, only a mythic level monster could make them mobilize like that. Mangmei, are you sure? Lily frowned, clearly skeptical. You could hear them from this far away. Just now a few Tianxia War King players had been whispering at the warehouse window 10 meters off. Most people can't make out a whisper beyond 5. 10 should be impossible. Mangmei nodded again, her voice calm but firm. My hearing is exceptional. In Worlds Apart, there's a special mechanic. Certain real-world talents have a chance of being synced into the game. Xiaofeng couldn't help asking, in real life are you actually blind? Extraordinary hearing usually comes from either a rare gift or total darkness, and her ID, Blind Archer, pointed to the latter. Mangmei answered briefly, offering no further detail. At her reply, Dun Dun's eyes filled with barely concealed sympathy. Xiaofeng and Lili exchanged a glance, fell silent for a moment, then buried their pity so as not to hurt Mangmei's pride. Xiaofeng steered them back to business. Let's find out which boss Tianxia is after. If we get the chance, we'll teach them a lesson. Leave it to me, I've got eyes everywhere, Lili said readily. He opened his friend's list and began spamming messages for intel. Just then a familiar set of footsteps came down the main avenue. Zhang Fan, newly advanced in class, jogged over, face alight with excitement. Xiao, check out my stats, how do I stack up against you? He shared his character sheet in the party channel, practically glowing with pride. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they all opened the panel. The next second, they gasped in unison. Holy crap, did you swim in a lake of luck, or what? Even Xiaofeng's eyes went wide with amazement. Name, Zhang Fan. Class, Dragonblood Warrior. Level, 28. Talent, Dragonborn. Both defenses permanently increased by 300%. Maximum mana is converted into 10 times that amount of bonus health. Skills cost no mana. Can transform into a dragon once every 24 hours. Health, 22,540. 22,540. Mana, 0. Physical attack, 1,122. Physical defense, 303. Magic defense, 660. Strength, 244. Intelligence, 28. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 375. Agility, 46. Equipment, Mythic Dragonfang Rune Sword, Mythic Dragon Scale Armor, Mythic Dragon Crystal Ring, and more. Skills, Wind Cleave, Triple Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Heroic Strike, Dragon Roar, 15-meter AoE crowd control attack, Dragon Leap increases speed and attack, and Dragon Form, a racial ability that turns the user into a draconic humanoid for 1 minute, reducing damage taken by 50%, boosting damage dealt by 50%, and doubling the effects of all Dragonblood Warrior skills. The moment the stat window appeared, the whole party was stunned. Their jaws dropped at the sight of more than 22,000 health, over 1,000 attack, and crushing double defenses. Add in 2 class-exclusive skills and a broken talent, and there were probably fewer than 10 players in the entire Bluestar battle zone who could face Zhang Fan Heaton. Even more outrageous were the 3 mythic artifacts combined with the class mechanic that converts 10 times mana into health. It was sheer overkill. The Archbishop reset all my potential points during the class change, Zhang Fan said with a grin. I moved every point that used to be in Constitution over to Spirit. Magic defense went through the roof, health doubled again, and the artifacts add a truckload of Spirit on top of that now. That's what I call taking off. He scratched his head and chuckled. Of course, I'm still a bit behind you, old Xiao. Xiaofeng sighed. Suddenly, I don't feel like giving you those mythic boots anymore. No chance you're backing out. Zhang Fan laughed, then shifted the topic. Besides, I'm not taking them for nothing. I found you a real treasure this time. What treasure? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. Zhang Fan flipped his hand, revealing a thick silver-bound tome whose cover pulsed with fiery runes. Legendary Mage Skill Book Meteor Strike. Xiaofeng's pupils contracted. Damn, that's the ultimate that World Unrivaled uses. 10 seconds of casting, and 1 meteor took over 20,000 of my health. I can still see that scene. He took the book and scanned the stats. Meteor Strike. Quality, Legendary. Stat requirement, 500 Intelligence. Class requirement, Mage. Effect, condense fire elements to summon a meteor that crashes onto a designated area, dealing 2,000% spell power as damage and splashing 50% of that to enemies within 30 meters. Cast time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Strong. Absolutely busted. Xiaofeng couldn't hide his excitement. A forbidden spell that delivered 20 times damage after a 10-second cast, plus 30 meters splash, pure devastation. If he layered it with his own Divine Might and Weather Mage talents, the multiplier would climb to an insane 200,000%, and the radius could stretch to 150 meters. It would be a miniature asteroid impact. The only hurdle was the learning gate of 500 intelligence. He was still short, but a few high-end items or temporary potions would fix that. If World Unrivaled could pull it off, so could Xiaofeng. With that thought, he yanked open the trade window and shoved the auto ancient war boots across. Take them, old Zhang. I won't feel right until you do. Zhang Fan accepted without protest, swapping the boots into his gear slot. What's a little politeness between brothers? Honestly, you're getting the better end of the deal. Gear eventually gets replaced, but a forbidden spell lasts a lifetime. Feeling his fighting spirit surge, Zhang Fan said, how about we find a boss to test my new class? I'm itching for a solo. Xiao Feng tucked away the skill book, eyes glinting. Let's wait for Li Li's news first. I might have to play dirty for once. Oh, what did I miss? Zhang Fan's ears perked up. A moment later, Li closed his friend chat and walked back to them. Well? Xiao Feng asked. Li grinned. Big score, old Xiao. A really big score. What do you mean? Spit it out. The excitement mixed with gloom on his friend's face made Xiao Feng's heart sink, and he instantly sensed something big. Several possibilities flashed through his mind. Li kept silent in the public chat, switched to the party channel, lowered his voice as if afraid the wind might overhear, and warned, Tianxiao Wudi is leading a raid team against a mythic boss over level 100. No one knows its exact stats, but the drop thereafter is a stronghold construction order. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Feng's eyes. Just as he had guessed, what else could make the Tianxia Guild mobilize its entire roster but a mythic boss? The stronghold construction order. None had appeared in the entire Blue Star war zone. Both Dragon Soul and God's Guild had posted 1 billion cash bounties for it, desperate to be the first to build a stronghold. Looks like Tianxiao found a level 100 plus boss before the other top guilds, Zhang Fan marveled, unable to hide his surprise. The game Pantheon was a global phenomenon with over 1 billion concurrent players, yet not a single guild had established a stronghold. Strongholds were mid to late game content. Only when the average player level approached 100 would the system unlock guild war features, turning strongholds into the centerpiece of offense and defense. The benefits of a stronghold are countless. 1. Unlock legion skills that massively boost DPS during boss fights. 2. Daily construction quests that yield huge amounts of XP and gold. 3. Regular monster siege events that can bump several levels at once. More importantly, strongholds can be upgraded. By feeding additional construction orders into them, a shabby village can eventually expand into a grand city. Rumor has it that after consuming more than 30 orders, a stronghold can reach Tier 3 capital scale, rivaling the system capitals. At that point, taxes from NPCs and player merchants alone would be enough to make anyone jealous. Of course, each upgrade costs a fortune. Without deep pockets, no guild can keep up. Zhang Fan and Li exchanged glances, then turned to Xiao Feng. What's the plan, Captain? They knew him too well. Xiao Feng always paid back every slight. The Tianxia Guild had camped him in the starter village, then ambushed him again in Stormwind City. Head turned both ambushes around, but these insults still needed settling. Playing defense forever was not an option. Where are they? Xiao Feng asked calmly. Li Li's pulse quickened. Xiao Feng had made up his mind. He reported at once. Tianxia is keeping it tight, but witnesses have narrowed it down to either land of fallen gods or ghostly plains. Xiao Feng opened the world map. Both zones lay in Dragonblood City's high-level territory. Land of Fallen Gods hosted level 100-120 monsters, while Ghostly Plains ranged from level 80 to 100, and the maps bordered one another. With mobs that strong, the areas were almost deserted. Tianxia could take over the zone without even clearing out other players, giving them free reign to push the boss. It's a long run, so I'd better move now. If I'm late, they might have already downed the boss. Xiao Feng said, then bolted for the city gate. Hey Xiao, wait for us. Li shouted from behind, but the level-free swift stride boots on Xiao Feng's feet doubled his speed, and he pulled away in an instant. In party chat, the others could only watch his name streak into the distance. Stay put, Xiao Feng told them. I've got a 1,000,000-point shield and a massive AoE. Entire guild can't scare me. You guys, on the other hand, would drop your best gear if you die, and that would hurt. Li shot back. What, you think we're weak? Brothers fight shoulder to shoulder. So what if we wipe? It's not like we die in real life. What's there to fear? Zhang Fan chimed in. I just unlocked a hidden class, and am itching for a brawl. You running off alone isn't cool. Dun and Mang Mei kept quiet, but they knew their limits and didn't want to provoke the Universal Guild just for Xiao Feng. Old Zhang, your artifact might be soulbound, but you've seen the firepower of a 10,000-man raid. Farm first, at least gear up with the auto ancient war boots. If you want some practice, take them to farm a few epic bosses. I'm not bringing you this time. Next time for sure. Xiao Feng's tone brooked no argument. In the current meta, ranged classes could hit absurdly far. On open ground, a lone player facing a full guild had to withstand more than 500 projectiles at once. Even a hidden class tank like Zhang Fan, with over 20,000 HP and sky-high defense, could be insta-killed. Only Xiao Feng's Earth Elemental Shield could survive that barrage. After swapping to the legendary boots and epic gauntlets, his HP rose to about 6,200 and his attack to 250. On paper, he now outclassed Otagu, the level 50 mythic boss, to the point ordinary stats couldn't measure him. A clash with the Universal Guild would be the perfect stress test for his damage cap. Outside the gate, Xiao Feng maxed his speed and sprinted east of Dragonblood City. The fallen Godlands lay a full 100 kilometers away, enough to leave an average player half dead, but the boot's passive double movement speed cut the trip short. Not far from the city, he spotted Tianxia Zhanwang, Tianxia Daiseo, and several others marching down the main road. Not wanting to tip them off, he slipped onto a side path and quietly sped past. He couldn't be bothered to clear mobs. He simply one-shotted anything in his way with instant casts like Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, and Magic Missile, hardly slowing at all. The last thing he wanted was the boss going down early and the Universal Guild grabbing the loot. En route, Lili sent several updates. 1. The respawn zone in the capital is packed with tough guy guild players. Tianxia's reinforcements finally kicked back after burning through their revive scrolls. 2. Universal Guild members are appearing there too, though not many and mostly frontline classes, which means they fell too far from the fight to be resurrected on the spot and had to hearth back. The intel painted a vivid picture in Xiao Feng's mind. A vast legion hurling itself at the boss, resurrecting, and dying again in an endless loop. More than an hour later, he set foot on the Ghost Plains. Once the battlefield of gods and abyssal fiends, the plain's center became the fallen godlands when the deity fell. The spirits of former soldiers still roamed, corrupted into level 80 to level 100 wraiths, and high-ranking soldiers occasionally spawned as elite mobs. The wraiths were worth excellent experience, so Xiao Feng kept moving while popping them with instant spells, never slowing down. Combined with the earlier legendary boss, the run pushed him to level 39. At last, the rim of the fallen godlands came into view. In the distance, a sea of players formed a dense battle line, and the boss' deep roar echoed across the field. Xiao Feng exhaled in relief. Hang on, big guy, I'm on my way to save you. Xiao Feng pushed his speed to the limit and streaked toward the heart of the Godfall wastes. The ground beneath his feet was pitch black, as if a colossal curse had melted the rock, leaving it cracked and barren. The sky sagged under layers of heavy clouds, and one icy gust followed another, filling the air with a silence that chilled the soul. The farther he advanced, the lower the temperature dropped. Ash-gray dust whirled in the wind and smacked noiselessly against his mage robe. At the very center of this desolation yawned a crater nearly 1,500 meters across, its walls charred and splintered as though a small asteroid had struck. The legendary mythic boss, now under siege by Tianxia Guild, lurked at the crater's deepest point. Along the rim, Tianxia Guild had already set up a blockade. Squads of players formed a broad fan. The inner ring handled damage, while the outer ring stood ready to rotate in, their banners snapping in the gale. When a sentry spotted a stranger in deep blue robes striding through the wind, he hurried forward. Who are you? This area is booked, leave now. He drew his longsword and barred Xiao Feng's path. Xiao Feng lifted his gaze, and his system overlay flashed. ID: Tianxia Zue Air, level 25 Knight, HP 3,800. With stats like that, the man was an insect. Skipping the pleasantries, Xiao Feng raised his left hand, and a lance of blue mana materialized. The magic missile hit instantly. Ding, you have attacked and killed the peaceful player Tianxia Zue Air. You gained 50 infamy. A damage number of over 2 million exploded above the knight's head, and he collapsed onto the scorched earth without a sound. What the? I got one-shotted? During the respawn countdown, Tianxia Zue Air stared in disbelief. He considered himself among the world's top 100 players, yet a stranger had erased him with a single blow. He yanked open the combat log, and the name Xiao Feng next to 7-digit damage left his mind blank. An instant later, he erupted in guild chat. Guild leader. Emergency. Xiao Feng is here. Deep inside the crater, pillars of flame, frost, and lightning intertwined, while Tianxia Wudi commanded tens of thousands of members to chip away at the boss health bar. Hearing the shout, his brows knitted and his voice cooled. Xiao Feng. He turned to the vice leader, the mage Tianxia Wushuang. Wushuang, what's going on? At that name, Tianxia Wushuang's face darkened. He cursed under his breath. No idea, boss. Maybe he tracked us down himself. Tianxia Wudi thought for a moment, then nodded. We brought 30,000 people, and hundreds have already died. It's no surprise someone noticed. So what now? The guy's a menace, and the brothers in back might not hold, Wushuang admitted. It doesn't matter. No matter how strong he is, he's still just one player. Tianxia Wudi felt annoyed, but not panicked. He opened guild chat and barked, 4th and 5th legions, drive Xiao Feng out of our perimeter. The boss is at 35%, we can't afford slip-ups. Roger, came the unified reply. In Multiverse, a legion was the largest unit players could form. A party held 5, a raid 50, and a full 5,000 made a legion something only major guilds could field. At the order, 2 full legions, 10,000 players peeled away from both sides of the crater and advanced on Xiao Feng in a half-moon formation. Armor clanged, spells were chanted, and the air grew thick with killing intent. Meanwhile, level 100 monsters continued to spawn randomly across the surrounding plain. Yet in front of a massive crowd, most players are cut down the moment they spawn, before they even get a glimpse of the world. Beneath a lead gray sky, Xiaofeng was ringed by a legion of 10,000. From afar, the 4th Legion commander, Tianxia Kuangma, bellowed, Xiaofeng, we've got you surrounded. Be smart, crawl back to the main city, and well, overlook your little insult. 10,000 stood in tight ranks, their armor flashing cold light. Spell circles and battle aura wove a suffocating net, every skill held at the ready. Xiaofeng threw back his head and laughed. Funny because I was about to tell you the same thing. Brats of the Tianxia Guild, you're the ones surrounded by me. Idiot, someone snorted, and the crowd roared with laughter. Delete him. Tianxia Kuangma slashed his arm through the air, and the order went out. With so many attackers, only a few hundred hits needed to land. The combined damage was enough to one-shot any sub-level 50 epic boss, let alone a lone player. But today, their target was Xiaofeng. Earth Element Shield. He swept his staff, and a translucent, ochre sphere sealed him inside. Bang! Thud! Sizzle! Crack! Boom! Clatter! Arrows, fireballs, sword chi, lightning bolts, light beams, and blunt strikes slammed into the shield. Its glow flickered as damage numbers in the hundreds and thousands danced across it. When the first volley ended, the shield's HP had dropped from 3 million to 2.84 million. Xiaofeng did the math. 160k DPS. If they kept that up, his 30-second recast time wouldn't save him. He had to break their rhythm. Fireball. A 1 emitter wide, souped-up super deluxe fireball plus roared toward the ranged line. The Tianxiao ranks were packed so tight they had no room to dodge. Come on, the enemy mages cursed, but the fireball hit boom. Flames rolled out in a 3-meter radius, dropping everyone inside. Gear clanged to the ground. Even as the firelight lingered, Xiaofeng began his next chant. Rainstorm. Clouds churned, thunder cracked, and a downpour crashed down on the cluster of archers and casters 20 meters away, bypassing the melee fighters in front of him. Their short range and low damage made them perfect meat shields. Within the 50 by 50 meter curtain of rain, not a single enemy survived. Dingyu attacked and killed peaceful player Tianxia Zuinyo, gaining 50 infamy. Dingyu. System messages flooded the screen. After that first strike, every enemy flagged as defensive, and Xiaofeng's name flipped from red to black, his infamy spiking to the 5,000 point cap. Move. Drop his artifact. Tianxia Kuangma screamed. A black name player would lose all droppable gear, but Xiaofeng stayed calm. Chain lightning. Crack 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 cracks leapt, taking out 10 more players. His damage is insane. Don't stop, nuke him. Commanders of the 4th and 5th Legions shouted, frantic as their headcount fell by the hundreds. Outer ring players pushed in to add DPS, and a few glory hounds even charged straight into the rain zone. Autumn, it hurts. Damage numbers of 300 to 400k erupted, and the intruders dropped like wheat. Haha, bunch of idiots. Xiaofeng cackled, flinging lightning arrows and magic missiles at random, each shot stripping some lucky player of 20% of their EXP. Control him already. Tianxia Kuangma was nearly hysterical. 10,000 against a solo player, and they couldn't even crack his shield. It felt like they'd aggroed a level 200 raid boss. Melee players poured everything they had into Xiaofeng's shield bashes, leaping cleaves, and every other crowd control skill in their arsenals. Yet almost no one could lay a hand on him. 13 levels above the crowd, he broke every disable almost the instant it landed. On the rare occasion someone scored a lucky stun, it lasted less than a second before he shook it off. Splurt, splurt, splurt slashes and spells hammered down, but the earthen shield around him still glowed a dense amber, and the white health bar above his head was only shrinking by inches. With his own disruption skills plus a rainstorm that cleared incoming fire for 10 seconds, his shield was dropping at half speed, more than enough to survive the 30-second cooldown before he could recast it. Kuangma, you done yet? Swap with Group 2. Tianxiao Wuji snapped in guild chat. In his eyes, no matter how strong a single player was, 5 seconds should be plenty to kill him. Boss, this guy's a menace, Tianxia Kuangma protested. His shield's ridiculous 3 million HP at least. We've hammered it for rounds, and it's still there. And his damage is even worse. Whoever he targets drops. That rainstorm just. Quit making excuses. Wuji cut him off. Switch in 1 minute. Didn't you bring a scroll? Use it and nuke him. Down in the pit, a level 105 mythic boss grew more agitated, roaring as it charged its ultimate. Nearly 15,000 players ringed the monster, spamming abilities. The combat log showed nothing but 1 and miss, yet 400 to 500 hits landed every second, scraping off 20 or 30,000 HP every half minute. Whenever the boss raised a hand, someone died. One victim from a basic swing, a cluster from a skill. Above and below, the two battles looked like copy-paste scenes, a mythic boss in the pit, and a level 39 Xiaofeng on the rim. Come on, come on. Dump every cooldown. Don't slow the guild leader's run. Determined not to be dead weight, Kuangma gritted his teeth and unfurled a precious epic scroll. A woo. The scroll detonated with a wolfish howl, and a 3-meter translucent wolf spirit lunged at Xiaofeng. Its fangs tore into his chest, splashing a crimson 5,000. In the air. Huh. It bypasses the shield and hits my body. Xiaofeng blinked. With only 6,200 total HP, had lost most of it in one bite. He chugged a gleaming, top-tier life potion, and his health bar snapped back to full. Damn it, he's that tanky? Even an epic scroll hadn't finished him, and Kuang Ma was close to tears. Still, after more than 20 seconds of sustained fire, the earthen shield finally wavered, its glow dimming to almost nothing. Hit him now, the shield's about to break. Focus fire and burst him down. He screamed. Every player dumped the rest of their skills, filling the field with a blinding storm of effects. Come on, begging you to finish me. Xiaofeng laughed wildly, raising his hand as blue-white lightning flared lightning bolt. Chain lightning. Fireball. Earth shield. His spells never stopped. He didn't have many skills, so the rotation wasn't seamless, but the overall tempo was still high. A burst of blazing lightning and fire lit up the battlefield, and dozens of enemies dropped instantly, their health bars wiped clean. As soon as Earth Shield came off cooldown, he slapped another shell on himself. The moment that shield breaks, nuke him and make him drop his gear. Tianxia Kuangma could barely hold back, yet the very next second a fresh shield appeared, the heavy earthen armor gleaming a dull brown. What the hell kind of skill is that? A shield worth several million HP, and he can cast it again this fast? He roared. In his eyes, any 3 million point shield had to be divine tier, and divine skills never came with short cooldowns. Some could only be used once a day. This guy had popped it twice in under a minute. Absurd. And the ridiculous part was still to come. Xiaofeng silently waited 30 seconds, staggering 2 AoE skills that each had a 60-second cooldown, so the damage would be spread out, and his shield wouldn't shatter at once. When the timer hit 0, he raised his hand. Hurricane. Whoosh. Wind converged around him at breakneck speed, and in just 1.5 seconds a hurricane with a 100-meter radius exploded outward. A 1,200-meter wide super tornado took shape, a colossal meat grinder between heaven and earth. See you in hell. Xiaofeng grinned. Thousands of 6-digit damage numbers flooded the screen, devouring lives like an erupting volcano. Every player within 100 meters died on the spot, not one able to fight back. He had no intention of wasting the 4 seconds of duration left. Charge potion. He downed the vial, and his movement speed shot to 6 times that of a normal player. He pushed off the ground, turned into a blur, and dragged the 200-meter tornado forward with him. Stay away from us. Players 100 meters away watched their comrades vanish and tried to scatter, but the dense legion formation bogged them down. Even with a clear path, they couldn't outrun Xiaofeng. Tianxia Wushuang, Grandpa's coming for you, haha. In just 4 seconds, Xiaofeng crossed almost 200 meters and reached the rim of the massive pit. Behind him, more than 2,000 lives were erased in the blank path gouged out by the tornado. Chain lightning. Fireball. Clear the way for Grandpa. A few more spells landed, and the last rows of players on the rim were instantly swept away. Only then did the scene at the bottom of the pit come fully into view. Damn, that's a lot of people. Inside the crater, nearly 15,000 players formed concentric rings, pounding away at the terrifying boss in the Centera 5 turtle figure clad in tattered armor, wielding a rusted spear and mounted on a skeletal warhorse. The boss health bar hovered at roughly 30%, yet it still looked ferocious. Wraith General Evil Spear. Mythic boss, level 105. HP, 3,658,455, 11,800,000. Target level 2 high. Additional data unavailable. 11.8 million HP more than even Minerva at level 120. Roar. The undead general snapped its head up, lifted its spear, and a torrent of pitch-black energy erupted. Fall back, boss ultimate incoming. Tianxiao Wudi shouted. The black aura morphed into a dragon, shot skyward, and then dove back toward the ground at breakneck speed. Boom. The draconic shadow detonated, and everything within 100 meters of the boss was wiped out, leaving not a single survivor. Nice boss, you're almost as badass as I am. Xiaofeng nodded approvingly. A boss like this should bring him a handsome payday. Why is Xiaofeng still alive? In the middle of the battlefield, Tianxiao Wudi was directing the formation while stealing glances at the gaping crater nearby. A moment ago, Xiaofeng's shout had blasted out of that hole, laced with raw magic that rang in everyone's ears. The voice was perfectly steady, completely unhurt, and Woody's face had gone ashen. Guildmaster, 4th Battalion's already lost more than 2,000, Tianxia Quanmo reported, clutching a shoulder plate scorched black by stray sparks. Tianxiao Aozhan, commander of the 5th, sounded just as bitter. 5th Battalion's down another 1,300. What? 3,000 casualties in under a minute? The usually unflappable Woody clenched his command staff so hard the veins stood out on his hands. Not even a mythic boss like the Wraith General could harvest lives that fast. What had gone wrong? Before Kuangma or Aozhan could answer, Tianxiao Wushuang spoke up in a small voice. Brother, I mentioned it earlier, Xiaofeng's giant area AoE. Impossible. Woody couldn't believe it. They had all started the game the same day, at level 1. How could one player stand against 10,000 and wipe out 3,000 on the counterattack? Maybe we should spread out? If we thin the line, we might hold him off, Wushuang offered. If concentrated fire can't bring him down, Scattering will only make it worse. Woody snapped, his voice like ice. Wu Shuang swallowed the retort. Then what do you suggest? And kept quiet. Before Woody could draft a new plan, a brilliant streak dived off the ridge. Clad in crackling lightning and flame, Xiaofeng plunged into their ranks like a falling star. Wu Shuang, Xiao Shui, little healers. All you puppies' grandpas here to visit. Each step he took split the ground with fireballs. Chain lightning sizzled through the air, and lightning arrows traced blue-white arcs. Whenever a spell went on cooldown, he flicked out magic missiles to snipe the so-called lucky players. They weren't as terrifying as his two ultimates, but bodies still littered his path, dozens more dead in mere heartbeats. Xiaofeng cut through them as though no one else existed. Meanwhile, the Wraith General at the center kept mowing down the melee lines. The twin disasters finally cracked Woody's composure. Pushing the panic down, he shouted, Xiaofeng, what do you want? Xiaofeng sauntered forward, mana swirling at his fingertips. After casually dropping another priest, he answered, nothing special. Grandpa's in a good mood, so I came to check on my grandkids. You're asking for death. Wu Shuang already loathed Xiaofeng. Seeing him trample even Woody's dignity, he raised his staff in fury only for Woody to yank him back. Keeping his voice steady, Woody called out, you think smack talk makes you a hero? All you've done is ambush us. If you've got any guts, let us finish the boss, then fight us fair and square. Xiaofeng laughed, the sound rippling with power. Woody, did Wu Shuang kick your head in? I never claimed to be a hero. If I can ambush you, why would I stick around for a slugfest? Besides, Wu Shuang ambushed me first to try to steal my mythic boss. I'm just returning the favor. He gestured around them. Fair and square? Open your eyes. 20,000 of you have me surrounded. That's not fair. That's a Zerg rush. The taunts left Woody choking for words. Silence fell. At last he drew a slow breath. Fine. What do you want? Name your terms. Now we're talking. Xiao Feng snapped his fingers. Facing 10,000 players, he looked up and enunciated every word. I want to wipe you all out. Rainstorm. Before the last syllable faded, his staff flared sapphire blue and the incantation rolled off his tongue. Thunderclouds slammed overhead. Wind howled with damp chill, and a torrential downpour crashed down. The first sheet of water landed squarely on the officers Tianxiao Wudi, Tianxiao Wushuang, and the rest. In a single heartbeat, their health bars hit zero, and their bodies hit the ground. Xiaofeng. Tianxiao Wushuang rasped, rage shredding his voice as he longed to tear the man apart. Flat on the earth, Tianxiao Wudi's face went slate gray. He clenched his teeth and hissed, Xiaofeng, are you declaring a fight to the death with our guild? So what if I am? Xiaofeng sneered. Arcane power still flickered between his fingers as he harvested one Tianxiao member after another. Arrows, fireballs, and blades poured toward him, but against his earth shield they caused little more than ripples, like scratching a giant beast. Very well, excellent. Tianxiao Wudi's fury finally erupted. Since founding the Tianxia Guild, he had never seen anyone dare challenge him heathen. Even the other top 10 guilds, Dragon Soul, Pantheon, and the rest maintained polite fronts despite covert clashes. Only Xiao Feng showed no courtesy, even slaughtering him and his officers in public view. All units kill. Tianxiao Wudi barked in guild chat. The single word kill echoed through the channel and became an order. The first and second legions, busy mauling the boss in the pit, froze for half a heartbeat, then shouted in unison, Roger. Forget the boss, take him down first. In seconds, a massive force of 20,000 surged toward Xiao Feng, shield bearers in front, bows and staves behind, killing intent coalescing into a black torrent. Xiao Feng threw back his head and laughed. Come, let me see what the Dragon Kingdom's top guild can really do. He raised his staff, refreshed his earth shield, and began a new cast. Whoosh. A cyclone roared up, hurling gravel and shredded banners. Players packed shoulder to shoulder had no room to move. The wind spell ripped through the front line. Screams rose. In the blink of an eye more than 1,000 fell, white pillars of light spiraling upward. Xiao Feng's speed skyrocketed 200% movement and he darted like a shadow, the twister ramming straight into the densest crowd. The pit was narrow, escape routes scarce, and Tianxia's full-scale charge left nowhere to dodge. Damage numbers bloomed wherever he passed. Dozens collapsed at a time, as if cut down by a reaper's scythe. His ultimate lasts only 5 seconds. Don't panic, keep the pressure on. Tianxiao Wushuang shouted. He had endured every one of Xiao Feng's moves and knew the man's greatest weakness was cooldowns. Kill. Thousands roared. Long and short-range attacks filled the air. 2, 3, and 4-digit damage figures popped above Xiao Feng's head, but he braced against them behind his earth shield. Meanwhile, at the center of the pit, the mythic tier boss they had been besieging, spectral general Xia Mao, found himself oddly unburdened. With most Tianxiao players outside his aggro range, the boss tossed out a few minor abilities to finish the stragglers, then guided his skeletal warhorse back to his patrol point as his health began climbing steadily. At last, thanks to the valiant Xiao Feng, Xia Mao was safe once more. I'm gonna puke, why is this shield so damn thick? My mona's bone dry and his shield hasn't even cracked. How is that fair? Don't stop. Keep the pressure on. Kill him. Charge. Let him up. The vast Tianxia Guild army had Xiaofeng completely surrounded. More than 10,000 members launched a coordinated strike at once, an awe-inspiring sight. But everyone was only first tier, with limited range and skills. In truth, only 3 to 500 could actually reach him. Even so, those few hundred pumped out well over 100,000 damage per second, steadily driving the shield toward collapse. Just as the barrier was about to break, Xiaofeng flicked his wrist and dropped Rainstorm. Torrents of water crashed down, mowing players flat and carving a hole in the encirclement. With the pressure gone, he casually summoned a fresh earth elemental shield, and the gleaming white bar shot back to full. I'm seriously gonna puke. What kind of stats does this guy have? Is he hacking? Someone outside the fight screamed. Ults. Throw your ults. I don't care how tough he is, Mina, and HP run out eventually. Even if he guzzles pots forever, his gear still has durability. Bust his gear and he's done. The command channel rang with one roar after another. Yet nothing so far had budged Xiaofeng an inch. 10,000 players dogpiling one man, and getting nowhere was enough to drive anyone mad. Vice leader Tianxia Haojia wanted to remind everyone to keep aggro so the boss couldn't reset. But Xiaofeng was tougher than any raid boss. She hadn't lost a single hit point, so the words died in his throat. Haha. Come on, kids, put some back into it. Use the same strength you use on Wushuang's mom's bed. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Me arms and legs are jelly and you still can't hurt me? Ah. Oh. Come on. Come on, give it to me. Ladies of Tianxia, please ravage me. I'm a total masochist. Xiaofeng spammed his Yoi skills while trash-talking non-stop, his voice booming through the guild channel. Nearby players gnashed their teeth in fury. They wanted to rip his mouth off, yet they couldn't even rip through his shield, let alone his lips. Damn it. Guildmaster Tianxia Wudi watched row after row of members drop and felt sweat bead in his palms. Had just been one-shot himself and knew exactly how terrifying Xiaofeng's burst could be. The guild had stocked piles of resurrection scrolls, and out-of-combat players kept hauling bodies back in. But corpses stacked up, jammed the models, and choked their formation. When a timer hit 0, the system booted the body straight to the main city. Wave after wave of Xiaofeng's spells scoured the field, and over 1,000 players had already been forced to respawn. Boss, this won't work. His shields might as well be infinite, and we're out of shield-breaking scrolls. We can't kill him, Tianxia Haojia said, struggling to stay calm. Tianxia Wudi, already seeing red, kept firing from the back line. At the report, he didn't even pause, just snorted, then go buy more. I refuse to believe we can't kill one guy with this many people. If that still doesn't work, hire outside help. Find someone who can ignore shields and one-shot him. 100 grand, 200 whatever it takes, I'll pay. Tianxia Wudi fell silent for a moment, as though weighing whether that was actually doable. He opened his friends list, and one name jumped out at him: Jianzhan Songxing, a player of exceptionally high level. The cursor hovered over the name for a long time, but in the end he didn't send a plea for help. Jianzhan Songxing was simply too far away. Tianxia Haojia shook his head and lowered his voice. It takes 2 full hours to ride here from the main city. Ferrying supplies during a boss fight is fine, but for PvP? At the rate Xiaofeng is killing, we'll all be corpses before he gets here. Even if we die, we'll drag him down with us. Tianxia Wushuang roared, biting back his fury as he began to chant. A surge of mana shot skyward, and a colossal meteor smashed into the ground, exploding for 5-digit damage. The dust hadn't even settled when Tianxia Haojia turned to another flank and murmured to Tianxia Wudi, guild leader, this isn't working. Maybe we should pull out. No, we're not retreating. I have to kill him. Tianxia Wushuang howled, livid at the very suggestion. But in the middle of the field, Xiaofeng lifted his hand and cast Gale again. Howling wind blades swept 100 meters, erasing an entire line in an instant. Tianxia Wushuang dropped yet again. What's wrong with you people? Didn't you eat? Want me to stand here while you log out for dinner and come back? Xiaofeng's taunt echoed across the fallen god's battleground. After a few rounds of ultimates, at least 8 or 10,000 Tianxia members had fallen to him. Bodies were stacked 3 deep, and with the respawn point camped, many players were auto-teleported back to town, leaving Xiaofeng half amused, half exasperated. Enough. At last Tianxia Wudi spoke, face dark as iron. Staring at the swaggering Xiaofeng, he said coldly, you're stronger today, I concede. Next time we meet, I'll wipe this stain clean and drive you out of the game. Brothers, fall back. He crushed a recall scroll without hesitation, vanished in a flash of white light, and was gone. Big brother. Guild leader. The remaining members for Xeno 1 had expected him to quit the field. They still had revives, still thought they'd keep fighting, but Tianxia Wudi was gone. Morale cratered. Brother, we can still fight. Why are we leaving? Tianxia Wushuang whispered. We can't win. Let it go. Tianxia Wudi's reply was low but steady. A real man knows when to bend. We've got numbers and corporate backing. We'll take our revenge. But we spent a fortune, lost so much EXP, and fought that boss for 3 straight hours. Tianxiao Wushuang felt his heart bleed. What can we do? The boss still has a huge chunk of HP, and we can't finish it anytime soon. Xiaofeng keeps blocking us, staying means feeding him more kills. Better to cut our losses and grind levels back in town. The boss will find another one. He sent the message and swallowed his frustration. Had spent 5 million hiring the Mengnan Guild to shave 20% off the boss health, then led more than 20,000 members in wave after wave of attacks. Death counts were beyond tally. The loss in XP, gear, and potions was astronomical. Of course he hated to quit, but as guild leader, he couldn't shake his troops' confidence. Withdrawal was the only choice. Understood. Tears stung Tianxiao Wushuang's eyes. He regretted provoking Xiaofeng back in the starter village, though had never imagined such ruthless payback. Tens of thousands of players' effort was wiped out, and had been killed 5 or 6 times himself. Yet Xiaofeng still refused to let up. The cruelty made him grit his teeth. Xiaofeng, he'll settle this score, he swore, then followed the guild leader back to town. With the guild master and vice master gone, the rest were unwilling but spent those out of combat quietly crushed recall scrolls to return to Dragonblood City. The hot-blooded few charged Xiaofeng again in suicidal runs. Seeing the main force withdraw, Xiaofeng knew victory was sealed, and the thrill of killing ebbed. He called out, "You can go now." Then he stopped casting, granting everyone a chance to disengage. Some players were still taking shots at him, but their attacks were already slowing to a trickle. The tawny earth-colored barrier clung tightly to Xiaofeng. Even though his name had turned a deep, murderous red, the elemental shield never budged. A few more seconds passed before the demoralized members of Tianxia Guild finally stopped, forced to wait out of combat so they could activate their return scrolls. Before leaving, several bent down to grab gear dropped by fallen comrades, hoping to offset their losses. Xiaofeng was looting as well. He casually scooped up a handful of purple glowing epic items and stuffed them into his pack. After all that effort, no point wasting the spoils. Unfortunately, there were no legendary or mythic beams to be seen. Those had probably been snatched up by Tianxia players the instant they hit the ground. Time to go, he muttered, watching the enemy fade away one after another. Tianxia had arrived with 25,000 members and 5,000 hired Hansa, full 30,000. When the raid boss wiped them, most had revived on the spot, so their strength was hardly dented. Once Xiaofeng charged in, though, their numbers collapsed. In minutes, half of the Godfall domain stood empty. The few who remained weren't looking for a fight. They huddled together, grumbling, "We've ticked off a monster like that, this guild's finished. No point sticking around." Right there they opened their guild panels, tapped quit, and became free agents. Only then did they pull out town portal scrolls, a flash of white, and they were gone. The sight amused Xiaofeng. Had been so busy carving through them that had forgotten the classic line, "Leave the guild, and he'll spare you." What a waste. That slogan is standard when one side has the advantage. Today had single-handedly surround more than 20,000 players, kill thousands, and drive off Tianxia's top bras, say an unbeatable edge. Forgetting to shout it almost felt criminal. No matter. Next time, they'll build a base sooner or later. They'll drop a few hurricanes, blizzards, and meteors, then yell the line now that style. He grinned at the thought. With the battle over, he was mostly willing to let the feud die provided Tianxia didn't provoke him again. Tianxiao Wushuang was a different story. That guy had trashed him in the Warzone chat, the virtual equivalent of killing his father and stealing his wife. Unforgivable. A worried voice sounded in party chat. Lily asked, "Xiao, how's it going?" I saw Tianxiao Wudi and almost their entire force port back, like 10, maybe 20,000 people. Xiaofeng had never left the party before heading out, but the distance was enough that his infamy didn't splash on his teammates. He answered with just 4 words. Total. Rout. Victory. Holy crap. You soloed 20,000 players and call it total rout. Xiao, you're my blood bro Therno, my mom. I'm sticking with you from now on. Left thigh's mine, nobody fight me for it. No, wait, I want the right thigh too. Li Li and Zhang Fan were so stunned by the news that they instantly broke into slapstick antics. Beat it, you two? Xiaofeng waved them off irritably. If you want something, you can chew on the boss thigh. While the 3 of them joked around, Xiaofeng quietly swept every gold and silver coin and any decent gear into his pack. Senior Xiaofeng, did you grab their garrison token? Dun Dun asked timidly. Not yet. The boss isn't dead. Its health is almost full again. Xiaofeng glanced at the monster in the pit. Dun Dun sighed. That's a shame. Dragon Soul and Pantheon put 100 million bounty on it. With that token, we'd be instant billionaires. 100 million isn't the only road to riches. Xiaofeng shrugged. This boss doesn't look that bad. They'll try soloing it, maybe ITLL drop a little fortune of its own. The Spectral General had a terrifying 11.8 million H, scarier than Minia, the witch, but the earlier fight had shown his whole hand. Charge, cleave, Black Dragon Blast. Nothing but raw damage. Earth Element Shield could block it all, and unlike Minia, he had no cheap invulnerability. A solo kill wasn't impossible. Solo? Come on, old Xiao, how can you fight a boss without us? Zhang Fan protested. As a hidden class inheritor of the High God, he loved nothing more than pummeling bosses. The level gap's too big. No matter how good your stats are, you'd be one shot. Next time, I swear next time. Boohoo Zhang fan fake sobbed. Lily followed suit. Brother Xiaofeng, you've changed. You used to love us, no you won't even share XP. Sob sob. Enough, before you scare Dun Dun and Blind Girl. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and muted the party channel. A level 105 mythic boss offered absurd experience, but in a party, it would be split. The others were still in Dragonblood City, 2 hours away, and he had zero patience for that. Solo was the only logical choice. Alright, boss bro, time to repay that life-saving favor. With a whoop, Xiaofeng charged in, staff in hand. The spectral general Xia Mao was a level 105 mythic monster astride a skeletal warhorse. Tattered armor failed to hide the murderous aura rolling off him. His health had climbed from 30% to over 70%, ticking up thousands every second. Xiaofeng wasn't about to wait for full. The boss' 200-meter aggro radius outranged any of Xiaofeng's spells. The moment he crossed the line, the boss snarled, "Insolent insect. How dare you challenge a god?" Xian Mao lifted his spear, and a lance of black energy ripped across 100 meters. 129,819. Almost 130k damage without Earth Element Shield. That hit would have sent him straight back to town. Even a level 100 knight couldn't have tanked it. Shield up, Xiaofeng pressed forward, lightning bolt already charged. Another beam swept by, another 130k gone. Then Xian Mao's voice turned from anger to shock. "It's you. So it was you. Wait, what? Do we even know each other?" Xiaofeng was baffled. The spectral general raised his dire spear and roared. "You dared slay the High God's favorite mount, Otagu. In the name of Saint Spear, one of the 10 generals of the War Temple, I sentence you to death." Boom. Black miasma exploded outward. The boss went berserk on the spot. "Seriously? Otagu again? What the hell did I do to deserve this?" Xiaofeng cursed. Xiaofeng nearly spat blood. The Wraith General charged in on a skeletal horse, a 9-meter black iron spear as thick as a utility pole crashing down and leaving no room to dodge. Gritting his teeth, Xiaofeng tanked the hit Hedon. A white 289,131 popped above him, more than double the usual damage. In rage mode, the boss stats had shot up by 50 full levels. "Rebel, you want escape? Take my spear." Clad in ebony armor, the general pressed the attack, thrusting so fast the lance blurred. Anger surged in Xiaofeng. He fired a lightning arrow. Sizzle. 3,489,892. Huge damage numbers burst forth. The spell's theoretical cap was 7 million, but the boss magic reduction had halved it. Even so, the blow still shook the health bar. Mighty war god Asada, grant me strength. Though fallen, the spear general still clung to his faith, shouting his deity's name. Black light crawled along the lance as he swung, hurling a 30-meter crescent slash. Boom. Xiaofeng was flung across the ground, trapped in a 5-second knockdown. A crimson 300,000 floated overhead. Shields ignored armor, but numbers like that still made his scalp tingle. Even a level 100 knight is made of paper, he thought bitterly. It was his own Otogu curse that had driven the boss into this monster form. Without his thick shield, head already be dead. 3 seconds too, he was helpless, watching the boss raise the lance again. Black fumes erupted as a roar shook the air, loyal to the gods. An enormous black dragon wave rose skyward, then slammed down. Crash. 520,000. An even uglier number appeared. The screen dimmed. Xiaofeng was beyond complaining. The 5 seconds finally expired. He rolled upright, tossed a fireball, then a magic missile. Boom. 3,199,421. 25,000 burn 1. 587. 131. An even crazier string of digits exploded. The Wraith General's health bar plunged, leaving barely 400,000. Xiaofeng ready to chain lightning to finish the job. A pillar of blazing light slammed down from the sky. "Spearmaster, your loyalty has reached the gods. By the authority of the War Temple's second battle deity, I claim your soul. Return to us, Lyria." Bathed in gold, the general's battered armor and rust-flecked lance shed their shells and reforged into gleaming silver-black gear. The skeletal horse filled with light, its hollow frame reborn in a flash. "Aho!" The Wraith General howled at the heavens, tears mixing with black mist. "My lord, you finally remembered me. The war god might have fallen, but the temple endured and the faith remained." Radiance devoured the decay and resentment clinging to him. Xiaofeng tried to slip into chain lightning, but the beam bounced off the light screen without even a one. Was the boss really about to run away? A level 105 mythic boss, the EXP will be off the charts, so please, no surprises. Xiaofeng tightened his grip on his staff and fixed his eyes on the Wraith General in front of him, terrified that this cooked duck might suddenly fly away. Before his eyes, the shattered armor knitted itself back together, black cracks replaced in an instant by glowing gold veins. Within seconds, the decayed undead shell transformed into a gleaming set of holy plate, and a warhorse stepped out of the void, its mane blazing like fire. The ghastly skeleton became a tall, handsome rider who looked every bit a god. Spear of Light General, Rielio. A pale gold system window appeared. Spear of Light General Rielio. Mythic Leader. Level, 210. Health, 23,600,000 23,600,000. Target level 2 high. Further data unavailable. Xiaofeng swallowed hard. The boss level and health had doubled, and it was back to full status. Would stand no chance in a straight fight. The divine radiance faded. Rielio sat high in the saddle and looked down at the one-meter-80 human weather mage, his voice booming as though it echoed off the vault of heaven. Wicked rebel, I should erase you in the name of the Temple of War, yet your power helped me receive the temple's call. I spare you today. Next time, there will be no mercy. He squeezed his knees. The horse's iron hooves struck the air, sending gold ripples outward as the pair soared into the sky. Hey, where are you going? What about my EXP? What about my artifact? Are you kidding me? Xiaofeng exploded the moment the boss fled. Rielio's figure shrank in the distance, but a cold snort sounded as if right beside Xiaofeng's ear. If you dare seek battle, come to the temple in War City. Rielio will be waiting. The last syllable faded, and the night became a golden streak that vanished beyond the horizon. At that instant, a burst of interwoven gold and black light erupted from the scorched earth where the boss had stood. Clang! Coins cascaded like a waterfall, chiming crisply, while red, orange, and violet beams crisscrossed, dazzling Xiaofeng. Ding! Congratulations! You have defeated the mythic leader, Wraith General CS Spear, and gained 28,500 reputation. Congratulations! You have triggered the activation condition for Level 2 Capital War City. Follow the clues to unlock War City as soon as possible. You defeated Wraith General CS Spear and gained 21,600,000 EXP. Congratulations! You have reached level 40. Congratulations! You have reached level 41. Congratulations! You have reached level 57. Prompt. Your level now meets the requirements for the second job advancement. Please proceed to the temple to complete your second class upgrade and obtain greater power. System messages rolled past like thunder, and Xiaofeng finally exhaled in relief. At least the fight hadn't been for nothing. 21.6 million EXP, more than he had ever saved up, rocketed him from level 39 to level 57, leaving everyone in his zone in the dust. At his feet the coins formed a small mountain of gold. He picked one up, and the system tallied 720,000 coins worth a solid 7.2 million in real cash, enough to buy a seaside condo in Haijiu. I just struck it rich. He grinned, then locked onto 4 blazing red beams, the rarest glow short of 7-color top-tier items. Though not all 4 were equipment, each was enough to make his heart race. The first excited him most. Base construction permit mythic grade item. When held by a guild leader or vice leader, this permit allows the holder to apply at a level 3 or higher capital for a guild-based plot. During construction, a monster siege event will trigger. Failure to defend will void the construction, and the permit will not be returned. Its value was at least 100 million coins. On the auction house it might fetch even more, though big spenders might be short on funds to pay that small target. Small target, I love you. Xiaofeng shoved the permit into his bag before anything could happen. The second mythic item appeared next. Rielio's invitation. A handwritten invitation from the Spear of Light General, Rielio, one of the Temple of War's 10 generals. With this item you may go to the temple in War City and challenge the level 210 mythic leader, Rielio. Prerequisite. Defeat the 4 Wraith commanders. Lei Liao's final remark set the next chain of events in motion. A chilling system prompt followed at once. The activation condition for the Tier 2 main city has been met, and it is closely tied to your current item. Hearing this, Xiaofeng opened his quest log, and sure enough, a brand new quest sat at the very top, the first one he had received since the server launched. Subdue the 4 Wraiths mythic quest. Quest brief. 3,000 years ago, the Temple of War collapsed after the war goddess Sada fell in battle. Among the 10 generals and 4 high priests, 4 were slain while pursuing abyssal beasts. Corrupted by demonic energy, they turned into wraiths. Objective: defeat the 4 wraiths roaming the world and free their imprisoned souls. Progress: 14. Current targets: 1. Wraith General Demonblade. 2. Wraith High Priest Beacon Flame. 3. Wraith High Priest Bloodsea. Time limit: 30 in-game days. No clues at all. The 3 bosses could be hiding anywhere. How am I supposed to find them? Xiaofeng frowned at the quest description, muttering under his breath. He calmed himself quickly. Mythic quests always paid handsomely. If he could clear it, the rewards would be staggering. Scrolling down, 2 crimson gear descriptions appeared. Wraith War Spear. Rarity: Mythic. Level requirement: 100. Class requirement: Knight. Physical attack: 780. Strength: 50. Vitality: 100. Passive: Bloodthirst 10 lifesteal. Passive: Guard blocking with the weapon negates 70 physical damage. Active: Battle him 15 damage reduction and 25 damage boost for 300 seconds. Usable once per day. Note: never wears out. Heroic Soul Ring. Rarity: Mythic. Requirement: None. All stats 10 unlocked at level 10. All stats 20 level 50. All stats 30 level 100. All stats 40 level 150. Passive. Sacred Glow. When the wearer reaches level 200, physical and spell damage increase by an additional 10. So strong he stared at the screen, eyes wide. The spear's stats were insane, but the knight and level 100 requirements meant it would sit in storage for now. The heroic soul ring was different. The moment he equipped it, the bonuses kicked in, especially the potential 30-point all-stat boost. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng slid the ring onto his finger. His stat panel immediately flashed with green numbers. Base HP jumped by more than 800, mana by 200, spell power climbed 36 points, and crit rate ticked upward. He switched to his elemental staff and paired it with the ring. The curves on his stat graph rose visibly. Once I hit Second Awakening, learn the new skills, and overhaul my gear, I think maybe I might actually be able to tear down a temple. Each temple houses at least 4 mythic bosses over level 200, and judging by Minia's ridiculous abilities, mythic bosses can pull off all kinds of crazy tricks. Xiaofeng decided it was best not to overthink things for the moment. By his calculations, he would need to push the single-hit damage of one skill to at least 20 million, enough to one-shot an archbishop before even considering that earth-shaking plan. The bigger problem was that his name was now so red it was practically black. He couldn't even set foot inside the capital, let alone retrieve the weather staff from his vault. Going back now would be the same as declaring war on the entire city. Thousands of guards would swarm him, and he'd have no way out. Better to stay put than charge in blindly. He bent down and continued scooping up loot. After pocketing 4 scarlet items, 8 legendary pieces were still scattered on the ground. For were level 100 legendary gear unusable for now, so they'd go straight into storage. The other 4 included an Olivel, Knight exclusive shield, Holy Spirit round shield. It offered almost no attack, but granted 50 constitution and 200 physical defense, still top tier. 3 utility items. 1. Wraith summoning scroll legendary. Summons an 80 level epic boss, Wraith Warlord, to fight alongside you. The Warlord has 700,000 HP, 1,500 attack, no skills, and lasts 600 seconds. 2. Divine Light Redemption Potion, 4 legendary. Cleanses any target of demonic influence. Quest item, non-tradable. 3. Essence of Divinity. Energy distilled from a temple guardian that allows the holder to enter the god realm without being repelled by its power. The subjugator of the 4 wraiths quest had only 3 bosses left, so 3 potions were plenty. The spare bottle might come in handy elsewhere. The Essence of Divinity worked like Abyssal Essence, except it opened access to the god realm. Xiaofeng stowed everything carefully. Next came a dozen or so epic items and a stack of skill books. Loot from World Guild had already half filled his inventory. With these new treasures, he had to dump some blue gear on the spot. All the epic pieces were level 100 and would also head into storage, but a few skill books were excellent, perfect for Zhang Fan, Li Li, and the others. With the battlefield finally cleared, it was time to deal with his red name. 4,700 infamy points. Just looking at the number gave him a headache. The cap was 5,000, and staying online only shaved off 1 point per minute. Passive decay would take more than 3 full days. Fortunately, killing monsters and bosses accelerated the processa. Single mythic boss had just knocked off 300. Monsters in the Fallen Godlands were high level across the board, so cleaning his slate here would be quicker. He could level up and drop infamy at the same time, then head back to the capital for his second-class advancement once the meter hit 0. Climbing out of the massive pit where the boss had fallen, he stepped onto the scorched earth and casually tagged the nearest monsters. Wraith Archer LV 100 HP 28, 50018, 500. Wraith Knight LV 110 HP 37, 90027, 900. Wraith Mage LV 105 HP 29, 10019, 100. Everything nearby was basically paper to him. Easy kills, quick points. The monster hit hard, each strike dealing 800 to 900 damage, more than the current crop of elite players could manage. Even so, his Earth Elemental Shield linked together flawlessly, so the damage never became a real threat. You have defeated a Malevolent Spirit Archer and gained 1,520 experience points. You have defeated a Malevolent Spirit Knight and gained 1,905 experience points. You have defeated a Malevolent Spirit Mage and gained 1,592 experience points. System messages kept scrolling past, but Xiaofeng ignored them, focusing on a single routine. See a mob, kill it. See a boss, kill it. No one else had come to the land of fallen gods, leaving him alone with a never-ending supply of targets. Every so often he unleashed rainstorm or gale to clear the field, the blackened ground scarred everywhere by his bombardments. When an elite or mini-boss spawned, he did not even glance at its name. One spell, instant kill, no negotiations. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. The wait to clear his red name status was long and dull. Bored, Xiaofeng opened the rankings to check the latest level standings. Player levels had largely stabilized, and the top 10 almost never changed now. Level leaderboard. First place, Xiao Feng level 57 Weather Mage. Second place, Jianzhan Sangxing level 44 Ancient Sword Immortal. Third place, Yidao Igu Puck Sananan level 40 Floral Assassin. Fourth place, Kaiwa Wang Fugua level 39 Flower Thief Rogue. Fifth place, Shisho Tingshuo Kui Chojang level 39 Archer. Sixth place, Xingyun Miao level 36 Moon Witch. Seventh place, Shodo Bushi Pajinsen level 36 Starry Sky Hunter. Eighth place, Naiman Buyao Zida level 36 Warrior. Ninth place, Bida level 36 Priest. 10th place, Dunyu Tsangxiong level 36 Dragon Knight. The leveling leaderboard has an intriguing spread. Xiao Feng and Jianzhan Sangxing sit alone at the very top. Right behind them are 3 specialists around level 40. One tier lower comes the cadre of level 36 grinders players who never enjoyed the experience windfall from legendary or mythic bosses and have had to scrape together every bit of XP through non-stop mob clears and questing, making them the game's real first echelon. After them is a second echelon that averages level 33. These elites have long since been scooped up by the major guilds. Zhang Fan, Li Li, and their friends are currently level 30, placing them in the third echelon. However, since Zhang Fan unlocked a hidden class, his power has soared, his leveling speed has improved dramatically, and he's closing the gap fast. Wind roared through the land of fallen gods, churning gray sand across the sky. Xiao Feng stood alone on a cliff, hair whipping wildly, half convinced the gale would blow him senseless. To clear his red name, he had been grinding around the clock cooldown squeezed to the limit, firing off a skill almost every second. Outside of the time it took to locate new spawns, he averaged 30 kills a minute. Because the mobs were 50 levels higher than he was, each one erased a full point of infamy and granted over 50,000 XP. At that pace, he could wipe his red status in about 2.5 hours and hit level 59 in the bargain. Yet after more than 2 hours, Head heard nothing but wind and monster screams. No human voices at all, and the solitude was chafing. A quick glance at his bulging inventory brightened his mood, and he sent a message to Li Li. Old Li, I'm selling a settlement construction permit. Asking price is 120 million. Find me a trustworthy buyer. If someone's interested, pass them my ID and I'll give them the meeting spot. Li Li was in the middle of a brutal boss fight with Zhang Fan and the others. Startled by the message, his hand slipped and he nearly got clawed off the field. Holy crap, that's insane. You actually dropped a mythic boss? Yeah, check the rankings. Li Li instantly alt-tabbed. Xiao Feng's ID was right there at level 57. No way. 57, all that experience, and you didn't share with the brothers? Boo-hoo, I'm heartbroken. Shut it. Focus. I'm being serious. Fine, fine. Li Li ditched the teasing tone. He'll reach out to a few big guild whales and see who bids highest. 1.2 billion is ideal. I can live with a flat billion, Xiao Feng replied. Man, a small goal every day puts corporate CEOs to shame. That's nothing. I still have 2 divine grade items on me. Oh, and since you saw the deal, you and old Zhang each get a condo once the permit sells, Xiao Feng said with a laugh. Li Li was momentarily speechless. Real estate prices were 5 to 6 grand per square meter on the low end, 10 grand in prime locations, and Xiao Feng had just promised to buy, not lease, 2 full units. Xiao, breathe. Zhang Fan chimed in as he joined the private channel. Sure, you scored big this run, but money's no joke. Think it through. Besides, we haven't even graduated yet, so there's no need to worry about buying a place. Living in the dorm is easy and safe. There's no point in moving off campus. The dorm was filled with the hum of 3 computer fans, the health bars on their screens inching upward. Xiaofeng lounged in his chair, fingers tapping the keys. When he heard Zhang Fan's comment, he nodded reflexively. True. Then he blinked and grinned mischievously. So what do you guys want? Designer watches, sports cars, supermodels, or maybe hire a movie star? Tonight, it's on me. Zhang Fan yawned and waved him off. None of that matters. We're gaming nerds. If you really want to treat us, get us some top-tier gear in the game. Usually outspoken, Li Li flicked his mouse and added, and when you cash in that stronghold permit, you'd better send some money home. Show uncle and auntie a little respect. The room went quiet for a moment, broken only by the clicks of keyboards. Xiaofeng thought for a few seconds, then shook his head. If I wired that much, my parents would probably have a heart attack. We're not exactly struggling, so they don't need the extra cash. They'll wait until I have a proper explanation for my income, then take care of them. That feels safer. Earning 100 million from a video game, if he hadn't lived it himself, even he would have dismissed it as fantasy. Xiaofeng calculated that if his parents thought the money was suspicious and called the police, he'd be in deep trouble. Zhang Fan summed it up neatly. Makes sense. Well, sell the item, but let's not overthink it. Enjoy these college years, play to our heart's content, and worry about the rest later. All right, they'll sound out the big guilds and see who's willing to pay our price. Li Li bent over his contact list, mobilizing what little network he had. Keyboards rattled again, blades flashed across the screens. Zhang Fan suddenly turned. Xiao, you're this good now, why not start your own guild? Xiaofeng chuckled. Forget it. None of us knows a thing about management. Run a guild, and you're drowning in paperwork and you'd be the first to go bald. I'd rather join a casual guild, use it as a base, help them kill bosses they can't handle, and take a share of the loot. If it's a large guild, you get hefty stronghold perks and 5% extra XP from daily quests. He spread his hands. I don't like being micromanaged. A relaxed, small guild suits me. If it's packed with girls, even better, Zhang Fan snickered. Pervert, Xiaofeng snorted in mock disdain. About 5 minutes later, the private channel pinged, and Li Li's avatar lit up. I'm done scouting, he said quickly. Just spoke to 4 big guild leaders. Every one of them is offering over 100 million. Which 4, and how much exactly? Xiaofeng asked at once. God's Fall, Dragon Soul, EC, and Conquer the Cosmos, Li read from his notes. God's Fall and EC both offered 110 million. Dragon Soul put up 100 million plus 2 hidden class change tokens. The last one, Conquer the Cosmos, went straight to 120 million. Xiaofeng raised his brows at the 120 million. Had been fishing when he named the price. Someone actually biting was a surprise. Zhang Fan wrinkled his nose. Conquer the Cosmos? Never heard of them. They used to be Beacon Guild. Li leaned back, arms folded. Word is that when Pantheon launched, they landed a mysterious investor and became filthy rich overnight. None of the other guild leaders can figure out who's bankrolling them. Some even suspect a government department is behind it, trying to study the alien tech in Pantheon. The US sector has a similar guild, apparently even fiercer. The dorm lights flickered, and the room went so quiet that the evening study bell outside was audible. Xiaofeng and Zhang Fan exchanged a look, speechless for a moment. A government sponsor in Longhua, that's one heavyweight backer, Zhang Fan swallowed. Xiaofeng tapped the desk, eyes narrowing. If that's true, we'll sell to them. Have someone from Conquer add me. I'm red named right now, so I'll have to trade in the wild. With that, he opened his friends list and made his decision. In less than a minute, Xiaofeng received a friend request. The sender was a player named Zhan Tian, a common ID in the Blue Star Warzone, but this one was a level 35 archer. Hello, Xiaofeng. I'm the guild leader of Xingzhan Zhutian. Zhan Tian messaged the instant the request was accepted. Nice to meet you, guild leader Zhan. Xiaofeng replied politely. After the brief courtesy, Zhan Tian got straight to business. Your friend said you picked up a base construction permit. Mind if I take a look? The game allowed direct item sharing, so Xiaofeng immediately sent the full info sheet of the divine grade item, base construction permit, and added, dropped half an hour ago. I stole the boss from Tianxia Guild. Oh, you dared to grab a Tianxia boss? Truly impressive. Zhan Tian scanned the stats, confirmed they were genuine, and sounded delighted. Xiaofeng followed up. Interested? Definitely, Zhan Tian said at once. I've already quoted your friend 120 million. Once the deal's done, the money goes straight to your account. My people are at the bank right now. Just give me the account number and ID. If you're worried, I can bring in a couple of real-world tycoons as guarantors. They're worth billions, you won't get burned. The thought of handling over 100 million in cash made Xiaofeng uneasy. With no official trading platform, he had few options. Since the other side offered guarantors, he thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's get a reliable witness. I'm red named, so I can't teleport. Meet me on Yuling Plains outside Longxua City. Coordinates XXXX. He'll wait there. Got it. On my way. Whoa, that's pretty far. You might have to wait a bit, Zhan Tian said after checking the map and seeing it was an 80-level zone. No problem. If you're in a hurry, I'll head back toward you, Xiaofeng replied. They settled on Hanfeng Ancient Path, a level 60 area. Zhan Tian would bring a small escort team and the witness. With the location fixed, Xiaofeng left the land of fallen gods and made for Hanfeng Ancient Path. The monsters there still terrified average players, but for top elites, it was a prime grinding spot. Xiaofeng emerged with his deep purplured name flashing, mythic, legendary, and epic gear gleaming. Players along the way stared. Many wanted to gank him, but a glance at his profile level 57 weather made Xiaofeng, leaderboard 1, HP 8,000 made most back off. Even so, one assassin couldn't resist. He slipped into stealth, crept up behind Xiaofeng, and unleashed backstab, blood stab, and deadly poison blade in quick succession, carving away more than 5,000 HP. Not a single sliver of health disappeared. A thick shield bar sat on top of his HP, swallowing the entire burst without flinching. Moments later, the red-named Xiaofeng raised his staff and hurled a 1-meter-wide deluxe fireball plus. The blazing explosion vaporized the assassin on the spot. Such frightening survivability and raw damage silenced the nearby players instantly. No one wanted to draw the red-named players' attention, and they scattered in every direction. Snow whipped across Cold Wind Pass, while Xiaofeng kept his Earth Element shield active, waiting for about 10 minutes. Eventually, a team came crunching through the drifts, 13 players in total. 2 5-man parties all wore the War Conquest Guild emblem, and 3 others walked beside them as official witnesses. Master Xiaofeng, that red name of yours is scary, Zhan Tian called from the front. How many players did you have to kill to get it that dark? Only someone who dared rob the World Guild's big shots could pull that off. The escorts behind him were renowned high-level players themselves. One, ID not Parkinson's, just shaky hands, held the hidden class Starry Sky Hunter and ranked in the top 10 overall. Yet compared with Xiao Feng's solo wipe of an entire guild, they suddenly felt ordinary. Xiao Feng stowed his staff, stepped forward, and gave a wry smile. Washing off a red name isn't easy. I still have to grind a few thousand high-level mobs. I'm risking a gank at any moment just to show up for this deal. With your level and your skills, who'd dare lay a hand on you? Zhang Tian laughed heartily. Once the groups met, he offered a formal introduction. Grandmaster Xiao Feng, a pleasure. Imyang Yi Xiao, guild leader of War Conquest, and a verified entrepreneur in the Dragon Kingdom. We entered all realms to expand our online business and unwind a bit. It's an honor to meet a player of your caliber. Still a university student, Xiao Feng had little taste for small talk. He simply replied, I'm no grandmaster, just luckier than most. Zhang Tian proceeded to introduce the three arbiters. This is Su Mo, vice president of Longyin Group, ID Longyin Jiuxiao. His word is as good as gold. This is the Bahuang Guild Master, Bahuang Warlord. You've surely heard of him, one of the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 guilds, my senior and mentor. And finally, the owner of Treasury Trading Company, Little Tycoon Gao Qian. He's pushing 60 but still active in every blockbuster game, and rumor says his real-world assets have topped 100 billion. Each name outshone the last. Longyin Group ranked among the nation's elite firms, worth hundreds of billions. Bahuang rivaled World Guild in strength, and Gao Qian's trading empire was legendary in gaming circles. With such heavyweights guaranteeing the deal, Xiao Feng's worries finally dissolved. The two sides completed the transaction on the spot. Gao Qian's reputation was rock solid, so Xiao Feng traded the base construction permit to him and handed his banking details to Zhang Tian. After logging out, he grabbed his phone to check his account. In less than 3 minutes, a text message arrived, 2 billion credited. The endless string of zeros made his head spin. He actually counted them 3 times to be sure he wasn't seeing things. The balance upgrade immediately bumped him to diamond status, followed by a prompt offering private banking services. Confirming everything was in order, he logged back into the game. The time gap between reality and the game was maddening. Only a minute had passed outside, yet 10 minutes had gone by in-game. The players waiting nearby saw him appear. All he could see were red-named avatars, and instinctively he raised his hand. Earth Element Shield. A pale yellow barrier wrapped around him. Zhang Tian waved with a grin. Relax, Master Xiao. The money should be in, right? Yeah, it's there, Xiao Feng replied, still a little breathless. Once he confirmed it, little god of wealth Gao Qian immediately passed the permit to Zhang Tian. Pleasure doing business. You're guildless, aren't you? How about joining Conquest? Zhang Tian asked eagerly. Not for now, maybe later, Xiao Feng declined politely. Fair enough. Conquest doors are always open. With the pleasantries done, Zhang Tian and his team crushed their return scrolls in unison, rushing off to register what would become the first player-owned territory in the Blue Star region. The deal had gone almost suspiciously smoothly. Xiao Feng had already shared the news of his windfall with his friends, and the adrenaline was finally wearing off. From now on, he could enjoy the game without worrying about post-graduation job hunting. In an era where everyone scrambled to make a living, being struck by such a windfall felt like a gift from the heavens. He figured he must have saved the universe in a previous life. With solid finances, his confidence soared and his enthusiasm went through the roof. First head clear his red name, then push for his second transition, and after that grind the 4 Dread Spirits quest. Unlock level 2 main cities, tear down temples, topple the high gods, and blaze a path across the multiverse would make his mark. While everyone else focused on leveling, hunting hidden classes, and farming temple credits for gear, he was hellbent on smashing every NPC and temple priest who had ever looked at him the wrong way. Ugh, and bored to death. On the scorched wasteland called the Land of Fallen Gods, where blackened lava and ash mingled in the air, Xiao Feng reclined in a sapphire robe laced with silver threads, propping up his chin with one hand while lazily flicking his staff with the other. Lightning arrow. A pale bolt shot out, exploding against a wraith's chest as blue arcs crackled through the burnt air. Magic missile. 3 violet projectiles locked onto the next target. Bang, 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 dropping the spirit's shredded body like a rag doll. Fireball. A roaring sphere streaked past, blossoming into a crimson blast that scattered chunks of rock. Magic missile. Wraiths fell one after another. Health bars drained to nothing, their smoke curling away. On his interface, Xiao Feng's sin value ticked slowly toward 0. After mowing down several thousand mobs, he felt like a soulless spellcasting machine. Ding zone announcement. Guild Conquest of the Multiverse has completed the Outpost Construction Authorization quest and received special permission from the Moonlight City Lord. As the first guild in this zone to build an outpost, all members earned double XP on outpost quests for 7 in-game days, and the first outpost defense event difficulty is reduced by 50. The pleasant chime repeated 3 times across every channel. Barely an hour ago, Conquest of the Multiverse had just finished the last prerequisite task. Now the permit was official. The news flashed through the entire Blue Star Zone and even popped up on overseas servers. Insane. They're building an outpost before the first day's even over. Heard the construction permit only drops from level 100 mythic bosses. Who are these guys? Double XP for everyone, let's go. Later, boss, I'm off for free experience. So salty. I'm a guild leader too, why can't I catch a break? Longbow players are crazy, did they just zerg the boss? The zone exploded. Players swarmed guild channels, all asking when Conquest of the Multiverse would recruit. A system announcement beat any ad. Within minutes, millions of applications poured in. The bonus applied only to construction quests, about 2 million extra XP over 7 days, but that was still 3 hours of grinding for a normal player. Xiaofeng stopped farming, curiosity fully piqued. He opened his friends list, found Guildmaster Zhantian, and sent a message. Guildmaster Zhantian, what difficulty will your outpost defense be, and when does it start? Zhantian was clearly drowning in whispers. Half a minute passed before he replied. Grandmaster Xiao, thanks to you we're famous now. Hundreds are spamming me, I'm barely hanging on. The defense starts in 24 hours. Exact difficulties unclear, but the City Lord NPC will send 300 level 100 guards, so we think we'll be fine. An outpost defense was basically a siege. Waves of monsters would converge from every direction on the freshly built settlement. Construction was lightning fast. In 24 hours, a level 1 outpost, roughly a square kilometer, would be complete, little more than a village. It wouldn't even have stone walls, just a wooden palisade, pathetically fragile. If a large boss charged in, a wall of bodies would be the only line of defense. Xiaofeng frowned. The City Lord cut the difficulty in half, yet still sent you 300 level 100 soldiers. He clearly knows the defense battle won't be easy and doubts you can hold, so he added reinforcements on his own. He paused. President Zhantian, stock up on resurrection and damage scrolls. You don't want to wipe at the last minute. Zhantian scratched his head. When you put it that way, it makes sense. They'll push the brothers to level up and get more bodies on the wall. His cautious tone showed he had taken the warning to heart. Xiaofeng went on, give me a guest slot. If you're about to break, he'll jump in. I did take 1.2 billion from you. If you lose the settlement token, ITLL, make me look bad as the seller. Haha, that's an honor. Zhantian laughed heartily. With Master Xiaofeng on our side, nothing can go wrong. He already knew Xiaofeng had once forced over 20,000 World Guild players to retreat single-handedly, and he revered the top-ranked player of the region. Free help from such a legend was a blessing. The call ended, and the hologram dimmed. Xiaofeng's lips curved. No one knew his second goal, farming experience. A settlement defense might be a nightmare for ordinary players, but to him, it was a gold mine. When the monster tide surged, a gale strike here and a rainstorm there would send his EXP bar rocketing upward. The thought alone made his blood race. Conquest of the Heavens began building its settlement and instantly became the center of attention. Chasing double experience and the defense event, legions of players filed guild applications. The officers worked through the night just to review them. Meanwhile, World Guild was shrouded in gloom. In the conference room, Tianxiao Wudi, Tianxiao Wushuang, Tianxiao Haojia, and other executives wore faces as dark as soot. Guild Master, it's confirmed, a member reported. Conquest bought the settlement token from Xiaofeng. The price wasn't disclosed, but it topped the bounties offered by Pantheon and Dragon Soul. Damn it. Tianxiao Wushuang slammed the table. That glory should have been ours. We lost the token, missed 3 hours of grinding, and dumped tons of expa at least 4 or 5 levels. Why is he so strong and making bank while we? Enough. Tianxiao Haojia snapped. Wushuang, reflect on yourself. If you hadn't provoked Xiaofeng first, we wouldn't be in this mess. Stop whining and figure out how to recover. Flushed, Wushuang was about to retort when Tianxiao Wudi spoke calmly. Haoji's right, this is mainly on you. Big brother, Wushuang felt wronged but lowered his head. We've been brothers for years, so it'll be brief, Wudi said more gently. From now on, keep a low profile. Everyone in this world has drawn the lottery. No one knows another's trump card. Don't make enemies unless you have to. After a long silence, Wushuang clenched his fists. Understood, big brother. Wudi issued new orders. Keep gathering intel. We've lost first place, but we must stay top 3. Slip further, and even our top 10 status is in danger. Guildmaster, Haojia frowned. What if Xiaofeng crashes the next mythic boss run again? They'll bring in an expert to cover us. Wudi gazed into the distance. With him around, Xiaofeng won't make any waves. There's someone that strong? The two vice masters traded amazed looks. Wudi nodded. Yes, one sword. His hidden class is a solo assassin, the strongest in the Blue Star region. He might not match Xiaofeng's AoE numbers, but in single target kills he's unrivaled. So it's him. Haojia let out a breath of relief, while Wushuang gave a sinister smile, already picturing Xiaofeng being taken out in a unknown duel. In the land of fallen gods, Xiaofeng was still grinding monsters. The battle announcements had been flooding the screen for barely 10 minutes when his mountain of infamy finally vanished, and a system chime boomed in his ear. Congratulations! You have reached level 59. At the same moment his name returned to white, His level once again pulled ahead of everyone on the server. I can finally get out of this hellhole. With a sigh of relief, he crushed a return scroll. A flash of white light whisked him back to familiar Dragonblood City, packed bulging, and more than 700,000 gold coins in tow. At the city gate, a squad of guards slammed toward him before he even found his footing. Move, get out of the way. For other players, these soldiers either looked the other way or politely asked them to step aside. But the instant they spotted Xiao Feng, they glared as if facing their parents' killer. He watched the NPCs march off, already calculating what loot they might drop if he took them down. Revenge can wait, he muttered. Give me a few days, and it'll bring your capital to rubble. With that, he headed for the marketplace. In the warehouse district, he immediately retrieved the class exclusive weapon he had stashed away, the weather staff. Rarity, legendary. Level requirement, 50. Class requirement, weather mage. Stats, spell attack 195, intelligence 50, constitution 25. Special effect 1 mastery. 1 chance to reset the cooldown of a class skill when used. Special effect 2 atmospheric expansion. Doubles the area of effect of all spell skills. The moment he equipped it, his displayed attack power shot past 500, and that was only the beginning. He swapped in every epic or legendary piece he could wear from his backpack, then sprinted to the auction house to fill the empty slots. After withdrawing the gold head earned from earlier sales, he bought a string of level 50 epic items in one go. Even the level 30 epic moonlight gauntlets he had just purchased, and the level 20 sapphire belt that dropped from World's Peerless, were discarded without hesitation for higher level replacements. When the gear upgrades were done, he distributed his newly earned stat points. His character sheet looked completely different now. Xiao Feng's stats had been reborn. Name, Xiao Feng. Class, Weather Mage. Current level cap, 59. Talents, Divine Might God Tier, Weather Mastery Legendary. Health points, 9,834 9,834. Mana points, 1,476 1,476. Spell power, 815. Physical defense, 110. Magic defense, 180. Strength, 89. Intelligence, 297. Constitution, 139. Spirit, 264. Agility, 109. Potential points, 0. Skills, Magic Missile, Chain Lightning, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Downpour, Gale, Earth Elemental Shield. Equipment, Meteorological Staff, Legendary, 195 Attack, 50 Intelligence, 25 Constitution. Mana Crystal Pendant, Epic, 500 Max HP, 100 Spirit. Heroic Saint Ring, Mythic, 30 to all attributes. Fire Element Ring, Epic, 25 Attack, 10 Intelligence, 10 Physical Defense, boosts fire spell damage. Godslayer Robe, Mythic, 3,600 Max HP, 50 Spirit, 50 Physical Defense, 100 Magic Defense, 50 MP per second. Longevity Cowl, Epic, 450 Max HP, 10 Constitution, 20 Physical Defense, 10 HP every 5 seconds. Scholar's Belt, Epic, 350 Max HP, 10 Spirit, 25 Magic Defense, 5 MP every 5 seconds. Snow Mountain Rune Pants, Epic, 400 Max HP, 10 Constitution, 15 Physical Defense, 15 Magic Defense. Flower Princess Gloves, Epic, 250 Max HP, 20 Intelligence, 10 Spirit, 15 Magic Defense. Swift Boots, Legendary, 500 Max HP, 20 Agility, 100 Movement Speed. At level 59, Xiao Feng's full Weather Mage loadout was already extravagant. Even without his 10,000-fold talent, those numbers alone were enough to make him stand out among players at the same level. Originally, he planned to abandon health and both defenses entirely, replacing every slot with pure offense. After all, in this game, a single point of spell power translated into a 12,000 point shield, far more cost-effective than stacking hit points or armor. Reality, however, got in the way. The auction house held only a handful of level 50 epic items, so he had to settle for whatever was merely good enough. He couldn't help sighing. Big guilds really are drowning in resources. Members of the Unrivaled Guild could learn Meteor at barely level 20, yet here he was at 59 without even breaking 300 intelligence. The gap was enough to make his teeth ache. Still, he quickly rallied. His own guild, Conquest of the Myriad Realms, was no small fry. In fact, its influence now faintly overshadowed Unrivaled. So why not go straight to the guild leader? Once the idea struck, he opened a private chat with Zhantian. Guild leader Zhantian, I need a favor, Xiao Feng said bluntly. Just say the word, Master Xiao. If it's in my power, consider it done, came Zhanshan's characteristically straightforward reply. Xiao Feng didn't mince words. I urgently need a batch of pure int gear level 50, imaginely. The higher the intelligence, the better. Everything else can be ignored. Gold isn't an issue, name your price. Pure intelligence? Going for a high-level spell, huh? Zhantian saw through him at once, then added, no problem. Child's play for our guild. Send me your coordinates, and I'll have the boys bring the gear over. Forget the payment, this one's on us. That won't work. My requirements are pretty strict, and once I'm fully geared up. Halfway through his sentence, Xiaofeng realized he would basically be taking the gear for free and felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Tian waved it off with a hearty laugh. You're only borrowing the set to learn a skill. Once you're done, just hand it back and we're square. Besides, we just pulled off a billion-credit job together. We're partners now. I'm hardly going to charge you rent on top of that. You're right. Xiaofeng came to his senses and clasped his fists. Thanks, Guildmaster Zhang. Quit it with the Guildmaster. Zhang Tian motioned at himself. I'm only a few years older than you. Call me Lao Yang, and he'll call you Brother Xiao. As head of the Conquest Guild, Zhang Tian knew exactly how valuable a top-tier player was, and he saw huge potential in Xiaofeng. He couldn't recruit him, but offending him was out of the question. Lending a few items was nothing. The favor he earned in return was worth far more. After chatting a bit longer, Zhang Tian went off to handle guild business, arranging for the gear to be delivered before he left. Xiaofeng waited near the teleport array for about 10 minutes until an assassin bearing the conquest insignia hurried over. The newcomer's ID read Jietian, level 35, right on the border between the first and second tiers. Master Xiaofeng, sorry to keep you waiting. Jietian stopped and bowed. Thanks for making the trip. Xiaofeng nodded politely, keeping things low-key. They initiated a face-to-face trade, and 4 pure intelligence items were dropped into the window exactly as promised. 1. Boots of Insight, Epic, INT 30, bonus INT 30. 2. Compendium of Erudition, Epic, INT 100, special effect Erudite, extra INT 50. 3. Ring of the Disciplined Sage, Epic, INT 30, bonus INT 20. 4. Spirit Binder Necklace, Legendary, INT 150. These pieces were almost absurdly specialized, nothing but raw intelligence, useless to most players. For Xiaofeng, though, they were perfect. His damage was tied directly to his HP, and the higher his INT, the safer he was. Still, no matter how well they suited him, they were only on loan. Once he learned the skill, he would have to return them intact. Ding, would you like to learn the meteor spell? After learning, the skill book will disappear from your inventory. He pulled the skill book from his backpack and tapped confirm the moment the system prompt appeared. Ding, congratulations. You have learned the legendary skill, Meteor Strike. Meteor Strike. Focus fire elements to summon a meteor from the sky, dealing 2,000 of your spell power as magic damage to a target area and 50 splash damage within 30 meters. Cast time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 60 minutes. A new orange icon flickered in his skill bar, its fiery lines casting a crimson glow across Xiaofeng's face. He did the math in his head. 200,000 spell multiplier and 815 base power meant one hit would land 163 million damage. Widen the impact zone by 600, and anything within a 180-meter radius would still eat 81.5 million splash. The thought made him grin like a madman, his fingers sketching arcs in the air. I'm practically a god. As tempting as it was to test the skill right away, his top priority was still the second-class advancement. The second tier is the watershed for every profession. Crowd control breaks and super armor unlock here, and stat growth doubles, making every point count. Xiaofeng already carried the Meteorologist's Codex, the item needed for the ritual, but he lacked a mentor willing to conduct it. Yu, the last tutor who helped him, had vanished. Even if they met again, she probably wouldn't take the job. So we'll just have to find another mentor. He scanned the surroundings and shrugged. Had spent the entire day either grinding in the wild or clashing with players from the Tianxia Guild, leaving no time for basic quests, let alone learning where high-level NPCs like to hang out. After a moment's thought, he opened his friends list and tapped the bright-lit name of Li. Hey, Li, you're the news guy? I need a mage NPC over level 100, anyone besides the temple clergy. I'm ready for my second class change. Li was in the middle of a regional boss run with Zhang Fan, Shield, Blind Girl, and a random pickup. Still, he replied instantly, got it. He'll ask around. Less than 5 minutes later, a new message popped up. Xiao, I found quite a few. I've compiled the info for you, study it at your leisure. Boss is about to enrage, so we'll catch you later. Thanks. Shout if you hit a wall, Xiaofeng replied. A moment later, a dense block of text scrolled in. He opened the list one entry at a time. Field Mage NPCs. 1. Ice High Priestess Elena, Mythic level 175, stationed at Frost Fortress near the Ice Main City. 2. Storm Archmage Duncan, Legendary level 180, holds a military post in the Tier 4 city, Ironhelm. 3. Flame Sanctum Mage Larinar, Mythic level 200, guards the high-level zone Core Lake, reclusive yet willing to aid players. 4. Moonlit Bard de Fiona, Mythic level 150, a wandering poet recently spotted in the Tier 5 town Boulder Haven. 5. Xiaofeng scanned more than a dozen entries in one breath before giving up. The entire light screen was plastered with coordinates, names, and levels, and the cramped text made his eyes sting. To stop himself from getting completely dizzy, he decided to skim the whole list from start to finish. 1. Frost Fortress. Anything with a name like that is bound to be involved in a war. The guards would probably turn him away on sight. Pass. 2. Another military stronghold. Forget asking for help, the real challenge would be leaving without a beating. Pass. 3. A level 200 mythic NP, undeniably powerful, but she lived in the subterranean lake. 3 hours of cross-country running just to reach the place? No thanks. 4. The moonlit poet sounds like an artsy NPC, and she was the nearest. Perfect. The great realms were vast. The territory under every Tier 3 capital was as large as the modern Dragon Kingdom. Scattered within each jurisdiction were Tier 4 cities. Even with teleportation arrays, the distance between cities still stretched for thousands of kilometers. The subterranean lake lay inside the blaze flame capital's sphere of influence. It was a level 150 monster zone, so only a handful of elite players ever set foot there for quests. Not wanting to waste hours on the road, Xiaofeng fixed his sights on the nearest settlement, Boulder Town. He opened the world map and typed Boulder Town into the search bar. The light screen instantly zoomed and centered, pinning a coordinate roughly 950 kilometers northwest of Stormwind City. Nearby sat Galehold, a Tier 4 city reachable in about 30 minutes via the fastest route. Decision made. He packed lightly, taking only 3 essentials: the Weather Mage's Codex, Demonic Corrosion, and a few general-purpose items. Then he set off on his second-class quest. 10 gold coins went to the teleportation officer, sending him back to Stormwind's main teleport plaza. Another coin bought passage from an inner-city array to Galehold. Compared with a towering Tier 3 capital, Galehold felt tiny. The teleport square was barely the size of a basketball court, and its cobblestone streets were only 3 or 4 meters wide. No bustling trade caravans, no squads of patrolling guards, even the air seemed laid back. Because Tier 4 cities lacked resurrection shrines, most players avoided them. Anyone who died would reappear back in a capital. Resources were scarcer too, so those who lingered were mainly casuals. Unbelievable notice telling me to step aside for once. Xiaofeng stepped out of the array and reflexively glanced around, a little unsettled by the absence of patrols. He locked Boulder Town on his mini-map and prepared to jog the rest of the way. Just then a surprised female voice called out, "It's you." The deep-pocketed Xiaofeng. The voice was soft and pleasant, but the blunt wording still stung. Xiaofeng turned and saw a woman in white robes clutching a spell book, hurrying toward him. "Don't run. I'm paying you back this time." She closed the gap in 3 long strides and spread her arms to block his path. "Oh, come on, what are the odds?" Xiaofeng stood there, stunned. The newcomer was none other than the player who had sold him 3 pieces of gear for 5 silvers back in the newbie village, and later felt guilty enough to insist on a refund. Xingyun Miao. A quick look at her profile showed she was already level 39, a moon witch, and ranked respectably on the leaderboards. Over 100 million players, 7 main capitals, and dozens of Tier 4 cities, yet somehow we still run into each other. Hurry, accept the trade. In front of the teleport gate, Xingyun Miao cut Xiaofeng off again and frantically popped up a trade window. Xiaofeng looked exasperated. "Only 5 silver? That's barely 50 cents in the real world. I couldn't even buy a bottle of water." She had already ambushed him at the gate twice, and if he ran off again, she would probably plaster a bounty on him across the server. Resigned, he tapped accept. Inside the trade panel, Xingyun Miao dropped in 50 silver. She explained earnestly, when the new server launched, 1 gold was worth 100 yuan. Now you can get it for 10, so the currency has crashed by 90%. Those 3 pieces of gear sold for 5 silver back then, which is worth 50 silver today. I overcharged you, so I owe you 45. Add 1 day's interest and a handling fee, that's another 5. Total, 50 silver. Confirm, and we're even. Her meticulous calculations went in one ear and out the other. Xiaofeng cared only about the number. He hit confirm, 50 silver credited, and turned to leave. "Hey, add me as a friend." Xingyun Miao chased after him, spamming friend requests. Xiaofeng declined without hesitation. "Why not?" She stared at him, completely baffled. Last time he brushed her off because she'd opened with easy money, stupid players. This time she simply terrified him. Someone this nitpicky about every coin, imagine dealing with her again. She would drive him insane. People like that could never be friends. With that thought, he burst into a sprint, activated his boots of swiftness for a 200% speed boost, and vanished in the blink of an eye. "Stop right there. Seriously? What's wrong with you?" Xingyun Miao stamped her foot as his silhouette faded into the distance. "I give the guy money and he acts like I'm some raging tigress. Am I really that scary?" Xiaofeng left the city and made straight for Jusher Town. Along the narrow path outside the walls, a few leveling parties moved at a leisurely pace, elderly players, kids, and casual adventurers pulling mobs and finishing them off without the frantic, blade-flashing tension of the main training grounds. Farther ahead flowed a clear river just beyond Fengnu City, spanned by a single plank bridge. The moment Xiaofeng stepped onto the bridge, an NPC girl appeared at the other end. She wore a simple white dress, cradled a bunch of wildflowers, and hummed a tune as she skipped along, as carefree as a woodland sprite. The scene was so storybook perfect that even Xiaofeng felt his lips curl into a smile. Then, Just as they were about to pass each other, there was a sharp thud bang, and the girl went sprawling for no reason at all. Ouch, I've fallen, she cried. Xiaofeng froze. How could anyone trip on a flat bridge? Before he could react, the girl lunged forward, wrapped her arms around his calf, and clung to him with a shrill scream. Help! This adventurer knocked me down. He's bullying a minor, somebody do something. What the was this, a shakedown? Xiaofeng had played for years and never seen anything so ridiculous. He glanced down. The NPC looked nearly perfect, an 5 out of 100 in the looks department, but her morals were clearly garbage if she planned to extort a level 59 mage. Dainisi. Level 73. HP 272,400, 272,400. Magic attack 910. Physical defense 45. Magic defense 60. Skills: Windblade, Windwall, Levitation, Mini Whirlwind. One look at the stats, and Xiaofeng nearly swore aloud. A level 73 with near-epic attributes, and she was acting like some con artist on the street. Let go, he growled. You hit me, and now you want to run? Pay up. Dainisi clung even tighter. 1,000 gold, or you're not going anywhere. 1,000? Why don't you just rob a bank while you're at it? Humph. A respectable young lady would never stoop to robbery, she said, chin lifted in smug defiance. Pay, or I'll call the guards. Her slender arms were surprisingly strong. Xiaofeng couldn't shake her off. His temper flared. Getting blackmailed by an NPC, really? Fine, you asked for it. Meteor strike. He began, chanting the forbidden incantation. The legendary spell took 10 full seconds to cast. Fire elements surged around him, and high above, a crimson sphere started to coalesce, growing brighter by the heartbeat. What are you doing? Wait, that's... Even as a wind mage, Dainisi knew enough to recognize real trouble when she saw it. She panicked when she saw Xiaofeng about to throw out a forbidden spell and blurted, let's talk this through. Don't just drop a forbidden spell. If 1,000 gold is too steep, we can negotiate. Let go. Xiaofeng snorted, arcane energy swirling at his fingertips while the countdown over his head dropped to 5 seconds. 500. Will 500 gold do? Denise clung to his leg for dear life, her voice pleading. The timer hit 2 seconds. You're finished, Xiaofeng said, his voice as cold as the wind. Wait. They'll stop shaking you down, all right. Denise went pale and finally released him under the threat of meteor. At that moment, the incantation completed. Seeing that she'd gotten the message, Xiaofeng forcibly redirected the spell, switching the target to a rabbit grazing by the river. The interface labeled it Giant Hare, level 5, 3403, 40 HP, no skills. The sky dimmed with a low rumble, and a blazing red meteor formed among the clouds, its incandescent light splitting the air with crushing force. That thing is huge. Denise scrambled to her feet and gaped at a fireball at least 6 times the size of a normal meteor spell. The commotion startled the players grinding outside Stormrage City, and every head snapped upward. What is that? A shooting star, a meteor, a spell. Holy crap, run. The nearest players bolted. The meteor tore through the air, trailing a fiery tail, and the next instant, boom. The deafening blast rolled across all of Stormrage City. The ground shook, the river surged, and dozens of players were knocked flat. The fireball gouged out a massive crater, its shockwave spreading nearly 180 meters larger than several football fields combined before it finally faded. A faint squeal was swallowed by the explosion. The poor rabbit was vaporized on the spot. 162,999,999. A 9-digit red damage number floated up from ground zero, while tens of millions more appeared around it. Far more than one creature had died. What the hell? Is this really in-game? I nearly had a heart attack. Damn meteor. Even the bunny didn't survive. The players stared in stunned silence. When the flames died away, a 5-meter-deep crater remained, and even though the terrain was already regenerating before their eyes, the devastation was still shocking. This forbidden spell even alters the landscape, Xiaofeng thought. The last time World Dominator cast Meteor, it hadn't done that, so the effect clearly depended on a weather mage's unique talent and his own insane damage output. Denise turned even paler. You scared me. Compensation. She regretted at the moment the words left her mouth and waved her hands frantically. No, that's not what I meant. It just slipped out. Xiaofeng glared, sparks of electricity dancing on his fingertips, and she fell silent at once. Move, he said impatiently. Pay the toll. Her extortionist reflex kicked in, but she slapped a hand over her own mouth and swallowed the rest of the sentence. Nutcase, Xiaofeng muttered, rolling his eyes as he walked away. Damn adventurer, Denise grumbled, shooting him a glare. She glanced nervously at the distant crater, bent to pick up a few scattered wildflowers, sniffed, rubbed her eyes, and slipped back into her innocent schoolgirl act, humming a little tune as she strolled along. Not long after, a level 39 female player left the city, took the same road, and crossed the small bridge. Xingyu Miao was in a foul mood. Even after settling her debt, she just couldn't feel happy. Once she left the city, though, a stretch of emerald hills and clear water came into view. and her spirits lifted a little. The crater left by the fallen meteor had long since been repaired. Up ahead, an innocent-looking NPC girl stood on a small bridge, humming softly, the air sparkling with the vitality unique to this game world. In a burst of curiosity, Xingyu Miao walked over. Splat! Her foot slipped, and she went down hard. Oh no, I fell. Wathi's adventurer crashed into me on purpose. The girl wailed. Bullying a minor. Trying to run after knocking me over? Pay up. Fork over 1,000 gold, or you're not leaving. 20 minutes later, Xiao Feng reached Boulder Town. The place was about the same size as Silver Mine Town only in name, with a handful of shops and a few scattered players. Xiao Feng waved down one of them. Hey, pal, where can I find the bard defy? The player looked up and gasped. Whoa, a level 59 legend, the top-ranked, Xiao Feng himself. Yep, that's me. So where is she? Xiao Feng flashed a customer service smile. You're amazing. Can you power level me? Your gear is sick, could you spare a piece? Sorry, gotta run. Xiao Feng slipped away and decided to check every building on his own. Bards usually hang out in taverns, and sure enough, the town had one. He pushed open the door. A lilting lute and a smooth baritone washed over him. Why is it a guy? He checked the info. Bard Algernon, level 80. Definitely not the target. Aside from him, only the landlady and a blind old woman were inside. Xiao Feng was about to ask when he casually scanned the old woman's panel and froze. Moon Poet defy, mythic boss. Level 150. HP 13 700 00013 700 000. Target level 2 high. Further data unavailable. Seriously? She's ancient. Head pictured a sultry 30-something bard. This one looked at least twice that. Just then the male bard finished his song and smiled at Xiao Feng. On this sunny afternoon, it's a delight to meet such a handsome hero. Care for a poem, sir? 30 coppers, just enough to buy me a tot of rum. Sure. Xiao Feng paid without hesitation. Algernon plucked the strings and shifted to a short, upbeat tune, his deep, elegant voice ringing through the wooden rafters. Xiao Feng closed his eyes, enjoying the melody, then called to the landlady, food and drinks for me, the old lady, and the bard, please. With hundreds of thousands of gold in his purse, he spent lavishly, dropping a fistful of coins on the bar. Algernon's song paused for a beat at the golden glare, and the old woman turned to look at Xiao Feng, but remained silent. Seeing no obvious reaction to Otto Gus' curse, Xiao Feng let out a quiet breath of relief. As long as this visitor wasn't a zealous worshipper of the gods, today would be a lot easier for him. Before long, the tavern's landlady arrived with a platter of sizzling roast meat, frothy amber ale, and a neatly arranged fruit plate, the wooden tray clacking softly against her calloused knuckles. In this game, food carried no special buffs. It existed purely to satisfy the palate. Without a trace of ceremony, the elderly defy dug right in, tearing at the meat with surprisingly strong teeth. In a shadowy corner, the bard Algernon finished his second song and raised his mug. Another tune for our generous adventurer first, a toast. Shielded by the motion, his fingertip flicked a gold coin off the table and into his palm. Xiao Feng noticed, but simply leaned back and listened. When the third song ended, Algernon was clearly still eager, his hand creeping toward the table again. Just then, defy drained her mug, wiped the grease from her lips, and looked straight at Xiao Feng. You came for me, didn't you? Yes. I have a favor to ask, Xiao Feng replied without pretense. Algernon had assumed the gold was homage to his music. Hearing this exchange was like a bucket of cold water. His shoulders slumped. Defy caught the change and sighed softly. Life isn't easy for a bard. Xiao Feng nodded, raising his cup with a wistful tone. Indeed, they witness every joy and sorrow, taste every bitterness, yet can only record the world in song, never truly change it. The words were little more than a stock comfort, but enough to resonate with someone her age. Algernon scratched the back of his head and forced a grin. It's not all bad, just a bit of poverty and the occasional empty stomach. Defy nodded in quiet understanding. Xiao Feng caught her cue, flipped his left hand, and dropped a heavy pouch onto the table with a metallic clink. Algernon stared, eyes widening. A full 1,000 gold coins. In a town where a mug of ale cost 20 coppers and a commoner got by on a handful of silvers a month, that was the fortune of a super-rich man. Even the landlady froze, nearly spilling her tray. Defy couldn't hide her surprise. You're generous, young man. But that much money won't help him, it'll ruin him. Someone will rob him? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. She shook her head gravely. Wealth drains a person's spine. Sudden riches lead only to decay. Not everyone. Xiao Feng shook his head as well. If someone can be corrupted by gold, he never had much spine to begin with. Oh, and why do you say that? Her eyebrow arched. Xiao Feng took a sip of ale and offered a self-deprecating smile. I'm a man who just struck it rich, farm more than 1,000 coins, hundreds or thousands of times more. Yet I'm still myself. Money has eased my worries, not blinded me. The words came straight from the heart, carrying their own persuasion. Defy studied him for a long moment, then nodded. You're impressive, fit to become a weather mage. At last they reached the point. Xiao Feng let out a rueful laugh. Unfortunately, I offended the gods and lost my chance to advance. I've come to you, senior, hoping you can guide me and help me reach the rank of Archmage. Advancing to a new class comes with an official title. Below level 10 you are an apprentice. The first promotion at level 10 makes you a mage. The second at level 50 turns you into an archmage. The third at level 100 grants the title magister. The fourth at level 150 upgrades you to grand magister. And the fifth at level 200 crowns you a sanctum sorcerer. Fiona saw Xiao Feng's level at a glance, so his request didn't surprise her. She nodded. I can do this for you, but on one condition. Name it. Xiao Feng answered at once. You may not know this, the old woman said, lifting clouded yet still sharp eyes, but I have a long-standing feud with the Moon Temple. The High Priestess has sent people after me in secret and wants me dead. Xiao Feng was puzzled. As a moon bard, Fiona worshipped the same lunar deity as the temple. Why had things turned murderous? Recently the temple trained several new heirs to its legacy's moon witch, dark moon archer, and shadowless assassin, she went on. They'll be here soon to kill me. I need you to drive them off. Do that, and they'll handle your promotion. A system prompt rang in Xiao Feng's mind. Ding accept the quest expel the Moon Temple heirs? A thought flashed through him. The player who had inherited the moon, which class Lucky Meow is on her way to Boulder Town. So the quest target wasn't the one asking for help, but the NPC standing in front of him. No problem. Leave it to me, he stopped mid-sentence. Wait, you're level 150. Why fear a few juniors? Fiona gave a bitter smile and raised a skinny arm. Immold. My level looks high, but walking tires me out, let alone casting spells. Xiao Feng muttered inwardly. Too weak to cast, yet strong enough to promote me? What a forced scenario. Still, the quest was clear: defeat 3 heirs for a second-tier promotion, so he stayed. While they talked, Algernon had finished his bread and stew, then took only 10 gold coins from the table. Fiona frowned. Why not take it all? I'm no hero who treats money like dirt, the bard said with a smile, strumming his lute. A little travel fund is enough, so I won't starve and can keep warm. Both Xiao Feng and Fiona secretly approved, seeing him in a new light. Warrior, madam, let me offer one more poem, Algernon declared, tilting back a draught of wine. Fingers on the strings, he sang of a hero named Xiao Feng, praising him as an all-powerful champion who scorned wealth. When the song ended, heavy knocks sounded on the tavern's wooden door. She's here, Fiona murmured, brows knitting. The door swung open, light footsteps entered, and a familiar female voice followed. Xiao Feng looked up and saw a face he recognized from the game Lucky Meow. Good evening, innkeeper. I'm looking for someone named, Xiao Feng. You're here too. She had gone from one shop to the next, asking the same question, when she suddenly came face-to-face with Xiao Feng, the man who had embarrassed her twice already. The herb store was brightly lit and smelled faintly of dried leaves. Xiao Feng stood beside a silver-haired old woman. The moment he saw the newcomer, he pointed to the woman and said evenly, You're here to kill her, aren't you? Xingyun Miao froze, instantly pulling up her system panel. A line of golden text flashed: Moonlight Poet Fiona, her target. She sucked in a sharp breath. How did you know? Xiao Feng shrugged and turned his own panel toward her. My job is to protect her. The quest is pretty clear: take out 3 players like you. What? Xingyun Miao's hackles rose. Her face turned crimson. You still owe me money. Refused my friend request, said an NPC to scam me. And now even our quests are at odds? How is that my fault? Xiao Feng laughed helplessly. You were the one who called me a gullible rich kid. And wait, you got scammed by that NPC too? Don't act innocent, Danacy, said you put her up to it. Xingyun Miao was shaking with anger, sweat beading in her palms. Xiao Feng looked genuinely baffled. Since when do NPCs pin the blame for fun? She tried to scam me first. I scared her off with a meteor. I'm just a regular player, how could I order an NPC around? It sounded reasonable. Xingyun Miao was still annoyed, but her voice softened. So why did she say you told her to rob me? She took 1,000 gold and 1 goi, only have a little over 2,000. Her voice trembled. Xiao Feng spread his hands. She probably panicked and needed a scapegoat. If I'd known she was lying, I'd have one-shotted her with a lightning arrow. Most of her suspicion lifted, though Xingyun Miao still pouted, clearly disgruntled. Child, the old woman said softly, raising eyes as clear as moonlight. The Archbishop sent you to kill me, didn't he? This NPC had over 10 million HP and was a myth-level boss. Xingyun Miao immediately shelved any thought of fighting. He claims you betrayed the High God and stole the Moonlight Orb. We're supposed to kill you and take it back. Fiona gave a hoarse, bitter laugh. I never betrayed the High God. I was simply sick of the temple's rot. I took the orb because it was the only way to stay alive. To stay alive? Xingyun Miao faltered. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. My body is collapsing, Fiona said, lifting a sleeve to reveal skin as white as parchment. Only the orb's power keeps me breathing. Unless I find the spring of divine dew, the moment I let it go, I die. Xiao Feng and Xingyun Miao exchanged a look, minds racing, then spoke at once. What's the spring of divine dew, and where can we find it? If they could bring her the water, shed likely hand over the orb. Xiao Feng wasn't keen on relics, but the quest rewards practically glowed. It's a fountain of miraculous life, Defy explained, lamplight edging her profile. It can revive withered plants and make the dying young again. Just the description sounded near impossible. Xiao Feng frowned. That won't be easy to get, will it? Defy nodded. I've searched for 20-odd years and found nothing. The world holds only 3 springs of divine dew, and I don't have the strength to reach any of those forbidden lands. Which 3 places? The 2 players leaned in, practically tasting the quest. The old woman whispered the names: the divine realm, the abyss, and the tower of the heavens. Xiao Feng and Xingyun Miao exchanged bewildered looks. After hearing the briefing, they both had the same doubt. Could their current level even get them into those 2 high-risk zones? Xingyun Miao frowned. The god realm and the abyss are out of reach at our level. But what exactly is the tower of the heavens? She sifted through her memory. The abyss was officially marked for players above level 150. The god realm required at least 250 just to survive. Even many top players needed special teleporters to set foot there. With requirements that high, the only target left was the Tower of the Heavens. It sounded like the most plausible place to find the Shinlu Gongquan. They were wrong. Dai Fiona raised a hand, correcting them like a mentor guiding rookies. The Tower of the Heavens is a special trial forged by the Creator God. It has no fixed coordinates and only appears when fate allows. Legend says it holds 9,999 floors, each one a separate test. Clear a floor, claim your reward, and you may ascend. She paused, her voice tinged with awe. The Moon Archbishop once tried the tower and was stopped at floor 100. Even a high god can only reach about the 1,000th floor. 9,999 floors and a high god capped at 1,000. Xiao Feng and Xingyun Miao were stunned. Just how strong would you have to be to clear the place? Which floor houses the Shinlu Gongquan? Xiao Feng pressed. Dai Fiona shook her head slightly. The Moon Temple's records say the spring appeared on floor 84. Converting that to combat power, an archbishop who clears 100 floors sits around level 220. So floor 84 would demand roughly 84% of that strength, about a level 185 mythic grade boss. Xingyun Miao did the math and could only smile bitterly. Impossible. All 3 locations were far beyond her reach, and the Tower of the Heavens didn't even have a known entrance. She couldn't rate it even if she wanted to. She took a slow breath and softened her tone. Senior, this won't be quick. My second-class advancement is coming up. Without the Moonlight Orb, the Archbishop won't let me change classes. Dai Fiona's eyes shone. Serve me, and I'll handle your advancement myself. Once the mission is complete, the Moonlight Orb is yours. No need to hand it over to the temple. She clearly wanted Xingyun Miao to accept, but to Xingyun the risks outweighed the reward. A single artifact was nothing compared with her class advancement. She was about to decline when Xiao Feng suddenly spoke up. I know a way into the abyss. With my current power, I should be able to manage a run. Xingyun Miao blinked, her face lighting with surprise. You're saying you'll help me? Dream on, Xiao Feng scoffed. I'm claiming this quest. You don't care about the artifact, but I sure do. Like Zhang Fan, Xingyun Miao had inherited a main god legacy and received 3 unbound mythic items upon her last class change. To her, an extra artifact was trivial. The class change was everything. Xiao Feng saw it differently. Even the worst artifact was still treasure, and at the very least he could sell it for a fortune. Judging from Dai Fiona's tone, the Moonlight Orb was no ordinary trinket. It could extend life and grant vitality, a top-tier artifact by any measure. Maybe it's even a transcendent artifact. In the eyes of an NPC, mythic gear isn't the same as a true divine weapon. The latter is far stronger. After hearing Xiao Feng's explanation, Lucky Miao puffed out her cheeks, her voice full of grievance. I'm just trying to finish my class change quest. Not only did you stop me, you even stole my side quest. You're completely unreasonable. Exactly, I'm unreasonable. Xiao Feng grinned, admitting it without a trace of shame, his skin as thick as a fortress wall. I just don't like starting fights. Don't think I'm scared of you. Lucky Miao flicked the cat ear headband on her head and declared, I'm a bona fide Lord Deity class with 3 artifacts. So what if your level's higher? You can't be sure you'd win. Xiao Feng almost laughed. One forbidden spell from him dealt over 100 million damage, and even a casual skill hit for more than 10 million. A level 39 girl dared to posture in front of him? Riled by his smile, Lucky Miao tightened her grip on her weapon, ready to strike. The tension was palpable when Dai Fiona frowned. Someone else is coming. Someone else meant another hidden class player had come to assassinate her. Leave it to me. Xiao Feng drew his staff and fixed his gaze on the door. With a creak, it swung open and a leather-clad male archer stepped into the tavern. Lightning arrow. Xiao Feng skipped the chatter. His staff crackled with blinding electricitist. Wait, what theme I dead? The Dark Moon archer named Cheng Chun had barely spoken when the arrow pierced his forehead. A blood-red damage number of 22.8 million burst skyward, and his screen went black. Moon Temple players aren't welcome here, beat it. Xiao Feng's voice was flat, his name instantly turning red. Flat on the floor, Cheng Chun wanted to protest that he was only gathering information, but the terrifying 20+ million damage shut him up. Holy crap, 22 million? That's insane. Glad you get it. Now scram. Right away, big bro, I'm gone. Chung Chun bailed out and chose to respawn in town. Lucky Meow quietly slipped her weapon back into her pack. All her earlier fury evaporated. A single skill hitting for 20 million left her zero chance of surviving. The tavern fell silent again. Smiling, Xiao Feng turned to the old woman. Senior Dai Fiona, you saw it yourself. Diving into the abyss or the divine realm is no problem for me. Let me handle the quest to find the celestial dew spring. The words "I want an artifact" were practically written on his face. As a high-level mythic boss, Dai Fiona could sense his terrifying attack power. She nodded. Indeed, you're extraordinary, with limitless potential. But the Moonlight Orb is an artifact usable only by devout followers of the Moon Goddess. Even if you obtain it, you won't be able to wield its power. The first half made Xiao Feng beam. The second half doused him like cold water. Unwilling to quit, he said thick-skinnedly, "Then give me another artifact. I'm not picky. There are only a few dozen artifacts in the entire world. I have just this one, nothing else." Dai Fiona shook her head with a soft laugh. A few dozen? Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow were both stunned, exchanging looks. If that was true, the Moonlight Orb wasn't ordinary mythic gear at all, but a transcendent artifact tied directly to the gods, explaining why only a handful existed worldwide. So far, the only transcendent item Xiao Feng had encountered was his own talent, which was more than 10 times stronger than his roommate Zhang Fan's god-tier talent. By that measure, a transcendent artifact would outclass mythic gear by at least tenfold. While the two were still processing this, Dai Fiona spoke again. "Xiao Feng, if you truly wish to help me, once it's done I can give you a reward no less valuable than an artifact." No less than an artifact? What is it? Xiao Feng pressed. Dai Fiona didn't elaborate. "You won't be disappointed. Deal. With your guarantee, I'm in." Xiao Feng agreed without hesitation. "Hold on." Lucky Meow cried out anxiously. "What about me? I'm the one who needs the Moonlight Orb the most." Lucky Meow was on the verge of tears as her most important class change quest slipped from her grasp. Ever since launch day, when the lottery had handed her an exclusive outfit, her luck had shone like a full moon. Rare drops, hidden quests, never a single miss. She had assumed she could breeze through the prep work and change classes early again, but reality had turned out far harsher. Now Xiao Feng stood beside the quest-giver NPC, the moon poet Dai Fiona, looking as pleased as a cat with cream. His smug grin stung Lucky Meow's heart, and she blinked back tears. "Xiao Feng, I never wronged you. This is way too much," she protested. But Xiao Feng, a textbook steel-straight guy, was immune to her teary-eyed appeal. He flashed a toothy smile. "Appreciate the praise. Senior moon poet, please give the quest to me. Once I clear her out of the way, you can process my second class change." The two of them had a verbal deal. Bring a bottle of divine dew spring, and head get a reward rivaling a legendary item. Since the system hadn't issued an official quest, he knew it still needed that final push. Dai Fiona looked Xiao Feng over, then eyed Lucky Meow, whose eyes were already rimmed red. A slow smile curved her lips. "How about this? Both of you will search for the divine dew spring together. If you find it, they'll grant you both whatever you want. Just finish in less time." Ding. System prompt. Accept the party quest. Search for the divine dew spring. Time limit, 7 in-game days. Party up? Xiao Feng's brows knit instantly. He didn't mind teaming, but only with male players. Girls talked too much and played badly, and this one was clearly a schemer. Pure torture. No way. This is an endgame zone. I'm not even sure I can solo it. Dragging dead weight is asking for trouble. Senior, please retract that order and give me a solo quest. The 7-day limit didn't faze him at his growth rate. He could probably take down the main deity in that time. But hauling a weak, calculating girl along made his scalp prickle, so he had to refuse. Being dismissed so bluntly left Lucky Meow both aggrieved and furious. She stiffened her neck. "I am not dead weight. I've got a hidden class: strong support, solid damage, healing, tons of buffs. What's wrong with that?" Her voice softened nonetheless. She knew she couldn't clear the quest on raw strength. She needed Xiao Feng's insane DPS. More importantly, the system demanded a party, so she had to swallow her pride and get into his team. Powerful buffs? How powerful? Xiao Feng snorted, unconvinced. "Join the party, and I'll show you." Lucky Meow huffed and sent a party invite, ready to prove herself. Because Xiao Feng was red-named after killing a player, she couldn't apply any bonuses unless he accepted. After a moment's thought, Xiao Feng nodded and clicked accept. Teammate Lucky Meow has cast Moonlight Blessing on you. Teammate Lucky Meow has cast Lord of the Night on you. Teammate Xingyun Meow had barely joined the party when she unloaded 3 skills on Xiao Feng in rapid fire. Xiao Feng opened his status panel. The numbers were unmistakable. Moon Blessing, attack 10, physical magic defense 10, 50 HP per second, lasts 30 seconds. Knight's Dominion, attack 30, movement speed 30, crit rate 30, lasts 20 seconds. Moonlight Shield, physical magic defense 30, negates 1 hit, lasts 30 seconds. These buffs are brutal, Xiao Feng thought, impressed. His base DPS was already high. With Moon Blessing and Knight's Dominion stacked, his damage shot through the roof. Pretty awesome, huh? Xingyun Miao smirked, clearly proud. Because she had buffed Xiao Feng, her character's name instantly turned red. It's nothing special, Xiao Feng replied flatly. Even without those boosts, he could still drop any boss that needed killing. Xingyun Miao pouted and muttered, stop pretending. If we take the quest together, we both get to class change and lose nothing. If you're scared it'll slow you down, you can have all the rewards and it'll throw in 500 gold. That's literally everything I have left. Her earlier stubbornness was gone, and her meek tones softened Xiao Feng a bit. He had taken the quest first. Instead of making a scene, she was trying to make peace. If he kept pushing, he'd be the unreasonable one. Hey, don't be mad. I wasn't trying to piss you off. I just wanted to pay off my debt. And about stealing the quest, you hit first, so I panicked, Xingyun Miao explained, staring up at him earnestly. Silence settled, awkward and heavy. Xiao Feng cleared his throat. Fine, guess he'll drag along this dead weight. But you said it. All the rewards are mine. Deal. I want to take a thing. Xingyun Miao nodded eagerly, a smile blooming again. Across the tavern, the moonlight bard Fiona had been watching. She gave a gentle smile. Settled, then. Go now, don't waste time. She lifted a hand, and soft moonlight washed over them. A white flash swallowed their vision. Their bodies lurched as if lifted, and when they touched ground again, they were standing in open country. Well, the quest starts right away. They blurted together. The map showed them between Gale City and Boulder Town, the corridor they passed earlier. The teleport had spanned dozens of kilometers. A level 150 mythic boss power was no joke. Check the quest, Xingyun Miao prompted. Xiao Feng's original Expel the Moon Temple Heiress quest was gone. Its class change reward folded into a new entry. Find the Divine Du Spring Mythic Quest. Objective, with designated teammate, Xingyun Miao, travel to the Divine Realm or the Abyss, locate the Divine Du Spring, and deliver it to the Boulder Town Tavern for the Moonlight Bard Fiona. Time limit, 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Reward, second class advancement, mystery reward. Note, the spring must be collected while both players are in the same party. Xiao Feng rubbed his forehead. Great. It won't even let me ditch you and go solo. His plan to speedrun the quest alone, then drag the rookie through, was dead. Why ditch me? I can help too, Xingyun Miao mumbled, wounded. Fine, let's get moving. Xiao Feng pulled out a town portal scroll. Hey, you're still red named. Xingyun Miao reminded him. A Xiao Feng froze. Head killed so fast had forgotten. If he ported back now, the guards would toss him in jail before he could blink. Ding, you have a new friend request. A system chime rang out, and a green notification popped up in Xiao Feng's field of view. A request from Lucky Cat. This was the third time. The first was back in the starter village. She had tossed off a casual rich fool, and Xiao Feng had almost punched her on the spot, so he flat out declined. The second came in Stormrage City, and he ignored it again, wanting no part of the chatty female player. But now they had to party up for a quest, and another refusal would look petty. After a moment's hesitation, he hit accept. Let's wipe your red name first, then we can run the quest together, Lucky Cat messaged at once. Both of them knew the basics. Red-named players couldn't enter towns, use teleport pads, or do much of anything. Alright, Xiao Feng typed back, accepting the party invite she sent. Truth be told, he didn't like running instances alone with a girl. Unless Li or Zhang Fan was along, it always felt awkward. Still, this entire quest was Lucky Cat's in the first place technically. He had stolen it from her, so leaving her out would be wrong. Besides, the quest description spelled out in black and white. Must be completed by 2 players together. If he tried to solo it, the NPCs would refuse to acknowledge it, and he'd be stuck. I know a shortcut to the Abyss, but the dungeon's on a 1-hour cooldown, Xiao Feng said, laying down the ground rules. They'll take you through later, just don't start lecturing me about silver, inflation, and all that economic stuff, or I'll lose it. The shortcut was a hidden portal in the final chamber of the level 75 main story instance silver mine that led straight to the Abyss. Unfortunately, the instance could only be entered once per day and wouldn't reset for over an hour. Got it? Lucky Cat chuckled, clearly getting the message. Then she passed party leadership to Xiao Feng. Leader's yours. He'll be counting on you, great Master Feng. With the party set, they decided to farm mobs to clear his PK status. The creatures around Stormrage City were only level 20-30. At levels 39 and 59, it would take forever. They would have to hike out to an area with level 50 mobs. The mountain road outside the city twisted through pines, the evening wind carrying their scent. Lucky Cat drew a deep breath, the frustration of being framed earlier dissolving. As they stepped into the spawn zone, she whipped out her gilt-edged grimoire, and a moonlight array bloomed beneath her feet. 75,626, 74,522, 79,231. Scarlet damage numbers exploded, and 3 mobs vanished in white flashes before they could even react. Not bad at all, Xiao Feng remarked, an amused smirk tugging at his lips. Of course. How do you think I leveled this far? Lucky Cat replied with a playful wink. Her level might be lower than Xiao Feng's, but she still ranked on the leaderboards. A divine tier class came with high base attack, and 3 pieces of mythic gear gave her firepower that could rival Zhang Fan's. At this stage, every class had only a handful of offensive skills, so the gap between them was small. Even as a priest, her damage output was nothing to sneeze at. She had been leveling solo the entire time, yet her speed outstripped most full parties. She even exploited a terrain bug to snag a legendary boss, rocketing her XP and squeezing into the rankings. If she hadn't run into the top-ranked Xiao Feng, she never would have become the one getting carried. Against Abyss creatures, though, she was still helpless. Their levels all cleared 100, a gap she couldn't bridge. Xiao Feng didn't spare her feelings. That's exactly how you look to them. Xing Yumiao huffed, unable to refute him. So how much damage can you do? She asked, still unwilling to concede. Me? Nothing special. Xiao Feng's lips curled as he raised his staff. Lightning bolt. Fireball. Magic missile. 31,971,991. 29,810,012. 14,091,983. 3 absurd strings of numbers bounced above the monsters' heads. Mobs with less than 10,000 HP were vaporized on the spot, leaving not even ashes behind. Xing Yumiao's mouth formed a perfect O. When Xing Chun claimed he had taken more than 20 million damage, Shed thought he was exaggerating. Now, with Xiao Feng's stats displayed from a teammate's perspective, she had no room to doubt. That damage is insane, she muttered in awe. Xiao Feng strode forward, hunting for new targets while dishing out spell after spell, shoulders back and confidence radiating from every step. Almost everyone who'd ever partied with him later reminisced about the good old days of freeloading XP in his wake. Xing Yumiao's blank stare mirrored Zhang Fan's, and the others' earlier reactions. They were all stunned. Xiao Feng laughed to himself. Across the entire region, no one else was this strong, this good-looking, or both. They advanced together, spells flying, their farming speed astonishing. Xiao Feng usually one-shotted everything, occasionally tossing out Downpour or Gale for a full map cleanse. Xing Yumiao focused on single-target DPS, but she could also finish off stragglers with a single hit in a small radius. Whenever the battlefield emptied, she immediately stacked 3 moon, which support buffs on Xiao Feng. The Night Sovereign window opened every 40 seconds. The other 2 cycled at 30, and they dovetailed perfectly with Earth Element Shield, keeping uptime almost unbroken. With those buffs, Xiao Feng's attack stayed 10% higher than usual, reaching 896. For him, that 10% meant another million points of sheet damage, still a one-shot either way, but landing a kill for 10 million versus 11 million felt different on screen. 50 measly points of infamy were wiped clean in just 10 minutes, and he was a white name again. Where to now? Xing Yumiao asked. The transfer point opens in an hour. We can't enter the dungeon yet, so let's find something else to do, Xiao Feng said after checking the system clock. Which dungeon are you talking about? Is it tough? Xiao Feng briefly explained the link between the Silver Mine and the Abyssal Realm. So that's it. I saw the announcement when you got the first clear on Silver Mine, Xing Yumiao said, suddenly enlightened. Basic stuff. Don't hype it, Xiao Feng replied casually. With a full hour to burn, they fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Xing Yumiao's eyes lit up and she grinned mischievously. How about we go pay someone a visit? Visit? Who? Denise, she said, her smile widening. Xiao Feng blinked. Denise, the blonde NPC girl who begged for money and lived off staged accidents. Xing Yumiao had been scammed by her once. Now she wanted revenge. Your DPS is sky high. Help me subdue her and get my money back. Well, split the loot 50-50, she added while walking. Keep the gold. It's hardly worth lifting a finger, Xiao Feng said. No, I don't take free favors. If you act, you get paid. Fine, whatever you say. Remembering how Shed blocked him twice over 5 silver coins, Xiao Feng gave up bargaining. A dozen minutes later, Fengnu City's silhouette rose on the horizon. On a small bridge outside the walls, the blonde girl Denise paced with a bouquet of wildflowers, humming an unfamiliar tune in her white sundress. Xing Yunmiao clenched her fists and snorted. That rotten NPC is still pretending to be cute. Xiao Feng, let's go teach her a lesson. The two of them stepped closer. Hearing footsteps, the girl in the white dress Danis instinctively hopped toward them, ready to throw herself to the ground at any moment. When she saw who it was, she halted, disappointment flickering across her face. Oh, it's you too. We already met today, so we'll let you go this time. Xiao Feng's mouth twitched. So this scam artist actually had a code. Never fleeced the same target twice. You fraud. Give my money back. Lucky Meow yelled. What money? I don't know what you're talking about. Dainisi tilted her head, blue eyes wide with mock innocence. Drop the act. 1,000 gold coins, every last one. Lucky Meow puffed out her cheeks in fury. Not only had this NPC pulled a fake accident on her, she had used magic to beat her up afterward. As a player, Lucky Meow wasn't letting that slide. I didn't swindle you. You paid my medical bill of your own accord, Dainisi shot back. Fine. Guess you won't cry till you see the coffin. Xiao Feng hit her. Lucky Meow snapped, slapping every buff she had onto him. What are you doing? Dainisi sensed danger as Xiao Feng advanced, backing away in panic. Meteor strike, Xiaofeng said, obliging his teammate. The freshly cooled ultimate spell flared to life. A deep hum filled the air as fire mana surged overhead and the 10-second cast timer began. Not that spell again, no. Dionysi shrieked, spinning around to run. Think you can outrun it? Xiaofeng chuckled. The strike covered 100 meters with another 180 of splash. In 10 seconds, she'd never get 280 meters away. The sky darkened as flames gathered. Outside the city, players farming monsters froze in shock. It's happening again. He's aiming at that scam in peak finally. Someone's punishing her. Crush her. Justice at last. 5 seconds left. Realizing escape was impossible, Dionysi stopped, trembling, and burst into tears. I'm sorry. Please, spare me, Wa. Pay up. Xiaofeng roared. He'll pay, okay? She sobbed, tears streaming. That's better. Xiaofeng snorted. When the timer hit 0, he flicked the targeting circle to a rabbit nibbling grass nearby. Boom. A massive meteor slammed down, vaporizing the rabbit. The shockwave rolled out nearly 200 meters, the ground quaking and the river surging backward. Lucky Meow sucked in a breath as damage numbers over 200 million, over 100 million floated above the ruins. Dionysus' legs gave way and she collapsed, shoulders shaking as tears flowed. Her pitiful look drew no sympathy. Instead, it made Lucky Meow feel wonderfully vindicated. Money. Now. Lucky Meow stepped forward, palm outstretched. Oh, Denise reluctantly pulled out a coin pouch exactly 1,000 gold pieces. Lucky Cat bent down to take it. Wait. Xiaofeng raised a hand. He stepped forward, looming over the blonde girl on the ground, a sly grin on his face. Little lady, running this scam every day must pay pretty well, huh? What are you talking about? Denise blinked innocently, pretending not to understand. Xiaofeng weighed the pouch and shook his head. Too little. You scared me and my teammate half to death twice today. Emotional damages flat price, 1 million gold. Pay now or he lifted his staff, arcs of lightning crackling. 1 lightning arrow, and you can let the high god judge you in person. Lucky Cat stared. She only wanted her 1,000 gold back, yet her teammate was shaking the NPC down. Denise froze, panic in her eyes. You can't do that. I only got 1,000 from you, and you want 1,000,000? Impossible. Xiaofeng lazily raised his staff. You know my power. I don't need a grand spell to one-shot you. Boohoo tears streamed down Denise's cheeks. You rotten adventurers. Bullying me, tell Mother Goddess. Shall hurl you into the abyss where you'll never see the sun again. Mother Goddess? Lucky Cat arched a brow, even more curious about the girl. Xiaofeng stayed cool, palm out. Less chatter. 1 million gold. Pay or die. You're threatening me. Wah, Mother Goddess, they're bullying me. Denise wailed at the sky. Xiaofeng frowned. Quit yelling. No one's coming to save you. Money now. A loud thump cut her sobbing, wrapped her forehead with a knife hand strike. Quiet. Still crying, Denise had no choice. Fine, I'll pay. She slowly produced another pouch. In this game, every pouch looked the same. This one held 35,000 coins. Lucky Cat's eyes widened. Shaking down an NPC really could make you rick 35,000 gold, about 350 grand in cash. Xiaofeng glanced at it, unimpressed. That's it. You pull cons all day? You can't be this broke. Denise sobbed harder. That's everything. Kill me, and you still won't get more. Fine, we'll call it good for now. Xiaofeng pocketed both pouches, then split the haul. 18,000 each. You just wait. Mother Goddess will avenge me. Denise curled up, still spitting threats. Anytime, Xiaofeng shrugged. Tell her to bring lots of cash or a few artifacts. I love a nice loot drop. He strode off, utterly unfazed. Whether Denise actually had a deity behind her or not, he didn't care. Worst case, he'd drop a meteor swarm and wipe the god out too. You're pretty good at dealing with NPCs. Back in Wind Fury City, Lucky Cat sized up Xiaofeng with a new hint of respect in her eyes. Xiaofeng merely raised an eyebrow and said, as casually as if talking about the weather, please, it was just a low-level NPC. And the guy who dared to mess with all 20,000 members of World Guild. This was nothing. Come on, we need to hit the abyss, it's almost time. He grabbed Lucky Cat and stepped into the teleport array. A flash of white light later, they arrived in Storm City. Without slowing, Xiaofeng bolted towards Silvermine Town. Lucky Cat hurried after him, calling, shouldn't we find more teammates? The abyss is a high-level zone. Word is the weakest mobs are level 100, and bosses over 150 are everywhere. Nope. The fewer people, the better, Xiaofeng said, shaking his head. You need a special item to enter. If you bring people without it, they just get in the way. As he spoke, he pulled a dark purple crystal from his pack, the essence of an abyssal beast. It was the only one he had. They'd need another boss kill for a second, so it barely covered 2 players. Without it, anyone entering the abyss would suffer a massive stat drop, then be expelled and dumped somewhere random. Had thought about bringing Old Li and Old Zhang, but dropped the idea the others would only slow them down. Seeing his mind was made up, Lucky Cat asked no more questions. They sprinted into Silvermine Town. With player levels soaring, hidden quests and special classes kept appearing, and the game's overall power curve was climbing fast. The level 60 fields around the town were packed, and plenty of players now dared to raid the silver or cavern instance. Getting in was easy. Clearing it was another story. Its second and third bosses had always been nightmares for level 50 parties. Xiao Feng and Lucky Cat partied up and shoved open the dungeon's stone gate. The narrow, pitch-black tunnels looked almost unchanged from his first run, but this time his skill bar was far richer. Stay close. He tossed out the warning, then unleashed chain lightning, fireball, and other small radius AoEs. Monsters fell in waves. Without breaking stride, he blitzed through and reached the first boss, the burrow lizard Kinjin, under 3 minutes. The walls trembled. Before the Lizard King could finish its roar, a massive fireball, hot enough to warp the air, smashed into its face. Tens of millions of damage points ticked off at once. The huge creature exploded into chunks, showering blue and green-grade loot across the floor. His absurdly strong Lucky Cat dinged level 40 from the XP flood. The system notice reminded her the boss was already dead, and she couldn't help but mutter. Xiao Feng ignored her and jumped straight down the shaft to level 2. The tunnels twisted, but he moved like a gale. Soon the second boss appeared, 4 Abyssal servant chiefs in red, blue, green, and purple, fangs bared, killing intent thick in the air. Xiao Feng raised his hand and fired lightning bolt, magic missile, fireball, and chain lightning in rapid succession. Elemental torrents crashed together. The servants never even started their life transfer skill before they burst into XP and loot. Damage numbers in the 20 and 30 million range flashed so fast they blurred Lucky Cat's eyes. She trailed after Xiao Feng, mechanically scooping gear into her bag like the perfect lackey. Together, they headed down to the 3rd level. The 3rd layer of the instance differed slightly from what Xiao Feng remembered from the early access run. There was no half-dead miner named Luofulo lying around to give directions, so he had to locate the boss on his own. Relying on memory, he retraced the winding tunnels, confirmed the route, and soon stood outside the final boss room. Behind the thick rock wall came a rasping roar he knew all too well. "Foolish humans, how dare you disturb the great Lord Samaka? Prepare to die." Before the taunt had finished, 2 jet-black tentacles, slick with mucus and studded with barbs, cracked through the doorway and lashed toward Xiao Feng and Xingyun Miao. "Look out!" Xingyun Miao yelped, stumbling back 30 meters. Xiao Feng didn't dodge. He raised a hand and unleashed chain lightning. A sharp hiss split the air, the room filled with the stench of burnt flesh. "Ark!" Lord Samaka howled. "Accursed human, you dare resist?" Inside, Samaka's hulking body writhed, as though sprouting more tentacles. Activating swift boots, Xiao Feng shot forward, reached the mana crystal pool, and dumped a volley of million-damage magic missiles that shattered the energy core. A lightning bolt followed, reducing the monster to cinders. "Damn it, he'll be back." The remains crashed down with an unwilling screech, and the system prompt appeared. "You have defeated Lord Samaka of the Abyss and gained 282,000 experience." When the smoke cleared, an epic item and piles of blue-green gear littered the ground. Xiao Feng zeroed in on the lone orange drop Abyssal essence, tossed it to Xingyun Miao, and said, "Let's go." Portal. He stepped into the swirling darkness. "This is way too fast," Xingyun Miao muttered, eyeing the untouched loot. The portal shrank, and she hurried after him. "Ding, you have entered the Abyssal world. All healing reduced by 50%. Attack power reduced by 10%. They landed as the message faded. Even with Abyssal essence, their stats were still partially suppressed. Without it, the debuff would have been worse. Xingyun Miao glanced around the dim mine and grumbled. "So this is the Abyss? Looks exactly like the instance." "It's still the mine. We have to get outside to see the real Abyssal world," Xiao Feng replied. Veins of blue-violet or glimmered on the walls, and rhythmic hammering echoed in the distance. Hero, you're back." A frail miner hurried over joyfully, the worker who had begged Xiao Feng for help last time. His face lit up. "Hero Xiao Feng, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Please save us." Xingyun Miao blinked. "You actually know this NPC? Met him last run," Xiao Feng said. "They're human miners forced to work here. If we can, we'll bring them home. They're just low-level NPCs. The story wipes entire groups for drama," Xingyun Miao muttered, implying they weren't worth the effort. "That's why we should save them," Xiao Feng replied calmly. To most players, NPCs in Worlds of the Heavens were just data, but to him, the cowardly Luofulo, the smitten Minia, the accident-prone Dainisi, they all felt alive. He no longer wanted to treat them like disposable lines of code. "Come on, time to take down Lord Lamaka." Rescuing the miners meant first eliminating the level 150 legendary boss. For Xiao Feng, one skill would be enough. Though the Abyssal Princess Miniaho could ignore skill, damage still warranted caution. Back in Stormwind City, Minia had stepped in to break the siege, only to be hunted by the storm god General Xavier, and Xiao Feng still didn't know whether she had made it out alive. Carrying that worry, he left the mineshaft, moving lightly yet alert. In the dim tunnel, a few imps patrolled with rough iron whips. He raised a hand and fired a rapid trio of minor spell Spark, Frostbolt, Shadow Thrust. Each shot a clean kill that left no time for a scream. Lucky Cat padded after him on soft paws, tossing out the occasional buff aura and hardly needing her claws. They reached the fence at the tunnel's end. Unlike last time, the iron gate now hung wide open, its chains trailing on the ground. Beyond it lay a damp dungeon, water seeping from stone walls while moss glimmered coldly. A few imps spotted them and snarled. Filthy human miners, how dare you sneak out? Their leader cracked his whip, the tip slicing the air. Chain lightning, Xiaofeng murmured. Electricity burst from his staff, arcing through the narrow room 9 times and erasing all the imps in 2 seconds. Sparks fizzled out, leaving only the smell of ozone. I only got this far before. Everything beyond is new. He kept it brief. Then let's see what's ahead. Lucky Cat flicked her tail, sounding almost cheerful. Xiaofeng checked each cell, hoping for another human NPC like Lamster, but found only dust and broken shackles. He pushed open the next iron door, and a wave of chill air rolled out. The cramped shaft ended in a level, dark corridor, its stonework neat and precise, as if leading to an even more secret zone. He summoned an earth elemental shield, rock chips orbiting him as he took the lead. Lord Lamaka had entered the dungeon by this route, and Xiaofeng had no desire to meet the boss Hedon and get one shot again. The corridor was deathly quiet, broken only by the shield's faint scrape against the air. After a few dozen paces a stairway twisted upward, the gloom deepened, and the pressure in the air grew heavier. Then came a wet, slithering scrape tentacles dragging across stone along with a guttural exchange in Abyssal. Captain Jaijir, sir, what are your orders? Lord Lamaka wants 10 humans delivered to Princess Minia's palace. The Princess Kamingafage ceremony? Why humans instead of? Silence. Don't be foul. Her Highness isn't like you. She's wounded and needs human lifeblood to heal. Wait, Princess Minia can be hurt. She's the daughter of the mighty blood demon god. Who could wound her? I don't know. Word is a human god general struck the blow, and the demon god himself had to intervene. Hissed the great blood demon god personally moved? Not since 3,000 years ago. Enough. Round up the prisoners. You lot, come with me. Footsteps and tentacle slaps drew closer, armor clinking softly in the narrow hall. Xiaofeng held his breath, measuring the distance. Meanwhile, the pieces fell together in his mind. After leaving Stormwind City, Minia still hadn't shaken off Xavier. She had nearly been killed, and only the blood demon god's personal appearance had saved her. If that being could slay a war god, disposing of a mere god general would be trivial. I still don't know how badly Minia is hurt, only that she needs to drain human life force to recover. Footsteps echoed in the darkness. Several abyssal creatures rounded the corner into the narrow hallway. Their tentacled leader skidded to a halt, its round eyes flaring. Damn, the humans have slipped out. Catch them. Yes, Captain. The imps raised bone spears and charged. Xiaofeng spared a glance at the leader's stats. Name, Abyssal Dungeon Guard Captain, Jaijir. Rarity, Rare Boss. Level, 120. HP, 178, 400178, 400. Target level 2 high. Further data, unavailable. 2 weak. He sneered and unleashed chain lightning from his staff. The 3-meter-wide corridor filled with crackling arcs that ricocheted from wall to wall. After a few sharp pops, the charging imps dropped, twitching, some disintegrating into dust. Captain, trouble. A powerful human just barged in. Report to Lord Lamaka at once. A few stragglers at the far end saw their leader one-shot and fled in terror. Lucky Cat frowned. Great, they'll sound the alarm. We're going to be swarmed. Let them come. Xiaofeng brushed off his sleeves. Anything short of a mythic boss is fine by me. He scooped every piece of loot Jaijir and the others had dropped into his bag, then moved on. At the corridors end, a massive stone door blocked their path. Xiaofeng pushed nothing. Lucky Cat tried same result. 2 casters lacked the strength. Let's see if we can blow it open. Xiaofeng stepped back, chanted fireball, and hurled a 1-meter sphere of flame at the slab. Boom. Shards of rock flew everywhere, and when the smoke cleared, the door was rubble. Beyond lay a broad avenue. A bright full moon hung overhead, lighting the abyssal city of pale gray stone. Built against the mountainside, it was smaller than Stormwind and even less impressive than a Tier 4 town like Windfury. Alleys crisscrossed the slope, while a central boulevard nearly 10 meters wide ran from the gate to the mountain behind. Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat stepped from the cave mouth onto this main street. Impudent humans, how dare you invade the abyss? In the name of the bloody demon god and Lord Lamaka, you are under arrest. Drop your weapons, or we'll drown you in spit. Dozens of level 100+ abyssal warriors lined the street, blades and spears bristling, with more troops pouring in behind. Xiaofeng didn't rush. He waited for them to pack together, ready to clear the board with Tempest. But the abyssals, seeing their seemingly low levels, charged at once. Grab him. That male human is hideous. Princess will love him. No, don't give him to the princess. Kill him. Yeah, kill him. Ugly as sin and trying to flirt with our abyssal women? Unforgivable. With shrill howls, the ugly creatures stormed forward. Why are they so eager to die? Xiaofeng muttered. In front of him, a dozen abyssal creatures charged, screaming his way. Half-transparent, slime-covered oozes, octopus fiends flailing their tentacles, and several squat red goblins. ugly enough to make one's teeth ache. Their advance was intolerable, so Xiao Feng raised a hand and shouted, Fireball Deluxe Plus Edition. Boom. The blazing sphere slammed into the horde, fire erupting in every direction as explosions mingled with shrill screams. The monsters at the front were incinerated on the spot. Damn it, how can he be that strong? Other creatures on the street stared in disbelief. A level 59 human had wiped out dozens of level 100 allies with a single spell, shattering everything they thought they knew. Seeing the numbers swell, Xiao Feng quit holding back. That's enough. Galestorm. A savage wind roared to life. Within 1.5 seconds, a tornado 240 meters across spiraled through the alleyways. Damage numbers flooded the air. 2,106,348. 2,067,664. 2,098,464. Each tick topped 2 million. More than 100 abyssal beasts died before they could even struggle. The twister tore on, ripping buildings from their foundations, hurling bricks and beams skyward in an apocalyptic scene. Help! Humans are terrifying, Lord Demon God. Save us! The remaining residents shrieked, only to be sucked in and reduced to glowing XP orbs. Lucky Cat, standing safely outside the vortex, had seen Galestorm before, but this kill speed still left her speechless. 5 seconds later the spell ended. Within 100 meters nothing remained but rubble and drifting smoke. Just then a thunderous shout rolled in from the distance. Arrogant human, how dare you run wild in the abyss? Thick tentacles, each 2 meters wide and 20 long, whipped through the air, followed by a colossal horror that blotted out the sky. High Abyssal Lord Lamaka. Mythic Boss, level 150. HP, 4,700,000 4,700,000. Target level 2 high. Further data unavailable. The strongest being in this little abyssal city had finally appeared. You again? Lamaka's single enormous eye narrowed. Recalling their last encounter, his voice dripped with killing intent. I spared you once for the prince's sake, and you dare come back. Xiao Feng shrugged. I never asked you to spare me. I even begged you to finish me off. Cunning human. You exploited the prince's naivety to escape when you were weak, and now that you're stronger you return to flaunt it? Pathetic, truly pathetic. Lamaka's tentacles lashed the air in contempt. Scratching his head, Xiao Feng replied, no need to be so harsh. I'm actually here for something. The tirade made him realize he might have gone a bit overboard, so he sheathed his battle fervor for the moment. What is it? Whatever treasure belongs to the abyss will never be handed to a human. Lamaka growled. Xiao Feng answered, it's called the Divine Dew Spring. It can restore a person's life force. Divine Dew Spring? Ramaka's huge single eye narrowed as he recalled the item's revered status in the abyss. Blood vessels burst across his eye as he roared, you've chosen death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before his words faded, the sky turned pitch black. A torrential storm fell, but every drop was a razor-sharp blade slicing through the air. 15819 17,193 16818. White damage numbers kept flashing over Xiao Feng's head, and his earth shield thinned rapidly. Each droplet dealt more than 10,000 damage, and countless blades were raining down. A level 150 legendary boss really is terrifying, Xiao Feng judged, yet he still shouted, Ramika, for Minia's sake, I'll give you one chance. Back off now, and I'll spare you. Arrogant insect. A high abyssal lord would not be belittled. Fury exploded through Ramika as 4 thick tentacles cracked toward him. At the same time, a crimson glow gathered in Ramaka's eye. A heartbeat later, a scarlet beam lanced out. Zap, the ray slammed into Xiao Feng, visibly crumpling his shield. 100,000 100,000 100,000. 3 hits per second, 100,000 each. The brutal damage nearly stripped the shield at once. Moonlight Ward, Lord of Night. Inside the cave, Xingyun Miao hurried to layer buffs on him. Pop. The holy shield had barely formed when it vanished, canceling the first 100,000 hit. Crack. A tentacle strike followed, sending Xiao Feng flying into the rock wall for another massive chunk of damage. Damn, that hurts. His cumulative shield damage topped 2 million, a 15% loss. At this rate it would break in under 30 seconds. My turn. Xiao Feng wiped the dirt from his face and sprang up. Lightning bolt. A thick arc shot from the tip of his staff. Ramika sneered. Is that all? Pop. The bolt only shattered Ramaka's first holy shield. Again, thanks to Xingyun Miao's scan, Xiao Feng knew the boss had limited shields and attacked without hesitation. Magic missiles hammered the giant frame. Pop boom. The second shield shattered, but a tentacle sweep hit him, stripping another huge chunk from his own defenses. Fireball. A blazing sphere streaked away, trailing a red tail. Ramika, still laughing, kept attacking and ignored defense. Boom. The fireball smashed into his bald skull, erupting in blinding flame. 24883911 critical. A massive crimson number soared into the air. This can't be. Ramaka's eye widened in disbelief. With a thunderous crash his mountain-sized body toppled, throwing up clouds of dust. A clear chime rang in Xiao Feng's and Xingyun Miao's ears. Ding, your party has defeated the level 150 legendary boss High Abyssal Lord Ramika and earned 20,450 reputation. Your party has defeated High Abyssal Lord Ramika and gained 4,636,000 shared experience. Both players leveled immediately. Xiaofeng jumped 3 levels to 62. Xingyun Miao vaulted from 40 to 46, taking third place on the leaderboard behind Xiaofeng and Jianzhan Sangxing. Lord Ramika is dead. A human killed the Lord. Run report to General Kelimo. The surrounding abyssal creatures scattered in panic. Xiaofeng didn't pursue. It wasn't mercy or lack of experience. He had seen several unusual items spill from Ramaka's corpse. Red items. The crimson glow was blinding, a sure sign of mythic-grade loot. Treasure flooded the ground like a tide. The most eye-catching were 1.04 million gold coins. Piles of purple gear formed small hills. Orange and blue-tier weapons and trinkets lay scattered about, and at the very center rested the true Stars 2 streaks of blood red. Xiaofeng stepped forward and swept everything into his backpack. The gold alone outstripped what had earned from killing the mythic boss Wraith General. In a single haul, he had basically made enough for 2 more apartments. Then he inspected the 2 scarlet items. 1. Crimson Domain Scroll Mythic, 3-second cast, creates a 1,000 meter radius, 100 meter high blood red barrier. All characters inside, except the caster, suffer a 50 reduction to every stat for 300 seconds. No effect on legendary tier bosses or players at 4th advancement and above. 2. Demon Heart Mythic, permanently grants 50 strength on use. Only one effect of this type can be retained. Higher ranks overwrite lower ones. Both were single-use consumables, yet their effects were absurdly strong. The Crimson Domain Scroll was a bona fide strategic weapon sneak an assassin into the enemy's core, channel for 3 seconds, and an entire army is left half dead. The Demon Heart was just as terrifying. A free 50 strength, equivalent to 25 level-up attribute points. Factoring in the stats that come with leveling, it was like skipping 17 levels outright, though it boosted only strength. Beyond the mythic drops, 4 or 5 legendary items had appeared as well, but all carried level requirements and were useless for now. The real prize was another legendary scroll. Targeted Portal Scroll Legendary. Opens a portal for 60 seconds that leads directly to the specified coordinate Storm City, Silver Mine Town. It syncs perfectly with the quest to rescue the Magestone miners, essentially handing them the next chapter of the storyline. The rest of the loot materials like Abyssal Beast Essence was nothing special, but the Epic tier featured 2 heavy hitters. 1. Mass Resurrection Epic, 3rd Advancement Priest, 5-second cast, revives all allies within a 50-meter radius and restores 20 HP and MP, 600-second cooldown. 2. Random Teleport Scroll Epic, instant cast, sends the user to a random location. Lucky Cat's eyes locked onto Mass Resurrection the instant she saw it, and she almost drooled. But she had already agreed to take no loot, and she was too embarrassed to speak up. Besides, Lily could learn the spell as well. Reviving up to 4 teammates at once was every priest's dream ability, gated behind the entire 3rd advancement, and so rare you could grind for 6 months without seeing it. My buddy needs this book, so it's off the table, Xiaofeng said flatly, leaving no room for argument. Oh okay, Lucky Cat replied, unable to hide her disappointment but knowing better than to protest. Seeing her expression, Xiaofeng rummaged through the pile and tossed her a rare priest skill book. Here, a little dividend. Don't go around calling me a cheapskate. This skill book teaches mass purification. Although it isn't as valuable as Mass Resurrection, it instantly clears every debuff from the party and is top-tier support in both PvP and PvE. Lucky Cat had thought they would leave empty-handed, but the moment she felt the book in her grasp, her eyes curved into happy crescents. Xiaofeng stuffed the rest of the loot into his backpack and said, let's rescue the miners first. While hunt for the divine do spring afterward. Instead of pushing deeper into the Abyssal City, he turned back toward the mine. Lucky Cat blinked. Oh, is that really urgent? She had never expected the first thing he'd do after a boss fight was save NPCs. They wound through the dim tunnels and returned to the lowest level. Under the dim yellow lanterns, Jeffrey and several dozen miners were waiting anxiously. Warrior Xiaofeng, you're back. Is it safe outside? Jeffrey blurted out. Xiaofeng pulled out a directional portal scroll. Ramika is dead. The surface is safe. The gate lasts 1 minute. Get home now. He tore the scroll, and blue-white light expanded into a swirling portal. My gods, it's real. He slew the Abyssal Lord. The miners burst into tears. Jeffrey dropped to his knees and choked out. Without you, would be monster food or trapped here forever. Please accept our deepest gratitude. All 40-odd miners knelt in unison. Xiaofeng quickly hauled Jeffrey up. No ceremonies move. The portal won't wait. He expected no reward. They were only civilian NPCs. He saved them first so that deeper monsters wouldn't vent their fury on innocent humans. Jeffrey nodded hard. When we're back, we'll petition the city lord to honor you. With that, the miners filed through the portal. The blue-white glow flashed, and their silhouettes vanished. Silence fell. No pickaxes rang anymore. You treat NPCs like real people, worrying about their lives, Lucky Cat murmured. Xiao Feng replied softly. They are real enough personalities, stories, everything. Never underestimate an ordinary NPC. A mythic boss might stand behind him. Ever since meeting Rafro, the game looked different to him. NPCs weren't just quest markers or loot fountains. They were the stories the designers wanted to tell her something deeper. Let's keep looking for the divine dew spring. He led the way out and added. The boss tensed the moment he heard the name. If it's rare even in the abyss, it won't come cheap. Fiona's ready to swap a divine artifact for it. A consumable worth an artifact? Even my toes know how priceless that is, Lucky Cat grumbled. As they reached the cave mouth, a sudden uproar echoed outside. Lucky Cat frowned and slapped 3 buffs on his Xiao Feng. He mused. The trash mob said they'd report to a general. Could he be here already? Sounds higher than a senior lord, maybe a temple war god, level 200 mythic boss. The thought fired him up. Dismissing his earth element shield, he charged outside. The grand hall was still in ruins, the blood not yet dry. He had barely stepped out when a deafening roar split the sky. A dozen winged dire wolves wheeled overhead, each bearing a blue-faced, tusked demon warrior on its back. The leader glared down at them and thundered. Are you the ones who killed Ramika? His voice rolled like thunder, as if addressing insects beneath his notice. Yes, it's us. Got a problem with that? Xiao Feng replied, perfectly composed. He glanced at the enemy stats floating across his HUD. 2-winged dire wolf elite. Level 110. HP 103,000 103,000. Abyss warrior commander epic. Level 150. HP 1,278,500 1,278,500. Abyss general Mio legendary. Level 180. HP 6,205,000 6,205,000. Mounts, mobs, and bosses. Every tier was present, forming a strike force that sent a chill down the spine. One legendary boss flanked by a full dozen epics, an even more terrifying sight than Lamaka's lone stand moments earlier. Lamaka had been one of the oldest Abyssal lords, and news of his death at human hands was enough to drive the Abyss elites into a fury. Now the Legion glared at 2 seemingly low-level humans, burning with rage. At their head, General Mio snorted, eyes flashing with malice. Then die here. They'll bring your corpses back to report to General Krim. With a sweep of his arm, all 12 epic bosses attacked at once. Xiao Feng, look out! Lucky Cat shrieked, darting into the corridor's shadows. One graze from that lineup would send her straight back to town. A dozen deadly attacks struck in an instant. Xiao Feng had already raised an earth element shield, bracing himself. Boom boom boom. 12 impacts shattered the floor into a spiderweb of cracks. One glance at his health bar told him each hit had stripped more than 70,000 HP, over 1 million in total. Yikes, this could be where I bite it, he muttered, sucking in a breath. No more holding back. Chain lightning. A bolt of electricity tore into the nearest Abyss warrior commander. It hit so fast the target never even twitched before cracking energy consumed it 20 million damage. One-shot kill. Unfortunately, the target was airborne and too far from its comrades for the lightning to arc. Impossible. No one's that strong. The remaining epics roared, unleashing their ultimates. Quagmire. Abyssal Overlord Slash. Blood Harvest. Skills rained down like hail. Xiao Feng's shield flickering madly. 28,938 slow. 179,892. 72,894. Damage numbers streamed past. He readied another spell, but an Abyss warrior commander suddenly leaped from its mount, battle axe crashing down. Stunned 5 full seconds. You've got to be kidding me. Panic flared as more debuffs piled on. Slow, stun, root, paralysis, silence, everything designed to lock him down until he died. Unable to cast, he stood rigid while the enemy laid in. Purify. From the shadows, Lucky Cat lofted a priest's signature spell. In an instant, every debuff and crowd control effect on Xiao Feng disappeared, and he entered 5 full seconds of invulnerability. Beautiful. He roared, crisis averted. He flicked his staff back. Monsoon. Thunder cracked as black clouds churned overhead, and a 60-meter curtain of rain slammed to the ground. 7 of the 12 epic rank bosses were caught before they could move. What is this? It hurts. Commander, save me. I can't hold Ona. 1,000,000 points of burning damage per second was far beyond what they could endure. After only 2 seconds, all 7 epic bosses died with a chorus of screams, exploding into fountains of coins and loot that mingled with the downpour. Accursed human. High above, the Abyssal War General, Mio, watched 2/3 of his forces vanish and dove in fury. A 3-meter scarlet warblade howled through the wind, locking onto Xiao Feng's face. No way to dodge, he had to meet it head-on. Xiao Feng dropped his stance and fired back. Lightning arrow. Bang. Crack. The bolt and the blade struck at the same instant. A blood-red 870,000 floated above Xiao Feng, while Mio only lost a layer of shield, his health untouched. Huh. The failed strike drove Mio into a deeper rage. Bloodlight exploded around him as he swung again. Even a fully epic-geared level 180 knight would struggle to survive the blow. Kracha. Damage in the millions erupted, stripping a third of Xiaofeng's earth element shield. This boss is way tougher than the level 105 spectral knight. He growled, refusing to back down. Booth's still going to die? Magic missile. Fireball. Instant cast spells hammered home EBU. Boom. 2 more shield layers shattered, 3 in total. With invulnerability about to fade, he immediately began channeling his ultimate, Tempest. At the same moment, the Abyssal War General and the remaining epic bosses converged. Xiaofeng's shields dropped to 50%. Wushan Emerald Cyclone took shape, howling skyward, stripping off Mio's 4th shield layer. Magic Missile had cooled down. At point-blank range it smashed in 3, 998, 123. Finally Mio's health bar appeared, though only half was gone. Mio snarled in fear. Blood shield. A crimson barrier wrapped around him. The next heartbeat, the cyclone tore past white 1 million, red 1,099,892. Blood shield burst apart. Impossible. That's impossible. Mio's voice trembled. Another gust slashed in, 2 million. His life dropped to 0. He let out a hopeless roar. No. Boom. The Abyssal War General exploded on the spot, scattering piles of coins and gear. The remaining epic bosses had already been shredded inside the storm. You have defeated the epic boss, Abyssal Warrior Captain. Reputation 3,755. Ding, you have defeated the legendary boss, Abyssal War General Mio. Reputation 24,500. Your party has defeated Abyssal War General Mio. Experience shared 8,950,000. Your party has defeated the Abyssal Warrior Captain. Experience gained 994,500. System messages flooded the screen. 12 epic bosses and 1 legendary boss had delivered a whopping 20 million experience points. Xiaofeng rocketed to level 67, and Lucky Cat shot straight to level 57, leaping into 2nd place on the rankings. My god, I just gained 16 levels in one go. Lucky Cat stood there, stunned. Xiaofeng stayed calm. Not bad. High-level monsters give loads of experience. It slows down later, get used to it. At their feet, coins glittered while piles of purple and orange gear formed small hills, and even a single piece of crimson equipment gleamed at the top. Xiaofeng lunged at the lone crimson item and scooped it up. The weight settled in his palm, and an info panel flashed open. Crown of Bloodlust Mythic. Level requirement, none. Class requirement, none. Universal bonus. Priests and mages gain 2,500 HP, 100 physical defense, and 50 constitution. Passive 1 Bloodlust. Restores 50 HP every second. Passive 2 Blood Shield. Generates 1 stack of Blood Shield every 300 seconds, up to 3 stacks. Each stack blocks a single hit and can trigger once per second. A mythic item with no level cap. Xiaofeng's eye sparkled. Its base health and defense dwarfed his old epic hat, and the constant 50 HP regen was like having a pocket healer. The real treasure, though, was the blood shield, a bona fide holy shield. I finally have a holy shield of my own. He recalled how Minia had ignored his attacks earlier, and his former envy turned to pure elation. Holy shields weren't truly invincibly, a flurry of blows in the same second could still break them, but they were a top-tier lifesaver. He equipped the crown without hesitation and stuffed the epic cap into his pack. After reallocating his stats, his HP soared to 12,958, and his physical defense climbed past his magic defense to 198, though he still believed an earth shield would serve him better. The battlefield was a mess, fallen bosses scattered across the ground. Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow looted them one by one, golden light pouring into their bags. When they finished counting, they had 930,000 gold. It wasn't as rich as the haul from the Lord of Lamaka, but it still formed a small mountain. Even combined, the drops from the level 180 legendary boss, the Abyssal Warlord, and his 12 lieutenants were worth less than a single Lamaka lord, though there were a few more epic pieces this time. The reason was obvious. Lords control resources, while warlords are basically soldiers without deep pockets. Scrolls, potions, and other odds and ends still littered the ground. Xiaofeng kept picking until his inventory overflowed, then dumped everything blue quality or lower on Lucky Meow, keeping only the epic hand-up gear and a handful of rare skill books for himself. We came for a quest, and ended up filling a warehouse. Lucky Meow laughed, eyes crescent-shaped as she hugged a stack of trash. Thanks, Xiaofeng. Even if the system called them low tier, selling them in the capital would fetch at least 10,000 gold, about 100 grand in real currency. Before meeting Xiaofeng, her entire fortune had been barely 2,000 gold. After Fiona partnered them up, she had first scored a windfall off Denise with Xiaofeng's help, and now the Abyss had opened her eyes. 2 million gold in one go, nearly a dozen legendary items, dozens of epics, plus piles of top-tier scrolls, potions, and skill books. The stack of loot in front of them was worth at least tens of millions in cash. For Lucky Meow, who came from an ordinary background, that number was astronomical, and this was only the opening act. Xiaofeng fished several pristine epic priest items from his backpack and handed them over. Here, pick any two you can use. If your purify spell hadn't come through just now, I'd be toast. Consider them a thank you. The level requirement's a bit high, so you can't equip them yet, just hang on to them. He hadn't forgotten the pieces Oldly needed either. A few legendary items were still resting quietly in his inventory. Those items amounted to less than 1% of the total haul, yet in Lucky Meow's hands they felt downright extravagant. What? Top-tier gear like this never drops for me, even in full raids. She stood rooted to the spot, muttering, I only tagged along for the quest. I can't take these. Take them. We're just getting started. The divine dew spring hasn't even shown up, and the mythical boss hasn't spawned, Xiao Feng said lightly. Ever since he'd gotten the settlement construction permit, rare loot no longer impressed him. Artifacts he could use he kept. Anything he couldn't was just warehouse decor, sell it, gift it, whatever. The real treasure was still in his own hands. But you soloed the boss for these. I barely helped. Lucky Meow still hesitated. Quit dawdling. We need to find General Krim. We cleared the area too fast and missed any clues about the divine dew spring. So we have to keep looking. Xiao Feng cut her off and sprinted toward the city gate. Handing out loot wasn't a whim. Right now Lucky Meow was a rare, powerful supportable to stack buffs and break control effects. Against high-level bosses her presence could decide the team's fate. Otherwise, no matter how hard he hit, one stun chain could drop him and send him back to Stormwind, wasting the whole day. Giving her a reward was just paying wages. With that logic, Lucky Meow finally raised the gear. Then gratefully accept, hey, Xiao Feng, slow down, wait for me. The two of them hurried along the broad flagstone road toward the gate. The city was called Lamaka, though no one knew whether the city had taken the name or the name had taken the city. In the Abyss world, the system map was heavily restricted. The world map was locked, and a location's name only lit up after you set foot there. Xiao Feng's terrifying show of force had cowed the entire city. The streets were deserted and not a single demon dared appear. He ignored the trash mobs and bolted straight for the gate. Lamaka sat on a mountainside, and beyond the gate the lower slopes opened into a broad vista. In the chilly moonlight, a wide plain stretched below, neatly partitioned like farmland and planted with crops unique to the Abyss. Farther out, jagged peaks stabbed at the night sky, each crowned with a city. Most were smaller than Lamaka, except for one imposing stronghold 30 kilometers away, sprawling across a massive mountain somewhere between a Tier 3 capital and a Tier 4 metropolis. That should be General Krim's turf, Xiao Feng decided after scanning the terrain. It was a fair hike. They hurried along the mountain trail, peeling back the fog of war on the map as they went. Suddenly, another summit came into view. Its architecture was completely out of place in the Abyssal lavish, magnificent castle, a miniature of surface world human civilization. Demon sentries patrolled mid-slope, and above the castle a rose-bannered field, black pattern snapped in the wind. Pointing, Lucky Meow exclaimed, Xiao Feng, look, that city looks human-built. Xiao Feng fixed his eyes on the castle as well. A rose emblem, a castle snippets had overheard from abyssal creatures surfaced in his mind, and he murmured, could that be Minia's palace? Minia? You mean that abyssal princess you told me about? Lucky Meow had heard Xiao Feng mention her a few times, and already knew there was such an NPC. Xiao Feng nodded. She took a serious hit, saving me last time. Since we're close, I'd like to check on her. His power had surged so much that he no longer feared the love-struck witch if it came to a fight. Minia would be no match for him. As a princess of the Abyss, she must hold a trove of information and might even know where to find the divine dew spring. With that in mind, he turned and headed for the castle. As they crossed the abyssal plains, new chunks of the map lit up in his view. The region was called Kalim Flats, named after General Kalim, and the scattered towns around it like Lamaka City were all named after their respective lords. Humans, run for your lives. While moving through abyssal farmland, low-level creatures occasionally spotted them from a distance and bolted in terror. Just as human peasants feared demons, these folk were born fearing humans. Xiao Feng didn't bother attacking such weaklings. He kept right on moving. Half an hour later, he and Lucky Meow reached the front gate of what was likely Minia's residence. The castle covered more than 2 football fields, perched against a mountain and impossible to miss. A squad of level 120 abyssal warriors stood guard. Upon seeing the pair, the warriors drew their weapons. How dare humans enter the abyss? Seize them and feed them to Her Highness. Xiao Feng had planned to ask a few questions, but the guards had already confirmed whose place this was. So it really is Minia's home. Let's take a look. He flicked his wrist, unleashing chain lightning. Blue-white arcs swept through the warriors, leaving nothing behind. What? He's that strong? The nearby sentries paled. One goblin leader screeched, alert, General Kelima, human powerhouse, is attacking Princess Minia. Another yelled, defend Her Highness with our lives. Dozens of abyssal creatures poured from the castle like an exploded wasp nest, rushing at Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow. So much XP. Xiao Feng smiled and cast torrential rain. Black clouds rolled overhead. Every raindrop turned into a lethal water blade. Anything it touched died instantly, and his experience bar soared. Even the would-be messengers didn't escape. These monsters were indeed Minia's subordinates, but Xiao Feng had no intention of killing the princess herself. Since her lackeys insisted on attacking, he had no reason to hold back. Visiting Minia while farming levels? Perfect. Abyssal creatures were all flagged hostile. Sparing them would be downright saintly. After one round of rain, almost no enemies remained. Just then a height-year demon with pale green skin stepped out from the grand hall, eyes cold and voice like steel. Stop. This is the palace of Princess Minia, cherished daughter of the bloody archfiend. Enter, and the archfiend's wrath will fall upon you, bringing certain death. Even the god you worship can't save you. The words had barely left Xiao Feng's lips when he glanced up at the enemy's nameplate. Rose Castle's Butler Nut. Epic Boss, level 150. HP, 1,384,000 1,384,000. Target level 2 high. No further data available. A named boss with a mountain of health? Yet in Xiao Feng's eyes it still wasn't a real threat. Rose Castle, the Abyssal Rose. The token Minia had given him was still in his pack. He raised a hand, produced the purple-black blossom, and said evenly, "I'm here to see your princess." The moment the flower appeared, a pure, regal demon aura swept through the hall. The imps and foot soldiers who'd been attacking froze, stared at the rose, then dropped their weapons and prostrated themselves. Low-ranked demons instinctively trembled in the presence of superior blood. Nanuda didn't kneel, but the color drained from his face. That aura, Her Highness essence. You possess Her Highness essence. The bluster of moments ago vanished, and the castle fell so quiet Xiao Feng could hear the candles flicker. He clicked his tongue. If I'd known this thing was such a cheat code, idea flashed it the second I set foot in the abyss. One little glow and all the trash mobs hit the floor's EXP farming. Creak. The heavy doors swung open. A shadow shot from the darkness and landed in front of him. Xiao Feng, little brother, you came to see me. The voice was sweet, sultry, fatally enticing. The impact drove him a half step back. Whoa, hey, what are you? The witch pounced, looped her arms around his neck, and pressed herself against him. A strange, intoxicating scent filled his lungs. Silky hair brushed his throat, intimate as lovers long separated. Before he could react, Minia tipped her head up and planted a quick kiss on his lips. "I love you. Ma, my first kiss." His brain thundered like a summer storm, 1,000 alpacas stampeding through his thoughts. An NPC had just stolen his first kiss. Lucky Cat, his pocket healer, stood gaping. Shed just seen a level 120 mythic boss barrel out with a massive HP bar, so Shed primed her buffs for a hasty retreat. Instead, the boss had kissed him and squeaked, "Love you?" Everything she knew about red name mobs shattered. Even more outrageous, hot-blooded Xiao Feng didn't fight back. "Xiao Feng, you made my trip to the human capital worthwhile. You're here so soon, I'm delighted." Still clinging to him, Minia gazed up, her violet eyes sparkling like stars. He opened his mouth. Oh well, every serious thought had been blasted from his head. Minia chuckled. "Forget it. Come to my chambers. You promised that if I helped you, you'd take good care of me." With that, she seized his hand and led him deeper into the castle. "Hey, wait up." Xingyun Miao yelled after Xiao Feng, her tail bristling as she worried he might forget why they were here. "We came to take care of business, and you're busy chatting up an NPC? NPC? Why are we talking about that again?" She muttered, tugging on his sleeve. "What does that mean?" Minia tilted her head at the strange gamer slang, violet hair swaying. Her eyes moved between them before settling on Xingyun Miao. "Xiao Feng, is she a friend of yours?" "I sense a main god's aura on her, though it's pitifully weak." Only then did Xiao Feng snap back to reality. Seeing Minia's pale but delighted face, he cleared his throat. "Minia, thank you for saving me last time. I heard you were hurt, so I brought some healing elixirs. I hope they help." He pulled several finger-length crystal vials from his pack, each filled with liquid gold, the finest life potion. Minia gave them a glance, then whisked them away as if folding space itself. She beamed as though Shed just received a priceless treasure. "You care about Medhat's wonderful. Don't worry, my injuries are minor. Only my flesh was damaged, my essence is intact. A few months of rest, and it'll be fine." "Glad to hear it," Xiao Feng said, still unsure whether that meant it was serious or not. He lowered his voice. "We actually came to the Abyss on another urgent matter. We're looking for something. As the princess, you hear everything. Could you give us a lead?" At the words "another purpose," Minia's brows knit, her tone tinged with disappointment. "I thought you'd come just to see me." Xingyun Miao stood frozen. Her instincts screamed that this princess wasn't pretending. She was genuinely, maybe obsessively, in love with Xiao Feng. Unbelievable, she thought. Sure, Xiao Feng was handsome and powerful, but Minia was an NPC. The game had been live for barely a day, yet the princess was already head over heels for a player, something Shed never even heard of. Your Highness, Your Highness." The butler Nanuda hurried over, stooped low, voice hushed. "Urgent news." "What is it?" Minia asked, irritation flashing in her eyes. Nanuda leaned in. "Your Highness, this man and woman just killed Lord Lamaka and Deputy General Mio. They are enemies of the Abyss. You should not be so close to them." Minia's gaze turned icy. "Silence. Are you teaching me how to rule?" I wouldn't dare. Nanuta bent, so low his nose nearly touched the floor. Then stepped back. But, Your Highness, do not make me repeat myself. Her voice dropped to a deadly chill, a sovereign's pressure sweeping down the corridor. The butler fell silent. He and the attendants backed into the shadows, bowing as they retreated from sight. In an instant the hall was deserted, leaving only Xiao Feng, Xingyun Miao, and Minia. The soldiers' footsteps faded into the distance, and once the heavy stone doors closed, the crackle of torches was the only sound that remained. Minia furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, is it true? She asked gravely. Did you kill Uncle Lamaka? Yes. Xiao Feng had never been good at lying, and there were plenty of witnesses in Lamaka City, so he could only admit it. Minia sighed, a trace of reproach flashing in her eyes. Uncle Lamaka followed my father long ago. He wasn't strong, but he was highly respected. During my years of exile here on the edge of the abyss, he took care of me. Her voice was low, yet carried an unmistakable authority. Killing him is a serious crime in the abyss. As the Abyssal Princess, I can't simply let you walk away. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Feng asked, completely confused. Minia paused, as though pronouncing a death sentence. By our laws, you should be executed eaten alive, in fact. But you are my future husband, the demon god's son-in-law. I can't subject you to that torture. Instead, they'll sentence you to 10 years of servitude in my rose castle. You'll attend to my every need. Xiao Feng sucked in a sharp breath. So in the end she just wants my body, he thought. Out loud he said gently, Princess Minia, I appreciate the honor, but am just an ordinary player. I can't accept the title of the demon god's son-in-law. I came today for 2 reasons. To thank you for saving me in Stormwind City, and to ask about the divine dew spring. As for staying on as your servant, that really won't work. She was an NPC, her behavior fixed by the developers. Fighting her Hedon made little sense. Even if Minia was at full health, he could burst her down yet, that was a last resort. Negotiation would get far more value. Still, no amount of courtesy could mask Minia's rising displeasure. You won't even agree to be my servant? Clearly I mean nothing to you, I understand now. It's because of her, isn't it? Her gaze shifted to Xingyun Miao. She's human, and carries a high god's legacy, noble indeed. From a human perspective, it's logical you'd prefer her. The witch's mood plummeted, heartbreak clouding her features. An instant later that softness iced over, her eyes flashing dangerously. But I still can't let you leave. The once gentle princess seemed to change souls. Whether for my duty as Abyssal Princess or my feelings for you, I must keep you here. As for her, Minia snorted coldly. Try to steal my man and you die. Before the words fully left her lips, she reached out and clamped delicate fingers around Xingyun Miao's throat. Xingyun Miao froze, bewildered. What? Oh, why? I didn't even say anything. Minia's grip was iron. The cat-eared girl dangled like a chick, face flushing red. She had only tagged along for quests and XP, yet she had somehow crashed an in-peak player love scandal and was now the enemy. Ridiculous. Xiao Feng forced a smile. Minia, don't overthink this. I'm just here to play the game. I have no romantic feelings for you, and nothing special toward Xingyun Miao either. Can't we at least be friends? Minia stared at him, doubt swirling in her eyes. Really? You're not lying? Can't breathe, put me down. Please, Xingyun Miao rasped, slapping the air. Seeing the girl on the verge of suffocation and noting Xiao Feng's lack of the panic a lover should show, Minia finally believed him. She released her grip, dropping Xingyun Miao to the floor. Wretched witch, Xingyun Miao muttered, rubbing her sore neck and quietly vowing revenge. Xiao Feng raised a placating hand. Let's sit and talk this out. Minia's eyes still lingered on him. The emotion within undimmed, yet rationality returned. She nodded softly. Very well. Let's talk. If you change your mind now, it's not too late. With that, she led them deeper into the castle. The interior of Rose Castle was spacious and opulent, more like an imperial palace than a fortress. Gilded bas-reliefs covered the soaring vaulted ceiling, and tiered crystal chandeliers floated overhead, shedding a gentle glow. Unexpectedly, those serving Minia were not horrific abyssal beasts, but human slaves, ordinary NPCs under level 80. Although they had lost their freedom, they were uninjured, neatly dressed, and bore no marks of prolonged abuse. Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao followed Minia down a long corridor into an elegantly appointed parlor. She settled gracefully into the main chair, her black gauze gown cascading to her knees. In the lamplight, her exposed arms and legs gleamed like porcelain. Lifting one corner of her lips, she studied them. Why have you come to the abyss? Xiaofeng repeated what had said before. They were here primarily for the divine dew spring and, incidentally, to visit the princess. He spoke as if the two goals were equal, though he knew perfectly well the spring mattered far more. Minia, ever the romantic, sided his answer. If you don't like me, why risk coming to the abyss? You're obviously playing hard to get, keeping me dangling, vile man, yet I'm still willing to accept you. The icy edge in her voice melted, leaving only a flicker of secret delight. Xiaofeng was speechless. Seeing this, Lucky Miao jumped in. Your Highness, you've got it wrong. Xiaofeng is gay. He doesn't like women at all, just being polite. Xiaofeng nearly blew a fuse. He was a diadenthal straight guy. Why was he suddenly labeled? Luckily, Minia didn't recognize the word gay. She merely smiled and shook her head. Nonsense. When I held and kissed him, his heart was racing. He clearly likes me. Lucky Meow shot Xiaofeng a dubious look, as though she had discovered a pervert. Xiaofeng kept his face blank. I was terrified, that's all. Determined to steer the conversation back on track, he pressed on. Your Highness, let's discuss the divine dew spring. I need it for my second advancement. Without it, my strength will stall. Could you tell me where to find it? Minia's expression sobered. After a brief pause, she answered, I can tell you, but the spring is far too precious. Even I can't hand it over without my father's permission. Only with his approval can you obtain it. Xiaofeng's heart sank. Lamarca had reacted just as cautiously earlier, and now Minia's solemn tone confirmed that the spring was no ordinary treasure. He pressed further. What exactly is it? What does it do? And where is it kept? Divine Dew Spring is its name in the celestial realm, Minia explained. Here in the Abyss, we call it the primordial source essence. Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow exchanged stunned looks. The name alone sounded formidable. Minia nodded. Primordial essence is a treasure both the gods and the demons prize above almost everything else, because it strengthens their bloodlines and unlocks latent potential. She lifted a hand, and a clear droplet gathered at her obsidian fingertip, shining like starlight drowning in an abyss. Her voice was unhurried but brimming with unmistakable pride. I evolved from a high-ranked demon into a flawless pureblood only because I absorbed large amounts of it as a child, which is why my body is without a single blemish. Besides enhancing bloodlines, it also extends life. One drop adds 10 years, and the more you take, the greater the return, up to 10,000 years. It's one of the most valuable items in the world. With a flick, she scattered the droplet, and the shimmer vanished as though it had never existed, yet her tone turned grave. For that reason, both the Abyss and the Celestial Realm treat it as the lifeblood of their peoples, and forbid any of it from leaking out. Anyone who covets it will face the most brutal retaliation. Only then did Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow grasp just how weighty the so-called divine dew spring really was. A consumable that boosts bloodlines and grants longevity, sits at the absolute pinnacle of in-game items. They still didn't know exactly what it would do for players, but the imagined difficulty alone made their scalps tingle. Xiaofeng thought for a while, still unwilling to concede. You needed a large amount of primordial essence to evolve. If I only ask for 3 or 5 drops, can't we make an exception? Minia shook her head, the gold in her eyes firm. Impossible. My father would never let it reach human hands. If you go to the gods, they'll tell you the same thing. If we can't get it, we can't complete our second advancement, and falling behind will be a disaster, Lucky Meow muttered, her small tiger tooth fang digging into her lip. She had known the dew was rare, but she hadn't expected it to be near impossible. If even the great demon lord guards it, how could 2 players under level 100 hope for it? Minia seemed amused by their expressions. Why do you need it so badly? Who sent you to ask for primordial essence? An old bard named Defiona, Xiaofeng said, laying out the whole story of the Moon Temple, the Moon Witch, and their class change requirements. When he finished, the witch snorted. Brother Xiaofeng, you're way too honest. Just pick another mentor. As for the Moon Witch, why not kill her and take the artifact? Much simpler. Lucky Meow hurried to explain. I'd love to, but I can't beat her. By the time I'm strong enough, that artifact will be useless to me. And Xiaofeng needs the transfer too, so we're stuck together. Xiaofeng scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. I just want to play around with a top-tier artifact. I figured Divine Dew wouldn't be that hard, and if we do kill Defiona, what if she doesn't drop the loot? He shrugged, the image of a gamer who lives for dungeon runs. For a reward on par with an ultra artifact, he was happy to dive into the abyss, but Minia's explanation had shown him the quest was basically suicide. Defiona was a giant scam. The witch chuckled at his dejection and spoke gently. Silly brother, if you want treasure, just come to me. We demons can't forge artifacts, but over the years we've slain plenty of gods and high priests, and their artifacts are piled up like mountains. She leaned in, inhaling his scent, her eyes sparkling as if picking out a toy. All you have to do is ask no. Just promise to serve me properly, be my man, and I'll give you whichever one you want. At the moment those words were uttered, Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow both froze. Xiaofeng scratched the tip of his nose, his voice full of resistance. Can you stop making these strange requests? Sure, my level's low, but I hit like a truck. I don't need to mooch off anyone. I've got dignity and boundaries, so drop it. But I'm speaking from the heart, Minia said, pressing her palms to her chest, eyes shining with sincerity. Lucky Meow stood nearby, wishing she could sink into the floor. Then a thought struck her. If serving an NPC could score her a pile of legendary and mythic gear, maybe it wasn't such a bad trade. Maybe it was even a bargain. Enough. Xiaofeng waved away her daydream. I'm the toughest man in all the realms, perfectly clear-headed. He'll never trade my body or my pride for virtual loot. Minia's love-struck gaze gave him a headache. If she hadn't helped him once, his temper would have one-shotted her long ago. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet and asked one final time, Minia, If I absolutely must get the primordial source elixir, where do I find it? Minia shook her head, utterly certain. Forget it, there's no chance. The only source is the primordial range at the center of the endless abyss. My father and 2 other demon lords each left an avatar to guard it. Even a high god would come away empty-handed. Xiaofeng sighed. Fine, I'll drop it. A demon lord was on par with a high god, and at his current stage he had to think twice before facing a temple marshal, let alone a true deity. Lucky Meow, we're leaving. He pulled out a town return scroll. But the quest item Lucky Meow stamped her foot in panic. Xiaofeng could abandon Dafiona's reward and find another NPC for his second-class change, but she couldn't. Only the Moon Archbishop or Dafiona could handle hers. Without this quest, she'd never learn her high-tier skills, and the gap she'd opened would vanish sooner or later. Xiaofeng suggested, then form a raid, take Dafiona down, and run the temple quest for your transfer. She's half dead already, probably not that tough. A level 150 mythic boss was still terrifying, and Lucky Meow had zero confidence. As she wavered, Minia suddenly spoke. I actually have something that might help you finish the quest. Huh, what do you mean? I thought the primordial source elixir was off the table. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. Minia waved a hand. The elixir is out of the question. But the person you're helping just wants a longer life, right? You don't have to rely on that elixir to extend it. Well, that makes sense. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Minia explained. In the abyss, there's a treasure called the Fountain of Youth. 1 flask adds 200 years to a lifespan, more than enough for your quest. That's perfect. Where is it? We'll head out right now. Xiaofeng's spirits soared, and Lucky Meow's eyes lit up with renewed hope. But just as their hopes peaked, Minia decided to keep them in suspense. She folded her arms and said in a lazy, almost teasing voice, nobody gets something for nothing in this world. What exactly do you want in return? Xiaofeng asked, raising an eyebrow. Minia's purple, Bauhenia-like eyes curved with amusement and her lips quirked, yet she stayed silent. Lucky Meow caught on at once and blurted out excitedly. Just spend 1 night serving her. Xiaofeng's face went as dark as the bottom of a pot. He pulled out a town return scroll on the spot. I'm out of here. That ridiculous demand wasn't worth a second of his time. Don't go. We can talk about this. Minia panicked, flinging a control spell. Pale golden runes wrapped around Xiaofeng and rooted him to the spot. His body was locked, but his mouth still worked. Xiaofeng shouted righteously. I'm a respectable player, not some pervert here for an rated side quest. Relax, you won't lose anything. I won't tell a soul once you leave. You'll still be a pure little boy, Minia coaxed softly. Seeing the quest within reach, Lucky Meow fanned the flames. Yeah, just agree already. Seriously? You're selling me out? Xiaofeng wanted nothing more than to one-shot her with a lightning bolt. Blows like these shattered Minia's confidence. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Fine, you're right. A forced melon isn't sweet. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a delicate metal vial to Xiaofeng. Take this and go. What's this? He caught it, looked down, and his eyes immediately lit up. Fountain of Youth water, mythic, permanently increases max HP by 10,000, 1 use per character. Works on both NPCs and players. Worth as much as a god-tier piece of armor. Too scarce for personal use. Quest item only. Thank you. Minia, he said earnestly. Humph. The witch who had burned so hot a moment ago now looked like a scorned wife. She turned away and ignored him. The silence grew awkward. Xiaofeng murmured another thanks, then walked off. That infuriating man. Minia stomped her foot as he left without looking back, but soon she chuckled to herself. I knew I had good taste. Little brother Xiaofeng is handsome, principled, and has a backbone. A man like that won't be won so easily. I'd better step up my game. After leaving the Rose Castle, Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow snapped their return scrolls. A flash of white light later, they were back in Storm City. Move it. Don't block the road. The familiar city guard roar rang out again. Sunlight spilled over them as Xiaofeng stretched, breathed in the surface air, and ignored the NPCs. Lucky Meow eyed him curiously. Seriously, where does your charm come from? How did you get Minia so obsessed with you? How should I know? Xiaofeng shrugged. She was crazy about some NPC before. The moment she saw me, she switched targets super awkward. Maybe I'm just too good looking. Who knows? Maybe it's just her character design. This game is getting more and more interesting. Lucky Meow couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, my foot. Come on, let's hand in the quest. Unwilling to dwell on it, Xiaofeng headed for the minor teleport array. After paying the 2 gold fee, they activated the portal as a party and reappeared in Windfury City. Retracing their steps, they headed for Boulder Town. After crossing the narrow stone bridge outside the city and glancing around, they found no trace of the trickster sprite Danis either. She'd gone home to cry after being shaken down or moved on to con someone else. With their swift pace, wheat fields, low walls, and windmills blurred past, and soon they stepped back into Boulder Town. Senior Dafiona, we're back. When they pushed open the tavern's heavy wooden door, the familiar scent of malt and roast meat rushed to greet them. In the dim light, Dafiona still occupied her usual corner. The bard Algernon leaned against the wall, lute in hand, eyes half closed, looking as though head never left. So soon? Is the job too tough, and you're quitting? Dafiona's furrowed brow deepened. Only 3 hours had passed since they'd been teleported away, hardly time for a single trip through the abyss. She assumed they'd return to haggle and wave them off. Yes, the task is difficult, but my reward is more than fair. I want change it. Go figure something out. Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow exchanged a smile. Xiaofeng stepped forward. You misunderstand, senior. We didn't find the Shenlu Nectar Spring, but we brought back another item that grants the same longevity and will help your condition just as well. He produced a finely carved crystal vial. Under the lamplight, silver blue liquid shimmered inside. Another item? What could replace the Shenlu Nectar Spring? Dafiona took the bottle, skeptical. The instant her fingers met the glass, her expression shifted. She pulled the stopper. A surge of life energy swept over her. After inhaling its scent, she lowered her voice. What is this? It holds an immense life force. It's the fountain of agelessness, from the Abyssal realm, Xiaofeng explained. One drink adds 200 years to your life. A myth-grade treasure. Senior, it's worth at least 20 drops of Shenlu nectar. Satisfied? A marvel truly. The clouded eyes of the old sorceress blazed with life. Color returned to her cheeks. She laughed suddenly, tipped back her head, and drained the vial in one gulp. When she finished, she exhaled deeply. At last, I'm free of death's shadow. Xiaofeng, brave warrior. Lucky Meow, brave warrior, thank you. No need for thanks, senior. We both benefit, Xiaofeng said, rubbing his hands, excitement sparking in his eyes. Now, about our second-class advancement. With that upgrade, he'd unlock more skills and push his class talent even higher enough to shatter armies of 50 or 100,000. Lucky Meow was just as eager. Her class potential outstripped Xiaofeng's, and a second advancement would be a true game-changer. Yet as their hopes rose, Dafiona's low chuckle turned icy. Her smile vanished. Mutual benefit? I asked for the Shenlu Nectar Spring. The Fountain of Agelessness is a gift, not the item I commissioned. Without the Shenlu Nectar, the task is unfinished, so why should I grant your advancement? Even as she spoke, her skin smoothed and tightened, wrinkles melting away, snowy hair turning glossy black. In the blink of an eye, the withered crone became a 30-something sorceress in black robes, eyes sharp as blades. What's that supposed to mean? Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow were stunned. The NPC actually meant to stiff them. What do you mean? Ha ha ha, you foolish adventurers. Daphniona slowly rose. The hem of her black robe writhed as though tugged by invisible hands, and brilliant silver-blue veins spread across the dark fabric. As the garment finished its transformation, the outline of a staff inlaid with dusky blue gems solidified in her palm, scattering shards of cold light. Moon Archmage Daphniona. Mythic Boss, level 200. HP, 17,450,000 17,450,000. Target level 2 high. Additional data unavailable. As the interface updated, Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat finally saw her true form, but they had time only to exchange a single glance. Daphniona threw back her head and laughed, the sound hoarse and manic. I thought my life had reached its end, yet heaven refused to claim me and instead sent you two fools to set me free. Now that my power is restored, my war with the High Priestess me own sister can begin anew. As thanks, I will grant you a painless death. With those words she slashed her staff, and a razor-thin beam of moonlight shot toward Lucky Cat like a tangible blade. Look out. Xiaofeng stepped sideways and pulled his teammate behind him, a shield of earth snapping into place. Pop! The lunar blade shattered the earthen shield, but the first wave of force was absorbed by the blood shield built into his mythic helm. What kind of trash game lets an NPC trick the players? This is disgusting. Lucky Cat cursed from behind Xiaofeng. She was furious, and so was he. If only he had listened to her and killed this old witch at once. The precious fountain of youth had been handed over for nothing, and now they could only fight. Lightning bolt. Magic missile. Xiaofeng raised his hand and instant cast two minor spells, but both exploded 3 feet short of Daphniona and were entirely swallowed by an unseen barrier. On the far side of the tavern, Algernon and the proprietress had already crawled under the bar, shivering too hard to speak. Pathetic weaklings, and you still dare resist? Daphniona sneered. She curled her left hand, and a torrent of arcane power erupted from her palm. Boom. White moonlight burst outward from her in a perfect ring. Walls splintered in the blinding flare, the entire tavern collapsed into rubble, and the shock wave roared down the street, bringing the neighboring buildings down one after another. Ah, what's happening? Somebody help. The screams cut off as the proprietress and the bard were erased by the flash. Their health dropped to 0 in an instant. Bang! Another layer of Xiaofeng's blood shield shattered, leaving only the thinnest film flickering around him. Lucky Cat, sheltered by his body, escaped unhurt. The shock wave finally spent itself half a kilometer away, reducing the entire district to rubble. Almost every player and civilian NPC was dead or dying. Only a few hardier militiamen clung to life. Damn it, she's insane. She even slaughtered the civilians. Xiaofeng stared at the devastation, a mix of shock and guilt churning inside him. If not for his bad call, Daphniona would never have regained her strength. Now it was up to him to clean up the mess. Deluge, he muttered, and gray clouds formed out of nothing. Sheets of water blades rained down around him, engulfing Daphniona. You little worm, you're still alive? Daphniona was genuinely surprised that Xiao Feng had taken a moonlight blade and the full shock wave and was still on his feet. The cloudburst spell landed. Raindrops, arcane missiles, and fireballs all crashed toward Daphniona. 3 waves of damage in the same second. Even a divine shield couldn't withstand that. But at the very moment rain and fire intertwined, a milky white spherical barrier hummed open, sealing Daphniona inside. Every spell that struck it raised only a ripple before being snuffed out. That's Eternal Moonlight, the passive you get after the 5th advancement in the Temple of the Moon class. 3 seconds of total immunity, Lucky Cat shouted through the downpour. So overpowered. Give it to me, and I might stay invincible for 30,000 seconds, Xiao Feng muttered, yet he kept his guard up. Seeing their attacks nullified, he grabbed Lucky Cat and pulled back, widening the gap between them and Daphniona. You two look adorable when you struggle. Fine, they'll play along. Daphniona smirked, the way a cat toys with a mouse. She flicked her staff, and a string of light-based spells streaked toward them, each trailing a blinding white tail. Xiao Feng, watch out. Moonlight Blessing. Lord of the Night. Lunar Ward. Lucky Cat barked, chaining 3 buffs onto Xiao Feng in rapid succession. My survivability's trash. I'll probably be the first to drop. If I die, I'll res and run to the Temple of the Moon for backup. Hold the line till then. Don't bother, there's no telling who'll die first, Xiao Feng snorted. Being swindled by an NPC was an insult to his IQ. He had to take Daphniona down to settle the score. NPCs hand out quests. Players finish them, that's the rule. Who expected an NPC to pull a fast one? Too late for second thoughts. All that's left is to fight. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive moonlight spells hammered Xiao Feng, shattering his last blood shield and the lunar ward at the same time. A basic attack followed with a crack, and a scarlet 310,000 floated over his head. A level 200, 5th tier mythic boss. Her power was obscene. Even her auto attacks hit for 2 to 300,000. Luckily, Xiao Feng's shields totaled in the tens of millions, so he still stood his ground. 3 seconds, time's up. Die? He counted silently. The moment Daphiona's moonlight barrier faded, he snapped his fingers, unleashed arcane missiles, and immediately followed with gale force. The rain still poured as the gale roared in. Wind blades intertwined with raindrops to form a terrifying vortex, ripping the already ruined buildings into splinters. A novice mage dares challenge a sanctum champion? Pathetic, Daphniona scoffed. She chanted for barely a second. A cold white moon rose behind her, its light converging into a thick beam that blasted straight at Xiao Feng. 300,000, 300,000, 300,000. The beam shaved off 300,000 HP every half second. At the same time, Xiao Feng's tri-element combo slammed into Daphniona. Splat 169192, 137, 8198, 268981. Damage numbers from Cloudburst, Arcane Missiles, and Gale Force popped up in order. Compared to Xiao Feng's nearly 1,200 attack stat, they were barely a tenth of the theoretical output. 90% magical damage reduction. Xiao Feng's heart skipped a beat. Had thought a few spells would one-shot her, but Daphniona was this tanked fight had just turned ugly. Meteor Shower. He made the decision in a flash. No more half measures, time to unleash the ultimate move. A chill flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes as he silently counted down the cooldown. The meteor spell icon was already glowing green. The storm shredded the battlefield into a blur of wind and rain, and he raised his hand to draw in fire. A low chant threaded through the gale as his cloak whipped violently behind him. Rain slashed across his face, yet a searing vortex spun in his palm, snapping the air with sparks and heat. His earlier barrage had put Daphniona on full alert. Narrow silver eyes half closed, she gave a cold laugh. Not bad, kid. Even under a Saint tier suppression, you still managed to wound me. The instant she felt his elemental surge spike, clear evidence of a forbidden spell, she snarled. Trying a forbidden spell? Dream on. She cut off the last syllable and slammed out 3 high damage skills in quick succession. Boom. Bang. Fizz. 2,193,829. 1,887,919. 2,409,919. 3 scarlet 7-figure numbers exploded through the rain. Xiao Feng's chest tightened as his HP nosedived, and even Lucky Cat beside him puffed up in terror. But the earth shield head raised was thick as bedrock. Though battered, it still held, its remaining half-bar flickering a cracked ochre glow. What? Still alive? Daphiona's face hardened. At Saint Tier, 3 consecutive hits should have erased anyone beneath her level, shield and all. Rage sharpened her gaze. Impossible. Let's try that again. The air locked up. A translucent full moon rose behind her, silver radiance pouring down like a waterfall. Bzzz. 100-meter radius vanished beneath blinding light. Meow? Lucky Cat shrieked as the moonlight punched through it, an 800,000 point crimson number floating above its head before it collapsed in the waterlogged ground. Xiao Feng's shield took a steady burn of 900,000 per second. For 5 agonizing seconds, cracks spiderwebbed across it, the dim yellow glow flaking away like crumbling sand. The earth shield shattered. Xiao Feng was channeling meteor and couldn't cast anything else. His earth element shield had 3 seconds left on its cooldown, and all he could do was watch the timer tick down. Damn it, just 3 more seconds. He thought anxiously, but interrupting the cast was impossible. You're finished, brat. Fiona snarled when she realized he had no more defenses. She swung her staff, sending a crescent moonlight blade slicing toward him. Purification. To Xiao Feng's surprise, Xingyun Miao, the support who had just been killed, suddenly stood back up. With a flick of his wrist, he granted Xiao Feng a super armor state. The buff prevented interruption but offered no damage reduction, so a direct hit was still lethal. Instantly after, Xingyun Miao cast Moonlit Ward, wrapping Xiao Feng in a soft, white shield. Pop! The moonlight blade struck, shattering the shield and nullifying the damage. Don't your skills ever go on cooldown? It's been less than 30 seconds. Xiao Feng exclaimed. Before Xingyun Miao could answer, a second moonlight blade whistled through the air. 2 seconds left on earth element, shield still too late. Xiao Feng, that's all I've got. Xingyun Miao grit his teeth, darted forward, and spread his arms to block the strike. Splat! More than 200,000 damage numbers floated up, and the freshly revived healer hit the ground again. Ugh, that's brutal. Watching his teammate die twice in a row made Xiao Feng's chest tighten. Meteor had 1 second left to channel, and Fiona's next spell was already incoming. The blood shield from his relic helmet still had over 4 minutes of cooldown, and no other shield could come up in time. Was it all over? Flash. Pain exploded in his chest. His vision went dark, yet he didn't die. The words undying spirit flashed over his head, and a shield equal to his max health sprang up. The passive on his Godslayer robe had triggered. Holy, I almost forgot about that passive. Xiao Feng's heart soared. At that exact moment, the channel finished. Rumble. The sky shook and flames painted the earth red. Blast, he actually got it off. Fiona cursed. She had already tasted his burst damage in the earlier storm barrage that cost her over 3 million HP. Now a supersized meteor, 6 times larger than normal, was plummeting from the heavens. She wouldn't dare tank it. Hastily, she erected 3 layers of protective wards. The meteor tore through the air, trailing blazing tails. Boom. All 3 sanctuary-grade barriers shattered in succession. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 60 million damage was completely absorbed, but the total hit was 240 million. With the shields gone, the remaining force crashed straight into Fiona. Lunar Goddess form. Fiona activated her last life-saving skill. Boom. A muffled explosion rocked the street. A visible shockwave blasted rubble into the air, and the ground heaved. Where the tavern had stood, a crater dozens of meters wide yawned open. In the choking dust, a blazing crimson meteor pinned Fiona deep beneath the earth. 12,398,299. A pathetically small damage number floated above her head. She's still alive. Xiao Feng's pupils contracted at the rim of the pit. Damn, that's some insane durability. A meteor intended to deal more than 200 million damage had shaved off only 5% of her health. 95% mitigation. Ha ha ha. Fiona drifted up from the depths like a specter, gray dust sliding from her silver robes. She had fewer than 2 million hit points left, yet her face was still smug. Weaklings will always be weak. In the true sanctuary. You. Before she could finish, a bolt of lightning, a magic missile, and a fireball slammed into her. 1,672,892. 900,918. The fireball grazed her shoulder and missed. Eyes wide, Fiona stared at the young mage across the crater, sudden regret flooding her heart. Surviving wasn't enough. She should have finished them off instead of trash-talking. Xiao Feng's mocking smile was the last thing she heard before consciousness fled and her body crumpled back into the pit. Clatter loot erupted everywhere, a torrent of coins, potions, scrolls, and gear pouring across the crater floor until it was almost buried. A crisp system chime rang in Xiao Feng's and Lucky Meow's ears. Ding, you have defeated level 200 mythic boss Moon Archmage Fiona, earning 98,750 reputation. Congratulations. You are the first in this warzone to slay a sanctuary boss and have received a mythic skill book for your class. Your party has defeated Moon Archmage Fiona and shared 92,650,000 experience. Congratulations, you have reached level 68. Congratulations, you have reached level 69. Congratulations, you have reached level 85. Warzone announcement. Players Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow are the first to defeat a sanctuary boss and have each received a mythic skill book. Warzone announcement. Warzone announcement. The rolling broadcast echoed through the entire server, leaving every player stunned. Sanctuary boss? Isn't that a level 200 mythic monster? Holy crap, 2 people just took down a level 200 mythic boss? Can someone explain what's happening? A mythic skill book, I want one. Look at the level rankings. They just shot up like rockets. The server had been live for less than 2 days. Most people barely understood what Sanctuary Boss meant level 200 mythic monsters reserved for endgame powerhouses. Now one had been slain, and everyone was shaken. When the leaderboard popped up, Xiaofeng was already level 85, Lucky Meow was 82, leaving everyone else in the dust. Jianzhan Songxing, third place, had only just hit level 50, and the fourth place onward hadn't even reached 45. This is absurd. The Warzone channel exploded, a flood of shocked comments racing by. Xiaofeng's friend list flashed like mad, friend requests and private messages pouring in, but he ignored them. There was loot to grab. The crater left by meteor strike would auto-repair at any moment. If he was slow, everything would be buried. Without sparing a glance at Lucky Meow still lying on the surface, he leapt into the pit, hands flying as he swept items into his inventory. Red glow. Another red. And another red. Gasped. There's even a rainbow-colored drop. For a moment, Xiaofeng was utterly speechless. In barely a minute, Xiaofeng swept every last drop of loot into the party's shared pack. Lucky Meow didn't rush back to town to respawn. She lay spread-eagled on the ground, holding her breath. Her gaze flicked across the inventory, and when a rainbow flash lit up the screen, her scream nearly blew out the mic. Ah, an ultra relic. The glow was unlike any item quality they had ever seen. As it pulsed, a smooth white orb floated between them, radiating its own gravity. Totally worth that brawlin' ultra relic. Xiaofeng hauled himself out of the smoking crater, roaring with laughter. He brushed off the soot, popped a revive scroll, and hauled Lucky Meow to her feet. You're unreal. You just soloed a level 200 mythic. How is that possible? Lucky Meow's voice shook. Without witnessing it herself, she'd never have believed anyone could take down a mythic boss alone. She stared at the overflowing backpack, her mind buzzing. The rainbow glare was blinding. She tapped the item panel. Moonlight spell, orb transcendent soulbound. Cannot be dropped. Requirement. Follower of the lunar high deity. Assigned to Lucky Meow. Serial no. XXXXXXXXXX. Passives. 1. Power spell attack 80 per level. 2. Majesty max HP 1000 per level. 3. Mercy all healing done 100. 4. Wisdom ignore level restrictions when learning class skills. 5. Grace low chance for any skill to trigger it twice its normal effect. Actives. Wrath of the Moon summon a full moon that deals 200 spell damage per second to a 100-meter radius for 10 seconds. Usable once a day. Nocturnal Judgment blind a single target for 60 seconds. Cannot be cleansed. Usable once a day. 5 passives and 2 actives. They stared, speechless. The orb had no base stats, but the first 2 passives alone dwarfed every gear set in the game. A level 50 character would instantly gain 4,000 spell power and 50,000 HP. For context, Xiaofeng broke barely 800 spell power at level 60. Stack the rest, and even a generic class could steamroll the server. And Wrath of the Moon took the % total damage, instant cast up portable nuke. This was the might of an ultra relic. The euphoria lasted half a heartbeat. A cold system prompt drove Xiaofeng's grin into the dirt. Requirement. Follower of the lunar high deity. Worse, the orb had auto-bound to Lucky Meow the moment it dropped. No discussion. His mindset shattered on the spot. Meow, what if we swap accounts? He begged, voice limp as overcooked noodles. Still floating in her I'm invincible bubble, Lucky Meow reflexively answered. We can't swap. How would that even work? Xiaofeng was ready to cry. After all that work, had gotten an ultra relic he couldn't use. It stung worse than swallowing raw chili. Only then did Lucky Meow fully register what had happened. Delighted with her free god-tier loot, she glanced at Xiaofeng's devastated face and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Quit sulking, Lucky Cat teased. You're still sitting on a pile of mythic-grade items, all worth a king's ransom. Xiaofeng looked up at Lucky Cat's radiant grin, but stayed gloomy. After the moonlight orb, everything else feels like junk. Damn system. Such a perfect item, yet it went to a support instead of his main damage dealer. The thrill of landing the world first kill on a level 200 mythic boss evaporated, leaving nothing but frustration. To be fair, he had been warned. Before they set out, Fiona told him that even if the orb dropped, he wouldn't be able to use it. Now that had seen its power for himself, he could only let it go. Fine, let's check the rest of the loot, he muttered as he scooped the drops into his bag. The moonlight orb never even touched his hands. The system had assigned it straight to Lucky Cat. Xiaofeng, thanks for helping me change classes and gear up. Lucky Cat hugged the orb, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. If you ever need anything, just call me. Even if we have to fight the Moon Temple, it'll back you up unconditionally. Heck, if we get into a real-life brawl, it'll hop on the first flight to wave your banner. Deal. Xiaofeng nodded, feeling a bit better. At least had gained a reliable ally. With Lucky Cat holding an ultra artifact and him still the game's top damage dealer, the two of them would eventually steamroll every boss in the multiverse. More ultra artifacts would come. As for real-life street fights, he was a college student, not a gangster. First, though, he had to finish sorting the loot. The party purse was disappointingly light, only 200k gold. Fiona was obviously broke, and the system had chipped in the minimum payout. The item drops, however, were another story. 1. 6 red quality items. 3 were level 150, tier 4 pieces with stellar stats, destined for the guild vault for now. 2. A territory construction decree guaranteed from any level 100 mythic boss. The guild had founded its base less than a day ago, so this was still prime currency, worth at least 30 to 40 million gold. 3. A class change item, Moonlight Priest Manual, which let you switch to the hidden priest class Moonlight Priest at the Moon Temple. Perfect for Oldly. Whether Moonlight Priest or Moon, which was stronger, would take testing. 4. The Elixir Sacred Heart, granting a permanent 50 intelligence. He downed it on the spot and watched his stats climb. Beyond that, his pack held a heap of legendary and epic items, including 5 skill books off which he could only use 1. Gale Blade. Type, spell. Effect. Launches a wind blade that travels forward, dealing 200 spell damage to enemies in its path. The blade dissipates after 30 minutes or 10 hits. Cooldown, 10s. Note, Weather Mage talents extend the blade to 180 m, but the 10-hit cap is unchanged. A handy filler nuke, he decided. Just then, a blinding red glow burst from the depths of his inventory, the mythic grade skill book awarded for the world first kill. Lucky Cat noticed the same glow in her bag. They shared their rewards in party chat. Apocalypse Cataclysm. Quality, Mythic. Class, Weather Mage. Description, unleashes 5 weather disasters: meteor shower, hurricane, earthquake, tsunami, and thunderstorm within a 1000 m radius. Each lasts 10s, 5-second cast time. The caster is immobile and immune to control while channeling. Consumes 2000 mana per second. Usable once every 7 days. Fatal Sacrifice. Quality, Mythic. Class, Moon Witch. Description, sacrifices all the caster's attributes to unleash final moonlight within a 500 m radius. Allies are healed for 200 of the caster's total attributes. Enemies take damage equal to the same amount. 3-second cast time. After casting, all attributes drop to 1 for 24h. Costs 5000 mana. Usable once every 7 days. They stared at the skillbook descriptions in silence. That's insanely powerful. After a long pause, Xiaofeng finally managed to comment. Lucky Meow nodded, having no idea what else to add. Each book contained the ultimate move for its class, with a 7-day cooldown and an almost screen-wide one-shot effect. But the mana requirements made them shudder. 2000 for Xiaofeng and an absurd 5000 for Lucky Meow. Too bad we can't cast them yet. Xiaofeng closed his book with regret. I can probably farm up the 2000 soon, but your 5000 even at level 100 ITLL be tight. They'll learn it anyway. ITLL be useful someday. Lucky Meow shrugged. The books were soulbound, so leaving them unread would just clog their bags. They hit learn together, and the new skills lit up in their hotbars. With the quest finished, Xiaofeng noticed his inventory was overflowing. The gear Fiona dropped plus the Abyss loot had almost filled the shared bag as well. Let's head back to the capital and sort everything out, he said. Lucky Meow glanced around, frowning. Can we even go back yet? Look at this place. Half of Boulder Town was in ruins, corpses, and rubble everywhere. Fiona had done most of the damage, but Xiaofeng's windstorm and meteor hadn't helped. They could easily end up on a wanted notice. While they hesitated, townsfolk who had fled began returning. A handful of nearly dead militia staggered over, eyes brimming with tears. Heroes, we don't know exactly what happened, but you saved us. The evil sorceress is dead. We'll petition the Lord to reward you both. Relief washed over Xiaofeng. Apparently, there would be no bounty. The same militia who had treated him badly before now wore grateful smiles. Good deeds did pay off. Come on, back to the city. After a few polite words, he crushed a return scroll, and a flash of white light whisked them to Stormwind. Move it, make way. The gate guards barked, as arrogant as ever. Xiaofeng barely noticed. He led Lucky Meow through the streets toward the market district. At the warehouse, they deposited rare gear and materials, then shifted everything from the shared bag to Xiaofeng's storage. They still hadn't done their second class change, yet the Boulder Town run had been a windfall. Both had surged past level 80, just one step from their third advancement. When they finished, Lucky Meow patted her now empty pack. Fiona's gone. I'm heading back to Moonlit City for my class change. Let's team up again sometime. Sure. He'll be at the Moon Temple later with a friend. Put in a good word with the Archbishop. Maybe he'll let me do my second change. Fighting side by side had changed his view of her. Without Lucky Meow, he doubted he could have downed so many tough bosses. No problem, she said, waving as she left the party. See you. With that, Lucky Meow exited Stormwind and disappeared down the road. Xiaofeng headed to the auction house with a pile of epic gear that neither he nor his roommates could use. He set a starting bid for each piece based on its level and let the system put them up for sale. He didn't post a single legendary or mythic item. Most players were broke right now, so listing them would only waste the fee. The batch had consigned last time had already sold out. One tap gathered up the proceeds, and 2.5 million gold gleamed in his inventory, making him whistle under his breath. He had plenty of equipment and potions. A few tens of thousands were enough pocket money, and anything more might lose value. 2.5 million gold plus a territory construction order, more than enough to bankroll something big. In less than 24 in-game hours, Head made another fortune. Worlds Beyond felt like walking around with a sack, scooping money off the ground. He pinged Oldly, planning to unload the extra gold and log out for dinner. The server had been live for about 36 hours, barely 4 hours in real time, and it was already dusk outside. A hot meal and a quick bathroom break. Then he could jump back in for day 2 and the upcoming territory defense. As soon as he opened his friends list and clicked on Li Li's avatar, a deafening barrage of voice messages exploded in his ear. Holy crap, old Xiao, you down a level 200 mythic boss? What artifact dropped? Save the priest gear for me. Hold on, you took the boss down with a girl? And didn't invite the brothers? Cold man. Spill it. Who's Lucky Cat? I'm challenging her unknown. We agreed to stay single together, and you ditch us? Heartbreaker. Hey, answer already. Flirting doesn't take this long. The spam had been rolling in ever since he killed Dafiona, right up to a minute ago. Xiaofeng chuckled helplessly and typed back, just a random party mate. We ran into the boss while questing. Where are you guys? I've got skill books and gear, pick them up in the Stormwind warehouse. Lily replied in a heartbeat. Finally. Stormwind, got it. We're on the way. Tell Lucky Cat to stay put, old Zhang, and I want to meet our sister-in-law. Meet your damn sister-in-law. Keep yapping, and you won't even get a copper. Xiaofeng snapped. Bad. Brother Xiaofeng, wait right there, we're coming. Lily folded instantly. Smiling, Xiaofeng skimmed through his friends list. Besides Li and Zhang Fan, Zhan Tian and Gao Kaishan had also left messages. A level 200 mythic boss guaranteed a territory construction order, and they'd smelled profit. Had planned to have Lily find a buyer, but since Gao Kaishan beat him to the punch, he might as well talk to him directly. Boss Gao, just finished up, sorry for the late reply. No worries, came the answer. You must have been splitting the loot. Xiaofeng got straight to the point. I heard you're interested in brokering my territory construction order? Gao Qian's hearty laugh filled the channel. Exactly. Treasure Chamber of Commerce is going Allen on Worlds Beyond, and we need a stockpile of rare items to make a splash. This is only the 3rd construction order in the entire game. Its value speaks for itself. If Master Xiaofeng consigns it to us, we won't charge a single coin in commission. The 2nd territory deed dropped 2 hours ago, this one taken by Longhun Guild. They've already built their base, though their double XP buff will expire 2 days sooner than the first guilds. Well, Xiaofeng tapped the tabletop with a fingertip, pretending to hesitate. Worried that he might refuse, Gao Qian quickly pushed harder. The in-game auction house takes a 5% cut, and it only pays out in gold. If the buyer's strapped for cash, they'll force the price down. And even if you score a high bid, the fee on a deed this rare will run you well over $1 million in real money. It's daylight robbery. Let our trade company handle it, instead we'll get you top price and wire the cash straight to your bank. No fees, no risk of gold losing value. Xiaofeng had long been annoyed by the auction house's fees. Last time he sold epic and legendary gear, it skimmed off several thousand gold, tens of thousands of yuan gone in a blink. He had money to spare now, but losing it still hurt. Gao Qian's offer was tempting, though he kept his cool. If you're that generous, Boss Gao, I'd be rude to refuse. Before Gao Qian could reply, Xiaofeng dropped another bombshell. By the way, I'm not holding just this deed. I've also got a few mythic and legendary pieces, and I want to cash out some of my gold as well. Gao Qian laughed heartily. No problem. The more business, the better. Anything God Xiao sells is top tier. We'd be honored to take it. It'll cover every fee today, and it'll buy your gold at the best rate in the market. For a fledgling trade firm desperate for liquidity, Xiaofeng's willingness to unload a pile of gold was even more exciting than the deed itself. Pick a place, and he'll meet you there, Gao Qian said. Xiaofeng chose Stormwind City. Half an hour later, in Stormwind's marketplace, Li, Zhang Fan, and their teammates Dundin and Blindmei found Xiaofeng first. Freshly logged in, they were full of energy. They'd barely exchanged greetings when Gao Qian swept in with 2 assistants. God Xiao, nice to see you again. Gao Qian waved cheerfully from a distance. Li and Zhang Fan were joking with Xiaofeng about their new gear. When they spotted the gaming world's notorious merchant shark, they couldn't help admiring Xiaofeng's connections. Old Xiao's really made a hasn't even grabbed his diploma yet, and he's already cutting deals with the big shots, Lili muttered in awe. Zhang Fan felt the same envy, but without a hint of jealousy. Just a minute ago, Xiaofeng had tossed each of them 2 legendary items, several high-level epics, and 2 solid skill books easily worth 100,000 gold or 1,000,000 yuan. With a roommate that generous, who could be jealous? Gao Qian also took note of their loadouts. Li, a dragonblood warrior with 30,000 HP, Shield, a priest decked out in epics, plus 2 high-level girls. Any one of them was prime recruitment material for a major guild. Zhang Fan's base stats even edged out Xiaofeng's. When his aura flared, he was like a drawn blade. A seasoned businessman, Gao Qian greeted them warmly, and his assistants hurried to hand out business cards. Sensing the mood was right, Xiaofeng cleared his throat. Boss Gao, let's get down to business. Everyone closed in. Trade windows popped up in midair one after another, adding a flicker of secret, blazing light to the bustling marketplace. He threw together an impromptu team, pulled in Gao Qian's crew plus a few of his own friends, and dumped a flood of item stats into the chat channel. In a blink, the feed lit up with lines of crimson and gold, the first being the Radiant Settlement Construction Decree. An instant later, the rest came pouring down like a waterfall. 1. Crimson Domain Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by Ramika. 2. God-tier Assassination Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by the Abyssal Heretic. 3. Demon Heart, permanently grants 50 strength, dropped by Ramika. 4. Wraith War Spear, level 100 Mythic Knight Weapon, dropped by the Wraith Knight. 5. Fallen Moon Bow, level 150 Mythic Archer Weapon, dropped by defy. 6. Light Chaser Boots, level 150 Mythic Boots for Archer Assassin, dropped by defy. 7. Night Poet Robe, level 150 Mythic Mage Armor, dropped by defy. 8. Wraith Summoning Scroll, Legendary Scroll, dropped by the Wraith Knight. 9. Knight's Round Shield, Nalavel Legendary Knight Weapon, dropped by the Wraith Knight. 10. Night Fiend Dagger, Nalavel Legendary Assassin Weapon, dropped by defy. 11. Skyren 10 Strike, Epic Assassin Skill Book, dropped by Ramika. The stream was so dense the cursor barely had room to blink. 4 mythic pieces, 2 level-free legendary weapons, and several mythic scrolls all scooped up in under 48 hours left everyone speechless. This is borderline obscene, Lily stammered, lips quivering. Even Gao Qian and his 2 aides, veterans of high-stakes raids, exchanged a glance and paused for breath. The server wasn't even 2 days old. Who could possibly stack loot like this? It was unreal. Only bad one of those isn't for sale. The Demon Hearts for Old Zhang. Fat-fingered the post. Scanning his haul, Xiao Feng spotted the item, sent an apology in chat, and traded the Demon Heart straight to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan froze. A Xiao, that thing must be worth a bundle. Gao Qian arched a brow. 50 strength is the same as 17 levels of pure strength growth. Market rate? No less than 100,000 gold. Tongue clicks sounded all around as every head swiveled toward Zhang Fan. Under the collective stare, he backed away, words tumbling out at warp speed. Xiao, you're too generous. Guess I'll just scrub myself clean tonight and wait for you. Get lost. Give it back if you don't want it. Xiao Feng cut him off, planting a boot in his rear and sending him stumbling. Laughter erupted, and the tension evaporated. Horsing around was fun, but there was business to settle. Gao Qian reviewed each item's stats, drop source, and rarity, then offered a pro appraisal. The 3 level 150 mythic pieces may sit in storage a while, but everything else will sell fast. Auction them separately, and, conservatively, you're looking at 450,000 gold. Throw in the settlement decree and the haul's worth 8 to 900,000. He added, the cheapest item is the God-tier Assassination Scroll 1 guaranteed kill, starting at 100,000. In a faction war it's priceless. Each mythic gear piece is 1,000,000 gold by itself. Level 100 is right around the corner, level 150 tops in a month or 2, so the risk of holding inventory is minimal. Lines up with my own math, Xiao Feng said, nodding. Boss Gao, if we bundle these with my 250,000 gold, what's the cash conversion look like offline? Gao Qian ran the numbers. Gold's fallen from 10 yuan per coin to about 8. Your lot plus the gold would clear roughly 100 million yuan. Give or take 10%. Li Li's eyes gleamed. Why don't you and your guild just buy the whole batch, Moneybags Gao? Save Xiao a headache, and you can break it up later for an easy margin. Gao Qian was tempted, but unsure of Xiao Feng's stance, so he kept quiet. Xiao Feng lowered his head, weighing the options. The price of gold would only keep falling. Leaving it in his pack was like watching it evaporate. Consumables would soon follow the same path. The only things with real upside were high-tier mythic items. Yet that bull market would come only after the average player level jumped far too long to wait. After a moment he nodded. I'm in. If that works for you, Boss Gao, it's the easiest way. Great. He'll buy everything items and gold in one shot. Gao Qian agreed at once. As the man in charge, a 100 million deal needed no additional approval. They sealed the deal on the spot. Known for his solid reputation, Gao Qian instantly filled in the payment on the system trade screen. Xiao Feng just as decisively tossed over every item and coin. Less than a minute later, Xiao Feng's phone buzzed a bank alert. 100 million credited, new balance 220 million. Better find time for the tax office. Wonder how big the bite will be, he calculated silently, then logged back in to confirm the trade was complete. Gao Qian produced a dark blue card, edged in gold. Xiao, this is a treasure chamber diamond VIP card. Whenever you want to consign anything, come to Yuson % fee, priority bidding rights, branches in every major city. Thanks, Boss Gao. Xiao Feng accepted it with a smile. The real value of those settlement deeds is that they're available right now, Gao Qian went on. In 20 minutes we're holding an auction at our Dragonblood City branch. All the big guild leaders are already notified. ITLLB practically your showcase, everything you sold is going up. If you're free, stick around and watch. 20 minutes? Sure. I'll enjoy the show before dinner, Xiao Feng said cheerfully. With the treasure chambers full, 20 minutes was more than enough to summon the core executives of the Dragon Nation's top 10 guilds. It would be a gathering of heavyweights, and he was curious to see who would claim the prizes. Since their last defeat, the World Guild had done nothing major. Their average level trailed the rest by 3, so they probably hadn't farmed any deeds. Tian Xiaowudi would likely jump in to compete for the third slot. Xiao Feng had no desire to hassle them again, but keeping an eye on them wouldn't hurt if they won. It was money in his pocket, and who could complain about that? With everything arranged, Gao Qian and his assistant teleported away. Xiao Feng, unwilling to leave town, spent the remaining 20 minutes chatting with friends and swapping leveling tips. Most players were now around level 35, while ordinary players on the leaderboards had reached 43. A wave of second-class transfers was expected before nightfall. After level 50, though, the XP curve would nosedive days for a second job change, but hitting level 100 for the third would take at least 10, special cases like Xiao Feng aside. Li Li and the other 3 were all level 35. Zhang Fan, meanwhile, had just equipped Otto's ancient war boots to complete a full level 30 set, pushing his HP to nearly 30,000, downright ridiculous. After swallowing the devil's heart that Xiao Feng had handed him, Li Li's attack power shot up to about 1,300, roughly 2 to 3 times that of an average player. Even so, compared with Lucky Meow cuddling her moonlight magic pearl, the boost felt minor. Oldly, got something nice for you. In the midst of their banter, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered a god-tier item still sitting in his backpack. He opened his inventory, dragged the radiant icon out, and sent Li Li a trade request. What nice thing. Holy crap, it's red. Wait, are you kidding me? This is a hidden class token? Li Li had been all carefree, but the moment he read the trade window he froze. God-tier quality. A hidden class transfer item, the sort of treasure players worldwide could only dream about. Zhang Fan snorted lightly. Calm down. Hidden classes are everywhere these days. Everyone knew Xiao Feng's background was terrifying, so no one was shocked when he pulled out some ridiculous treasure except Li Li, to whom it felt like fortune falling from the sky. Hands trembling, Li Li hit accept and cradled the item like a family heirloom. Brother Xiao, you're my blood brother now. Ever since Zhang reclassed, he's been looking down on me. Finally I can hold my head high. Xiao Feng grinned. I thought you'd be so grateful you'd introduce me to your sister. Guess not, huh? A dorm room with 3 guys, and only him lacking a hidden class would frustrate anyone. Come on, it's still early, let's swing by Moonlight City. With a quick farewell to the others, the 3 brothers left the base. Shield and Blind Girl didn't tag along. They'd already scored a few epic items on the last run and felt too embarrassed to keep freeloading. One teleport flash later, the 3 men landed on Moonlight City's main street and headed straight for the Moonlight Temple. Xiao Feng wore 3 divine artifacts, Zhang Fan 4. One had a scary level, the other an absurd HP pool, and they drew stares from every passerby. Caught between them, Li Li felt almost invisible. Good thing I'm about to reclass, he muttered. Standing next to you too. Impractically, how am I supposed to flirt if nobody can even see me? Xiao Feng laughed. Wait till you become a hidden healer, thousands of girls will line up for your heals. Zhang Fan added with a wicked grin. Find a high damage cutie for your in-game partner. You heal her in-game. She feeds you out of game win-win. Perverts, both of you. Li Li cursed, then bolted for the temple gate. As they drew near, the guard knights barked, halt. The sanctum is off limits to the impure. Lucky Meow's earlier flattery clearly hadn't swayed these level 180 legendary boss knights. Xiao Feng's eyelid twitched. Level 180 so smug? The urge to tear the place down flared, but he pushed it aside. You two go in. They'll wait out here. He stepped beneath a nearby statue, while Li Li and Zhang Fan slipped inside. The huge doors rumbled shut. Xiao Feng leaned against the pedestal and waited. Minutes later, a triumphant laugh echoed from within. Haha, I've finally got a hidden class. So strong. Hey there, miss. You're low on HP, let me heal you. Li Li sounded like he'd just won a couple $100 on a scratch ticket, eager to announce it to the whole server. He bustled around, tossing heals at every wounded passerby. This guy Xiao Feng face-bombed. Xiao Feng, try my heals. Li Li and Zhang Fan came running. Still 10 meters away, Li Li excitedly flung 2 spells in Xiao Feng's direction. Xiao Feng's HP was already full, yet the healing spell still landed. 2 green numbers floated up like flares: 4, 882 and 19,281. The first was from the basic tier 1 priest spell minor heal. The second came from his newly learned moonlight priest skill, prayer to the moon goddess. Nice heals. What tier's that hidden class of yours? Xiao Feng asked casually. Zhang Fan spread his hands. Hidden classes break down like this. 1 bottom tier, weaker than regular classes, just a gimmick or 2. 2 mid tier, on par with normal classes, plus 1 or 2 extra skills and an epic item. 3 high tier, more skills, a free legendary item, sometimes a talent. 4 higher tier, the legendary classes like Weather Mage comes with a legendary talent and very distinct abilities. 5 top tier, a true deity inheritance. Loads of skills, a god-tier talent. Mythic gear, the stuff's insane. He's in your tier. Only luckier besides the talent, he scored a mythic weapon, Zhang Fan added. Well, talk about stepping in it. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. No wonder the numbers were huge. A mythic weapon changes everything. Earlier Li Li's biggest heal barely cracked 1,000, nowhere near enough to top off tanks like Xiao Feng and Zhang Fan. Here, feast your eyes, Li Li said smugly, sharing his stats and weapon. 1 Moonlight Priest growth, 10 more HP and healing than a standard priest. Early stat boost is modest. The real punch lies in the talent and artifact. 2 Legendary Talent Pure Soul, base healing 50. All support skills 30, when crowd controlled, 10 chance to break free instantly and gain 3 seconds of super armor. Can trigger once every 15s. 3 class-bound mythic weapon staff of Moonlit Chant, 750 spell attack, 200 healing, 50 spirit, 30 healing bonus. Passive Faith's Return. Healing an ally restores the same amount of HP to yourself. With talent plus weapon, Li Li's base heal shot to 3,000. Add the class multipliers and his burst healing went through the roof. Not bad. 2,000 of those and you'll match one of my shields. Solid class, Xiao Feng said sincerely. Give me a break, monster. No one can compete with you, Li Li grumbled, his excitement deflating. Just then a soft voice chimed in. Hey, Xiao Feng. He turned and saw Lucky Cat, the teammate they'd just split from. Small world. You here too? Just finished learning my skills. You guys comparing healing numbers? Lucky Cat smiled, eyes narrowing into crescents. My buddy here switched to a hidden class and won't stop showing off. Xiao Feng chuckled, thumbing at Li Li. Go on, give him a heals how it's done. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Li Li frowned. When he caught Lucky Cat's ID, something clicked. In a flash, a pale moonlight crystal ball appeared in Lucky Meow's left hand. She gave a casual sweep of her right arm, moonlight spilled down, and a bright green number floated over Li Li's head. 146, 312 doubled. The 6-digit heal broke his defenses on the spot. Holy crap, how the hell? Li Li almost questioned reality as the dazzling digits blinded him. His earlier swagger vanished, leaving nothing but shock. Lucky Meow tucked the crystal ball away and explained with a smile. 4th tier, heal divine benediction. Base coefficient, 480%. My spell power's 7,050. Add 115% bonus healing, and every cast pushes 70 plus K. I just hit a double heal proc, so the number looked ridiculous. So 7,000 spell power? Li Li and Zhang Fan chorused, gaping. Even a Dragonblood warrior in triple artifact gear can't post that. You're nowhere near our gear level. Xiao Feng, knowing the score with the moonlight orb, stayed calm and asked, didn't the Archbishop confiscate that moonlight orb? Lucky Meow shook her head. She meant to give it to me all along. I just misunderstood. I've learned every tier 2 to tier 4 spell. Only the tier 5 sanctuary skills locked behind stat requirements. You learned every spell up to tier 4. Li Li and Zhang Fan completely lost it, forgetting she was a girl. Are you even human? Lucky Meow spread her hands shyly. The Archbishop stuffed them in my baggie, couldn't refuse. Comparisons will kill you. I'm done, going to bed. They groaned, clutching their chests as if Krithit. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of envy. Her luck was insane. The name Lucky Meow fit. With 7k spell power, a casual smite could one-shot players. Give her the mana for Doomsday Sacrifice, tens of thousands to every stat, 3 to 400k damage, a 500-meter wipe, Eli's instantly topped off terrifying. And she landed it all herself, even without his help. Those two are your friends? Lucky Meow tilted her head at Li Li and Zhang Fan. College roommates, Xiao Feng nodded, introducing them. Sis-in-law, nice to meet you. Blessings on you, sis-in-law. The moment they recovered, the two shamelessly flirted with the pretty healer. Flustered, Lucky Meow waved her hands. Xiao Feng and I are just friends. We've only met a few hours ago. Zhang Fan arched a brow. Every story starts somewhere. Moving fast though feels like you've known a month already. Li Li nodded hard. Pair of idiots. Xiao Feng kicked them aside, then told Lucky Meow, we're off to an auction. Catch you later. Sure, I still have a quest. Lucky Meow waved. See you next time, sis-in-law. Come visit our campus. Xiao Feng, Classical Lit. Haijiu University, phone 18th. Their shouts cut off as Xiao Feng dragged them away, one in each hand. Watching the three recede, Lucky Meow couldn't help a light laugh. So he's still a student. Haijiu's not that far. The treasure chambers auction was already underway. After teleporting to Longxua City, Xiao Feng and his two companions hurried to the guild's impressive front gate. Wow, look at this place, just the storefront must have cost a fortune, Li Li said, tilting his head back. Towering pillars of deep red stone framed a pair of gilded doors that blazed in the morning light. The building stood a full story taller than the system-run auction house, and had long since become the city's landmark. Buying it outright from the NPCs would run at least 3 or 4 million gold, but the treasure chamber's coffers were deep enough that the price barely registered. A level 85 weather mage, its master Xiao Feng, a player in a silver uniform, jogged over and bowed respectfully. The dedicated session for construction permits has started. Please follow me. Thanks. Xiao Feng nodded. They had planned to find their own way, so the escort saved them some time. The ground floor was brilliantly lit, shelves lined with potions, scrolls, and basic gear, all sold at flat prices. Players bustled in and out like shoppers in a convenience store. A spiral staircase led to the second floor, the auction's core. 12 numbered rooms arranged like miniature cinemas so lots could be sold in batches, by category, in an uninterrupted flow. The attendant guided them to the back entrance of Hall 1. The room held about 100 people. Up front were 10 VIP leather sofas, for seats each. Stepped rows of regular seating filled the rear. Xiaofeng's group had no plans to bid personally, so they took spots in the guest section. 5 lots sat together on a crystal dais in the center, while a floating screen showed live bids. A small remote was embedded in every armrest. Players could lock onto any item and enter an offer at will. Bundling commonplace goods like this pushed the pace several times faster than traditional paddle raising, suiting an MMO's rhythm. Of course, if a truly rare treasure appeared, the treasure chamber would slow everything down to maximize the drama. Roughly 70% of the seats were taken. Scanning the VIP area, Lily murmured, "Pretty packed. Recognize a few faces, too." The attendant remained, lowering his voice to point out the heavyweights. Seat 1 belongs to Shundi, Guild Master of Pantheon, and his lieutenants Shashan and Quangshan. Xiaofeng followed the gaze. Shundi looked about 37 or 38. A black and gold robe sharpened his austere features, and every gesture carried the restraint of old-world nobility. He played a Thunder and Voya mage subclass but was famed for his aggressive style. On either side, Shashan and Quangshan sat silent, their expressions hard with a lethal edge. Rumor said both had held real weapons and real blood in their former line of work. Pantheon topped every unofficial ranking of the nation's 10 great guilds. Most players simply assumed they were number 1. Stories about Shundi's past were legion. Some swore he was an illegitimate son of a corporate titan, denied an inheritance and turning to games. Others believed had built his empire from nothing. Whatever the truth, he had dominated countless MMOs, leading teams to multiple world-level victories that put the national server on the map. Seat 2 is Dragon Soul, the attendant went on. They've already secured a settlement deed, so they're mostly here for the spectacle. The attendant continued with the introductions. At table 2 sat a man in his 40s with kindly features that made him seem easy to talk to. Lily glanced over, rubbed his hands together, and lowered his voice. "Ironhead Dragon is here? Let's give him a taste of our power later." "Not today," Xiaofeng chuckled, waving him off. "We'll have plenty of chances." Ironhead Dragon's real name was Zhu Long. He led the Dragon Soul Guild, and played a tank so tough it bordered on the ridiculous, hence the nickname. In their previous game, Dragon Soul once stole a boss from Li. Furious, Li confronted Zhu Long, who simply stood there while Li hacked away. Zhu Long's HP dropped less than 10%, and Li died to reflected damage, utterly humiliated. Zhu Long later reimbursed him in person, and the incident actually left the trio with a favorable impression of him. Table 3 belonged to the Conquer the Cosmos Guild. Many were here for the excitement, but they also hoped Great Master Xiao might put real treasures up for bid. Xiaofeng glanced over and spotted Vice Leader Zhang Tian alongside the top-tier archer, whose ID read trembling hands, not Parkinson's. "There's a level 150 mythic bow today," Zhang Fan whispered. "Zhang Tian's probably here to secure it for Parkinson." Parkinson was Conquer's main DPS, widely regarded as the best archer in the country. He combined razor-sharp instincts with flawless mechanics, and had recently unlocked a formidable hidden class, sending his reputation soaring. Table 4 was occupied by the Great Banner Guild, whose leader Ironblood Danshin had shown up in person, clearly one of today's heavy hitters. Table 5 belonged to the Prosperity Guild. Their leader, Shengshi Chaoga, was absent, but their war chest would be full. Table 6, the World Guild, was one Xiaofeng knew well. All eyes drifted to Table 6. 3 of the seats were taken by players Xiaofeng had met before: World Invincible, World Peerless, and World Hero. The 4th occupant was a surprise. Ancient Sword Immortal, level 54. ID, Sword Severs All. "Xiao, isn't he second on the level rankings?" Zhang Fan exclaimed after checking his stats. Xiaofeng had been watching that ID for a while. His leveling speed was steady and always ahead. Sword Severs All was a young man with unremarkable looks and a detached expression. Dressed in plain cloth with no legendary gear visible, he nonetheless exuded the effortless grace of a wandering swordsman. His HP was just over 20,000, slightly higher than Xiaofeng's, and only a hair lower than Zhang Fan's. He drew the Ancient Sword Immortal Legacy in the launch day raffle, Lily added, frowning. "Game's Western fantasy, yet he's flaunting an Eastern Xinxia class. But he's strong soloed a level 50 mythic boss and rides his sword. If things go south, he's airborne in seconds, slippery as hell. Flying sword? That good?" Xiaofeng arched an eyebrow. Then he remembered mages gained a short-term hover spell after their second job, change not entirely outrageous. Lily shrugged. "Style points, 10 out of 10. Pure strength? You still edge him out, Xiao. He's second or third at best. Still, don't underestimate him," Xiaofeng thought. A player of that caliber sitting with World Guild was no coincidence. World Invincible had likely brought him as a hidden ace. Not that Xiao Feng worried, his own power had long outstripped ordinary players. Even a surprise attack would barely scratch him. Level 1 Ancient Sword Immortal, Level 30 Ancient Sword Immortal, Level 50 still Ancient Sword Immortal. Xiao Feng couldn't help feeling envious. The guy seemed exempt from class changes. Most players had to undergo a second job quest at 50, yet he was 85 and still first year of a kind. Once the auction ended and had helped Conquer defend their territory, Xiao Feng had to track down the NPC for his own advancement. A couple more bosses, and had hit level 100 at this rate. The attendant continued to introduce the remaining guests at each table. The hall glittered with lights. The presidents of Dragon Kingdom's 10 major guilds were all present, and the senior officers of the up-and-coming powerhouse Zhongzhan Jutian had also taken their seats, leaving a faint scent of gunpowder in the air. The auction unfolded smoothly. First to sell was the bundle Xiao Feng had consigned to Gao Keishinon unrestricted legendary item and 2 divine scrolls. As expected, the divine assassination scroll was the cheapest, closing at only 8,000 gold. 2 more unrestricted legendary weapons and an epic skill book followed, each hammering down at about 150,000 gold. The Blood Domain scroll, prized for its strategic value, fetched 210,000, leaving Gao Keishin with a tidy profit. Next came 4 mythic grade items, auctioned one by one. The first, the Spectre War Spear, is a current favorite. The Knight player Ironhead Dragon stunned everyone by paying 1,250,000 gold. The remaining 3 level 150 mythic pieces, though still unusable for now, all broke the million gold mark as well, with only the boots going slightly lower. Soon the Evening Star Lot the Territory Construction Decree was carried to the podium. Holding a crystal microphone, the auctioneer proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, here is the 3rd Territory Construction Decree in all the realms, provided by the top-ranked player Xiao Feng. Same rules, full provenance. Gear is sold for gold, but this decree will be sold for cash. 1 gold equals 10,000 yuan. Starting bid, 10 million yuan, or 1,000 tokens. Each race, no less than 10 tokens. Bidding starts now. Because the total gold in circulation is still limited, even the biggest guilds can't spare 10 million coins at once, so the treasure chamber is auctioning the decree for cash to keep things simple for the buyers. 2,000 tokens. The master of Invincible Under Heaven hit his bidder first, pushing the price to 20 million. Other guild leaders eager for a territory refused to back down, and the price jumped by 100 tokens at a time, soon passing 3,000. Judging by this pace, the decree is going to cost far more than we guessed. Old Xiao's taking a hit here, Lily muttered as the numbers climbed. Xiao Feng smiled. They assumed the risk, so they deserve a return. The earlier items went right where I expected. If the decree didn't turn them a profit, their night would have been wasted. The brothers exchanged a grin and fell silent. With more than 200 million earned in under 2 days, Xiao Feng felt more than satisfied. 10 million one way or the other made little difference. 3,500 tokens. 3,700. 3,800. The numbers flipped 3 times in quick succession. The executives holding the bidding devices didn't need to speak. As long as their balances were sound, a button press was enough to raise the price. After the figure hit 4,000 tokens, the field of active bidders began to thin out. The God Emperor of the Pantheon Guild raised the bid straight to 4,500 tokens, instantly forcing most rivals out and bringing the flashing numbers to a halt. 45 million. Any higher offers? If not, this base construction permit goes to the God Emperor. The auctioneer boomed, his gilt gavel glinting coldly in the lights. The hall's atmosphere froze. Representatives from guilds like Shengshi and Daki traded looks and discreetly lowered their paddles. To them the price just wasn't worth it. In another day or two of game time, most frontliners would hit 2nd class, level 60, and large guilds could easily hunt a level 100 mythic boss. Spending tens of millions for a few hours head start made no sense. Everyone knew Pantheon was loaded. They'd put up 100 million bounty for the first permit and now treated the third one's 45 million as pocket change. 45 million once. 45 million twice. The gavel was about to fall when seat 6, occupied by Tianxiao Wudi, suddenly changed the bid. 46 million. The numbers jumped again, and a ripple of gasps swept the room. Shindi frowned slightly. Brother Wudi, is that really necessary? Before the words had faded, he pressed his button and pushed the price to 48 million, his air of certainty making the onlookers click their tongues. Tianxiao Wudi's face darkened. One more raise, and the bid would break 50 million real cash. Tianxiao Haojia whispered, Guildmaster, fighting Pantheon Hedon is unwise. Crossing them will only cause trouble. Tianxiao Wushuang added, right big bro. This permit came from that bastard Xiao Feng. We don't need to fatten his wallet. I know. Wudi gritted his teeth, knuckles cracking. But yesterday's beating was brutal. If we don't win this permit, morale will tank. For the guild's future, we pay? He slammed the button. 50 million. Guildmaster Wudi bids 50 million. Any higher? The auctioneer's eyes gleamed. Higher prices meant a bigger commission. Shindi glanced at the figure, his tone tinged with threat. Brother Wudi, are you sure you want to challenge Pantheon? Tianxiao Wudi replied steadily. Shindi, I seek no quarrel. Our guild urgently needs this permit. Please show some mercy, and Tianxiao will repay the favor. Shindi shook his head, ready to bid again, when a friend message popped up. He skimmed it, smiled, and put down his paddle. Very well, Brother Wudi. Since you're sincere, I'll let this one pass. He withdrew from the bidding. Tianxiao Wudi exhaled in relief. Of the two giants, Pantheon and Dragon Soul already had a permit and was no immediate threat. Pantheon had been the real obstacle. With them stepping aside, a weight lifted from his chest. 50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million, 3 times sold. The sharp crack of the gavel echoed through the hall, bringing the auction to a close. Guildmaster Wudi, the permit has been delivered to your inventory. Your 5,000 gold deposit will be refunded shortly. Our treasure chamber will contact your guild offline, the auctioneer announced, beaming. In high spirits, Tianxiao Wudi waved a hand. Keep the gold. I've arranged the offline payment. We still need to start the settlement quest, so I'll take our leave. With the permit in hand and a grin on his face, Tianxiao Wudi exchanged a few words with his entourage, then crushed a return scroll and disappeared. Some guests departed with their newly won treasures while others left empty-handed, and the din inside the hall slowly faded. The auctioneer gathered his papers, attendants snuffed out several wall lamps, and the air still hummed with the heat of gold and epic loot. Staring at the empty seats, Zhang Fan let out a sigh. I never thought the gods would withdraw. Under Heaven just picked up the third throne for peanuts. Because of their friendship with Xiao Feng, the three of them already disliked Under Heaven, and now they felt a touch of sympathy for the gods. Lili shook his head. It can't be that simple. God Emperor is aggressive and filthy rich. He wouldn't surrender so easily. Xiao Feng and Zhang Fan knew little about the leaders of the major factions, but Li was different. Treating the world of online games as his personal playground, he could rattle off guilds and top players from memory, and even ran a small intelligence network of his own. His analysis sparked a thought in Xiao Feng. Could it be that the gods have already secured a guild fortress? Maybe God Emperor got the news and decided to ditch the bidding? Entirely possible. Zhang Fan and Li nodded in unison. While they were discussing, footsteps approached. Li Ergu, doing pretty well for yourself, huh? Latching on to the top dog of the rankings? The voice carried a hint of mockery. The speaker was Zhulong, guild master of Dragon Soul. The nickname Li Ergu was Li's old handle, and of the three, he was the only one who knew Zhulong at all. Li snorted. Latching on. Xiao's been my brother from day one. If he hadn't been busy last time, he'd have flattened you already. Zhulong offered a refined smile. What a shame I missed the chance to be flattened. Don't worry, we can still arrange it. Li rolled his eyes. Xiao Feng patted him on the shoulder. Helpless. Old Li bore grudges. Even after settling past disputes, he never conceded an inch in conversation. He extended a hand. Pleasure to meet you, Guild Master Zhulong. Zhulong returned the handshake politely, eyes gleaming with appreciation. I've heard your name for a while, Xiao. Disciplining more than 20,000 members of Under Heaven all by yourself, unbelievable. And that global alert about you soloing a level 200 mythic boss just now. Scared everyone stiff. Pure luck, really nothing too technical, Xiao Feng said modestly. Luck is part of strength, Zhulong replied, retracting his hand. Then he changed tack. I hear you three are still unaffiliated. How about a place to rest your feet? Dragon Soul has some clout at home. All of you are hidden class players. If you join us, I can guarantee 100,000 a month each, no strings attached. Play however you like, just show up for major battles. As soon as the offer landed, the same thought flashed through all three minds. Money to burn. 10 grand a month for at most a couple of big fights like winning the lottery. Anyone normal would struggle to say no. Unfortunately for Zhulong, he was pitching to Xiao Feng and Li. We appreciate your generous offer, Xiao Feng said sincerely, yet still shook his head. But I'm not planning to join any group for now. Maybe another time. Li was blunter, folding his arms. Dream on. My goal is to poison that spiky hedgehog of yours with a single curse, not to serve under you. Seeing that Xiao Feng and Li had already refused, Zhang Fan shook his head as well. In the past, a salary of 100,000 would have made their hearts race, and they would have joined Long Han on the spot. Now, however, Xiao Feng's pockets were bursting, and Li and Zhang Fan had split equipment and materials from him worth well over $1 million. Tempting as the generous pay was, it couldn't shake their long-standing resolve to stay clear of the big guilds and enjoy the game freely, a decision they had made on their very first day of college. All right, what a shame, Zhulong sighed, a bit helpless before their stubbornness but still unwilling to give up future cooperation. Brother Xiao, your charm is truly admirable. Xiao Feng waved modestly. You flatter me, guild leader Zhulong. Let's add each other as friends. After they exchanged friend requests, Zhulong led his team away, and the auction hall soon emptied. On the way out, Gao Kaishan hurried over to see them off. The Treasure's Chamber of Commerce had earned a fortune from this auction, so naturally he treated the supplier, Xiao Feng, with the utmost courtesy. They chatted for a few minutes. Another half hour of game time passed, and the three roommates left the chamber, ready to log off. Lao Shao, you've struck it rich this time. So dinner's on you. Lily laughed, eager to milk the new tycoon. No problem, Xiao Feng agreed readily. But for the sake of leveling, let's keep it quick. Somewhere near campus, no fancy hotels. What about that seafood buffet outside the gate? Zhang Fan suggested. 150 a head. Sounds reasonable. 150 it? That's just over 400 for the three of us. Way too cheap for Lao Shao, Lily objected, shaking his head. No way. Let's invite a few more people, classmates, and Dundan too. As he spoke, he was already counting seats, looking every bit the unscrupulous landlord. Xiao Feng quickly waved him off. Cut it out. Let's keep our in-game fortune under wraps so nobody starts tailing us. We've made plenty of enemies online, and I don't want them showing up offline. As for Dundan, ask her if you want. I don't mind covering one more. But listen, no alcohol, and no one bullies the girl. Please, do I look like that kind of guy? I just want to meet a teammate, Lily protested, as if his character had been gravely maligned. Decision made, Lily messaged Dundan, but she declined with a single too shy, promising to meet another time. With no other choice, the three roommates settled on dinner by themselves. Just as they were about to log off, a system-wide announcement thundered through the city. Battlefield announcement. The Guild Junction has successfully completed its base building application quest and has received Longshua City Lord's special approval to construct. As the third guild in this battlefield to establish a base, all members receive double experience for base quests for the next 3 in-game days, and the difficulty of their first base defense is reduced to 75. The announcement scrolled repeatedly, and the battlefield channels exploded. The third one. And it's Longwo again. Longwo players are insane. Xingzhan, Longhun, Zongshan looks like those will be the 3 titans of Zhutian. Players around the world were stunned by the announcement. Xiao Feng and his 2 teammates were just about to log off when the system message popped up, and all 3 burst into laughter. Awesome. The God Emperor really lives up to his nomino, one moves faster. Invincible under heaven threw 50 million at this and still couldn't grab the announcement. He's going to cough up blood this time. Brutal, absolutely brutal. If it were me, I'd fight the God Emperor to the bitter end. The trio doubled over with laughter, completely unable to stop. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Stormwind City, Lord's Manor. Invincible under heaven and a few close aides rushed into the main hall, clutching the final quest item and ready to hand it in. A blinding golden system announcement exploded overhead, and every one of them froze on the spot. What happened? Pantheon? Impossible. How can this be? Wasn't the God Emperor still bidding? How did he build a stronghold so fast? Could it be that he dropped out of the auction just to? Rage shot straight to their heads. Damn it, I'm going to explode. Those bastards from Pantheon. From now on, if we see one in the wild, we kill one. Set them to hostile. The more they shouted, the wilder they became, murderous intent filling the air. Invincible under heaven's expression shifted from shock to fury, then to resignation, until it darkened like ink, leaving only silence. Still, he handed over the quest item, and the system chimed. Stronghold construction request approved. 10,000 guild members simultaneously received the coordinates and confirmation. The city lord would dispatch craftsmen to the site, and construction would finish within 24 hours. However, no Warzone broadcast, no extra rewards, no benefits at all. Even the stronghold defense was locked by the system at the full 100% difficulty. In the hall, many lowered their heads with long sighs. They were supposed to be the first guild to establish a stronghold. But now, I bet the guys from Unrivaled Under Heaven are pulling some spectacular faces right now. Xiao Feng, Li Li, and Zhang Fan were lounging in a seafood buffet, white plates stacked with crab shells and shrimp tails while laughter mingled with the sound of crunching shells. A smart TV in the corner streamed the latest news about All Heavens, the game that had gone live only that morning, yet already boasted over 1 billion players by dusk. Students, office workers, night shift crews, people from every walk of life had found their fun in game, and the 10-tun time dilation let even the busiest catch their breath. No one understood how the clock could be slowed, but almost everyone agreed it was brilliant. The screen switched to a breaking headline. The Gods Guild had just bought the first guild stronghold, and the live chat was exploding with congrats. And insane. A follow-up leak revealed that the Tianxia Guild had secured a stronghold 1 minute later, but ranked below gods, earning them a mix of mockery and sympathy. While peeling shrimp, Lily commented, Tianxia really took a hit today. First Xiao schooled them this afternoon, now gods outbid them. They'll lose at least a few hundred members. Xiao Feng twirled an empty conch shell and gave a half smile. They're in such a mess, I almost feel sorry for them. A top guild crashing this hard is rough. Zhang Fan tapped the foam off his draft beer. Save your pity. They're probably plotting payback as we speak. Fair point, Xiao Feng shrugged. Let's see what the overseas channels are saying. The TV flipped to an international feed, subtitles scrolling fast. 1. Federation Ace Lord of Darkness solo kills an 80-level mythic boss. 2. Global Leaderboard King War Axe warns Dragon Nation. I'm coming for you, at level 100. 3. Lose 50,000 HP from a single staircase fall. Possible bug sparks heated debate. Major stories flooded the ticker, mixed with niche gossip. Foreign servers were dominated by lone wolves and small squads, so no one had dropped a level 100 mythic boss or built a stronghold yet. Even so, their elite numbers were impressive. War Axe was already level 76, an astonishing grind given had barely touched mythic or legendary bosses. Veteran pros, championship winners, and famous streamers stirred up chaos on their respective servers, and jaw-dropping feats kept rolling in. System announcements for the entire Blue Star region had fired dozens of times, with the international half of the servers easily outpacing the Dragon Nation side. World-first clears of main story dungeons mostly belonged to the international servers for one simple reason: unlocking a dungeon was pure luck. If not for that, Xiaofeng could have steamrolled from level 25 to 155 without breaking a sweat. Rumor also had it that a mysterious foreign player had just revealed the stats of an ultra artifact. According to the leaked stats, it was a staff that granted 10,000 points of spell power and came with an earth-shattering active ability. Once fully unleashed, a single player could flatten an entire map. Some doubted the rumor, but Xiaofeng believed it. Because the whistleblower never revealed his in-game ID, everyone could only piece together clues and guess. The firewall between the game and the internet kept many breathtaking moments from reaching the web, a constant regret for the player base. Still, quitting time and the end of classes were approaching, and after dinner another wave of players would pour in, making the major cities even livelier than they were during the day. I'm done, let's get back to the dorm and keep playing. Xiaofeng and his two roommates had been eating happily, but after scrolling through the news, they couldn't sit still. They paid the bill, hurried back to campus, took a quick shower and bathroom break, then dived under the covers and reconnected their consciousness to the game servers. Welcome back to World of Myriad Realms. Your character has been created and may enter at any time. On the login screen, Xiaofeng saw a handsome male mage, robes billowing, climate staff in hand. That was his avatar. I have to admit, I look amazing, he muttered, then stepped straight into the character model. Lights swirled, and he materialized on a busy street in Dragonblood City. Li Zhong. His two roommates were already in the party. Xiao, what's the plan? Want to grind some levels? Li, full and energized, was raring to go. Shuru, someone's pinging me. The moment Xiaofeng answered, a private message popped up in his friend's channel. Brother Xiaofeng, thank goodness you're back. We need help. The guild base is about to fall. The sender was Zhan Tian, guild master of conquest, and he sounded desperate. Has the fight already started? We've been at it for almost an hour. The monsters are way too high level. Each one takes several abilities to bring down. Our people have wiped a few times, and right now the NPC army is the only thing holding the line. Send me the coordinates, I'm on my way. Xiaofeng realized how urgent it was. Head to Moon City. Take the minor teleport array straight to the Conquest of Realms stronghold. I've given you access. Open it for my two friends as well, serial numbers XXX. Once the details were settled, Xiaofeng led his buddies to the main teleport array in Dragonblood City, then to Moon City, and finally into the local mini array. System prompt. The target area is currently at war. Confirm teleport? Confirm. They paid the fee, and the next instant they arrived. Boom. Crack. Ear-splitting explosions mixed with roars rolled over from the distance. The trio looked around and found themselves in a humble village. Wooden palisades surrounded a handful of makeshift structures. The base covered roughly a square kilometer. Player corpses and resurrection pillars dotted the ground. Entire waves of players respawned only to sprint back to the wall and throw themselves at the monsters. Outside the walls, a bestial tide surged like a black ocean. Beasts of every shape and size slammed into the defenses. Any player caught in front of them lasted less than 3 seconds before dropping, and the damage they inflicted barely scratched the monsters. Clerics, focus your heals on the NPCs. Knights and warriors, chug your own potions. We can die, the NPCs can't. If they go down, it's over. Lao Bai, run to the shop for another load of HP, and mana pots were almost dry. Anyone whose weapon broke, grab a new one from the warehouse. Forget the armor, killing the mobs is priority. Zhan Tian stood at the war room entrance, shouting himself hoarse. The building was the nerve center of the guild. If the monsters breached the wall and destroyed it, the defense event would be lost instantly. Yang, which section of the wall is under the most pressure? He'll reinforce it. After a quick scan of the battlefield, Xiaofeng dropped into combat mode and called out to Zhan Tian. Brother Xiaofeng, perfect timing, the east side is getting crushed. We need you there. Zhan Tian's face lit up the moment he spotted him. Xiaofeng lifted a calming hand, then murmured to the teammates at his side. Old Li, old Zhang, let's move. The three of them slipped through the crowd and sprinted toward the eastern wall. Finally, we get to show off with old Xiao again. Li rubbed his hands, buzzing with excitement. Let him do the showing off. We'll just grab some XP, Zhang Fan muttered, well aware of his limited DPS. With this many mobs, there's no way he'll hog all the glory. Pop your dragon form and flex a bit. Li urged. The staging area was cramped, packed with players, but they covered the distance in under 2 minutes. Boom. The ground shook as a formidable wooden wall cracked under the charge of a colossal mad bull monster. Level 105 Epic Boss Bull King. Nasty. Lily glanced at the overhead info panel and had barely finished exclaiming when SCZZT. A lightning arrow as thick as a barrel lanced through the gloom, smashing straight into the creature's skull. The Bull King collapsed, twitching, its health bar vaporized in an instant. Who just fired that lightning arrow? Players all around snapped their heads upward. Then they saw him on the rampart, a man in midnight blue robes, hair whipping in the wind. Xiaofeng, level 85 Weather Mage. Xiaofeng's here. Top tier backup. These mobs are toast. He soloed a level 200 mythic boss. This trash is nothing. Even the war-weary Conquest Guild veterans straightened up. Buffs poured in from the back line, courage, blessing, stone skin, rejuvenation layering over Xiaofeng until his stats visibly spiked. Boom. Another blast cut the cheers short. Timbers split on the southern end of the eastern wall, opening a meter-wide gap into the night. Wolf howls echoed as dire wolves flooded through. Hold that breach. The Legion commander bellowed from above. Leading the charge was a level 120 legendary boss, the Prism Python. More than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank, it flicked its tail and sent players flying. Even the NPC soldiers' skills barely made it flinch. Meanwhile, thousands of lesser mobs still hammered the defenses, and most players under level 40 could hardly slow them. Crack, crack, planks split, the entire wall groaning like a house about to collapse. Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed. Enough hiding his hand. Secure the wall and burn the ads. He'll take the boss. He barked, down to charge elixir, and streaked forward in a blur of azure lightning. Xiaofeng's on the move. Follow his call, clear the ads, and keep them out. Priests and paladins, keep Xiaofeng covered. The crowd reacted at once and leapt into action. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng sprang forward and stopped beneath the giant python. Five-colored python legendary boss level 120, HP 2, 189, 1724, 500, 000. Its health bar was down to less than half. Because the garrison defense event's difficulty had been halved, every monster's health, damage, and armor were cut by 50%, yet the boss was still terrifying thanks to its higher level. Magic Missile. With the boss nearly dead, Xiaofeng couldn't be bothered to waste an ultimate. He raised a hand and fired a basic attack. Bayu, the tiny projectile, was almost invisible amid the swirl of colorful spells, but when it landed, the python that had been thrashing the wall and acting invincible shrieked, stiffened, swayed, and crashed to the ground. System prompt. You helped defeat the legendary boss, five-colored python. You gain 189,130 shared experience and 1,890 reputation. Split among dozens of players, the experience from a legendary boss was nothing special, but Xiaofeng didn't care during a siege defense. The real jackpot is the endless waves of lesser mobs. Cloudburst. Before the Conquest players could celebrate, Xiaofeng was already channeling. Thunder cracked, clouds churned, and a 60 by 60 meter thunderhead swallowed a section of the wall. Sheets of rain poured down. Wherever the drops fell, trash mobs dropped dead in an instant. Even the mini-bosses popped into experience and loot. System log scrolling. You have slain a peach tree spirit, gaining 2,168 experience. You have slain one spell, over 100 kills, and this was only the beginning. Xiaofeng is unstoppable. So strong one spell wipes the screen. Insane damage and massive AoE. He's a monster. Conquest members were ecstatic, their cheers rising and falling like waves. Chain lightning. Fireball. Blade of the Gale. Magic Missile. Ignoring the praise, Xiaofeng vaulted off the wall, sprinted past the knight's line, and plunged straight into the monster tide. Careful, Xiaofeng. Those mobs hit hard. Group 9 priests, follow him. Keep the god alive. Watching him charge in without hesitation, everyone cried out and moved to assist. Forget may want die. Just handle whatever slips through. Xiaofeng shouted, accelerated again, and vanished into the horde. Damn, that's reckless. Players watched in disbelief as the swarm swallowed him. Having witnessed his carnage firsthand, Li and Zhang Fan could sit still no longer. Damn it, Xiao's showing off without us. Zhang, transform, he'll heal you. Li growled. On it. Zhang Fan answered, triggering his talent to enter dragonborn form. Roar. With a low dragon's roar, he shot up in height. Scales covered his body, and his stats skyrocketed. I'm going in. Copying Xiaofeng's move, he leapt from the wall and dove into the mob. That's awesome. What skill is that? Nearby players stared at his half-dragon form in awe. Inside the pack, Zhang Fan swept his artifact sword in wide arcs. Dragonblood warrior skills cascaded out, and 4-digit damage numbers popped above the monsters. He couldn't one-shot them like Xiaofeng, but he still cleared wave after wave of half-dead mobs. Die. A humanoid boss lunged at him, weapon raised. Its strike dealt only a few hundred damage, and Li healed him to full in the next heartbeat. Haha, my turn to shine. Zhang Fan laughed, ready to solo the boss before him. Just then, the crowd gasped. Look over there. That tornado is huge. It was Xiaofeng. He had finally unleashed his ultimate. Whoosh, the tornado rose, and the gale spell burst back onto the scene. Xiao Feng, wrapped in an earth element shield, dove straight into the densest part of the horde, letting tens of thousands of monsters surround him. A heartbeat later, he raised his hand amidst the chaos and unleashed his ultimate. A roaring whirlwind swept across a 120-meter radius, shredding every monster in an instant, and all that experience flowed straight onto his panel. His XP bar shot up visibly, climbing nearly 1,000,000 points in a single second. For seconds of the spell remained, and he was loath to waste them. Wind exploded beneath his feet, and he shot 30 meters like an arrow from a bowstring. The tornado rolled forward with him, carving another swath of carnage and leaving a brief pocket of emptiness outside the east wall. Silver, gold, and common gear littered the ground, catching the light in a chaotic glimmer. But the monsters poured in like a tide, refilling the gap within moments. A system message flashed in the zone chat. Only wave 12 of 24 to go. Xiao Feng's gale spell could ease the pressure on the east for a while, but it could not solve the real problem. The base was under attack on all sides, and the monsters were beyond counting. Bang, bang, bang. Countless minions hammered at his shield. They could not pierce it, yet their hits carried a stun that slowed his movements. Xiao Feng cursed under his breath. If only I could cast Apocalypse, but he had just over 1,700 mana, short of the 2,000 required even to activate it. Hold for now, he decided in a flash. With Tempest Storm already expended, Meteor Strike was the only ultimate left. Knowing stronger enemies were still to come, he kept that trump card in reserve and switched to his lesser spells. Fireballs, Wind Blades, and Chain Lightning fired in turn, backed by basic attacks and follow-up chains that picked off the stragglers. Sizzle, boom, slash. The tricolored bursts were less spectacular than an ultimate, yet anything he targeted still died on the spot. The pressure on the east wall plummeted. Once Xiao Feng cut down every boss, the defenders finally held the breach. Laoli, Healmei can't hold. On the other flank, Zhang Fan, in his draconian form, was being pummeled by mobs over level 100, his health plummeting. Ordinary priests could not keep up. Only Lily's rapid-fire heals managed to stabilize the bar. Hold the line. Supplies are on the way, and the large scrolls will wipe the field once they arrive. The Warfront Guild commander shouted. Guild members threw themselves into the fray, resurrecting the moment they fell and charging back in, refusing to yield even a single step. Warfront's coffers were astounding. Any gear lost on death or potions consumed were replaced at once, and supplies flowed non-stop to the front. To meet demand, they had even enlisted the Treasure Consortium to stock them, burning through piles of gold without hesitation. They had to hold this wave of monsters. If the stronghold fell, every bit of effort they'd poured in would be for nothing. The system would reclaim the base, and all their progress would vanish. Above the east wall, Zhantian hovered, surveying the battlefield. His voice cut through the chaos, urgent and commanding. Brother Xiao Feng, the pressure on the east side is easing. The south line is about to collapse. The boss there is tearing down the palisade. Hurry. Xiao Feng, Qing Song, and Yishi had just touched down on the eastern front. A few massive AoE blasts had cleared a wide hole in the monster tide, turning the most desperate sector into the quietest. Zhantian, impressed but wasting no time, immediately redirected his mobile nuke to the next hotspot. Got it, Xiao Feng replied. Wrapped in a thick shield of earth energy, he vaulted over rubble and trenches toward the south. Crowd control spells tried to pin him, but sparks flashed across his shield, and he barely broke stride, bursting out of the swirling mass of flesh and dust. The situation at the south wall was crystal clear. A gray-black monitor lizard more than 6 meters tall was ramming the wooden barricade. Several NPC soldiers had already been crushed. Only a level 150 NPC squad captain held his shield aloft, health plummeting yet refusing to budge. The info bar over the monster's head glowed a threatening red. Iron-scaled Dragon King Legendary Boss LV 160. HP 3,177,828, 7,650,000. Its hide was so tough it might as well have been a mythic boss. Even halved by the system, its stats made it untankable for ordinary players. Every arrow and spell hitting it only produced a pathetic one. Xiao Feng. Physical defense is insane. Magic defense is low. We're counting on you. The Southern Commander yelled. Conquest Guild's top DPS. My hands shake, but it's not Parkinson's. Unloaded his legendary crossbow, but even his biggest crit barely scratched 3 digits, nothing against 3 million HP. Xiao Feng didn't waste words. He raised his hand and fired a lightning arrow. Zap! The thread-thin spark expanded into a roaring cascade and slammed into the lizard. One moment the iron-scaled Dragon King was roaring. The next, its knees buckled and its Tensoften's body crashed to the ground, spilling a forest of gold coins and item beams. A level 160 legendary boss and shot. Holy crap. Unbelievable. Players on and below the wall stared, dumbfounded. Even the NPC archers froze, gazing at the sea of loot. The usually smug Parkinson's nearly dropped his bow. Xiao Feng didn't move toward the drops. Siege rewards went straight to the guild warehouse. He was just hired muscle. If he wanted anything, he could ask Jean after the fight. Any more bosses? Have your mages fireball the way, he shouted. The commander on the rampart caught on and barked into the channel. 10 seconds. All mages, fire at the nearest boss-mark targets for Showdown. Fireball's cooldown was short. On the count of 8, everyone finished charging. Launch. Thousands of orange-earth spheres streaked across the night sky, slamming into the black sea of monsters. Amid the explosions and fire, several towering silhouettes stood out. Copy. Lightning flared under Showdown's feet as he tore a path through the horde toward the nearest level 135 epic boss. He lifted his hand. An enhanced fireball wrapped around a blazing meteor, detonating the creature into a spray of gore, experience, and reputation. He never slowed. Any boss in his path died instantly. Whenever Storm Burst or Tempest Fury came off cooldown, he unleashed it, grinding the swarm into howling ruin. The pressure on the wall melted before everyone's eyes. Within minutes, the south line was secure. Showdown moved to the west wall. A mythic boss just showed up. Zanshin's voice cut in again. A grin spread across Showdown's face. I'm on it. The battle raged on. For most members of the Conquest Guild, this base defense event was pure torture. Their death counts had already skyrocketed, and even the bonus experience from the monsters could barely keep their levels intact. If not for the stubborn belief that they had to hold the stronghold, half the players would have fled long ago. Xiaofeng was the lone exception. He treated the endless waves of creatures like an Aleokiniat barbecue and loved every minute of it. Westgate, I'm here. A few minutes later, he waded through heaps of monster corpses and burst out of the melee on the western side of the fort. Where's the mythic boss? He shouted, sweeping the dust-choked battlefield with his eyes. Over here. The Western Legion's commander, a female mage, stood atop the wooden rampart. She hurled a cluster of pitch-black storm clouds that spat chains of lightning into the distance, lighting the way for Xiaofeng. Following the arcs of lightning, he spotted the boss, a humanoid over 4 meters tall, draped in a tattered black robe. Ragged flesh bulged through the tears, bone protruded from its frame, and it stalked forward like a walking cadaver. He was still too far away to read the full stats, yet the creature looked oddly familiar. Tremble and perish, you pitiful ants. The boss stretched its withered arms wide, chanting in a rasping voice. Black fog boiled around it, coalescing into several wicked dragons that lunged for the wall. Boom, 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 boom. A 3-meter gap burst open in the wooden barrier, splinters flying. NPC soldiers guarding the wall spat blood and tumbled from the height, their fate uncertain. Commander, we can't hold much longer. Players of Conquest Guild screamed in the faction channel. Xiaofeng's here, thank the gods. Someone shouted back. He stepped forward, carving through dense packs of mobs like a blade of wind, and in a heartbeat stood before the boss. One glance at the info panel made him grin. Wraith Bishop Fingyan. Mythic rank. Level 110. HP 5,003,919 10,600,000. Target level too high to display further details. One of the 4 Wraith bosses. After defeating the Wraith Knight last time, he had picked up a mythic quest. Eliminate the 4 Wraiths to free the trapped souls, then unlock the Tier 2 capital, War City, and challenge the level 220 mythic boss, General Leliao of the Sacred Spear. Had been wondering where to find the remaining 3, and now one had strolled right into his path. Time to die? Like a starving wolf scenting fresh meat, Xiaofeng wrapped himself in a fresh earth shield, vaulted into the air, and flicked his wrist. Fireball. A blazing sphere nearly 1.5 meters wide howled forward and slammed into the bishop's chest. Boom. Flames blossomed into a mushroom cloud, sparks scattering. The boss shrieked in agony as its health plummeted 15 million damage in one hit. Even at full health it would have struggled. With only half its HP remaining, it instantly dropped out of combat and locked at 300,000. High Lord Terrence returns to your embrace. Locked at low health, the Wraith Bishop did not fall. Instead, it threw back its head and howled. A warm golden beam split the sky. A gentle female voice echoed above the battlefield. Bishop of Battle Hymns, your soul shall find salvation. In the name of the War Temple's second war god, I welcome your return to us, Terrence. A pillar of golden light slammed to the ground, and the rotting corpse was reforged in radiance as bright as the midday sun. Shriveled pale skin swelled with new life, fresh blood raced through restored veins, and the black robe caught like a battlefield blaze, burning inch by inch into scarlet. The entire metamorphosis mirrored that of the earlier Spear Saint General, Ririo, and was finished in mere heartbeats. Battle Hymn Bishop Terrence. Mythic Leader, level 220. Health, 21,200,000 21,200,000. Target level 2 high. No further data available. In the blink of an eye, the withered specter became a radiant bishop, his attributes doubled. The glow faded from his palm as he fixed his gaze on Showdown, his voice low yet calm. Young warrior, thank you for cleansing my corrupted shell and freeing my soul. Though you slew Otto Gu and that stirs hatred in me, your reward will not be lacking. Ririo and I are waiting in the war temple. Your prize is there. With that, he tapped his staff, levitated, and streaked westward as a crimson comet, vanishing in an instant. Ding. Congratulations. You have defeated the mythic boss Spectral Bishop, Firesmoke, and gained 31,700 reputation. Quest: subdue the 4 specters updated. Advance and liberate War City as soon as possible. You shared in defeating Spectral Bishop, Firesmoke, and received 800,000 EXP. Congratulations. You have reached level 86. A crisp metallic clatter rang out as 1,000,000 gold coins sprayed across the ground, followed by 2 mythic items that hit the dust, flashing with cold light. One of them required no class or level, and Xiaofeng's heartbeat quickened. Endless Gunsmoke, Belt Mythic. No level requirement. No class requirement. HP 2000. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 50. Physical damage reduction 15. Magic damage reduction 15. Special effect: Endless Gunsmoke. While in combat, every enemy you kill grants 1 increased attack and defense, stacking up to 15 times. The effect disappears out of combat. Now that's a treasure. Xiaofeng grinned. A few trash mobs would be all it took to lock in a 15 boost to both offense and defense, pure practicality at its finest. He messaged Jean Tian at once. President Jean Tian, a mythic belt just dropped that suits me perfectly. What do you think? Jean Tian already knew 2 mythic items had dropped and replied without hesitation. Take it, brother Xiaofeng. He understood how crucial Xiaofeng was to the defensa, would have handed over every piece of loot if that's what it took. Then he'll gladly accept. Xiaofeng laughed, stowed the Endless Gunsmoke belt in his pack, and saved the equip swap for after the fight. Waves 13 and 14 surged in, a new boss silhouette lumbering closer from the distance. With blistering burst damage, Xiaofeng roamed the walls, sniping the beefiest bosses. Whenever Rainstorm and Gale cooled down, he funneled the spells into the densest knot of monsters, carving their health bars flat and easing the pressure on the Warfront Guild. 10 minutes, 20, 30, the waves kept coming, and all 4 walls were nearly overrun at once. Tireless, Xiaofeng sprinted north, south, east, and west, a one-man legion who single-handedly steadied the crumbling lines. Boss after boss crashed down, hordes of minions turned to dust, and Xiaofeng's XP soared. By the time the system announced the final wave had spawned, he was already level 89, leveling as fast as Warfront's level 40 rookies without the usual high-level slowdown. 2 hours of brutal fighting left the NPC soldiers almost wiped out. Only the guild members were still standing, teeth clenched. When the 24th wave of mobs was finally cleared, everyone collapsed onto the flagstones, gasping for breath. However, boom, boom, boom. Footfalls like drums rattled the masonry as a mountain-sized boss strode in from afar, heading straight for the north wall. Weren't there supposed to be only 24 waves? Why is there another boss? Someone muttered, yet panic was nowhere to be found. After watching Xiaofeng one-shot every previous leader, boss had lost its terror. No matter how tough it is, no matter how thick its health bar before Xiaofeng the Great, it's nothing but wet paper. The gigantic boss lumbered closer, finally crossing into the settlement's defensive perimeter. The creature looked like an elephant but stood a full 20 meters tall. Sandy skin lay hidden beneath a dense coat of shaggy fur, so from afar it resembled a moving yellow wall. Its absurdly long trunk hung in midair like an upside-down pagoda, radiating a crushing sense of pressure. That thing is enormous, someone in the crowd hissed, instinctively comparing it with the level 180 legendary boss they had just fought. That one wasn't even half this size. Could this be a level 200 plus mythic boss? On the northern wall, tens of thousands of Warfront guild members held their breath. Jean Tian strode out of the war room, spotted the giant beast outside the gates, and shouted, "Brother Xiaofeng, can you take it down? Let me check its stats first." Xiaofeng vaulted off the wall, summoned an earth shield around himself, and walked through the swirling dust. Just as he neared scanning range, a system chime blasted through the air. Area announcement. Congratulations, Warfront members. Your outstanding performance in the base defense has earned you a bonus boss encounter. Bonus boss, War Elephant. Damage tally begins in 120 seconds. Battle duration, 60 seconds. Reminder, this boss has infinite HP. All damage dealt within 60 seconds will be multiplied by 100 and converted to experience, then shared among all participants in today's defense. The place fell silent for half a heartbeat, then erupted. A bonus boss? That's even a thing? We just hit it for a minute and get XP? If we average 500 DPS, that's 30,000 damage, each 3 million XP total, so 300,000 apiece. 500 DPS is lowballing it. Make it at least 520. Don't forget about the god, Xiaofeng. Countless eyes snapped toward the handsome mage standing outside the walls. Xiaofeng blinked. Infinite HP, every point of damage turned into XP and multiplied by 100. If it weren't shared, he could rocket straight to level 201 goer, at least break 150. But the system had already locked participants to everyone in today's defense, so clearing the field was pointless. The war elephant stopped 100 meters away, as motionless as a statue. Xiaofeng raised his hand and pulled up its info panel. War elephant. Special creature. Level 1. HP. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 100. Skill, professional punching bag. Hitbox, 1000 MNO need to target the body. Any offensive skill cast within the area counts as valid damage. Only 100 in each defense stat. Everyone except full tank knights should manage 5 or 600 DPS, he calculated silently. This way's going to pay out big. Zhang Tian leapt off the wall, landing with a dull thud, and strode up to Xiaofeng. Zhang Fan, Li, Parkinson, and the other core members followed right behind. Old Yang, how do we play this? Xiaofeng asked. With more than 80 seconds on the countdown, they had just enough time to plan. Zhang Tian replied in a low voice, your DPS is insane. I'm stacking every support buff the guild has on you so you can hit the damage ceiling. Everyone else forms a front line and goes all out. Priests keep the heals flowing. Surround the boss and squeeze in as much damage as possible. Exactly what I was thinking, Xiaofeng said with a nod. The boss was massive, and its hitbox had been stretched by an extra kilometer, but with more than 100,000 players in the field, there was no way everyone could reach it. To squeeze out every bit of damage, the pure tank knights and punching bag healers were told to fall back, letting every DPS class pack the front line, stack buffs, and go all out. Time was short. Zhang Tian waved an arm. Guild, form up. You few join Parkinson's squad and let him handle the buffs. At his shout, the still exhausted members swarmed out of the city and assembled on the plain. Xiaofeng and his brother Zhang Fan jumped into the party called Shaky Hands, not Parkinson's. Teammates closed in, and within 10 seconds the 50-man group was full. Apart from Xiaofeng, Zhang Fan, Parkinson, and the assassin Hammer 80, everyone else was a priest whose only job was piling on buffs. Parkinson rattled off orders. Teams 1 and 2, keep Xiaofeng's blessings up. Teams 3 and 4, buff me. Teams 5 and 6, buff old Zhang. Teams 7 and 8, cover Hammer. Teams 9 and 10, dump every special buff you've got on Xiaofeng, no overlap if you can help it. Milk every last drop of damage. The assignments wrapped up just as the welfare boss countdown hit 30 seconds. Zhang Tian finished sketching the guild's formation, and tens of thousands of DPS players fanned out, surrounding the boss and waiting for the fight to start. Countdown 1098. Buff up, Zhang Tian growled. In a heartbeat, tens of thousands of priests raised their hands. Multicolored light erupted across the crowd. Xiaofeng's combat log exploded. Player overflowing heals casts Blessing of Valor on you. Player next doorly casts Gift of the Moon Goddess on you. Player crying QQ casts Blade's Blessing on you. Player sit on you casts Horn of Charge on you. Player. By the time the scrolling stopped, every slot was filled. His spell power surged from just over 1,200 at level 89 to a staggering 2,750, with an added 25% crit chance and 10% bonus spell damage. Xiaofeng, show us what you've got. Zhang Tian roared. Skills flashed everywhere, and his gaze locked on Xiaofeng, waiting for the legendary one-shot master to shock the field. But Xiaofeng didn't cast. Hey, what are you doing? Li asked, having slapped on the last buff. Seeing Xiaofeng motionless, he urged him on. Xiaofeng said nothing, focusing on 3 quietly spoken words. Meteor. The forbidden spell head never wasted on trash mobs finally had its stage. One look at the monstrous 2,750 in his stats made his heart pound in sync with the fire element. VRRMM. Fire converged, and a dark red cloud churned across the sky. Look up there. Players had wondered why Xiaofeng hadn't moved raised their heads and gasped. That cloud's enormous. It's a forbidden spell. Xiaofeng's unleashing his ultimate. They'd seen his Tempest and Deluge before and thought that was his peak, but witnessing a forbidden spell in person made their skin crawl with goosebumps. 5 seconds 4-3 the meteor incantation neared its end. Do it. The chant finished, and a colossal meteor formed in the heart of the fiery cloud. Xiaofeng leveled his staff. The meteor shuddered, ignited, and hurtled toward the war elephant below. 906, 1071, 1293 damage numbers burst from the war elephant's hide in a constant torrent, bleeding thousands, even tens of thousands of HP every second, so fast it made everyone's scalp prickle. If the beast didn't boast near-endless life, those tens of millions in HP loss per second would have one-shot any mythic-grade boss already. It's meteor shower. Someone cried from the crowd. Xiaofeng lifted a hand and unleashed a forbidden spell. A sky-spanning meteor, blazing with blinding fire, hurtled toward the ground. Holy crap, that's terrifying. Is he going to nuke us too? A player shouted, legs turning weak as the flaming boulder descended on their heads. There was no time to think. The meteor slammed down. Boom. An unprecedented explosion shook the field. Even the massive elephant was driven so deep its hooves sank into the earth. A white shockwave rolled outward like a tidal bore, sweeping everything within 180 meters before it finally dissipated. Frontline DPS took no damage, but the force sent them staggering back, nearly knocking them over. Check the damage. Someone yelled. Every gaze locked on the boss's health bar as a ludicrous figure floated into view. 907,654,851. Critical hit 900 million flat. Oh my god, players around him could only gulp. They were all stunned, even Xiaofeng himself. One skill, 900 million damage. The toughest boss I've seen has barely 20 million HP. Even a level 2 20 temple boss would owe me dozens of lives after that. Don't stop, keep the pressure on. Zhang Tian roared, his voice echoing beyond the city walls and snapping everyone back to action. Right, keep DPSing. They shoved aside their shock and unleashed everything they had. Bro Feng, you're completely broken, Zhang Fan muttered. Even with every buff active, he barely strung together tens of thousands of damage fireflies against a full moon compared with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng just shrugged, shameless. Can't help it. Good luck scale with damage. Then he went back to bombing. Rainstorm, Gale, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, 6,800,015, 11,292,699, 113,015,512, 127,812,122. Numbers leapt from millions to tens of millions, then past 100 million. The kaleidoscope of digits left every other DPS drooling. Each time a round of buffs expired, another replaced it, keeping Xiaofeng's attack power above 2,500 and turning every cast into a truckload of hurt. Benefit battle ending in 10, 9, 8. The system intoned as the countdown plunged. Everyone wrung their skills dry for one last barrage. At 0, the war elephant let out a low hum and dissolved into motes of light. An area announcement rang out. This benefit battle dealt a total of 5,271,888,822 damage to the war elephant. MVP, player Xiaofeng, personal damage, 2,791,828,412. MVP skill, magic missile, cumulative damage 1,098,282,431. This base defense battle fielded 148,893 participants, each receiving 3,540,723 experience points. Whoosh, the sky erupted in waves of light as upgrade effects flared above hundreds of thousands of heads, yet Xiaofeng stood calmly in place. The 3.5 million experience payout was richer than grinding monsters for 3 hours in the wild. Holy crap, that was insane. I jumped 4 levels in one go. I went up 3, haha. In a blink, the Conquest Guild's average level leapt from just under 40 to about 43. A squad of elites surged straight into the top 1,000 of the level rankings, and Parkinson, already on the list, climbed 2 spots to 4th place, just behind Xiaofeng, Lucky Meow, and Sword Cuts All. Xiaofeng, you're a beast. Xiaofeng, you're the best. Xiaofeng, number 1 in the world. The regional announcement spelled out the cold, staggering truth: Xiaofeng's personal damage outstripped the combined total of 30 or 40,000 DPS players. Faced with numbers like that, who could argue? Zhang Fan and Li Li traded looks, utterly stunned. Clicking their tongues, they exclaimed, "Old Xiao, you're unbelievable. After this fight, every player in Longwan knows how broken you are, and the foreigners will be bowing down too." Yet one thought dominated Xiaofeng's mind. Meteor Shower didn't even clinch the MVP slot. Magic Missile outdamaged it. It makes sense though. Meteor Shower could be cast only once, and its 900 million damage was already outrageous. Magic Missile fired 24 times at 120% each, easily beating Meteor Shower's 2,000% total. Plus, the system lumped every player's magic missiles together, pushing the figure even higher. The announcements kept rolling. Territory defense for Conquest Guild concluded defense successful. All participants receive 1 million experience, 500 reputation, and 10,000 guild contribution. For the next 10 in-game days, all commercial taxes and maintenance fees are waived. Keep up the good work. Another wave of rewards slammed down. 1 million more XP landed in everyone's pocket, sending most players up yet another level. And Xiaofeng finally broke the level 90 barrier. Thunderous cheers echoed across the stronghold. 3 hours of brutal fighting had paid off handsomely, and the members grinned from ear to ear. The final tally showed nearly everyone had gained at least 4 levels. The aggressive elites who kept their deaths low rocketed up 6 or 7 levels, muscling their way from the 2nd or 3rd echelon straight into the vanguard. Brother Xiaofeng, we owe you big time. Zhang Tian strode over and clapped him on the shoulder, eyes full of respect and gratitude. If you hadn't turned the tide, those high-level bosses would have smashed right through us. A single high-level legendary boss isn't scary by itself. Focused fire from a crowd can drop it in seconds. But when hordes of monsters storm the walls and damage can't be concentrated, a boss becomes 10 times more terrifying than usual. Without Xiaofeng racing around the map and one-shotting almost every boss from the 12th wave onward, this defense would have been a lost cause. Xiaofeng sheathed his still glowing longsword, raised his hands with a grin, and said, "After taking so much of your money, stepping in was the least I could do." Jean Tian brushed the dust from his forehead, admiration shining in his eyes. It's a privilege to know a top player like you. If you hadn't warned me that the difficulty might spike, I'd have run out of scrolls and potions and never lasted until you arrived. Xiao Feng flicked the remaining blood from his bracers and replied lightly, it's all over now. The mobs are gone and everyone's happy. The praise lifted his spirits even more. Jean Tian laughed heartily and stretched his aching arms. That wave was exhausting, but the payoff was insane. It's a shame you're not in our guild, where you could see the warehouse piled high with goodies. He gestured excitedly. The bosses you just wiped dropped no fewer than 10 mythic items, and we're closing in on 100 legendaries. Each wave spawns 4 legendary bosses plus a bunch of epics. And with that stray Wraith Bishop mixed in, premium loot was raining down everywhere. The interface confirmed that Xiao Feng had already claimed 1 mythic piece, and 2 more were still on the ground. Another 8 or 9 crimson items glowed brilliantly, each one top tier. The rarest drop was the outpost construction permit from the Wraith Bishop. Unfortunately, the permit was guild-bound, so it couldn't be sold and would have to be used by Conquest Guild to upgrade their base. Jean Tian sighed. If every defense event let us summon a level 100 mythic boss, we could farm permits forever, but the rules won't allow it. His tone turned earnest. Brother Xiao Feng, you carried this defense. We can't let you leave without a proper reward. Come on, let's hit the warehouse. I owe you big time. With that, Jean Tian let out another hearty laugh and dragged Xiao Feng toward the guild outpost. Although Xiao Feng had already claimed a mythic belt, one piece of gear was insignificant compared to the rewards for killing the boss and the pivotal part he had played in the battle. Led by Jean Tian, Xiao Feng and the others stepped into the guild stronghold, a ruin that still felt imposing despite the wreckage. They passed beneath cracked stone arches and along corridors blackened by fire, finally stopping at the warehouse doors. From the moment it was built, Xingzhan Tianxia had spared no expense, expanding this warehouse to the top tier 1 million storage slots. Almost every slot now glowed with radiant light. The system had sorted everything by quality, and the first page was packed with red and orange mythic and legendary items. Even after Jean Tian swiped through several screens, the endless rows of epic gear continued to scroll by. Starting with the highest tier, he carefully selected every piece Xiao Feng could use and traded them over. Second transition gear is already on its way out for you, he explained while working. I'm giving you some level-free items and a few third transition PC. I'll get more mileage out of them. Xiao Feng was level 90 now. At his current pace, he would hit 100 within a day or two, complete his third transition, and swap into a full set of level 100 legendary armor that would skyrocket his stats. System dropped level-free gear still followed the level 50 template, and its base numbers were actually lower than level 100 legendary pieces, but the special effects were stronger. Either way, he couldn't turn down such a sincere offer. Spare gear never hurt. He could always use it later or pass it to a friend. A single trade could hold only 10 items, so after confirming the first batch, Jean Tian deemed it insufficient and initiated a second. This time the window displayed 4 mage spellbooks and a stack of gleaming numbers. Ring of Fire Repulsion channels fire into an outward expanding ring, up to a 15-meter radius, dealing 150% spell damage and knocking enemies back. Cast time 0.5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Ice Arrow, instant cast, 30-meter range, deals 180% spell damage with a 50% chance to freeze for 3 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. Dragon's Breath, instant cast, unleashes flame in a 15-meter cone, dealing 185% spell damage with a 50% chance to cause fear for 5 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Lesser Fire Elemental Summon, instant cast, summons a fire elemental that inherits 10% of the caster's attack and health, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. All 4 spells were immediately learnable. They might not be epic or legendary, but in Xiao Feng's hands they would hit far above their listed stats. In addition, Jean Tian transferred 1 million gold in a single go. When the trade completed, he offered an apologetic smile. Brother Xiao Feng, these gifts are nothing compared to the help you've given us, he said. But I still have a guild to run and need to keep some reserves, so this is all I can offer for now. Know this, Xingzhan will never forget what you've done. From today on, your enemies are our enemies. Anyone who dares mess with you will have to answer to us. Xiao Feng chuckled. No need to be so formal, brother. I'm here to level up and farm experience anyway, so everyone gets what they want. Sensing his carefree attitude, Jean Tian was about to decline again when Xiao Feng raised a hand. You've already given me plenty. If you still feel bad, just gear up my 2 brothers. Say no more, I'm on it. Jean Tian replied with a hearty laugh and immediately sent trade requests to Zhang Fan and Li Li. Neither of them was as fearsome as Xiao Feng, yet they had dealt huge damage in the defense and earned their share of credit. With Xiao Feng's endorsement, Jean Tian produced 2 level-free legendary items, 5 or 6 pieces of epic gear each, and a couple of skill books, everything looted from the recent slugfest. The battle had been a windfall for every participant. For Conquest Guild, it was a veritable gold mine. The gear and materials alone were worth far more than the 120 million they had paid for the territory deed. Of course, nearly all 300 NPC soldiers who had charged with them were dead, and compensating that loss would still cost a fortune. Fights over, celebrate at your leisure. The three of us will take our leave, Xiaofeng said, waving goodbye. Conquest always welcomes you. Zhang Tian answered, fist cupped. See you next time, God Xiao. The guild members shouted in unison, spirits soaring. Until next time. Xiaofeng smiled and activated a teleport scroll. A flash of white light later, his level panel flickered 5 levels gained straight away, bringing him closer to his third class change. Remembering he hadn't even finished the second one gave him another headache. The trio reappeared on the teleport array in Moon City. Man, that feels good, Lili said, rearranging his inventory while admiring his new gear. He and Zhang Fan were both level 44 now, back with the leaders. With hidden classes and top-tier equipment, they stood a little taller. Xiaofeng swapped in a new mythic belt and legendary bracers, shoving a level 100 legendary set into his backpack for later. His HP climbed beyond 15,600. His attack nearly hit 1,247, but his mana remained a touch above 1,700, still short of the 2,000 he needed. So old Xiao, what's next? Zhang Fan asked. Flipping 4 new skill books onto his character panel, Xiaofeng answered casually. First, find an NPC to handle my second class change. After that, the 4 Great Wraiths quest chain to unlock the Tier 2 capital. The class change is urgent, and the sooner the city is unsealed the better. Once War City joins the Dragon Nation zone, we'll have the initiative. Plus, a Tier 2 capital comes with higher value quests and resources. We can't help with the class change, but if you need bodies for the quest, just shout, Lili said, thumping his chest. Xiaofeng nodded. If I run into something I can't beat, they'll call you. The phrase can't beat made Lili shiver. Any monster that Xiaofeng couldn't handle probably wouldn't care whether they showed up or not. Later, Xiaofeng quit the party and vanished in a beam of white light. Target, the level 200 mythic boss Larinar, the NPC who could grant his second class change. With a helpful trait, Larinar should be cooperative if approached correctly. He had skipped the trip before, thinking it too far, but now figured the travel time was worth it if he stayed efficient. His swift boots doubled his movement speed, and the monsters near Laranar's underground lake were dense and rich in experience, perfect for grinding on the way. Decision made, Xiaofeng teleported to the Tier 3 capital, Blaze City, then hopped to the Tier 4 city, Volcano City, and began another marathon trek across the map. Core Lake sits in a subterranean fissure 120 kilometers outside the Tier 4 city of Volcano City. The heat there is staggering, and almost nothing can survive inside. A player once ventured in to pick a quest herb, only to die halfway from the scorching air, forced to abandon the mission. In practice, only high-level priests who can spam heals and brute force the burn damage ever make it far. Notes in the Wild Mage NPC Index claim that the level 200 Sanctuary Mage La Lunar is hiding at the lake's very Batoma zone no ordinary player can set foot in. Xiaofeng sprinted like mad, pushing the acceleration of his swift foot boots to the limit and streaking over dried lava chasms like a human cheetah. Even so, it took him a full hour and a half to reach Core Lake's entrance. Imwiped continuous sprinting had drained his hidden stamina stat, and Xiaofeng bent over, chest heaving as he tried to steady his breathing. Roar! Through the blistering heat came a 3-meter turtle creature wreathed in flame, its body swaying as it let out a low growl. Volcanic Elemental Elite. Level, 150. HP, 280,000-280,000. Target level 2 high. Further data unavailable. A volcanic elemental? Pretty sure I can summon one of those. Remembering a brand new spell, Xiaofeng raised his staff without hesitation. Summon, Minor Flame Elemental. 50 mana vanished instantly, only to be refilled at once by his robe's passive. Fire gathered at the staff tip and solidified into a flame sprite about 1.5 meters tall. Normally the Minor Flame Elemental was a stubby 20-centimeter mascot with a single flickering tuft on its head, but the Weather Mage talent inflated it to 6 times its usual size while keeping its chubby, adorable silhouette. The elemental let out a soft chirp, spotted the incoming volcanic elemental, and flicked its tiny, barely 20-centimeter hand. Pop! A small fireball traced an orange arc and smashed into the target's chest. Boom! 621,655. The blast echoed across the fissure as the volcanic elemental was blown apart, flames scattering and limbs flying. Holy, that's brutal. Xiaofeng flinched at the insane damage and hurriedly pulled up his summon panel. Minor Flame Elemental Xiaofeng Summon. Level, 90. HP, 15, 688,00015, 688,000. Attack, 1,247,000. Physical defense, 0. Magic defense, 0. Skill, Fireball deals magic damage equal to 100 of attack, 3-second cooldown. Time remaining, 25s. What the? Xiaofeng just stared. They call this thing a minor elemental? It's practically the god of fire. Every guide said the spell was trash. The summon's health and attack were supposed to be only 10 of the casters, throwing out one basic attack every 3 seconds for laughable damage. Even with perfect 30-second uptime, the total DPS boost was maybe 3%. After factoring magic resistance, you'd be lucky to squeeze out 2. Thanks to Xiao Feng's god-tier talent, every summoned creature received a 10,000-fold boost to its stats. With more than 13 million health and over a million attack power, even a basic strike was enough to one-shot an epic boss of the same level, and it might even duel a legendary or slug it out with a mythic. In that moment, a whole new world opened up to him. If a low-level fire elemental was this outrageous, what would happen when he learned higher-tier summons, or called 8 or 10 at once? Clearing an entire temple would be a breeze. The system quickly poured cold water on the idea. Only 2 summons could exist at once. Any extra would overwrite the earliest one. Xiao Feng blinked and compromised. Little fireball, charge. With such a monster at his side, he simply sat cross-legged and ordered the elemental to sweep up the local fire monsters. These creatures enjoyed more than 50% fire resistance, but against 1.24 million attack it might as well have been tissue paper. Whatever little fireball touched died instantly. While the elemental funneled him experience, Xiao Feng leisurely recovered his stamina. 30 seconds later, the elemental let out a weak uho and dissolved into sparks. Xiao Feng summoned another and sent it straight back to work. Fireball streaked in every direction, and in no time the volcanic elementals were wiped clean. A formidable rare boss, a volcanic elemental, caught his eye in the distance, and he waved little fireball forward. The elemental had barely flown 100 meters before it flared white-hot and vanished. System message: summons that move more than 100 meters away disappear automatically. Only then did Xiao Feng realize he was walking a 100-meter leash. After a 5-minute break to refill his stamina, he summoned another elemental and closed in on the boss. At just under 100 meters, he gave the order. Little fireball, go. Bayou boom. Bayou crack. Bayou roar. Fireballs and lava bolts slammed back and forth. 10 seconds later, after the third hit, the boss shrieked and burst into charred fragments. Beautifully done, Xiao Feng nodded. It wasn't as efficient as fighting himself, but it was certainly more relaxing. He scooped up the gold the boss dropped and headed for Core Lake with little fireball in tow. This region was riddled with volcanoes and crisscrossed by magma streams. The ground spat molten rock at random. Step in, and you take 5,000 burn damage per second, enough to send you back to town in 2 or 3 ticks. Even an earth element shield couldn't block it, so Xiao Feng stuck to the narrow stone paths. Core Lake lay in a fissure where 3 volcanoes met. It took him more than 10 minutes to find the entrance. A slanted crack beside a magma falls, shaped like an upside-down diamond pit, narrow at the top, wide below, magma pouring from the ceiling and painting the passage in crimson light. Hugging the magma wall, Xiao Feng edged down the spiral trail. 100, 100, 100. The scorching heat began shaving 100 health per second. His artifact helm restored 50 a second, leaving a net loss of 50. Even with more than 15,600 health, he couldn't keep that up for long. Worse, ever since learning Earth Shield had grown lazy about potions, she had only a couple dozen supreme healing flasks and a single stack of 1,000 HP high-grade potions left. He tried casting Earth Shield on himself, no effect. Then he fired Rainstorm into the air. A torrent crashed down, the temperature plummeted, the magma's glow dimmed, and the damage tick vanished for 10 seconds. Rainstorm had a 60-second cooldown, barely a stopgap. Looks like he'll have to speed up and tank it with potions, Xiao Feng muttered helplessly. He quickened his stride and tore toward the bottom of the rift. Scattered along the way were level 150-plus elites, whose razor claws gleamed with a lethal chill, every swing strong enough to one-shot an average player. Under Xiao Feng's barrage of damage, tens of thousands per hit, they shattered like papier-mâché, their remains turning to ash before they ever touched the ground. After several minutes of sprinting along the jagged rock wall, he reached the fissure's deepest chamber. A blast of scorching air slammed into him, and the ambient burn effect intensified. What had been a loss of 100 health per second now climbed to 150. Health potions emptied fast, so he had to cast Rainstorm in bursts, letting a curtain of cooling mist flash evaporate around him just to keep his hit points in the safe zone. This place is brutal. Anyone weaker would be roasted alive, he muttered, though the subterranean lake he sought was finally close. 2 more minutes of downhill sprinting brought a surge of crimson light into view. 400 meters underground lay a magma lake more than 300 meters across, its surface bubbling and spewing fiery spray. Only a handful of footholds remained, obsidian platforms drifting in midair on glowing magic circles. Atop the largest stone, an old man sat cross-legged. His golden scarlet robe shimmered in the ruddy glow, and a mane of fired hair flickered like living flame, melding seamlessly with the scene. Xiao Feng raised a hand to inspect the nameplate. Flame's Sanctum Archmage Larinar. Mythic Leader, level 200. HP, 30 million. The target's level is too high. No further data available. Even among level 200 mythic bosses, this NPC's health nearly doubled that of Fiona, proof enough of his power. Master, please help me. Xiaofeng shouted from 50 meters away. Larinar opened his eyes, met Xiaofeng's gaze, and smiled. You look fine, lad. Why would you need saving? The elder appeared to be in his late 70s, his long beard draping over his chest. Deep wrinkles lined his face, yet his expression was gentle, like that of a kindly neighbor. It's boiling in here. Master, please. I'm about to be grilled alive. Playing the pitiful card, Xiaofeng hopped across 3 floating stones and dove for the platform where Larinar sat. The instant his toes touched down, the temperature spiked again. His health began to bleed at 350 points per second. Even with his artifact helm reducing damage, he still lost 300. He donned his best look of helpless desperation. Rumor said this NPC would always lend a hand when he could. As soon as the burn debuff appeared, Larinar smiled kindly. Child, you knew it was scorching in here, so why come at all? With a casual wave, he conjured a flame barrier that wrapped around Xiaofeng. Outside, magma boiled. Inside, the air felt cool and crisp, every burning effect instantly suppressed. The system feed flickered. HP 50. 50 his health bar, climbing rapidly. Thick-skinned, Xiaofeng pressed on. This lake is deadly, true, but it can't extinguish my passion for magic. Master, I won't lie, I've come to learn from you. Oh, to study, you say? Laranar's brow lifted with mild interest. La Lunar chuckled and shook his head. You're a weather mage, and I only dabble in the fire arts. There's not much I can teach you. Of course there is. Xiaofeng pasted on a grin and spoke in rapid-fire bursts. Master, you're a Saint-Trank powerhouse. Even a few offhand incantations from you would benefit me for life. Inside the vast cavern, a crimson lake of lava churned quietly, its glow dancing across their faces. La Lunar was an easygoing sort. Flattery worked, and he stopped refusing. Very well, what do you want to learn? The question caught Xiaofeng off guard. Had done zero homework and drew a total blank. What height here fire spells are there again? Embarrassment flashed across his face, but he quickly recovered, feigning confidence. I'd love to learn forbidden or advanced fire magic, meteor, firestorm, sea of flames, that sort of thing. Fire spells are the classics. Anyone can rattle off a few names. La Lunar shook his head gently. You're too early. Meteor Firestorm is a 5th-tier saint spell, and Sea of Flames requires the 3rd tier. You're not strong enough yet. Go temper yourself and come back. Holy crap, he really would teach me for free. Xiaofeng's heart pounded. This lakekeeper had to be the friendliest NPC in all the realms. Though he couldn't unlock the spells now, he grew even more excited and got to the point. Master, I've hit a bottleneck. I'm level 90, but still haven't completed my 2nd class advancement, just a basic weather mage. Your power is unfathomable. Could you guide my breakthrough? La Lunar nodded. That's easy enough, provided you have the weather mage heritage tome. But what? Xiaofeng asked the moment the old man hesitated. Stroking his fiery red beard, La Lunar smiled kindly. I've guarded Corefire Lake for over 2 centuries, and hardly anyone visits. It's lonely work. Since you're here, keep me company, chat with me for a while. Make me happy, and I'll handle your class change. Make you happy? Aren't you already smiling? Xiaofeng muttered internally, but outwardly he replied with respect. Of course, talking with you is an honor. La Lunar clearly enjoyed that and nodded benevolently. Good child. You're far more pleasant than the young man who came last time. Pleasant? Xiaofeng's expression stiffened. The word felt odd when aimed at him. La Lunar reminisced. That boy only wanted a single fire element crystal. All business, dull conversation. I handed over the crystal, and he rushed off. He sighed. Xiaofeng caught the hint. Don't just grab the reward and run. He quickly assured him. Maybe he was in a hurry to level grind, but I'm different. I've got plenty of time to chat with you. And he really did. His level was absurdly high, at least 100 million experience ahead of the average player, putting him 3 days in front of the pack. Even if he wasted 3 straight days talking, he'd still top the rankings. Plus, with the 10,000-fold multiplier, he was unbeatable even at low levels. La Lunar latched onto that and tilted his head slightly. Is the outside world really that frantic? Yes, it's hectic. Everyone's fighting tooth and nail for levels and gear, scrambling for gold. Only a few stop to admire the scenery and let themselves relax, Xiaofeng answered. He glanced up at the glowing interface. The first wave of players had already dug in at the monster spawns, grinding for XP, snatching loot, flipping materials, moving as frantically as springs in a gear. True sightseers and socializers were scarce now. They'd probably show up tonight, when the brand new accounts logged in at a more leisurely pace. Larinar listened quietly. The cavern's breeze teased the rough cuffs of his robe as he let out a low, drawn-out sigh. I was just as busy in my youth. Study by day, training at night, one moment fending off abyssal beasts, the next leading troops against invaders from beyond. I was always on the move, yet it felt rewarding. So you must feel lonely now, right? Xiaofeng asked, trying to sound casual, though concern shone in his eyes. Lonely? Indeed. The old mage chuckled at himself and pointed at the churning crimson lava below. Fiery waves slapped the cavern walls, their glare carving deeper lines across his face. I keep watch down here all day with molten rock as my only companion. If I don't calm the earth fire's unrest, the whole continent could burn. That's incredible, Xiaofeng said sincerely. It might be just a game, yet Larinar reminded him of real soldiers guarding the frontier, shielding civilians from disaster. Unlike them, the old mage had no comrades at his side, holding an entire fault line alone. Larinar shook his head slowly. I'm not great, only dutiful. This vein leads straight to the world's largest fire element core. If demons pry it open, thousands of miles will tear apart, and the lava will devour everything. Guarding this spot is the honor of my life. Xiaofeng drew in a sharp breath. So this underground lake was a nuclear trigger. If it fell into enemy hands, everything for thousands of kilometers around Blazing City would turn to hell in an instant. He frowned. Are abyssal creatures lurking nearby? If they are, I can clear them out for you. Confidence radiated from him. Even a level 150 mythic boss wouldn't faze him. Larinar merely smiled and declined gently. You're still young. There's no need for you to be dragged into this struggle. Those abyssal creatures come and go. Even I can hardly track them, and you'd struggle to find them. All right, Xiaofeng conceded. The old mage switched topics abruptly. Child, tell me how you obtained the storm god's legacy. The question left Xiaofeng speechless. He had gained the legacy in the abyss after watching the abyssal princess slay its previous bearer. From their conversation, he knew Larinar hated abyssal beings. If the old man discovered his connection to the princess, he might smash him with that staff on the spot. Larinar noticed his hesitation and tilted his head. Is it inconvenient to say? Xiaofeng thought a moment, then answered honestly. It's not inconvenient, I'm just afraid you'll hit me if I tell you. Oh, and why would that be? The old mage's gaze sharpened. Did you slay the storm god's heir and steal the legacy yourself? La Ronarer asked with evident curiosity, his face calm and entirely free of irritation. No sooner had he spoken than he added, you're still carrying the curse of the war god's mount. Just that is enough to make you an enemy of that entire temple. Stir in the god of weather as well. You've got nerves of steel, kid. The half-joking tone made Xiaofeng's heart tighten. The old mage clearly wasn't a blind fanatic of the gods. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and told the whole story. Well, hey Race, what happened? I accidentally stumbled into the abyss and happened to see. Starting with his encounter with Lamuzite and Minia, he described every step that had dragged him into the mess. 1. Meeting the two of them in the abyss. 2. Being ambushed near Storm City and forced to use the witch's token. 3. The chain reaction that followed, which ultimately pushed him into the weather mage class. La Ronarer listened in silence, and only when Xiaofeng finished describing the class change did he throw back his head and laugh. Kid, fortune smiles on you. Abyssal princesses aren't exactly pushovers. If one of them has taken a fancy to you and even risked helping you, that's quite the stroke of luck. I wouldn't call that lucky. Xiaofeng scratched his head, embarrassed. He knew full well that Minia was only an NPC. No matter how beautiful or noble she appeared, she wasn't his type, especially with that love-struck, eccentric personality. La Ronarer waved a hand, still smiling. You probably don't realize this, but the abyss has 3 demon gods, and their offspring are few and revered. The girl you met should be the youngest daughter of the god of carnage, and she's not even of age yet. According to abyssal tradition, if you pass the demon god's trial and marry her, you'll inherit abyssal power. Reaching the sanctuary will be effortless, and becoming a god will be almost trivial. Xiaofeng shrugged. So what? I can reach the sanctuary and godhood without abyssal power. After all, he was a player level 200 for the sanctuary, level 250 for godhood. It was only a matter of time, no handouts needed. La Ronarer sighed and shook his head. You're still young. There's a lot you don't understand. Why do you say that, master? Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. The sanctuary isn't as simple as you think. La Ronarer slowed his speech and began to explain. Every creature grows along 2 tracks, body and soul. With enough talent and effort, most beings can push their bodies to level 200, but a body only 200 is as fragile as any roadside mob. Only when the soul also surpasses level 200 and breaks through the sanctuary barrier together with the body does a true powerhouse emerge. At that point, their toughness alone is 1,000 times that of an ordinary level 200 creature. Players level up faster, but the sanctuary demands the same ruthless requirements, he continued. When you reach 3rd class, level 100, a new stat appears on your screen: willpower. Whether you break into the sanctuary or ascend to godhood, all depends on that stat. Unfortunately, willpower can't be boosted by potential points or gear. It can only be tempered through experience. If you inherit a legacy from the gods or the abyss, its growth becomes much easier, and the breakthrough follows naturally. Xiaofeng fell into thought. So the heavens wasn't just about grinding levels and swapping gear. At higher tiers you had to pour everything into willpower, or you'd slam into an impenetrable wall. Still, there was no way I'd live off someone else just to level up. Even if the sanctuary is out of reach, I'll get there on my own, he declared solemnly. La Ronarer nodded approvingly. Good. With that determination, you'll go far. Then, as if remembering something, he clapped his hands. We've been talking for ages, and I still don't know how talented you are with magic. Come on, child, cast a fireball at me. Let's see what kind of potential you have. Master, I'm not sure this is a good idea. Xiao Feng's face tightened, and his fingers unconsciously clenched around his staff. A fireball with a listed damage of more than 30 million La Lunar only has about that much health. If it also procs burn, the result could be catastrophic. Yet the old man had no idea how dangerous it was. He simply brushed his robe, smiling with calm certainty. Relax, child. I only want to gauge your talent. Skill can be learned. Talent is measured by your affinity with the elements, not by your current strength. To Xiao Feng, it sounded as though the master had mistaken his hesitation for a rookie's shyness. Maybe I should throw the fireball at that empty patch of ground instead. If I hit you, it'll feel awful, he said with an awkward laugh. Young man, do you look down on this old codger? La Lunar sat up straight, his brows drawing together. I'm a domain-level fire mage. Do you really think your little fireball can hurt me? Master, you misunderstand. I respect you completely. It's just that. Just what? Well, I'm a bit abnormal. Boasting in front of a grandmaster felt shameless, so Xiao Feng settled on that vague explanation. La Lunar frowned. Normal or not? Show me. If your training is off, they'll correct it. Xiao Feng gave a helpless smile, then reconsidered. Domain mages aren't pushovers. Fiona survived a meteor shower with more than 90% damage reduction. La Lunar specializes in fire, so his defenses must be even higher. A fireball with a base damage of 30+ million should be safe enough. He clasped his fists. Since you insist, master, forgive my clumsiness. Please be careful. He raised his staff. A flash of crimson flared from its tip, and fire elements rushed in like gunpowder igniting. After less than 0.2 of a second of chanting, a massive fireball more than a meter across formed with a roar in his palm, its blaze painting the walls orange. From barely 4 meters away, he hurled it straight at La Lunar. What a huge fireball. His affinity is incredible. La Lunar's pupils contracted, and before the words were fully out, the sphere was upon him. Boom. The explosion tore the air apart, a shockwave screaming outward as a tide of flame engulfed the old mage. Galeforce wind snapped at Xiao Feng's blue robe. When the firelight faded, he peered through the smoke. A moment ago, La Lunar had been the very image of fiery authority. Now his beard and hair were scorched into curls, his robe peppered with blackened embers, and his face was smeared with soot. Xiao Feng barely stopped himself from laughing. Cough, cough, cough. The elderly mage, blasted gray from head to toe, could only sputter and wheeze. A massive 3,040,000 hovered above his head before fading away. 3.04 million damage, nearly 90% mitigation, on par with Fiona. La Ronar rubbed his ringing ears and coughed for a while before catching his breath. You little punk, cough. Cough honestly. Xiao Feng suppressed a grin. Master, are you all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. La Ronar forced a straight face, wiped the soot from his cheeks, and cast a spell to restore his singed hair and beard. The regrown strands were noticeably shorter, and about 10% of his dignified aura seemed to vanish with them. After 10 full seconds of tidying up, he managed to look composed. Stroking his shortened beard, he eyed Xiao Feng, who was still stifling laughter inside. Your affinity with fire is exceptional, worthy of a successor to the god of weather. With talent like this, reaching the divine rank in fire magic is only a matter of time. Master, it's not just fire. My affinity with other elements is about the same, Xiao Feng added softly. What? The other elements as well? La Ronar was stunned. Xiao Feng nodded. When I became a weather mage, I gained a trait that amplifies any spell I cast. Everything I do hits several times harder than normal. Quick, show me. La Ronar grew excited. Sure, should I aim at you again? Ahem, better not. The old mage's smile froze. With a wave, he opened a flaming portal 10 meters away. Boom. An 8-meter-tall elemental beast strode out. Flame Lord. Summoned by La Ronar. Level 180. HP 7,600,000, 7,600,000. Try it on him. Got it. Thinking of his little fire spirit, Xiao Feng chuckled to himself and raised a hand. A bolt of lightning streaked forward. Cracked the arc, as thick as an adult's arm, tore through the air. Roar. The Flame Lord howled once and disintegrated. 32,810,093. The number far exceeded its total health and shot. La Ronar had hoped his summon would last a few rounds. Instead, he had to cast again. A new gate opened, and a 10-meter figure lumbered out. Molten Core Giant. Summoned by La Ronar. Level 185. HP 10 million, 10 million. Use a different element. Let's go with ice. Xiao Feng lifted a hand and instant cast Ice Arrow. Whoosh. The shaft, normally 2 centimeters thick, swelled to over 10 and stretched 2 meters long, like a spear of frozen crystal. Crunch. Elemental counterplay triggered, and the damage readout blazed 34.5 million, nastier than the lightning. The molten core giant collapsed, dead before it hit the ground. La Ronar's mouth twitched, yet with no way out he summoned a third creature. Demon Lord of Scarlet Flame. Summoned by La Ronar. Level 190. HP 12,800,000, 12,800,000. Again. As you wish. Win this time. After a 1.5-second chant, Xiao Feng unleashed gale. Whoosh. A tornado 120 meters across erupted, churning the subterranean lava lake. Magma rose like crimson surf, and the demon lord, trapped in the eye, took 5 volleys of damage. 3,102,929. 3,098,188. 3,099,656. 3,110,092. 3,089,819. The full cycle of gale landed cleanly, shredding the demon into fragments. Lava roiled, heat rolling in waves. Watching Xiao Feng unleash 4 different elements in rapid succession, La Ronar fell completely silent. At length, he stared at the young man before him and forced out 2 words between clenched teeth. Genius. A genius no, a onsinanera genius. With talent and affinity like yours, you're the most perfect prodigy the realm of magic has ever seen. La Ronar's voice reverberated through the underground cavern, his aged face alight with irrepressible excitement. In the span of a few heartbeats, his expression shifted from calm to astonished, then finally blazed with rapturous delight, the look reserved for meeting a ancien millennia supertalent. Nearly bouncing with joy, he rushed over and seized Xiao Feng's cool forearm. His white robe billowed behind him, making the famed flame archmage look more like a doting grandfather next door. Child, do you already have a master? I mean a personal mentor, not just any temple instructor. Taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm, Xiao Feng cleared his throat. I can't even get into the temple, so where would I find a master? I'm stuck at my 2nd advancement. That's why I came to you. Excellent, splendid. Laronik thumped his chest, eyes shining. Then will you accept me as your teacher? I want pretend humility. My strength is nothing to scoff at. You've met Norton, the Storm Temple Bishop? 3 or 5 archmages of his level I could handle them all at once. Become my disciple, and you'll learn everything I know. Ding. Laroner wishes to become your master. Do you accept? Xiao Feng froze. A master-apprentice system with NPCs? Normally you just change class and pay gold for skills. And Laroner was a level 200 mythic boss, now claiming he could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods and wipe out several level 220 grand bishops? That was some boast. While he hesitated, Laronator stomped in impatience. Child, hurry and accept. Your talent defies the heavens, but without guidance you'll waste it. I've practiced magic for more than 4 centuries. Were it not for guarding the Hardcore Lake, I'd have ascended to godhood long ago. Among mortal mages, my seniority is at least top 3. Having me as your master will never disgrace you. Are there any restrictions? Will it change my class? Xiao Feng asked, scratching his head. He was tempted. Everything I know sounded like a free pass to all skills from 2nd to 5th advancement. But if it altered his class, he'd lose the unique synergy between his weather mage lineage and divine might talent, something he wasn't willing to trade. Laroner waved his hands emphatically. Absolutely not. He'll simply teach you the true way to command the elements. Your weather mage heritage won't disappear, it will become stronger. In your hands, 4-element weather magic will be more awe-inspiring than anyone's. Free benefits with no downside? Xiao Feng's heart soared. He clasped his fists and bowed. Then I accept. From this moment on, you are my master. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the disciple of Flame Archmage Laroner. Reputation 100,000. The prompt faded and Xiao Feng stood frozen. A single act of apprenticeship had granted 100,000 reputation, more than slaying 3 mythic bosses combined. He drew a sharp breath, one thought echoing in his mind. My master is seriously awesome. Could standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods be more than empty boasting? Better cling to this powerhouse while I can. This is a windfall straight from the heavens. Haha, fantastic, incredible. At last, I, La Lunar, will have an heir. The moment La Lunar heard Xiao Feng accept, he let out a booming laugh and guided the teenager to the center of the floating stone platform. Sit down. They'll teach you how to command the elements and become a true elementalist. The slab was as hot as an iron plate fresh from the forge, and only the barrier kept him from being roasted alive. Full of hope, Xiao Feng braced himself for a grand inheritance. Instead, the inheritance turned out to be a lecture. La Lunar took 3 seconds to organize his thoughts before launching into fluent theory. Child, you're an adventurer from another realm. By decree of the Creator God, your kind is born able to wield elemental power. But that privilege doesn't mean you truly understand it. To cast magic, first sense the elements, befriend them, and let them draw near. Then summon them, arrange them into arrays, and release their power. Setting up an array takes both knowledge of its structure and a will strong enough to position every rune precisely. As he spoke, he flipped his hands, conjuring 2 fireballs. The smaller fireball in his left palm smacked Xiao Feng's shoulder, and a red 55 floated above his head. The one in his right hand, identical at first glance, struck and produced a glaring 302. The same basic circular fireball array, La Lunar said, but the finer the structure, the greater the force. Xiao Feng's eyelids twitched as the lecture rattled in his brain. What was this? Apprenticeship was supposed to grant instant power, not a theory class. Element control was just a game mechanic. He could already vaporize enemies with a single skill. Why bother studying? Master, he began. La Lunar gave him no opening. He slapped the back of his own hand. Focus. Forget the privilege the creator god gave you. Use your mind to stir the fire element around you and cast a fireball. Master, casting without clicking a skill button? Could the game really let you design your own spells? Though confused, he was slightly intrigued. Self-made magic might be fun. Still, he was a student with piles of homework and played the game for relaxation and income. Why was class following him here? Like a patient kidnapper coaxing a child, La Lunar encouraged, stop thinking about your skills. Just try. There's fire element everywhere. It's simple, give it a shot. All right, he'll try, persuaded. Xiaofeng closed his eyes and held his breath. He didn't hit any skill key. Instead, he tried to sense the so-called fire element. Afraid the boy might get lost, La Lunar explained, fire element is the source of every flame. In essence, it isn't fire at all, but a pure element without heat. First gather it, then link to it with an array, and lastly turn it into flame. Feel carefully, the lively motes in the air are fire elements. Xiaofeng grumbled inwardly. The source of flame in the air? Isn't that carbon or hydrogen? Sure, they aren't hot until they combust. And what's a magic erasum kind of fusion reactor? An educated youth, he had no patience for explaining magic's principles. Flinging game skills was fine, dissecting them was nonsense. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, spread his hands, and gave a helpless smile. Master, your disciple can't do it. La Lunar stared at him in confusion. It makes no sense. Your talent is extraordinary. Your affinity with all four elements is the highest I've ever seen. So how can you fail to conjure even a single flame? Xiaofeng forced a wry smile. Master, I only gained the weather mastery trait after I switched to the weathermage class. Without it, my magic would be nothing special. La Lunar shook his head. A class change doesn't grant talent out of thin air. It merely awakens what you already possess. If you can't sense the elements, it's because you're using the wrong approach. Xiaofeng muttered inwardly. Talk about sophistry, but managed a polite grin. Master, I honestly don't think I have the knack for this. I'm already strong with a few thrown skills. Why not just let me change class again and teach me a couple more spells? One meteor strike from me deals hundreds of millions of damage. Your name would still shine. Hey, child, how can you give up so easily? La Lunar scolded, glaring at him. With a flick of his aged hand, a second barrier snapped around Xiaofeng. Try again. I've packed this ward with fire element for you. Sense it carefully, and you'll succeed. Final try. Xiaofeng sat back down, thinking wryly, sticking around a bit longer is worth the class change. Though my butt's starting to roast, keep this up, and it'll end up hibachi. He closed his eyes and searched once more for the fire element, but darkness clamped over his senses. He couldn't even feel the air move. Focus. They're all around you. Eager to obey, tens of thousands of fire motes are cheering, waiting for you to turn them into blazing flames. La Lunar whispered close to his ear. The voice was almost a lullaby, and drowsiness washed over Xiaofeng. Logging into the cosmic realms was already half sleep, granting 50% rest. If he truly nodded off, the benefit would double. Haha. His eyelids sagged, and he drifted off, soft snores puffing from his nose. As long as you focus, disciple. Disciple. La Lunar was mid-lecture when the snoring stopped him cold. Then he exploded. You little brat. Such fine aptitude, and you waste it. I pour my heart out, and you fall asleep. Smack. 998. The slap landed. Xiaofeng's cheek burned, and the drowsiness vanished instantly. What just happened? The brief blackout left his head ringing. He couldn't even remember what had been doing. Get back to comprehending elemental magic. Otherwise, you can forget leaving. Stay here at the core lake and guard it with me until we're both old. La Lunar barked. A what? Xiaofeng blinked, finally shaking off the daze. Things looked bad. His NPC mentor, Larinar, clearly meant to keep him after class by force. Fighting his way out was impossible. Larinar outclassed Fiona by a mile. The Archbishop himself could barely take one of her blows, let alone several. The 3 million damage fireball that saved him last time had only worked because she'd been caught off guard. In a real fight, he doubted he even had a 10% chance. Like it or not, he had to stay and listen. Maybe he'd actually learn how to cast a fireball barehanded. He shut his eyes and followed Laranar's instruction to sense the fire element. This time he was stone cold sober. The heat around him felt suffocating, yet the air was eerily still. Fire elements were supposed to be everywhere, but he couldn't see or touch a thing. Closing his eyes certainly didn't help. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, none of them registered anything. So did that mean the elements weren't there? Was he supposed to rely on will alone? He remembered Larinar saying that once players reached level 100 and completed their third class change, they would gain a new willpower stat. Did sensing fire elements require that? He was only level 90. Focus. You're surrounded by fire elements. Even a pig could cast fireball right now. Larinar snapped, harsher than before, clearly trying to provoke him. Master, maybe you should let the pig try. I can't feel any fire elements, and you haven't shown me the spell matrix for fireball. How am I supposed to experiment? Xiaofeng kept his eyes shut, his tone resigned. You're not even trying, Larinar shot back. The structure is simple. Gather the fire elements into a sphere and compress them with your will. Apply enough pressure, and they ignite. It's basic magic any half-wit apprentice can recite it. To Xiaofeng, it sounded like, just mash deuterium and tritium together, crank up the heat and pressure, and presto fusion. Easy to say, but what exactly was will, and how did one generate the needed heat and pressure? His head spun with questions. 10 minutes passed, and had made no progress. Laranar's patience snapped. You lazy brat, you're driving me mad. Hold still, I'll lend you my will. If you still fail, I'll eat my staff. She slapped a palm onto his shoulder, and somehow shared her willpower with him. In an instant, Xiaofeng's world flipped. His eyes remained closed, yet his mind felt as though a window had been flung open. He could see everything. He was still standing on a floating rock above the geothermal lake, the surroundings vast and empty. But in that empty air drifted countless specks invisible to the naked eye fire elements. Gather the fire elements and cast fireball, Laranar's voice urged inside his head. Yes, master. He answered aloud while guiding the borrowed will. It felt like invisible hands gently herding the scattered fire elements toward a single point, kneading them into a sphere. Next came compression heat and pressure. The invisible hands squeezed. In less than a second, sparks flared, spreading like wildfire until the entire sphere ignited. Fireball accomplished. A tiny fireball shot out, and La Ronar stepped forward to take the hit himself. With a sharp crack, the flame flickered across the old mage's robe and died out. Xiaofeng opened his eyes to see a bright red one float above La Ronar's head. The damage was negligible. The room fell silent. Neither disciple nor master spoke. La Ronar's brow twitched, couldn't comprehend it. A careless fireball earlier had nearly blown his apprentice across the room, yet an official, fully focused spell had barely scratched him. Maybe the boy only looks like a prodigy and is actually a complete fool, La Ronar muttered. Xiaofeng scratched his head. I told you it wouldn't work, but you didn't believe me. He was just as frustrated. Head meant to create fusion-level heat and pressure, yet the fire element self-ignited before the setup was ready, reducing the plan to ashes. It makes no sense, La Ronar murmured, brow knotted even tighter. For proof, Xiaofeng raised his hand and flung another fireball toward the subterranean lake. In a flash, a blazing sphere over a meter wide roared out, plunged into the magma, and sent sparks flying utterly different from the earlier firefly. The contrast left the old mage utterly baffled. After a long pause, he sighed. Your willpower must still be dormant. You can't control your true gift yet. It can't be rushed, you'll have to build it up gradually. Realizing his master had dropped the idea of further lessons for now, Xiaofeng breathed easier. Master, could you handle my second job advancement then? I can. Come here and hand me your spellbook. Yes, master. Xiaofeng eagerly produced the secret tome of meteorology and trotted over. La Ronar leafed through a few pages and frowned. This book's incomplete. Yes. It only covers the third advancement. They'll have to find the rest later, Xiaofeng admitted. The tome's former owner, Ramst, had topped out at the third tier. Skills beyond that simply didn't exist in the book. Xiaofeng wasn't worried. Once he cleared the third advancement, he could solo a level 200 mythic boss, and the slower leveling afterward would leave plenty of time to hunt down the fourth, fifth, and sixth inheritances. La Ronar, however, was thinking further ahead. Accepting a personal disciple meant he wouldn't let the boy's future be limited. He shut the book. You'll breeze through the second and third advancements. Without the fourth tier meteorology legacy, you'll stall afterward. Hey race, what well do? Once your second advancement is done, take my token to the Temple of Flame. Have that youngster, the High Archbishop, commune with the gods and ask the weather god directly where the other half of the legacy is hidden. Xiaofeng froze, then screamed inwardly. Holy crap, my bargain bin master is pulling strings with the gods themselves. The High Priest of the Flame Cathedral is a mythical boss, well past level 200, the strongest being in an entire city. The god of weather is an actual deity. Yet Larinal casually calls the priest a little thing and speaks of the weather god, as if discussing a passerby. Everyone is stunned. If he were not busy suppressing the magma lake beneath their feet, this old man would probably be at least level 250. Larinal closes his eyes and feels the magic surging around him. His thin yet powerful hand rests on the spellbook's cover, and a vast wave of mana erupts. A heartbeat later, four brilliant beams of light burst from the book, slip through fist-sized gaps above the lake of fire, and spear into the clouds. Weather magic is a hybrid art that fuses spellcraft with the forces of nature, Larinal says in a deep, unhurried voice. The god of weather is a greater deity, second only to the high gods, master of all four elements with countless followers and demigods. If the god came to the mortal world in person, the power would rival a high gods enough to tear the world apart. You have received this legacy today. Study it well. Whether you reach the divine realm and how far you go is up to fate. Xiaofeng commits every word to memory and quietly calculates. Divine power is suppressed in the mortal world, Yet the weather god can still rival a high god. That alone shows how terrifying the deity is. If he can nurture this heritage, he may one day match those who bear high god legacies even without divine might. Suddenly the four pillars of light reverse course, hanging like falling stars before drilling into Xiaofeng's brow. Warm energy explodes inside him. His body feels feather-light and his breath flows like wind. At the same time, the system chimes in rapid succession. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to a Tier 2 class Grand Weathermage. Your base attributes have increased because of the class upgrade. Your attribute growth rates have increased. Your unique talent Weather Mastery has evolved, and its effects have been enhanced. Ding! You have learned the common mage spell Firewall. Creates a wall of flame that deals continuous damage. Ding! You have learned the common mage spell Water Shield. Generates a barrier that absorbs damage. Ding! You have learned the common mage spell Levitate. Breaks control effects and grants short-term flight. Ding! You have learned the Weather Mage exclusive spell Thunderfall. Continuously homes in on its target. When the barrage of prompts ends, Xiaofeng is elated. He opens his status window. Name: Xiaofeng. Class: Grand Weathermage. Level: 90. Talents: Divine Overdrive. Weather Mastery Legendary Spell Area 1000. HP: 15, 94015, 940. MP: 2, 0332, 033. Spell Attack: 1345. Physical Defense: 248. Magic Defense: 210. Strength: 120. Intelligence: 460. Constitution: 230. Spirit: 315. Agility: 140. Potential points: 0. Known skills: Magic Missile, Chain Lightning, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Rainstorm, Gale, Earth Elemental Shield, Fire Repulsion Ring, Ice Arrow, Dragon's Breath, Lesser Fire Elemental Summon, Firewall, Water Shield, Levitate, Thunderfall, Meteor, Forbidden Spell Apocalypse, Divine Punishment. The extra 20 Intelligence, 10 Constitution, and 10 Spirit, along with the higher growth rates, push his damage and mana to new heights. With 2033 MP, he can finally sustain Apocalypse for a full second. Even scarier, the combined multipliers from his upgraded talent and weapon inflate every spell's area to 1,100. Fireball now has a diameter of 2.1 meters. Rainstorm covers an area 110 meters by 110 meters. Gale has a 220-meter radius. Meteor strikes within a 330-meter radius. And the ultimate forbidden spell, Apocalypse, leaps from a base 1,000-meter radius to a staggering 11 kilometers. World-shattering is no exaggeration now. As a Tier 2 Grand Weathermage, he can challenge any mega-guild, lay siege to a capital city, or even tear down a temple. And he still hasn't started learning spells from Larinal. Master, I feel unstoppable right now. The lava lake roared and churned, its glow reflecting off Xiaofeng's face as he gripped his staff, brimming with confidence. La Lunar frowned slightly. What does unstoppable mean in this context? It means I'm really powerful. Xiaofeng grinned, pride lacing his words. La Lunar nodded. Judging by what you just showed me, your strength is indeed far beyond your current rank. Still unsatisfied, Xiaofeng scratched the bridge of his nose. But, Master, I want to learn more spells. You can never have too many skills. When everything's on cooldown, I still need options. He chuckled, wearing a flattering smile. La Lunar handed back the hefty Meteorological Mage's Codex and said gravely, very well. They'll teach you a few practical fire spells. First, show me every fire spell you already know so I can see where the gaps are. No problem. Xiaofeng snapped to attention and started casting. At the moment he had 6 fire spells in his arsenal, not counting the mixed-type Divine Punishment, Doomsday Cataclysm. First Fireball. With a low chant, a blazing sphere formed in his palm and swelled to a diameter of 2.1 meters in an instant, twice the size of his previous best. La Lunar's eyelid twitched, couldn't form one that big, even at his level. Boom. The fireball slammed into the lava, sending molten rock spouting several meters high like a bomb hitting water. Second Fire Repulsion Ring. Whoosh. A scarlet ring of flame erupted from Xiaofeng's body and expanded outward, pushing for a full 165 meters before it faded. Though La Lunar was an ally and took no damage, he clearly felt a force far stronger than any standard fire ring. Third Dragon's Breath. Xiaofeng raised his staff and unleashed a torrent of fire. The standard cone is 3 by 15 meters, his stretch to 33 by 165 meters, a blazing red carpet sweeping toward the wall of the subterranean lake. Fourth Summon Lesser Fire Elemental. With a flick of the staff, the air warped and a 3-meter fire elemental appeared with a crash. La Lunar's face went rigid. The elemental's presence rivaled his strongest summon, the Crimson Flame Lord, and radiated even more ferocity. Fifth Wall of Fire. Xiaofeng spoke the incantation. An instant later, a wall of flame 110 meters long, 22 meters high, and about 5.5 meters thick roared into being, its heat surging like waves. La Lunar froze. and even Xiao Feng found it absurd this was less a wall and more a mountain of fire. The spell still read the same. Enemies passing through take burning damage equal to 20% of attack power per second for 8 seconds. The wall lasts 8 seconds. Repeated crossings stack up to 5 times. Cooldown is 45 seconds. But with a wall 5.5 meters thick crashing down on a player, they'd need at least a second or two just to get out, guaranteeing 2 or more stacks of burning. There isn't much difference between the first and second tiers. Really, one solid burst of damage will still one-shot anything in either. With that, Xiao Feng raised his hand and began chanting the final spell he wanted to show off Meteor. Halfway through the 10-second cast, fire mana surged toward him like iron filings to a magnet, and the surrounding air grew visibly hotter. Lao Yuoner froze. Then his face drained of color. Stop, child, stop. Meteor is far too destructive. You mustn't cast it down here. Okay. Xiao Feng canceled the cast without hesitation. He knew full well that if he dropped a meteor into this subterranean lake, the entire magma field might erupt and punch straight through the ley line Lao Yuoner was suppressing. Cataclysmic was not on today's agenda. When the cast bar vanished, he jogged back to his master, eyes shining. So, teacher, have you decided what spell you're going to teach me? The old mage studied his disciple, emotions swirling. This boy's talent was terrifying. Any minor spell in his hands could level mountains. Handing him an even stronger fire spell might very well tear the sky apart. Still, a powerful pupil was every master's pride. Twirling his beard, Lao Yuoner finally smiled. I've decided. With talent like yours, you deserve the very best. You're only at Archmage rank, so the truly top-tier spells you can use are limited. He'll pass on 2 of them, Flame Dragon Dance and Summon Flame Lord. He pressed a hand to Xiao Feng's shoulder, sending a vast current of mana into him. System chimes followed in quick succession. Ding, congratulations, you have learned Flame-type spell Flame Dragon Dance from Master Lao Yuoner. Ding, congratulations, you have learned Flame-type spell Summon Flame Lord from Master Lao Yuoner. Xiao Feng immediately opened his skill window. Flame Dragon Dance Epic, channeled, summons and controls a colossal flame dragon. Contact deals spell damage equal to 200 of attack. The dragon can breathe fire once every 10 seconds, dealing 400 attack as spell damage and inflicting a 30-second burn. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Summon Flame Lord Epic. After a 3-second chant, summons a Flame Lord with 50 of the caster's attack and 300 of the caster's health. Duration, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Holy, these are insane. Xiao Feng's jaw dropped. Aside from Meteor and Doomsday Plague, these were now his most devastating abilities. Flame Dragon Dance required constant focus, locking out other spells, but its raw power and intimidation were unmatched. The only worry was whether the dragon would fit. Time to find out. Flame Dragon Dance, he declared, staff raised. A thunderous roar shook the lava lake. Fire erupted from the staff's tip, and a twin-winged WYRM burst forth. It was only a few meters long at first, but once free it swelled rapidly, reaching nearly 60 meters nose to tail with a wingspan of over 100. The cavern suddenly felt cramped. Lao Yuoner stared, nearly tearing out his own beard in shock. Satisfied with the test, Xiao Feng released his hold. The dragon disintegrated into cinders. He then completed the 3-second chant for Summon Flame Lord. Another roar. 10 meters behind him, a 50-meter-wide vortex gate exploded open, and a massive Flame Lord of living magma strode through, towering 45 meters tall. Unfortunately, room was scarce. Its first step left it nowhere to stand, and it plunged straight into the molten lake, where the churning lava swallowed and assimilated it. Even so, Xiao Feng caught a glimpse of its stats. Flame Lord summoned by Xiao Feng. Level 100. Health, 478,200,000 478,200,000. Attack, 6,725,000. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 500. Skills, Fists of the Fire Demon, Inferno Breath. Time remaining, 59 seconds. Those numbers were ridiculous, almost divine. Lao Yuoner, who saw the same panel, couldn't help recalling the far weaker Flame Lord Head summoned himself not long ago. For a moment, he had the distinct feeling that Head just trained a student powerful enough to make his own teacher obsolete. Master, your magic is unbelievable, I'm not worthy. Xiao Feng shouted in excitement. The power of the 2 new skills shattered everything he thought he knew. It felt as if he had kicked through the ceiling and become invincible in an instant. This wasn't idle gamer bragging, but genuine confidence that he could dominate the entire game world. Larinar was momentarily at a loss for words. The apprentice before him had almost no affinity for fire, by all accounts a magical simpleton, yet somehow produced results more outrageous than the gods themselves. Take the Flame Lord he had just dragged from the magma lake, for instance. If that creature had managed to climb out and throw a punch, not even the combined might of every bishop and battle priest in the temple could have stopped it. And that was only an epic summon. What would happen if the boy ever learned divine punishment and decided to practice with it? Larinar cut the thought short. a chill racing up his spine. Child, you've done wonderfully, but I have nothing more to teach you for now. Leave this place and continue your journey, he said. The truth was, he was lonely and craved conversation. Yet Xiaofeng's mere presence was too demoralizing. Another day together, and the calm he had cultivated over 400 years of ascetic practice might just unravel. Xiaofeng bowed. Thank you for your guidance, master. When I reach level 100, he'll come back for further instruction. Right? You mentioned a token for the Temple of Flames? Oh, that. Here. Larinar made a grasping motion, and a staff materialized in midair. Its ivory shaft gleamed softly in the firelight, and the crimson gem set at the tip burned like a living flame. Xiaofeng lowered his head to inspect the stats and sucked in a sharp breath. The Wrath of the Fire God. Transcendent mythic special item. Cannot be equipped, cannot be lost. Spell power 10,000. Mana 10,000. Spell damage amplification 30. Passive. Incinerate. Each offensive spell deals an additional 10,000 fire damage. Passive. Power of the Fire God. All fire spells deal 100 extra damage. Passive. Searing Barrier. Each time you cast a spell, you have a 5 chance to gain a fire shield that blocks 1 instance of damage and lasts 5 seconds. Active. Fury of the Fire God. Summon the avatar of the Fire Lord to obliterate a target area, dealing 600 spell power as damage each second for 5 seconds. Costs 10,000 mana. Usable once per day. The token was actually a super artifact. Xiaofeng swallowed hard, his eyes shining. I master this. Larinar smiled. The Fire God granted me this staff when I served as High Archbishop of the Temple of Flames. It makes the perfect token. When you reach the Sanctuary tier, he'll hand it over to you for real. For now it's only a quest item. You'll need the proper authorization to wield it. Rest assured, Master, it'll reach the Sanctuary soon. Xiaofeng clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. Go on, and visit me whenever you can. Larinar waved him off, then sat cross-legged once more on the floating rock, the firelight casting flickering shadows across his golden robes. I will, Master. Xiaofeng promised solemnly. He stowed the staff, crushed a return scroll, and vanished from the subterranean lava lake. That kid is a real enigma. La Lunar watched Xiaofeng vanish and couldn't decide whether the boy was a prodigy or a hopeless washout. A genius? He couldn't even hold a conversation with a fire elemental. A loser? The shockwave of his spells could make a god break into a cold sweat. Was this raw talent, or just a cheat code? A burst of light flared in the teleport array of Blaze Burst City, and Xiaofeng appeared, clutching an ultra-relic staff etched with molten runes. The city guard NPCs immediately caught the stench of Otigus' curse and greeted him with a stream of profanity. Out of the way, move. One soldier barked. Seriously? Can't you see the staff? Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. This was Flame God's wrath, the personal weapon of the temple's former High Archbishop, a symbol of absolute authority. He wasn't about to argue with a foot soldier. One chilling glare, and he strode off. The trip to the subterranean lake had paid off. Had completed his second job change, picked up 2 powerhouse skills, and best of all taken the legendary La Lunar as his master. All he needed now was the Weather God's grimoire, and future class quests would be a breeze. With that in mind, he headed for the Temple of Flames to reserve every spellbook he'd need through 4th job and beyond. Past the bustling streets, the temple's towering pillars of firestone loomed ahead. Halt! The unclean may not approach the sacred grounds. 2 knights crossed their lances, blocking his path. Xiaofeng raised Flame God's wrath, impatience dripping from his voice. Blind, are you? You see Otigus' curse, but not this staff? The knight's pupils shrank. Flame God's wrath, the temple's most treasured relic. Their shock turned instantly to outrage. Guards, seize the thief who dares steal our holy artifact. A sweeping kick caught Xiaofeng off guard, sending him face first into the pavement. What the seriously? He sat up, dazed. Had expected the temple to kneel and shout hail the last archbishop, not turn him into a common crook. Do I look like a thief? Have you ever seen a thief this handsome? He snapped, scrambling to his feet and letting loose a string of curses. Players crowded around the temple steps, eager for drama. Who is that guy? Even the temple knights are riled up. They called him a thief. Looks pretty good looking for a pickpocket. Wait, level 90 weather mage Xiaofeng? Rank 1 on the leaderboards? No wonder he levels so fast. The steals EXP. Whispers and finger-pointing rippled through the crowd. The knight snarled. You betrayed the gods, and even slew the war deity's favorite mount. Your crimes are unforgivable. Tell us, where did you get that staff? Xiaofeng rolled his eyes harder. Apparently La Lunar's name carried less weight than Otigus' curse. Fine, I'm to talk trash. Where'd I get it? Dug it out of your mother's coffin. Now move. I need to see your archbishop, and if you keep wasting my time, he'll skin you alive. Yo, dude's got guts. Someone in the crowd yelled. Give those NPCs an earful for me. Veins bulged in the knights' foreheads. Traitor, hand over Flame God's wrath, or die where you stand. They stepped back, lances leveled, killing intent spilling into the air. More knights closed in from the flanks, forming a deadly ring around Xiaofeng. Damn it, kill me on the spot? Xiaofeng's temper flared the instant he heard the threat. He had no patience for more talk. Fine, Let's fight, he told himself with a cold snort. I've smashed level 200 mythics before, why would I fear a few nobodies? He pulled back the god of fire's wrath, tightened his grip on the weather staff, and unleashed his mana. An earthen shield flashed around him, and a high-tier incantation rolled off his tongue. Summon Flame Lord. BZZZZ. The 3-second chant vanished in an eye blink. Before the knights could lift a hand, a colossal portal 20 meters wide and 50 meters tall burst open behind him, rising like a 10-story tower, nearly matching the Temple of Blaze. A deafening roar tore through the air. Roar. A titan of molten rock stepped through, forked horns curving skyward. It stood almost 45 meters tall. A single toe was thicker than a grown man. When its foot hit the ground, the temple's entrance fell into shadow, and nearby players looked up to see only 2 red-black shins blotting out the sky. What is that? Holy crap, Surtur the Fire Giant? Oh my god. Curses flew as the crowd froze. The knights charging Xiaofeng stopped dead under the sudden twilight. One glance from the Flame Lord left them gasping, their weapons shaking. Still want to fight? Xiaofeng asked, sweeping the plaza with an icy stare. A few legendary bosses? The Flame Lord's 6 million attack points could pulp them with one punch. The crushing aura rattled the temple entrance so hard that even the city guard took notice. Hundreds of armored soldiers were sprinting over, but the temple's higher-ups arrived first. What's happening? Who dares disturb? A middle-aged mage in red robes stepped onto the parapet. His rebuke died when he saw the towering monster. Be Bishop Kaka, the rebel summoned that thing. The knight who had shouted at Xiaofeng now stammered, pointing at him in panic. Bishop Kaka fixed Xiaofeng with a hard stare. A traitor to the gods, flaunting his power before the Temple of Blaze? Fear pricked at his heart, but his voice stayed cold. All bishops and divine generals, assemble at once. His magically amplified order echoed through every corridor. Seconds later, replies thundered back. In moments, more than a dozen bosses lined the gate. Level 180 bishops, a level 180 knight captain, a level 200 divine general, a level 220 inquisitor general, a level 225 archbishop, every one of them mythic tier. Xiaofeng's gaze swept the lineup, gauging each aura and level. They were formidable, sure, but under the Flame Lord's overwhelming might, he simply curled his lips into a mocking smile. He felt no fear at all. He stepped back a few paces, stood beneath the Flame Lord, and said calmly, when you can't win, you call for backup, true thug behavior. Is that all the Flame Temple has to offer? Impudent wretch. How dare you act so brazenly before the High Archbishop and the Grand Inquisitor? The stunned Temple Knights suddenly found their courage again. One of them gripped his spear and charged Xiaofeng. Moments earlier he had felled Xiaofeng with a sneak attack, so he assumed the man relied only on the Flame Lord's presence and had no power of his own. The spear swept low, its tip skimming towards Xiaofeng's calf. Just as it neared, an icy voice shot through the knight's ears. You're the one courting death, don't blame me. Before the last word faded, a blinding crimson sphere erupted. A 2-meter-wide fireball materialized and roared toward the knight. Boom. A wave of flame rolled out. The knight flew backward as if struck by a giant hammer and slammed into the wall. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the searing heat turned him to ash. A system prompt floated above full health, level 180 legendary boss, killed instantly. What? He murdered a temple knight at the gate of the Flame Temple. Treason. By the gods above, he must die? The clergy of the Flame Temple were furious. The players gathered outside were dumbstruck. Holy crap, did I just see a 2-meter fireball? One shot, and a level 180 legendary knight is gone. Am I crazy? Or is the whole world crazy? Shock, fear, and disbelief churned inside them. None of them had ever considered fighting an NPC head until Xiaofeng shattered their understanding with a single spell. A temple knight could also be one-shot fodder. Divine envoys, obey my command. Together, seize him. The shout rang out. Austin, the Grand Inquisitor, and a level 220 Sanctum warrior strode forward. Dazzling flames burst from the gaps in his armor as he raised shield and sword, ready to fight. The other clergy drew their weapons. Battle aura and divine light coiled around them. Only Barut, High Archbishop, and a level 225 Sanctum mage remained still. Hold your attacks. Frowning, he fixed Xiaofeng with a complicated stare and walked closer. Your Eminence, be careful. The scent of rebellion is strong on him, may harm you. The guards called out, but Beirut ignored them. He stopped about 5 meters from Xiaofeng. Young man, you carry Master Launel's aura. Who is he to you? Archbishop? Launel? The crowd was puzzled, while Austin's brows tightened as though he recalled something. Xiaofeng had been ready for a desperate fight, yet the question made him pause. He turned his left hand and revealed the staff wrath of the fire god. Beirut's gaze locked on the crimson gold staff. His pupils shrank. I knew it. No wonder you have that unique presence. You are Master Launel's disciple. Archbishop? Disciple? Who is Launel? The clergy exchanged bewildered looks. By every rule, a slain knight at the temple gate demanded immediate justice. Yet the archbishop's reaction broke all protocol. What stunned them even more was the next moment. Beirut, my master sent me with an order: contact the god realm, find the god of weather, and learn where his legacy is hidden in the mortal world. His tone was icy, purely commanding. Outrageous. How dare you speak to the High Archbishop like that? A level 200 divine general roared and raised his hand. Stand down. Austin flashed forward, seizing the general's wrist. Grand Inquisitor? The general stared in confusion. Austin shook his head and whispered, it's a misunderstanding. One of us. One of us. The chief inquisitor's voice was quiet, yet everyone present had sharp ears and missed none of it. The moment the explanation came out, the hall froze. How could someone shrouded in what felt like a supreme deity's curse be considered an ally? And why was the archbishop treating him with such courtesy? The contrast left everyone bewildered. Chief Inquisitor, who exactly is this man? The divine general pressed. The NPCs weren't the only ones curious. The players watching from their screens stared just as intently. Who was Xiaofeng, the top name on the leaderboards? Never mind his terrifying ability to one-shot temple knights just standing before the temple's highest officials without blinking, even adopting an air of superiority, was far beyond anything an average player could manage. The chief inquisitor glanced at the crimson gold staff in Xiaofeng's hand, remained silent for a long moment, then sighed. He must be the personal disciple of the previous archbishop of the Temple of Flames. The previous archbishop? Hiss, instantly. Everyone pictured that legendary guardian of the core fire lake. So his name was Layuoner. The chief inquisitor went on. That staff is a divine artifact. I can't be mistaken. With Lord Layuoner's god-tier strength, no one could have taken it from him. He must have handed it over himself. It seems we have misunderstood this young man. Before he finished, Archbishop Beirut had already stepped up to Xiaofeng, his tone several shades softer. Since Master Layuoner entrusted you with this, he'll see to it at once. But may I ask how the master is faring? Is the core fire lake still holding steady? Xiaofeng curled his lip. Master's fine, just lonely. If you're so dutiful, send a few people to chat with him. And stop starting fights in a bad mood. The Flame Sovereign's power wasn't even measured. What a waste of mana for a cameo. Understood. We'll send a delegation right away. Beirut nodded, then carefully added, aside from consulting the god of weather, does Master Layuoner have any other instructions? And could that staff be returned to the temple for now? He sounded so deferential he might as well have been a servant, and Xiaofeng was once again struck by how terrifying his conveniently powerful master's reputation must be. No other orders. Go ask him yourself. He'll wait here for the answer. Xiaofeng ignored the request about the staff. No way. Head hand over a transcendent artifact worth more than 100 mythic items. Beirut's face stiffened, and he explained, contacting the god realm isn't simple. Preparations alone take days, and the round trip even longer. If Hero Xiaofeng is willing to wait, perhaps you'd like to stay in the temple while we work on it. Days. Forget it. I'd rather go grind levels. Xiaofeng shrugged and turned away. A few days were enough for him to reach his third-class advancement. Since the reply could take forever, he might as well clear the 4 great evil spirits quest and unlock the Tier 2 city in the meantime. Hero Xiaofeng, wait. Beirut called after him in a panic. What now? Beirut produced a badge and said, I don't know why Master Layuoner values you so highly, but I trust his judgment. A curse still hangs over you, and it will cause trouble on the road. Where Thisno Temple will dare hinder you again. Oh, that's a lifesaver. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, his excitement almost spilling over. NPC hostility had always been a thorn in his side. If this solved it, all the better. He accepted the badge, checked its stats, and grinned from ear to ear. Medallion of Divine Glory. All attributes 10, movement speed 10. Grants unrestricted access to any temple. Special item does not occupy an equipment slot. So the clergy stop hassling me, and I pocket 50 free stats, plus a speed buff. Jackpot. After tallying the gain, he saluted Beirut. Thank you, Archbishop. He pinned the badge to his chest, its gilded surface gleaming in the torchlight. Give my respects to the master, Beirut added, voice thick with reverence. We remember his sacrifice. Guarding the Heartfire Lake was no small feat, and Layuoner had paid dearly. He'll pass it on, Xiaofeng replied, striding out of the temple. The clerics watched his retreating figure in silence. Crash. Outside, the Flame Lord's molten body collapsed into sparks as Xiaofeng dismissed the summon. Scattered embers dazzled the crowd, drawing awed gasps. Unbelievable. He kills a temple knight right at their doorstep and walks away with epic loot. That's a player who plays the game while we're the ones being played. Shoot, I forgot to add him. The buzz of voices followed him, but Xiaofeng didn't look back. He headed straight for the teleport array, intent on hunting the 2 wraith bosses and wrapping up his quest. He had barely left the temple gate when a unit of fully armored city guards rounded the corner, sealing off the street. Xiaofeng, you brawled within the capital and killed innocent citizens. Your crimes are grave. In the name of the 1st Legion, 3rd Guard Regiment, you are under arrest. The commander stood 2 meters tall, a dark gold cloak glinting over his breastplate. His title floated above him, level 185 legendary boss city guard commander. Behind him, over 100 soldiers, Level 120150, formed ranks with weapons raised, their killing intent thick enough to choke the air. Xiaofeng arched a brow and tapped the badge on his chest. See this? Touch me, and the gods will have words with you. The commander snorted. Temple authority isn't city authority. Drop your weapons and submit, or every capital will brand you a criminal. Xiaofeng froze. Temple versus city? They'd never cared about that distinction when hunting him before. The badge clearly said free access to any temple, not any city. Had assumed too much. Blades flashed on all sides, the guards ready to strike. Xiaofeng weighed his odds, maybe pop his ultimate and wipe the field. Tension crackled until a temple officer hurried over, whispering into the commander's ear. The commander's expression shifted. Finally, he snorted and glared at Xiaofeng. This time we'll let you go for the temple's sake. Next time, no mercy. Xiaofeng shrugged. It's a personal matter between me and the War Temple. Nothing to do with you. Quit playing watchdog and clear the road. He had zero interest in appeasing a hostile NPC. If it came to blows, he might not even lose. Yet as a player from Longhua, he wasn't eager to turn the capital into rubble and ruin the game for his countrymen. And if it did come to a fight, who's to say who would really pay the price? The city guards glared at him, but in the end no one dared lift a hand, and they let him pass. The scrape of plate, the clatter of crossing spears, those sounds echoed in his ears as Xiaofeng lazily snapped his cloak and sauntered out of the gate. That relaxed, confident silhouette landed in the player's eyes and instantly ignited a wave of worship. Too strong. Way too strong. This is what a real god looks like. He even mouths off to an entire NPC army. If I had half his skill, no, 1% would be enough. Someone tell me where Xiaofeng lives. He'll warm his bed. It'll be his side piece. The fan screams swept through the crowd like a gale. From that moment, Xiaofeng's fame soared again. As the top-ranked player, he was already under the spotlight, and constant system announcements meant that even people who ignored the leaderboards now knew his name by heart. Not long ago, he single-handedly defended Zhang's guild base, then cranked out more than 2.7 billion damage in under a minute. Numbers that absurd can't be hidden. Although Pantheon has no official forum or built-in community, word of mouth and the Blue Star Net spread the news anyway, showing everyone just how terrifying Xiaofeng was. High level, hidden class, insane DPS, bad temper, handsome. Those labels were no longer enough. A new one had just joined them, outrageously arrogant. He killed temple knights on the shrine steps and even ordered the archbishop around to his face. That level of swagger verged on lawlessness. Speculation went wild. Some swore he started the game with an ultra-divine artifact, others guessed a god-tier talent. A few even claimed he was an alien running cheats. Nosy players tried to dig up his real-life info for a first-hand guide. Xiaofeng didn't care, more precisely. He had no idea how big a commotion had caused. After leaving the shrine, he activated a teleport node and returned to Storm City. When the light faded, the city guards were still cursing him, and even the glory of the god's badge couldn't tame their tempers. Xiaofeng ignored them, brought up his friends list, and tapped Jebi loudly. Oldly, you're well connected. Help me track something down. What? I'm tanking a boss. Make it quick. Lily shot back, metal crashes and spell blasts roaring behind him. I'm looking for 2 mythic bosses over level 100, Spectre General, Demon Blade, and Spectre Bishop. Bloodsea, Xiaofeng wrote. The quest to subdue the 4 specters gave no coordinates. Earlier, when he helped Zhang defend their base, Beacon Bishop had been drafted into the siege because Moonlight City sat nearby. The last 2 bosses wouldn't show up so conveniently. He'd have to hunt them down himself. Copy that. He'll spread the word and get back to you ASAP. Lily answered, then added, you free? We're short on DPs, wanna drop by? I've already hit 2nd advancement, and I'm pretty free. If you're really hurting, he'll come. Forget it, if you show up the boss will vaporize. Games need some challenge. We'll chip away ourselves. Gotta go, old Zhang's about to die. Talk later. The chat window vanished, the notification sound faded, and Xiaofeng chuckled under his breath. Li's urgent tone pulled him back to the days when the 3 of them would dive into dungeons and push bosses together. Back then he played the tank, always planted at the very front as the punching bag. Every time they met a stubborn boss, his health bar would be shaved to a sliver, and he spent the whole fight dancing on the edge of death. That's why he swore off tanking for good. Yet even now, thanks to the ancient auto curse, monsters still flag him as their Tapagro target. With his absurd survivability and explosive damage, though, the old frustration is gone. He even catches himself missing the feeling of getting pounded. Sigh, won't somebody give me a beating? Xiaofeng muttered at the street corner, hands on his waist, his grin practically begging for trouble. Lily needed time to gather intel, so Xiaofeng skipped the grind and doubled back to the warehouse. He slapped the long-ignored 2nd-tier spell book, Demonic Corrosion, onto his panel. A thread of dark violet light sank into his body, and a new line of text appeared on his skill list. With it, he now had 18 skills, no more downtime, at least in theory, letting him chaincast forever. Sadly, almost no monster these days survives an entire rotation. Finally idle, he took a careful look at the new abilities, something had never had time to do during his rushed class change. 1. Water Shield. instantly conjures a water barrier that absorbs damage. The shield lasts up to 3 seconds and has 1000 HP. If a single hit exceeds that cap, the hit is fully negated. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Functionally, it's like Holy Shield, Blood Shield, or Flame Shield, just with a stingy value most players use to gamble against a burst. In Xiaofeng's hands, though, the talent 10,000-fold amplification turns it into a 10 million HP super shield that pairs perfectly with his Earth element shield. 2. Thunderfall. 1 second cast. Marks a single target and summons a storm cloud that locks on and tracks. The cloud strikes once per second, dealing 175 spell damage each time. For 5 hits total 875 damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. A bona fide PvP god skill. Homing, persistent, and devastating. For Xiaofeng, it's mostly pointless one-shots players, mobs, even bosses long before the extra bolts can land. Why spend a second casting for 175 when an instant lightning arrow hits for 280? 3. Levitation. Dispels all control effects and puts the caster in a floating state. While floating, the caster is immune to all crowd control, but defense drops to 0. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. It's the mage tree's first control break, a big deal. A cleanse plus 3 seconds of super armor is enough to chug a potion, drop an ultimate, or bail. The catch: with 0 defense, most players would vaporize if focus fired. As he strolled down the bustling main street, Xiaofeng raised a hand and triggered levitation to test it. A flash of light, and his body went weightless, lifting a little over 2 meters into the air. Huh, he frowned. The expected 10,000-fold amplification never activated super armor still lasted only 3 seconds, and the height was perfectly ordinary. Head pictured 30,000 seconds of invincibility and soaring a dozen meters to look down on the crowd like a descending deity, but reality poured a cold bucket over that dream. Maybe the amplification applied to the defense to 0 line instead? He mused. 0 defense times 10,000 was still 0. And since levitation has no cast radius, the Weather Mage perk scale expansion had nothing to boost. Once he understood, he chuckled softly for once. Had found a skill that wasn't completely ridiculous. 10 minutes later, Lili sent a call request. Old Xiao, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? He said as soon as the line connected. Bad news, Xiaofeng answered without hesitation. Lili sighed. Mythic bosses just over level 100 are impossible to find right now. Every major guild is camping them, and the moment there's any hint, they lock down the whole area. I asked everyone I know, but I still couldn't locate the 2 you mentioned. Xiaofeng let out a resigned sigh. He had expected as much level 100 plus mythic bosses drop stronghold construction permits, so every guild is fighting tooth and nail for them. So what's the good news? He pressed. Lili chuckled mysteriously. We've got a lucrative gig instead. What kind of gig? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. Word spread that you saved Zhantian during their stronghold defense. Zhantian even shared the whole strategy online for free, and now Dragon Soul, Pantheon, and World are worried they can't hold their own bases. This is the perfect chance for you to cash in. Zhantian had nearly wiped at 50% difficulty. If Xiaofeng hadn't stepped in, all their work would have been for nothing. Dragon Soul and Pantheon are facing 75% difficulty, and the pressure is intense. 1. They also borrowed 300 NPC troops from the main city. 2. They had a few extra hours of leveling time. 3. Although their guild foundations are a bit stronger than Zhantian's, the higher difficulty still leaves them on a knife's edge. Zhulong's a friend of mine, Xiaofeng said. If he needs help, he'll come to me. No doubt, Lili replied. Dragon Soul's defense starts in 2 hours. I'm almost certain he'll call. I hear they're even bringing in outside help, maybe teaming up with Pantheon, but I don't know the details. Xiaofeng did the math. Pantheon's defense is in 8 hours, so he could help Dragon Soul first and still make it over in time. The only issue is the 500-person guest limit, which makes coordination tricky. Being a guest in a stronghold defense has 2 big perks. 1. If you die, you respawn inside the base and jump back into the fight instantly. 2. When the battle ends, you share the welfare boss loot and collect 1 million defense experience. Without guest status, every death sends you back to the capital for revival, costs a gold coin to teleport back, forfeits the final rewards, and knocks you down 1 or 2 levels of experience. For cash-rich guilds like Dragon Soul and Pantheon, though, teleport fees are pocket change. As long as they hammer out an agreement, mutual support isn't hard. So, Xiao, are you going or not? Lili asked. If they invite me, I'm in, Xiaofeng replied. That much experience plus a shot at gear and skill books, only a fool would turn it down. Haha, same here. If they reach out, make sure to bring us along, we want some free levels too, Lili laughed. No problem. Good fortunes are meant to be shared, Xiaofeng agreed readily. He had already done the math. If they could really join the Dragon Soul and Pantheon garrison battle, Li and Zhang Fan would need only 3 matches to leap into the first tier, maybe even crack the server's top 100. As for himself, with his ever-expanding AoE skills, he could monopolize the mobs with ease. Hitting level 100 was all but guaranteed. Pushing the thought aside, Xiao Feng considered the Tianxia Guild. They had also applied for a base, yet they would get number 25 difficulty reduction and no 300 NPC soldiers. Their players would have to tough it out alone. Elite second phase troops won't spawn for another 8 hours. The gap is massive, they probably can't hold, Lili analyzed in the channel. Not our problem, Xiao Feng said, ending the call with a wave. The feud with Tianxia was over. Unless they provoked him again, he wouldn't waste the effort. And if Tianxia Wudi actually had the gall to beg for help? Sorry, Xiao Feng held grudges. The answer would be a hard no. The moment the connection closed, a rough shout exploded beside his ear. Xiao Feng! Xiao Feng! Halt! He spun around, expecting an enemy player, staff already flashing as an earth shield snapped into place. But the newcomers weren't players at all, they were city guards. At their head marched a silver-blue armored officer bearing Storm City's eagle crest. Deputy Commander Hart, Storm City Guard, Mythic Boss, level 200, HP 20, for 80,00020, for 80,000. Target level 2 high. Further data unavailable. The second in command of the guard, with 10 soldiers behind him. Can I help you? Looking for a fight? Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes. Ready. You are too weak to duel with me. Hart snorted, contempt dripping from every syllable. Fine, no duel. Drop the attitude then. What do you want? The Lord Mayor summons you. Come with me at once, Hart commanded, voice like iron. The mayor? Xiao Feng frowned. He hadn't caused trouble in Storm City. Then it hit him Boulder Town. After his fight with defy, the place was almost leveled, and the townsfolk had promised to report his deeds. Hart confirmed it. The residents of Silvermine and Boulder Town have reported your achievements. Though you are a maverick, the Lord Mayor is magnanimous and has decided to reward you. Oh, Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised the miners in Silvermine had spoken up too. Proceed to City Hall immediately. Do not keep the Lord Mayor waiting. Hart thundered. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes. He was a hero now. Being ordered around grated on him. Straightening, he replied coolly, if you want someone to come, show some respect. Bow, call me Warrior Xiao Feng, and maybe you'll consider it. Right now. He turned away with a casual wave, striding off without a backward glance. I've got better things to do. A couple of minor commendations meant a handful of gold and a random epic piece. Did he look like he needed that? If they thought they could buy him with trinkets, they were dreaming. Grandmaster Xiao could do without many things, but pride always came first. Ungrateful rebel. Deputy Commander Hart snorted, made no effort to stop Xiao Feng, and strode off. Watching him leave, Xiao Feng muttered, not a shred of sincerity. Commendations had never interested him. Saving the miners and casually cutting down Dafiona had been nothing more than a flick of the wrist, not a bid for the city lord's praise. Besides, the city guard's attitude always grated on him if claiming the reward meant groveling. He would skip it even if they dangled an entire set of mythic gear. He wandered the streets of Stormwind City, admiring the seamless rows of gray-white stone houses. A notification flashed in his friend's channel. Just as he expected, Dragon Soul Guild's leader, Zhulong, was reaching out. Xiao Feng, got a minute? Zhulong's greeting was as friendly as the guy next door. I'm just window shopping. What can I do for you, Guildmaster Zhulong? Xiao Feng asked, sounding relaxed. I thought you'd be grinding. After the pleasantry, Zhulong got to the point. Our garrison defense starts in a little over an hour. Brother Jeantian says heaven-tier defenses are brutal. We've partnered with God's Guild, but people still fear a wipe, so we want your help. Name your price, rare items, cash, whatever. A mountain of XP almost made Xiao Feng say yes, but a top player had to keep up his image. Otherwise, every guild would come begging for friendly backup, and that was beneath him. Defenses eat up a lot of time, and I already promised some friends a dungeon run, he said, deliberately hedging. You can run a dungeon anytime, Zhulong coaxed. Bring your friends along. The defense pays huge EXP and can drop legendary or even mythic loot. They'll be thrilled. Let me check with them. Xiao Feng pretended to hesitate. Sure, they'll wait for your reply. Zhulong closed the PM. Xiao Feng immediately forwarded the invite to Li and Zhang Fan. The two howled in the party channel like wolves spotting a rabbit. Quit playing hard to get, Lao Xiao, just accept. 2 more defenses, and we'll crack the front page of the level rankings. Is your boss dead yet? We've got over an hour before the defense, so don't rush, Xiao Feng replied calmly. Zhang Fan answered, almost there. Last boss now once it drops, we're hearthstoning back. Good. We'll talk when you're home. Xiao Feng collapsed the chat window and kept strolling through the capital. Though he had spent plenty of time in-game, he had never truly explored Stormwind. Thick stone walls encircled the city, thousands of buildings spreading outward in concentric layers. True commercial zones were scarce, clustered around the teleport hub, the marketplace, and the war hall. A little farther out lay the crafting districts, while the rest consisted of NPC housing and player-owned property. Those player homes started at tens of thousands of gold. With 1 gold trading at 8 yuan, the prices rivaled real-world apartments in a first-tier city. Buying property in a game, Xiao Feng scoffed. We log in to fight and kill bosses. Who's going to sit around at home? Money or not. You just don't burn it like this. As far as anyone knows, No one has ever tried something this extravagant. 10-odd minutes later, Zhang Fan and Li Li finished their instance run and returned to town, meeting up with Xiao Feng in Stormwind City. Amid the bustling main street, Xiao Feng switched to voice chat and called Zhulong, leader of the Dragon Soul Guild. Guild leader Zhulong, my friends agreed. Give us guest status. We'll come over 10 minutes before the defense battle starts. He sent over Zhang Fan's and Li Li's character IDs as well. Zhulong replied almost instantly. Done. Access granted. Once you reach Dragonblood City, just teleport straight to the guild base. Shindi, the chairman of Pantheon, is here too and wants a worded like your help in the defense as well. Sure, we'll talk when we arrive, Xiao Feng said with a nod. Zhulong continued. How do you want to handle payment? Xiao Feng thought for a moment. If there's a mythic piece for level 100 mages or 1 without level restrictions, he'll take it. Skill books only if I actually need them. I'm not that picky anymore. That's it. Zhulong sounded uneasy. Brother Zhantian already gave you 1,000,000 gold, and you two have other deals going. If Dragon Soul pays less, will be a joke. Then tell me what you think is fair, Xiao Feng laughed. Keep what you just asked for, and he'll transfer another 20 million in cash offline, Zhulong said readily. The guild's short on gear, and you can't use that many legendary pieces yourself. Cash is more practical. No problem, Xiao Feng agreed at once, secretly delighted. One fight, full experience, a mythic item, some skill books, and 20 million in real money. It felt like a dream. The perks he enjoyed were absurd. Send me your account number, and I'll wire it now. Xiao Feng forwarded his bank info. Moments later Zhulong said, all set. Need to log off and check? Everyone knows Dragon Soul's reputation. I'm good. See you soon, Xiao Feng replied lightly. With 20 million just earned, he couldn't even be bothered to confirm if his wings were growing, and so was his confidence. He closed the channel and shared the finalized terms with his two friends. Lily immediately let out a playful groan. Must be nice being a top player. In under 3 days you've pocketed 240 million. At this rate you're making almost 100 million a day, even a printing press can't keep up. Though he joked, his face showed only admiration, no envy. To Xiao Feng, money was already just a number. Zhang Fan laughed. Thanks to old Xiao, we've saved up tens of thousands of gold. Sell some spare loot, and we'll have 1,000,000 in no time. True, Lily said, then put on a mock troubled face. Sigh, being rich hurts. If I don't spend, I feel awful. Let's hit the market and buy health mana pots and scrolls. Xiao Feng teased. Other people with money hit clubs, models, and movie stars. You blow yours on consumables now, that's what I call a real bumpkin. Hey, personal attack. Pay damages. Nothing under 100 million. Lily yelled. All three burst out laughing and headed toward the player marketplace. After restocking, Xiao Feng checked the time. There was still a full hour before Dragon Soul's defense battle. It's early. Wanna farm mobs? Zhang Fan suggested. I'm good either way, Xiao Feng said. Lily thought for a moment. Let's go to Sunset Wasteland. Level 100 mobs, close by, and perfect for old Xiao's level. The three agreed at once and walked to the teleport array. As the portal's light flickered with the steady flow of travelers, a figure emerged. It was a young man in plain traditional robes, with no flashy effects at all, looking every inch the modest wandering swordsman. Above his head floated the ID Jianzhan Sangxing, along with a conspicuous tag, level 62, 40,000 H5 strength, plain to see. The two sides met heated. Jianzhan Sangxing glanced at Xiao Feng's gleaming epic set, and a trace of scorn curled the corner of his cool face. Gaudy fool, he muttered, not too loud yet not too soft, then walked past the trio. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's brow knitted. He knew Jianzhan Sangxing was close to Tianxiao Wudi and would never be friendly to him, but he hadn't expected a casual encounter at the city gate to start with an outright insult. Xiao Feng had spent 3 days roaming the multiverse, one-shotting monsters and players alike, dropping bosses on a whim, and forcing even the temple to bow. Those brazen feats made every player call him a god tier, and strangers who saw the level above his head always kept their distance. Yet this guy opened with a sneer and the word idiot, as if Xiao Feng were beneath him. That's some world-class posturing. Lily flared. He spun around and barked, you mutt. Who are you calling stupid? Jianzhan Sangxing didn't even lift an eyelid. It was as if Lily wasn't worth acknowledging. He kept walking. Stop. Xiao Feng's voice dropped to an icy growl. Jianzhan Sangxing finally halted, but he didn't turn around. With his back to them, he said lightly, what? Struck a nerve? Think you can mouth off and leave? Lily snapped. You little piece of trash, playing a special class makes you a pro? You're level 62. Punk, trying to front on your level 90 daddy? Like to show off? Come outside the walls. Watch old Xiao vaporize you 10,000 times with a single magic missile. Nothing but a yapping dog. Jianzhan Sangxing ignored the tirade, turned his gaze on Xiao Feng, and said, these are your companions? Just as I thought, born inferior. Oh, inferiors now? Lily sneered. And what are you, oh exalted one? When people eat rice, you eat dung. When they drink water, you drink piss. When they lie with their wives, you crawl back to your mom. Truly special, your highness. Vulgar. Classless. Jianzhan Sangxing scoffed. Zhang Fan frowned. Classy, huh? You open with idiot. Where's that refinement? I merely stated a fact, Jianzhan Songxing replied, then fixed his eyes on the silent Xiaofeng. Cat got your tongue? Rage churned in Xiaofeng's chest. This guy could posture even better than he could. Xiaofeng might nuke bosses or summon a flame lord to awe the onlookers, but Jianzhan Songxing did nothing and still wore that you're all ants air. How was that tolerable? Heh. Xiaofeng's cold laugh cut the air, his eyes flashing. You want facts? Hey race one, I'm your daddy. The elemental staff materialized in his grip. A lightning bolt as thick as a thigh blasted out crack and slammed into Jianzhan Songxing. Because the attack happened in the city, Xiaofeng's name flipped from white to yellow, flagged by the system as hostile. What stunned everyone was that Jianzhan Songxing didn't fall. Instead, the bolt hit invisible glass with a dull thud. No damage numbers appeared. He merely slid back half a meter. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? Getting antsy now? Xiaofeng struck without warning. Jianzhan Songxing looked mildly surprised, but instead of panicking, he gave a mocking smile. Li Li and Zhang Fan were equally stunned. They had never expected Xiaofeng to attack inside the capital, much less that anyone could survive his lightning arrow, which dealt damage in the tens of millions. Xiaofeng himself was unfazed. 3 layers of blood shields protected him, and Jianzhan Songxing, a mysterious class player, clearly had survival tools of the same tier. When the lightning arrow failed, Xiaofeng raised his staff and hurled a fireball. The 2-meter-wide fireball ripped through the air with a roar, its flames illuminating the entire teleport plaza. In that instant, an angry shout rang out. How dare you fight in the capital? Do you have a death wish? 2 10-man squads of city guard NPCs charged over. The ranged units leveled their staves, magic flaring straight at Xiaofeng. Prepared for this, Xiaofeng activated Earth Elemental Shield. Dense earthen energy wrapped around him like rock strata, giving him 15 million shield points. At the same time, the fireball slammed into Jianzhan Songxing, blasting him back several meters, yet no damage numbers appeared. Is that all you've got? Jianzhan Songxing sneered. He closed his fingers, and a sword that looked carved from jade formed in his hand, the ancient sword Immortal's blade. With a casual flick, a streak of sword energy slashed toward Xiaofeng. The NPC soldiers' spells landed one after another, shredding the 3 blood shields instantly. Damage numbers 61, 882, and 192. 882 popped up from the guard's magic and the sword wave. 6-figure hits would terrify any ordinary player. Even Lucky Cat, wielding an ultra artifact, could barely deal 10,000 per swing, not a tenth of Jianzhan Kangsheng's output. Jianzhan Kangsheng's eyes narrowed. Thick shield, but still a crude lower realm trick, nothing like true immortal arts. He flicked his wrist, sending the sword into the air. It began to tremble, then unleashed a storm of blades, the 10,000 sword technique. Countless sword beams screamed down like a torrential rain. At the same time, all 20 city guards pressed in. A level 130 knight raised his war hammer and used Earth Shatter Strike. The ground boomed, and Xiaofeng was stunned, unable to move for 5 seconds. 281,929, 310,929, 299,903. Every 0.3 seconds the sword storm struck again, piling up more than 1,000,000 damage per second as his shield bar plunged. Compared with that onslaught, the guard's attacks were little more than background noise. What a terrifying class, Xiaofeng muttered, yet he did not flinch. With a thought, he instant cast Levitate, breaking every control effect and rising 2 meters into the air, though his defense dropped to 0. He leveled his staff, firing a stream of black energy demonic corrosion at Jianzhan Songxing. A control spell? Ridiculous. Jianzhan Songxing swept his arms in an arc, and a mirror-like Tai Chi shield appeared. The black energy struck it with a metallic clang and ricocheted away, unable even to penetrate the visual effect. Xiaofeng's pupils contracted. What skill is that? Jianzhan Songxing smiled, contempt dripping from his voice. I am the sword immortal of Jiuzhou. In this inferior plane, no skill can touch me. Admit it, Xiaofeng, you are nothing but a feeble fool. With the words still hanging in the air, he pointed a finger. The hovering sword shuddered, then expanded into a colossal 30-meter blade that plunged straight toward Xiaofeng. 9 provinces, sword immortal? A lower plane? My skills don't work? Xiaofeng frowned hard. A dozen questions flashed through his mind. When did the game add rules like this? Is there really a cultivation realm above the fantasy world? Before he could figure it out, a spectral greatsword tens of meters long crashed from the sky. With a thought, he formed a water shield overhead. Boosted by his weather mage talent, the man-sized barrier instantly expanded 11-fold, turning into a blue canopy that blocked the heavens. The giant blade slammed down. A deafening crash shook the shield, nearly shattering it. 3,982,822. Almost 4 million damage wiped out half its strength. That's stronger than a mythic boss. Holy crap, I already thought Xiao was busted, but someone can actually keep up with him. Lili gasped when he saw the numbers. High above, Jianzhan Songxing stayed calm. Still alive? Then have another. He flicked his wrist. A fresh sword strike gathered. Around Xiaofeng, 20 city guard NPCs kept attacking and spamming crowd control. The shield held, but he couldn't move. Li, give me immunity. He barked. On it. Li cast Purify, draping Xiao Feng in 5 seconds of super armor. The opening was tiny. Xiao Feng cycled through his spells at lightning speed. Chain Lightning, Magic Missile, Thunderfall, Rainstorm, Magic Missile, Gale. 6 spells fired like a volley. The sword aura kept falling, each slash tearing 1,000,000 points off his earthen barrier, while Xiao Feng's magic hammer Jianzhan Songxing. Chain Lightning hit first, only to ricochet off a glassy shield. Magic Missile followed, cracking that translucent layer. Then thunderclouds boiled, rain poured, and gales roared. Centered on Xiao Feng, an elemental storm swept hundreds of meters, as if the entire city were dragged into a cataclysmic spell. What's happening? Is that forbidden magic? Who's fighting inside the city? Panicked players scattered, unable to intervene because the system hadn't flagged them as enemies. The city guards, however, vaporized the moment the storm touched them. Pinned in the eye of the tempest, Jianzhan Songxing finally paled. Thunderfall struck once every second. Boom, boom, boom. The 5th bolt shattered his glassy shield before the earthen one could give. Sizzle. 233,982. Over 200,000 damage erased his last 40,000 HP. Jianzhan Songxing crashed to the ground. How is this possible? He lay there, stunned. As an ancient sword immortal from realms beyond this one, being defeated by a lower plane life form made no sense. Xiao Feng had won, yet his face was anything but pleased. He only managed 230,000 damage. Lightning strike should have hit for more than 23 million. That means that even without that long-duration shield, Jianzhan Songxing was still cutting 99% of the incoming damage. With Xiao Feng's 10,000-fold burst, that number was absurd. A reduction this extreme outclassed most mythic bosses and showed just how frightening Jianzhan Songxing's class really was. Too bad I'm still not stronger than he is, Xiao Feng thought as he stepped forward, ready to lecture him. Before he could speak, Jianzhan Songxing resurrected at the nearby spawn point, flashed into view by the teleport pad, triggered a long-range blink, and disappeared. He ran? Xiao Feng blinked. Li and Zhang Fan saw it too and felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Moments ago, Jianzhan Songxing had strutted around, mocking them like helpless chicks. They had planned to kill him and dance on his corpse, but the instant the tide turned he bolted, leaving no chance at all. Damn it. Next time he'll curse his entire ancestry out of the grave, Li snarled. Xiao Feng exhaled slowly. He almost pulled it off, but luckily I had enough mana to keep firing. Remembering how his skills had kept getting shut down, demonic corrosion's attack debuff included, he had briefly wondered if he could win. The NPC guards around the teleport pad kept hurling crowd control at him, scrambling his focus. If he hadn't bombarded the shield with rapid-fire skills, he would never have broken it. When it finally shattered, it had only 2 million durability. Another few ultimates, and Jianzhan Songxing might have survived. Without the Earth Element shield, his 16,000 HP was paper-thin before an Ancient Sword Immortal. This Ancient Sword Immortal is brutal. Anyone else would have been one-shot, Zhang Fan sighed. Li frowned. Now that Tianxiao Wudi has recruited him, he'll be coming after old Xiao sooner or later. Watch out. Xiao Feng nodded, but his attention was on the trouble right in front of them. Criminals. Fighting in the capital and murdering city guards. Drop your weapons and surrender, or be sentenced to life imprisonment. A thunderous shout rolled over from the Lord's mansion. Vice Commander Hart led several hundred fully armed NPC soldiers and swiftly surrounded them. Li's face darkened. Because they had been in the same party, Xiao Feng's red name murder count and NPC kills had been shared, and now all 3 were wanted. We should have taken it outside the city, Zhang Fan muttered. Standing back to back, the trio eyed the spears and shields and felt cornered. Xiao Feng shrugged with a smile. It's just a game. If someone trash talks you, you beat him right there. What are we kids arranging a fight after school? Sure, but we're about to get arrested. Li half laughed, half groaned. Life imprisonment is basically a ban. Artifacts, gold, talents all worthless. Relax, Xiao Feng said calmly. They're just NPC guards. You don't really think I can't handle them, do you? He raised one hand and began casting. The 3-second channel vanished in a blink. The soldiers tightened their circle as Hart stepped forward to order the arrest, then the air behind him detonated. Boom. A portal dozens of meters wide tore open, spewing crimson flame. An infernal monarch more than 40 meters tall, its body bubbling like molten rock, ripped through the rift and planted a colossal foot on the pavement. Roar. The savage bellow and accompanying heat wave blasted across several kilometers, rattling chips from the city walls. Stormwind City trembled, and the tens of thousands of players near the teleport pad were left staring, speechless at the spectacle. What is happening? That thing's huge. Is it a boss? The Flame Lord Xiao Feng summoned? What the hell? 478 million HP. The Flame Lord rose from the center of the empty teleport array like a burning mountain. Its gold-crimson armor of molten rock cracked and reformed in endless cycles, and scalding waves of heat shot into the sky. The creature was so massive that every nearby player and soldier automatically took half a step back, getting a perfect view of it. Because it was a summon, its stats hovered openly for all to see: 478 million health, over 6 million base attack. Cold numbers, yet more shocking than any war. One word filled everyone's mind: absurd. Nothing could be more ridiculous. Lily stared up at it, his voice trembling. Exhao. He stood beside the pillar-like foot of the Flame Lord, feeling like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. You might as well have called that thing out earlier to pound sword severs all, Zhang Fan muttered. Xiao Feng shrugged. 3-second cast time. I figured the fight would be over before it landed, so I didn't bother. The two fell silent, continuing to stare at the fiery mountain. Deputy Captain Hart of the City Guard arrived with his troops. He had planned to cite Stormwind's laws, but the instant he saw the Flame Lord, his expression changed. He sensed its power dwarfed his own. A direct clash meant certain defeat. Still, as deputy captain, he could not retreat. He stepped forward, his voice loud but taut. Xiao Feng, where did you summon that monster from? Xiao Feng looked back without emotion. From my skill bar. He raised a hand to keep the Flame Lord still, then added with a trace of apology. Hart, I accidentally killed a few of your men earlier, sorry about that. But if you try to arrest me or my friends, I can't comply. The Flame Lord stays right here. If you want to fight, think carefully. He had killed Sword Severs all for personal satisfaction, not to end up rotting in jail. Years of gaming had taught him that in Realm of the Heavens, every rule could be shattered by force. Hart tightened his grip on his sword and retorted, take a life, pay with your own. Break the law, go to jail. Don't think we can't handle you just because you adventurers can respawn. Under Stormwind law, the three of you committed a grave crime today. You will be detained and spend the rest of your lives behind bars. Though the Flame Lord's aura made many guards' knees buckle, Hart did not back down. He raised his arm to give the order when Xiao Feng's voice suddenly rang out, sharp and loud. Think it through. The moment you attack, every guard here will die, including you. Ill-level Stormwind, this city will burn to ashes. Xiao Feng had no real desire to fight. It wasn't fear. He simply refused to make an enemy of the capital. He still needed its portals, respawn points, and markets. If he slaughtered the city guards, Stormwind would blacklist him and shut every facility in his face, turning future quests into nightmares. To him, these words were a concession. To Hart, they were a naked threat. Hart roared, what soldier fears death? To uphold the laws of Stormwind City, they'll bring you in today, even if I have to spill my own blood. Before the words had faded, a spear more than 3 meters long formed in his palm, lightning coiling around the shaft. He rocketed toward Xiao Feng like a cannonball. Xiao, what now? Are we really going to fight? If we kill him, we'll be outlaws across every realm. A friend hissed from the crowd. All the human capitals share one record: take out Stormwind's vice-general, and we'll be hunted everywhere. Yet surrender meant a lifetime behind bars. Xiao Feng's brow tightened. He couldn't decide. Die? Hart snarled. His spear swept sideways, aiming straight at the summoner's body to sever the Flame Lord's link at its source. As a level 200 mythic boss, even his casual strike packed hundreds of thousands of damage. Xiao Feng instantly raised a water shield. The sapphire barrier rippled as the Flame Lord, linked to his mind, lifted a massive fist in response. Boom. The spear hammered the shield, ripples spreading while 300k floated above. A stone fist the size of a cottage followed, smashing Hart and hurling him more than 10 meters. He crashed through the floorboards, rolled, and blasted through a wall in a spray of debris. Hart, half buried in rubble, spat blood. 3.9M appeared over his head. With the Flame Lord's 150% attack bonus, even a mythic boss couldn't shrug it off. General, hundreds of city guards cried. Fearing Xiao Feng might press the attack, they formed ranks at once: melee, archers, and mages, unleashing a storm of fire. Wind blades howled, fireballs burst, and arrows rained in a blinding swirl of light. Lao Li, Lao Zhang, get under the Flame Lord's feet. Xiao Feng shouted. He layered an earth shield on himself and fell back to stabilize the line. Every guard was at least level 130. 100 striking together were no joke. Even Xiao Feng couldn't tank it heated, so the Flame Lord's bulk became their only cover. Boom, boom, boom. Sword auras, lightning bolts, and meteorites slammed into the giant. Damage numbers from tens of thousands to over 100,000 dancing across his frame. Several legendary elites were in the mix, and their blows hurt. Xiao Feng wedged his two companions between the Lord's ankles and covered the other flank himself. Because the guards didn't focus their fire, the first wave left the pair unscathed. Xiao Feng, though, lost nearly 3 million shield points, about a quarter of what the Flame Lord had taken. Again, Hart had already clawed free, wiping blood from his lips. A green gale exploded around him as he blurred forward. Enough! A thunderous voice boomed from the City Lord's mansion. Xiao Feng froze mid-spell, and Hart skidded to a halt. My lord? Hart turned, bewildered. Every guard followed suit. The spectators held their breath, eyes locked on the mansion. About 50 meters above its high walls, a man in green leather armor, longbow and quiver on his back, stood in midair like a poised falcon. Calm and composed, he glided toward the crowd. He's flying. An NPC who can fly so cool. That must be Stormwind's city lord. The players erupted. Flying NPCs were something Xiao Feng had never seen before. A second-tier, mage's levitation spell could only raise a caster a few meters, hardly real flight. Rumor said that wind mages around level 150 could learn soar, but Xiao Feng had never witnessed it himself. Now, without a single incantation, the Lord of Stormwind City was walking on air, a spectacle that made every nearby player suck in a breath. My lord, why have you come in person? Hart, who respected the city lord deeply, sheathed his weapon and dropped to one knee in a knight's salute. Xiao Feng opened the newcomer's info panel. Demigod Lord of Stormwind City Cassius. Mythic boss level, 250. HP, 31,500,000 31,500,000. Target level 2 high additional data, unavailable. Holy demigod. It was the first time he had seen an NPC with that prefix. The strongest creature had met before was only Sanctum tier. So level 250 marked demigod status? Above that true gods? While everyone else was still stunned, the demigod hovered above the teleport array. Looking down at the crowd, Cassius ordered, "That's enough for today. Hart, stand down and compensate the fallen. I will handle Xiao Feng myself." But, my lord Hart clearly felt wronged. Xiao Feng had wiped out 20 guards with one rainstorm spell. He thought such a crime deserved harsh punishment. Cassius' calm voice allowed no dissent. "Hart, are you questioning me? I wouldn't dare." Hart bowed his head. "Withdraw." "Yes, sir." Powerless to argue, Hart shot Xiao Feng a resentful glare and led the city guards away from the circle. Xiao Feng let out a silent sigh of relief. The city lord's arrival had pulled him back from the brink. "Thank you, my lord," he said, cupping his fists. Cassius spoke coolly. "Save your thanks. You caused quite a commotion. If I don't punish you, how can I keep order in Stormwind City?" Then what punishment do you have in mind?" Xiao Feng asked, curious. Cassius slowly lifted the longbow from his back, his voice crisp. "You killed 20 of my soldiers with one spell. As retribution, you will take one shot from me. After that, your fate is your own, and I'll pursue the matter no further." "Fine, let's do it." Xiao Feng agreed at once. A blood shield formed over his chest, able to absorb one lethal hit. His earth shield and water shield had both refreshed. With triple protection, he doubted he could be one-shotted. Worst case, he'd lose 20% experience. No big deal. The Lord himself is taking action. From a safe distance, Hart and the others watched with barely concealed excitement. Their earlier frustration was about to be avenged. Hovering in midair, Cassius announced, "All bystanders, fall back." Then he knocked an arrow and drew his bow. The instant the bowstring touched the arrow, an overwhelming pressure swept across the plaza. Li and Zhang Fan felt as if a mountain had crashed down on their heads, sending shivers across their scalps. They bolted at once, diving for cover. Xiao Feng's chest tightened, as though a boulder had slammed into his heart, and cold sweat crawled down his back. What's going on? Is a level 250 demigod really this strong? I'm terrified before he even attacks. Clenching his teeth, he refused to drop his guard. With a sweep of both hands he conjured a water barrier, then an earthen shield, stacking them before him. More than 10,000 players had crowded around the arena, the silence almost eerie. Every gaze was fixed on the center. Could the game's top player, Xiao Feng, survive the Storm City Lord's opening move? Everyone held their breath. No player had ever witnessed the power of a level 250 demigod, and this strike was destined for the annals of World of Myriad Realms. On the raised platform, the demigod Lord Cassius drew his longbow to its limit, the light at the arrowhead compressing into a dazzling star. When the bowstring reached full crescent, he announced the skill in a flat voice, "Blazing meteor god-falling arrow." A low hum sounded as the string snapped free. Whoosh! The sky seemed to tear apart. The arrow streaked downward, trailing a blinding tail of fire. Its path was visible, yet it moved with lightning speed. No sooner had the crowd fixed on it than it pierced Xiao Feng's water barrier. The watery veil shredded like paper, and before the boom reached anyone's ears, the arrowhead smashed into the turtle's hell earthen shield behind it. Crack! In a mere hundredth of a second, the heavy earth shield exploded into sand. A third barrier of crimson light flared up, the life-saving effect of his mythic helm. Yet under that terrifying arrow it shattered like glass, and even the priceless helm itself split with a jagged crack. Holy! Xiao Feng's mind reeled. The arrow had sliced through every shield as if they weren't there, and it still hadn't lost momentum. Swish! The cold gleam speared straight through him, the leftover force slamming into the ground. Boom! The earth erupted into a 30-meter-wide crater, stone tiles pulverized, and debris flung skyward. 87,309,982. Critical. A red number 87 million and change floated above Xiao Feng's head for all to see. The only sound left was a collective gasp. 80+ million damage. Who could tank that? Even a mythic tier boss would be one shot. Xiao Feng's silhouette disintegrated in the glare, signaling his death. It was the first time he had been killed since leaving the beginner village. The cooldown on his undying spirit robe hadn't reset, so it offered no salvation. Even if it had, The gear itself would likely have been damaged just like the helm. 87 million final damage was already beyond the limit of endurance, and that was after burning through 10 million points of water barrier and 15 million of earthen shield. Without the twin shields, the hit would have cleared 100 million with ease. Since the server's launch, Xiaofeng had never faced a boss this terrifying, and he finally understood what a level 250 foe truly meant. No wonder La Ronar can keep the Corefire Lake in check and protect Blaze City's territory for thousands of kilometers. Once you break past the Saint tier and become a demigod, everything changes. Crash. The moment Xiaofeng was one shot, a blinding ring of light burst across the teleport plaza, scattering weapons, potions, and a carpet of gold. Red name players already drop loot like crazy, and with blood debts on his head, the cash alone stripped away 20% of his fortune 200,000 gold coins. High above, the demigod Lord Cassius hovered in midair, golden cloak snapping in the wind as he surveyed the scene. His handsome, cool face showed no emotion. His voice boomed, clear and commanding. The young still need tempering. I'm confiscating these coins to compensate the families of the soldiers you killed. Any objections? As a corpse, Xiaofeng couldn't argue, and the restitution was fair enough. He accepted the 20% experience loss and the 200,000 gold. Cassius flicked his wrist. Runes of light flashed, and the coins vanished as if swept away by a hurricane. Business finished. He turned and walked through the air, his figure shrinking to a streak of gold heading toward the Lord's manor. Lili hurried over, unfurled a resurrection scroll beside the still warm bloodstain, and a pillar of silver-white light descended. Xiaofeng's body reformed. He stood up, pale but unscathed. Gathering his scattered gear, he quickly checked his stats. The moment he set the crown of sanguine power back on his head, he frowned. The blood shield stack cap had dropped from 3 layers to 2. That god-felling arrow didn't just kill, it damaged equipment. Lucky the crown hadn't shattered completely, or he'd be scrambling for a replacement. When you have time, come to the Lord's manor. I need a word with you. The familiar voice sounded right beside his ear, as if Cassius were standing next to him, yet the plaza was empty save for the murmuring players. It had to be a high-level NPC's whisper. What could a demigod like him want with me? Xiaofeng wondered. Then he remembered the incidents had stirred up in Boulder Town and Silvermine Town, when the Lord had promised a reward. Could it be tied to those? After being killed once, Xiaofeng felt a lingering unease. He wanted to settle the score, yet he had no convincing excuse and knew he was still a step behind in strength. The 2 fights today meant everything to him. In the first, he witnessed a top-tier player with his own eyes and realized he was far from invincible, wasn't the only lucky one out there. In the second, he brushed against the game's deeper secrets, the power of a demigod, the Jojo sword immortal, entire planes of existence. It dawned on him that this world was far bigger than he had imagined. Just as the alien civilization had said when it arrived, this wasn't merely a game, but an immense universe. Once he broke through to level 100, he planned to visit Geocore Lake and pry more high-level intel from Master La Ronar. The thought reminded him that the real Blue Star would eventually connect with other civilizations, and when that day came, authority and power would be the only passports. Any advantage gained early on could decide one's future fate. Before clearing his red name, Xiaofeng and 2 companions temporarily left Storm City. They were gone, but the rumors inside the city only grew louder. 3 clashes had unfolded. The audience went from a handful of onlookers to a surging crowd. When the demigod city lord finally appeared, one arrow shattered the sky, stunning everyone and becoming the hottest topic at every table. By comparison, Xiaofeng's peak duel with Jianzhan Songsheng felt almost unnoticed, first because it ignited too suddenly for anyone but the closest players to see clearly, and second because by the time others followed the gale and thunder to the scene, the outcome was already decided. Still, Xiaofeng's summoning of the Flame Lord in front of the teleportation array, pillars of fire soaring into the clouds with no buildings to block the view, left an even deeper impression, far more spectacular than his earlier display in the Flame Temple. One breathtaking feat after another spread like wildfire to every corner of the Zhutian Dragon Kingdom subzone. Even people who normally ignored game news heard about the 87 million damage figure that towered like a mountain. Few cared about Jianzhan Songsheng, yet in Xiaofeng's mind that player was a far greater threat than the demigod city lord. The Lord was an NPC with only 1 life, while a player could respawn endlessly. If that expert who had nearly one-shot him decided to stay hostile, Xiaofeng would face trouble for a long time. Today's brief encounter already hinted that the 2 could never coexist peacefully. Their next meeting would be even fiercer. Xiaofeng, the garrison defense battle starts in 20 minutes. Are you all set over there? Can you make it back in time? Zhulong's message popped up while Xiaofeng was still washing off his red name. Thanks to Dragon Soul's sharp intel, they already knew what had gone down in Stormwind City and worried that Xiaofeng might be pinned there. Relax, they'll be over in a minute, Xiaofeng said lightly. I'm clearing my red name, only 50 infamy points left. At my grind speed, that's 3 minutes tops. Good. The reply came with an audible sigh of relief. Zhulong burst out laughing on voice chat. Man, I just heard about your play in Stormwind Absolute God level. With you on guard, we can finally sleep easy at the base. You flatter me. See you soon. Xiaofeng ended the call politely. Lily shook his head in awe. Old Xiao, you're already sitting at the top of the heavens trending list. No one in any game has ever looked this dominant. World champs, Megawooly Severion else is taking a back seat. The servers had been live for barely 3 days, and no one had expected Xiaofeng to surge this far ahead, his level almost unreal. Xiaofeng waved him off with a grin. This is just the beginning. You'd better get used to it, I'm only going to get stronger. Damn, praise you a little, and you're already wagging your tail. Can't help it, I'm too good looking. Chatting as they farmed, the trio wiped out the last of Xiaofeng's infamy. He crushed a scroll, blue light flared, and they reappeared at Stormwind City's teleport node. This time, the city guards didn't parade by shouting. 2 patrol squads merely glared from afar, clearly holding a grudge yet too wary of Xiaofeng's power to act. One hostile capital down Stormwind -1. He joked, opening another portal. Destination, Dragonblood City. The 3 of them landed in the main plaza where Dragon Soul was stationed. The demigod city lord, Cassius, didn't summon them, so Xiaofeng set aside the palace visit for another day. From there, they took a smaller portal straight to Dragon Soul's guild base. He's here, Xiaofeng's here. As the teleport glow faded, excited voices rang out. The base looked like a modest village, yet elite players in top-tier gear crowded around, eyes ablaze. Farther out, members sporting Dragon Soul or Pantheon crests held thick defensive lines along the walls, ready for incoming monsters. Xiaofeng. Zhulong waved from the front, laughing. Come over, I'll introduce you to a few friends. Gathered beside him stood a line of heavy hitters, the nearest being Pantheon's guild master, Shendi. Such a welcome, I'm flattered, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Boss Shendi, a pleasure to finally meet you. Hailed as the top guild leader among Longwa players, Shendi's strength rivaled Dragon Soul's. Both his personal combat power and his wallet ran deep, making him a figure no one could underestimate. Master Xiao, your reputation is legendary. I've been eager to see your skills firsthand, Shendi replied graciously. Usually aloof, he kept things cordial among these elite players. Ordinary gamers rarely got so much as a nod. Nothing special, I'm just swinging a sword around, Xiaofeng said modestly. He gestured to the 2 men beside him. These are my close friends, Li and Zhang Fan. We're just casual wanderers, so please take good care of them. True to form, Xiaofeng never forgot his buddies. At his introduction, Li and Zhang Fan instantly received a flood of friend requests. After a bit of small talk, Zhulong and Shendi started introducing their own guild elites to Xiaofeng. Dragon Soul currently fields 2 elite squads. Each member either holds a high-tier hidden class or possesses an exceptional talent, making them markedly stronger than ordinary players and roughly on par with Zhang Fan. The acknowledged powerhouse of these squads is a young woman. Her in-game handle is 1/ for every basic bro, though everyone simply calls her Blade Siswayu Assassin. She sits in the top 10 of the level rankings at level 56. Her features aren't exactly stunning, but the vine green, form-fitting soft armor she favors traces every curve of her athletic figure. Under the lights, the metal-laced fabric highlights the smooth lines of her chest, waist, and hips, stealing every gaze around her. Huayu Assassin belongs to a magic-based assassin branch. She wields daggers and wears leather, yet all her skills deal spell damage and stack lethal poison. A single burst can drop an average player in under 3 seconds. Worse still, she loves backstabs, especially shots to the rear, always followed by a teasing laugh that turns the class sneakiness into pure art. She was already a world-class assassin in the previous game. Her legend has only grown since. Across the field, the rival Pantheon Guild boasts even more experts, though only 8 or 9 have shown up today. The most prominent is also top 10 on the charts, Shashin, now level 57. His class is Dark Warrior from the Berserker line, brutal damage, easily 10 times higher than a normal player's, and he siphons health with every strike. However, his defense and survivability are paper-thin. Without a high-tier priest or knight watching his back, he can disappear in a mass fight almost instantly. All of these aces are paid professionals, the backbone of their respective guilds. Besides Xiaofeng, they form the main firepower for today's stronghold defense. Combined, Dragon Soul and Pantheon bring 18 top players, just short of 4 full parties. Xiaofeng suggests adding Li and Zhang Fan to make it 20, then folds in himself and 29 priest players. A 50-person raid takes shape, the core of this defense. With less than 5 minutes until the event starts, Zhulong snaps out the orders. Teams 1 and 2 hold the east wall, 3 and 4, south, 5 and 6, west, 7 and 8, north. Teams 9 and 10 follow Xiaofeng for mobile support. Any objections? Shashin, Blade Sis, and the others voice none. Only Xiaofeng shakes his head. I don't need an escort. I move too fast, they'll just slow me down. Let 9 and 10 roam until the welfare boss appears, then throw their buffs on me. Alright, we'll do it your way, Zhulong agrees with a wry smile. He knows Xiaofeng fights on a different plane. Charging solo into a mob is the man's style, and a tale of priests would be suicide. At the command, 50 players split off toward the four walls. Xiaofeng, flanked for the moment by two longtime friends, heads for the east side. East Wall Party 1 fields 5 members: Warrior Zhang Fan, Priest Li Li, Assassin Blade Sis, Knight Zhulong, and Archer Bailong. It's a lineup with stout defenses, ample healing, and no shortage of firepower. Under normal combat settings, they could wipe out a level 80 epic boss without breaking a sweat. On the road east of the city, Lili slung a longbow over his shoulder and sighed. Man, old Xiao's coming along. We won't have any bosses left to fight. Zhu Long shrugged with a grin. Cleaning up trash mobs quickly isn't so bad, saves us time and effort. At the front, Xiaofeng said coolly, if you really want a boss, they'll leave you a legendary one later. Never mind. Lili backed down at once, waving both hands. Once siege monsters hit 100, we'd need a few hundred people and a mountain of corpses to push through, never mind 2 parties. The group climbed the eastern wall of the stronghold. A level 1 base had pathetic defenses, the battlements barely held a few thousand players, and the overflow had to form ranks outside. Stronghold defense battle countdown, 200 seconds. The system's ticking echoed in their ears. Zhang Fan rubbed his palms, eyes shining. After this fight, I can hit second class. Xiaofeng added calmly, after this fight and the next, they'll be ready for third. Everyone, look, mobs are spawning already. A Dragon Soul player pointed into the distance. 3 kilometers away, gray mist boiled while countless dark shapes poured out. A sharpied archer raised his scope, took one look, and sucked in a breath. Level 80 mobs from Ghost Plane. Ghost Wraiths. Ghouls. Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes. He knew that map inside out had carved through the fallen god's ground in Ghost Plane to steal the guild stronghold token. It looked like the system had drafted every high-level monster near Dragonblood City for this assault. No mythic boss today, I'm afraid, he murmured. Zhulong cocked his head. Oh, why not? There's only one mythic around here, the Dread Knight. I already killed it. With nothing left to pull, the system can't spawn a new one. A silence fell. Dragon Soul had thrown an entire guild at that level 100 mythic and bled for the kill. Xiaofeng had soloed it. Nothing more needed saying. Stronghold defense battle countdown, 30 seconds. Far off, tens of thousands of monsters surged like a gray tide toward the walls. Unable to restrain his urge to level up, Xiaofeng vaulted from the parapet. His HP bar flickered, losing only 300 points, and he sprinted straight into the horde. Sister Dao yelped. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lili waved her off. Relax. Old Xiao's shield is 15 million. City guards can't crack it, let alone a bunch of level 80 trash. 15 million. Voices squeaked in unison. Sister Dao did a quick calculation and frowned. At full DPS ID, need 50 minutes to chew through that. He can refill the shield every 30 seconds, Lili added mildly. Sister Dao. While they spoke, Xiaofeng was already deep in the mob. System messages scrolled in a blur. You defeated a ghost scout and gained 853 EXP. You defeated. Stingy, he muttered. He needed 7 million experience to level. At 800 a pop, that meant 8 or 9,000 kills. Stingy or not, there are plenty of mobs. With that he flicked his wrist. Summon Flame Lord. After a 3-second chant, the ground split open. A blazing giant more than 30 meters tall roared to life. Easily 10 times the height of the ghost mobs. The Dragon Soul players on the wall erupted. What the hell? A mythic this early? Idiot, that's Xiaofeng's summon. Damn, with that thing around, I feel like the mobs are the ones in danger, not us. Couldn't agree more. Boom. The Flame Monarch materialized and immediately slammed his colossal fist into the ground, the molten afterimage detonating with a deafening roar. A shockwave spread 30 meters in every direction, pulverizing nearby mobs before they could even scream. With an attack power north of 6 million and a body over 40 meters tall, he didn't need skills to kill, just taking a step would crush a crowd. And he still had an even more outrageous AoE ultimate. Flame breath now, Xiaofeng ordered. The monarch obeyed. He flung his arms wide, lava-black chest swelling as he reared back for barely a second. Then roar. A 4-meter-wide beam of golden fire blasted downward, plowing across the ground like an iron ox, and carving an 80-meter trench of scorched earth. The ghost mobs left no trace but the metallic tang of burnt air. Xiaofeng's experience bar rocketed upward. In seconds he had pocketed tens of thousands of XP, as nearly 100 monsters were erased. Whoa, that's gorgeous. I wish I could summon something like that. Players on the east wall stared, starry-eyed. The Flame Monarch was so massive that even squads on the other flanks could see him wreaking havoc. Impressed by the clearing speed, Xiaofeng grinned. Perfect time to take it easy. He cast again, conjuring a basic fire elemental. He sent both summons to the front line and lounged in the back, lobbing Rainstorm, Chain Lightning, and Fireball. Summons were leashed to a 100-meter radius around him. The Flame Monarch handled long-range threats. The little fire elemental covered melee, and Xiaofeng acted as an artillery turret. Together they blanketed the field in overlapping firepower. Stronghold defense countdown. 3, 2, 1 start. First wave, 20,000 monsters. Bosses, 0. The fight opened with the mobs surging forward at full tilt, swarming toward the walls. But an anomaly quickly showed up on the east side. Xiaofeng was a walking magnet, dragging every level 80 to level 100 monster straight to him. They howled, desperate to shred this living tauntingly to meet the flame monarch's molten fists and the fire elemental's blazing tackles. One arrived, one died. Two arrived, both died. Xiaofeng tossed spells like confetti. Fireballs burst and arcs of lightning crackled, one-shotting anything he glanced at. A whole lane of the assault was single-handedly severed. Holy crap, is he broken? Are we basically AFK right now? How many mobs have even made it through? Zhulong and the others gaped from the ramparts. Fewer than half the monsters that should have reached the wall slipped past Xiaofeng. No mobs, no XP. Xiao, let some Thrudon hog everything. Lily yelled in the team channel. Huh. Oh sorry, my bad. He'll move over. Realizing the Dragon Soul squad was starving for experience, Xiaofeng led his 2 summons toward the flank. Halfway there, both summons hit their time limits and burst into sparks. He instantly called another small fire elemental, but the Flame Monarch was still on cooldown. Without that behemoth, Xiaofeng's aggro radius shrank, and at last a sizable swarm broke past him and charged for the wall. He dove straight into the horde and unleashed gale force. Quotiateal tornado erupted at his feet, expanding in a heartbeat into a 440-meter-wide pillar of wind that kicked up dust and snapped trees in its path. Within a brutal 220-meter radius, monsters fell like wheat before a scythe, hundreds wiped out in the span of a single breath. His experience bar lurched forward in one satisfying jump. With a light spring off the ground, Xiaofeng shot away like an arrow, weaving between the distant walls and the monster swarm. He kept repositioning, herding mobs into tighter clumps, then chased them down with skills, carving swaths to the east and west. Meanwhile, full-scale battles erupted on all 4 walls. The 2 guilds' 200,000 players in total had their roles nailed down. Dragon's Soul held the front line, while Pantheon rained spells and arrows from the rear. Experience poured in like rushing water. For this lineup, the level 80 mobs were little more than appetizers. Well prepared and heavily manned, they wiped out the first 20,000 monsters in under 3 minutes. The siege felt exactly like a tower defense Game 1 wave every 5 minutes, right on cue. 2 minutes later the second wave spawned, still level 80,100, but now 30,000 strong. Posted on the east side, Xiaofeng claimed roughly 15% of the spawn for himself. After more than 1,000 mobs dropped, he pocketed over 900,000 experience. With so few targets he had to ration his skills, drop a big AoE for a quick sweep, then finish the stragglers one by one, or else he'd be twiddling his thumbs. The relaxed pace washed over the battlefield, and plenty of players were tempted to scoff. Is that all? The third and fourth waves still ambled in at 5-minute intervals, their numbers never matching the killing speed of 200,000 players. During the fourth wave, each wall got 2 level 100 epic bosses with barely a million HP apiece. Nobody even bothered with aggro management. A few stray single-target spells from the crowd erased them instantly. At last the fifth wave showed some teeth. The mobs jumped to level 100,120, and each wall spawned 3 level 120 epic bosses. The towering brutes appeared, and the elite players actually perked up finally, something resembling a main course. Xiaofeng glanced at their stats and curled his lip. Dessert tier, he muttered, leave them for old Zhang and the others. He stayed in his corner, quietly farming trash mobs, though frustration tugged at him. Had hoped for a leveling spree, yet the defense was so easy he had to hold back, wary of stealing anyone's share. Wave 5 vanished in 4 minutes and 35 seconds, with the east wall clearing in just under 4. After a brief lull, Wave 6 hit, 60,000 level 100,120 mobs, plus 4 epic bosses at each wall. The difficulty ticked up, but under the firepower of 200,000 players they were still flattened inside 5 minutes. Then came Wave 7 100,000 monsters, and 20 bosses. The system announced the latest monster stats, and Xiaofeng's eyes lit up when he saw the numbers jump from 15,000 to 20,000 on every front. Finally, a real fight. He tightened his grip on his staff, vaulted off the wall like an arrow, and dove toward the edge of the horde. A burst of blue light erupted from the staff as he unleashed torrential rain. Boom. Storm clouds slammed down, lightning writhed, and a deluge mixed with crackling energy pounded the earth. In a single second, a 110 by 110 meter patch was wiped clean, leaving only steam, blood, and the smell of scorched flesh. A few slow-witted creatures blundered into the downpour, handing Xiaofeng free experience. Congratulations. You have reached level 91. The system chimed. After 7 waves of non-stop assault, his experience bar finally climbed to a new tier. The fight wasn't over, and he didn't bother with stat points yet. Skirting the outer edge of the tide, he slid from target to target, finishing off stragglers. 100,000 monsters were now battering the walls, and 5 epic-level bosses towered outside each section. The sudden spike in both numbers and rank pressed the players harder than ever. These level 120 mobs hit too hard. One bump takes 1,000 HP. I'm getting swarmed here. Heals, please now. Forget the trash mobs, focus the bosses. 200,000 players formed a human shield between the grassland and the ramparts, their chatter drowning out even the monsters' roars. Thanks to the constant flood of commands from the Legion officers, the chaotic lines somehow held. Wave 7 went down in 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Before the bodies could even despawn, Wave 8 split the distant dust and charged in. Zhu Long, the Dragon Soul Guild Master, surveyed the scene from higher ground. The count had climbed again, this time to 120,000, and the lead enemy was a legendary boss. He frowned slightly, then spoke in the team channel. Xiaofeng, the field is yours. I've been waiting for that. Xiaofeng replied with a grin. He raised his staff high. Flames swirled overhead, forming a crimson portal, and the Fire Lord strode onto the emerald plain once more. Greater flame, lesser flame, charge. A towering fire elemental and a smaller one charged into the horde, hurling abilities in every direction and one-shotting anything they touched. Amid the swirling flames, Xiaofeng stayed busy. He locked onto the most distant target and raised his hand. Rainstorm. 2-meter-wide fireballs howled downward like artillery shells, ricocheting through the monsters. Lightning, wind, and ice spells followed in flawless succession, leaving barely half a second between casts. The Godslayer robe fed him 50 mana per second, keeping his bar full and saving him the trouble of using potions. The 8th wave was the first to feel tricky. 200,000 players fought shoulder to shoulder and still sensed the strain. Yet 6 minutes later, every creature lay dead. Fewer than 200 casualties. All Dragon Soul members were resurrected and slotted straight back in. Waves 9 and 10 hit immediately afterward. Their numbers climbed, but their levels hardly changed, so each wave only cost an extra minute or two. Still, the mobs outside the walls piled up. When the 11th wave roared in, a beast tied half a kilometer thick surrounded the city, its count topping 180,000 for the first time. Only then did Xiaofeng fully grasp why Conquest Guild had nearly collapsed at Wave 12. They had fielded just 140,000 players, most underleveled, and the defense alone had cost them more than 1 million deaths. Dragon Soul and Gods united together made the fight easier, but the pressure was climbing fast. Zhu Long, encircling the walls to clear the mobs. If any side can't hold, shout. He'll wipe the densest packs and the bosses first. Message sent. Xiaofeng launched himself into the swarm, frantically harvesting experience. Got it. I'm counting on you. Zhu Long's reply carried a note of urgency. A 440-meter-wide tornado suddenly rose outside the city. A thick layer of monsters was flung skyward. Players on the east rampart stared in shock. They'd seen Xiaofeng cast Gale more than 20 times, yet the efficiency still stole their breath. Once he had carved out a vast clearing, he kept Gale's 4-second movement boost, arrowing through the horde toward the south wall. Rainstorm. The south side, lacking his presence, was under heavier pressure. The monster blockade had already pushed 600 to 700 meters out. 1 second of chant, and Rainstorm formed. Scorching damage erased thousands on impact, and the Ant-Dense ranks handed him 1,000,000 experience in a single burst. He followed up with Firewall, its first appearance in this defense. A scarlet barrier 110 meters long and 5.5 meters wide swept parallel to the wave, reducing everything it touched to ash. Monsters behind shoved those in front, and the moment their feet entered the flames they died just as fast. 2 ultimates in a row, and the south wall's pressure nosedived. Xiaofeng kept moving, swinging toward the west wall while layering a fresh earth shield on himself, then plunged headfirst back into the monster sea. Flame repulsion. Another second-tier skill detonated, a massive ring of fire erupting from his body and expanding in every direction. Wushan Inferno erupted as flame repulsion expanded to a 165-meter radius, second only to Gale Force. A massive wave of fire roared across the western ramparts, instantly swallowing the charging beasts and sending them screaming. A thin curtain of flame intercepted the oncoming blows, and the pressure on the west wall eased at once. Yet the creatures kept coming. Wave 12 spawned right inside the blaze. Xiaofeng swept the battlefield with a glance, shifted his footing, and dashed straight into the densest knot of monsters. Dragon's Breath. With a deafening roar, his staff rose, a crimson sigil flashed, and a fan of fire 33 meters wide and 165 meters long erupted forward. The ground looked as if a red-hot plow had carved through it. Every monster in the sector was reduced to ash. Unstoppable. In the span of a few heartbeats, 2 fire-based AoE spells erased nearly 2,000 enemies, a scene terrifying to behold. The players watched, slackjawed wherever Xiaofeng passed. The field was wiped clean. Keep it up. When we finish this wave, I'll show you a little trick that deals 1 billion damage. Xiaofeng laughed loudly, waving encouragement. 1 billion? You're insane. I know that move. It's the legendary Mega Meteor. He did it once during the Conquest event. The crowd erupted, morale soaring. Under their relentless barrage, The level 120 monsters simply couldn't hold the line and fell in droves. Riding the momentum, Xiaofeng flicked out a few magic missiles, sniping 2 bosses, then blinked toward the north wall. Gale Force and Storm Burst were off cooldown, but he wanted to put on a show, so he held them back. Dancing Flame Dragon. He planted himself in the middle of the mob and began channeling another ultimate taught by Lalanal. Fire gathered at the tip of his staff, and a winged dragon of pure flame, larger even than a flame sovereign, tore into the sky. Screeching, the fiery beast spread its 110-meter wings like a rock blotting out the sun, its searing presence blanketing the battlefield. Holy, what the? Are you kidding me? Every defender on the wall stared, eyes wide, blurting out the same curse. Go, Xiaofeng muttered. During the 30-second channel, he could guide the dragon at will. At his direction, the monster skimmed the ground. Temperatures spiked wherever it passed, roasting nearby enemies even at a 2-meter distance. A 110-meter wide corridor of emptiness stretched hundreds of meters through the horde. Dragon fire. The huge maw gaped, and a torrent of flame charred the grasslands outside the city to cinders, smoke billowing skyward. Not a scrap of the monsters remained. Without the system's protection, the gold coins would have melted into lumps. So strong, unreal. At the north wall, Shindi, guild master of divine ones, felt his scalp tingle. Always proud, even he had to admit it. Xiaofeng wasn't just powerful, he was nearly perfect with Diria, small area, single target, AoE, shields, super armor, aerial control had it all. Then, just as Shindi was marveling, the raging fire dragon vanished into thin air. Huh, that amazing skill only lasts 5 seconds? Hey, even a real man can't stay hard forever. Do it again, I want an encore. The players exchanged baffled shouts. Sweat popped on Xiaofeng's forehead, a stun icon hovered above him. Beside him, a one-eyed ogre was laboring to smash him with a massive hammer. The damage barely tickled his earth shield, but each blow carried a control effect. Dancing Flame Dragon was a channeled spell. Any CC cut it off. He never imagined a measly level 120 mob would interrupt his flashy ultimate. You've got to be kidding me. Xiaofeng's face darkened, veins bulging. The instant the stun wore off, he raised a hand and loosed a lightning bolt. Boom. 32,918,825. Ah, much better. With Xiaofeng rushing to the rescue, the pressure on all 4 walls eased noticeably. Although quite a few frontline players were still knocked down by coordinated monster attacks, casualties never spiraled out of control. The walls remained intact, and not one of the 300 stationed NPC soldiers had fallen far better than at the start of the siege. Xiaofeng moved like the wind around the perimeter. A level 1 guild base was small to begin with, barely a kilometer on each side. Even after pushing the battle lines outward, the square combat zone was still under 3 kilometers across. Racing along this border, he hurled one area effect spell after another. Rainstorm, Gale, Flame Repulsion Ring, Firewall, Dragon Breath, and Flame Dragon Dance. All were massive, screen-clearing attacks. Except for Flame Dragon Dance, which needed a 5-minute cooldown, the others reset in roughly a minute, letting him chain them almost seamlessly. His experience bar rocketed upward. In free fire conditions, he earned nearly 1,000,000 XP per minute. By the time the 18th wave appeared, he had already climbed to level 94. Wave 19. Monsters, 240,000. Bosses, 40. The 19th wave soon roared in while the 18th was still alive, stacking on top of it. Each wall now faced more than 100,000 monsters and a dozen-plus epic-grade bosses. Fortunately, because of the choke points, only about 1/6 of that mass actually pressed against the players, otherwise the defense would have collapsed instantly. Xiaofeng, mythic boss on the west wall. While cleaning up the south side, Xiaofeng received Zhu Long's urgent message. His eyes lit up. On my way. He tossed down a firewall to burn open a gap, cranked his movement speed to the limit, and sprinted westward. Moments later, the target came into view. Undying Banshee Velna. Mythic leader. Level, 145. HP, 11,274,551 15,050,000. Target's level is too high to display further information. She was a petite, warped creature roughly 2.8 meters tall, small by non-human mythic standards. She looked like a dark elf girl of about 10, pointed ears, delicate features, slender limbs, and jet-black eyes that leaked tendrils of gray smoke. A longbow rested in her hands, and every so often she loosed an arrow of pure energy. Whoosh! Just as Xiaofeng arrived, she fired an arrow that streaked over a kilometer and pinned an NPC soldier to the wall, killing him instantly, the first NPC death of the day. Her damage is savage. I have to finish her fast, Xiaofeng muttered. He slipped through the monster ranks, closed to within a few dozen meters, and unleashed his ultimate. Gale. A murderous wind erupted, sweeping out in a 220-meter radius. Trash mobs vanished on the spot, and even epic monsters lasted only a heartbeat. Yet no damage numbers appeared over the dark banshee. A gray barrier had swallowed every ounce of the storm. Oh, what a cute little thing we have here. The dark gothic Vilna stepped out of the black mist, the hem of her ebon Lolita dress swaying as her crimson eyes shone with haughty curiosity. She drew her longbow, purple-black energy gathering at her fingertips, and the string snapped tight. Whoosh. 881,829 critical. A black energy arrow slammed into Xiaofeng's chest. Earth shield. His stone armor cracked but held, sparing him a fatal blow. As his chest throbbed, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Archers hit like trucks. Lucky for me, she isn't a demigod yet. He lifted his staff and murmured a chant. Storm clouds roiled over Vilna's head. Lightning strike. Boom. Boom. Lightning bolts crashed down every second, visibly thinning and shattering her gray shield. What? So strong? Vilna yelped, frantically tapping her bracer. Crack. The bracer split, and a phantom lich burst out, reforming a fresh gray barrier around her. Think that'll save you? Xiaofeng scoffed. Lightning arrows and fireballs poured from his hands, tangling flame and electricity in midair. Filthy human. Vilna screeched. She drew once more, condensing a pitch-black arrow. Whoosh. The sonic boom ripped the air apart. Water shield. Xiaofeng swapped defenses. Splurged. The dark arrow pierced water, shattered the shield, and struck home. 980,000 critical. The water barrier burst into mist, forcing him back a step. He gritted his teeth. Earth shield is still the safest. Then he slapped his forehead. Wait, I have a debuff. Demonic erosion. A black ray shot into the lich barrier. Vilna blinked, then burst into delighted laughter. Abyssal magic? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Xiaofeng's eyes widened. Perfect? Horror dawned. The skill normally cut attack by 1% per second for 15 seconds, but his enhanced version was 100% per second, yet the undead girl was absorbing it in reverse, stacking to 1,500%. He sucked in a breath. If she gets that strong, even a demigod would be toast. Quit smiling. Xiaofeng roared, unloading every spell below forbidden and divine rank. Force ring, chain lightning, dragon's breath, magic missiles. Multicolored blasts hammered her gray shield in rapid succession. The barrier flickered, on the verge of collapse. You've angered me. Vilna stopped charging and went straight to a basic shot. Whoosh. The arrow tore through the air. Boom. Force ring kicked back, flames surging. Undying spirit. 17,289,292. Identical numbers floated over both their heads. For 3 heartbeats, Vilna's attack, boosted 300-fold, slammed into Xiaofeng's Godslayer robe and left only a faint golden ripple. His firestorm, however, overwhelmed her. Even the black mist of her resurrection was burned away, erasing her completely. The lesser mobs gathering nearby were blasted clear by force ring. Ash and bone drifted down, and the field fell silent. Xiaofeng, you're awesome. Xiaofeng, you legend. Damn Lola Slayer. Players watching from afar erupted in cheers and playful jeers after seeing him solo a level 135 mythic boss. Clatter. The boss crashed to the ground, golden light flaring. Loot spilled everywhere, sparkling brilliantly. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up as he dashed forward. Coins jingled, and 4 crimson items lay neatly at the center. 2 mythic-grade pieces of gear, a stronghold permit bound to Dragon Soul Guild, and a mythic quality potion. Blood of the Banshee, a mythical elixir that grants a permanent, random abyssal epic talent when consumed. Each character can have at most 3 talents. The bottle shimmered with an eerie violet light no one had ever seen before, and its stats alone made everyone's heart race. Xiao, what kind of loot did the lowly boss drop? In the party chat, Lily hammered out the message, unable to wait. Xiaofeng bent down, scooped up the 3 mythical items lying beside the base building permit, snapped a screenshot, and posted it to the channel. Apart from the blood of the Banshee, the other 2 pieces were immediate upgrades for him. 1. Howling Banshee Staff, level 100 mage weapon. Spell attack 1180, intelligence 100, spirit 100. Spell lifesteal 10, spell penetration 20. Special effect Howl. Every cast has a 5 chance to deal an extra 10 true damage. 2. Heart of Corruption, level 100 universal necklace. Max HP 3000, max mana 1000. Constitution 40, spirit 120. Special effect Aegis. Automatically gains 1 stack of demonic shroud every 5 minutes, blocking 1 hit. Up to 3 stacks. 2 highly practical mythical items, plus an elixir that could deliver an epic talent and incredible haul. Guildmaster Zhu Long. All 3 items are useful to me, so I'm grabbing them first and apologizing later, Xiaofeng reminded the group. No problem. If you can use them, take them. Forget about the rest, Zhu Long replied readily. The 3 items were valuable, of course, but the Dragon Soul Guild could afford the loss. This potion looks interesting. Wonder which talent it'll roll, Daojia said with interest. Abyssal talent, what if drinking it puts a bounty on your head from the temple? Muttered by Long, the archer. Shindi offered a sober assessment. Any potion that guarantees an epic talent is worth at least 1 million cash on the market. Abyssal talents are usually stronger than the standard ones. As long as RNG isn't awful, it's a massive power spike. Everyone nodded in agreement. God Xiao is already terrifying. Give him another epic talent and hell break the game, someone joked in the channel. Xiao Feng merely smiled, said nothing, and lifted his hand to unleash another barrage of ultimates, mowing down the trash mobs. His experience bar was skyrocketing. The Undying Banshee boss alone had given him 4.85 million XP, about a tenth of the total. Someone had clearly tagged it with a long-range skill to snatch a share, but in a chaotic fight, that was unavoidable. Xiao Feng didn't mind. His clear speed was still unrivaled. He didn't drink the potion dropped by the Lullabanshee boss right away. Until a moment ago, he hadn't even known the talent cap was 3, and he already had 2. The third slot had to be chosen with extreme care. Epic was still only epic. He wasn't exactly impressed, though it would make an excellent gift for someone else. On the battlefield, Wave 19 wasn't cleared, yet when Waves 20 and 21 surged in, the monsters had climbed to around level 150, and legendary bosses were showing up one after another. Standing on a hill outside the city, Xiao Feng enjoyed a commanding view. The instant he spotted a legendary boss in the distance, he blinked forward and fired a lightning arrow. A single level 150 legendary boss was worth 9.27 million XP, enough to level him up outright. After single-handedly taking down 3 bosses in a row and mowing through countless trash mobs, he had already reached level 98. The defense event was now in its endgame. The 23rd and 24th waves spawned almost simultaneously, pushing the monster count past a staggering 1 million. Keep it up, brothers. Clear this wave, and the bonus boss is ours. If you want to see Xiao Feng show off, charge. Zhulong roared in the regional channel, his voice echoing in the ears of all 200,000 players. The monsters were overwhelming, but no one's confidence wavered. Longhun and Zhuxin coordinated flawlessly, and with Xiao Feng pre-clearing the lanes, the main force barely lost any levels. Instead, experience poured in. Of the original 200,000, fewer than 500 had been level 50 at the start, yet now several thousand had passed the mark, and most of the rest were sitting at 48 or 49. Once they cashed in the final rewards, hitting 50 and unlocking their second class change would be easy, making future territory defenses even smoother. Fireball, Chain Lightning, Windblade. Xiao Feng rotated through his short cooldowns, occasionally dropping a wide area spell that flattened swathes of mobs. With 200,000 players focusing their damage, the million-strong horde was reduced to fewer than 50,000 in barely a dozen minutes. 2 layers left. Clear them, then prep for the bonus boss. Zhulong snapped. Spawn points random leave a few mobs alive to buy time while the high-level DPS gather. Main raid, start buff rotation stack everything on Xiao Feng. Meteor shower has to hit at full power. Longhun officers hustled to marshal their troops. Xin Di and the other Zhuxin leaders were just as motivated, shouting orders in their own guild channel. 3 minutes later, only about 1,000 stragglers clung to each wall. The defensive line was no longer needed, so the main force pulled back, leaving the front ranks to kite the leftovers with the NPCs. Boss, all raid groups are inside the fortress. It's packed. Good. Clear the field. Scrolls and potions ready. Max out the last wave's damage. At Zhulong's command, the stay-behind players nuked the remaining mobs, and the counter dropped to 0. Done. Keep an eye out. The boss is huge. You can't. Boom. A thunderous crash from the south wall cut him off. The war elephant's up. South gate move. A 20-meter stone-plated elephant spawned outside the gate, and every DPS player flooded toward the south entrance. Xiao Feng was already on that side, so he simply took position. Each step of the elephant landed like muffled thunder, while players swarmed the avenue like ants. When the boss lumbered to within roughly 500 meters of the gate, the system alert finally appeared. Congratulations, Longhun members. Your outstanding performance in this defense has earned you a bonus boss. Bonus boss War Elephant is in position. Damage calculation begins in 120 seconds. Fight duration is 60 seconds. The boss has unlimited health. All damage dealt within 1 minute will be converted to experience at a 100-to-1 ratio and split evenly among all participants. The message was identical to last time, and the stats were unchanged. Xiao Feng stood in a prime DPS slot about 20 meters from the boss, his view unobstructed. The melee fighters, in contrast, had to squeeze beneath the elephant's belly for space. Watching the countdown, he called in the team channel, buff me at 10 seconds. He'll start channeling Meteor Shower early and give us another 10 seconds of damage. Roger. The priests replied in unison, their voices shaking with excitement. They were about to stack every buff they had on Xiao Feng. This time, their damage had to surpass Conquer the Heavens. Xiao Feng, take this when the time comes. Daojia rushed over and tossed him a jet black vial. Fury Demon Potion, Epic, crit rate 25, duration 30s, cooldown 300s. Now that's a treasure. Got any more? They'll take another batch. Xiao Feng stared at the tooltip, practically drooling. In your dreams. It dropped from the boss. There's only one bottle. Daojia rolled her eyes. If another one drops, remember to give it to me. Xiao Feng grinned shamelessly. Keep dreaming. Daojia twirled her dagger, jabbing at the air as if she might poke him in the backside. Zhu Long hurried over and handed him a pale blue potion. Calm Mind Tonic, rare, intelligence 30, duration 90s, cooldown 600s. That's a solid buff too. Xiaofeng glanced at the battle timer. With 20 seconds left on the countdown, he tipped back the vial without another word. Countdown. 15, 14, 13. Go. When the number hit 10, Xiaofeng and Zhu Long shouted almost in unison. In an instant, the priests and hidden class clerics unloaded their skills like artillery fire. Player Iko Shi Kuai has used Blessing of Courage on you. Player Jebi Lao Li has used Gift of the Moon Goddess on you. Player Zhang de Shui Yuqiu Ma has used Warhorn on you. You are empowered by player Jie Jie Yao with Holy Aura. You are strengthened by Battle Soul Scroll. In under 2 seconds, Xiaofeng's status bar was jammed full of buff icons. Without a word, he downed the Fury Demon Potion, then raised his hand to begin casting Meteor. While chanting, he glanced at his stat panel. Damage boost, 135. Spell power, 3,294. Nice. He was secretly amazed. Not only had his power broken 3k, but with the stacked buffs his crit rate had soared to 55, and spell amplification was up another 10. Time to swagger. Fire elements churned in the air, staining the sky a deep red. The meteor coalesced at a speed you could see with the naked eye, twice the size of the one head used in the Guild War. 3, 2, 1 commence. As the system countdown hit 0, every player unleashed their hard-hitting skills, melee or ranged. 1 second later, Xiaofeng finished his cast. Universe level Ultra Deluxe plus Meteor Crit for Daddy. He pointed his staff. The sky trembled and the earth roared. A colossal meteor, as if the moon itself were falling, hurtled toward the war elephant. Boom. The shockwave rippled outward, finally fading some 330 meters away. Players within the radius were sent sprawling. The guild base hundreds of meters away shook, and NPC soldiers nearly toppled off the ramparts. 1,087,209,882 critical. A staggering 10-digit red number floated upward. Every player sprawled on the ground stared, their throats dry. Rumors said Xiaofeng could hit for 900 million in one shot, but seeing it with their own eyes was still mind-blowing. Quit gawking and keep attacking. Xiaofeng barked when he saw everyone frozen in place. He didn't waste a single second. After a 3-second chant, he summoned the Flame Lord to do the heavy lifting, followed by a 1-second cast that brought out a stubby little fireling. The tiny patch of ground he had set aside was instantly swallowed by the Lord's blazing hooves, almost flattening the melee players nearby. Lightning Storm, Deluge, Tempest, Firewall. A string of long cooldown ultimates poured out at once, while instant cast spells Magic Missile, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, Ice Arrow filled every gap. A second-tier Weather Mage's rotation flowed like water, leaving no half-second unspent. Thunderclaps and Elemental Turbulence merged into a frenzy. 8 and 9-digit crits exploded over the boss head, and the spectators cheered as though they were the ones dealing the damage. The priest squad stacked buffs on Xiaofeng with frantic devotion. His status bar stayed solid green, and his minimum attack never dipped below 2,500. Rain, wind, and fire formed a brutal cocoon around the friendly squad, visually chaotic, but nobody lost a single hit point. It only looked like someone had plastered mud all over their screens. During the first 20 seconds, a rage potion pushed Xiaofeng's crit rate through the roof. When the effect wore off, the crits fell a little, but the damage stayed terrifying. As the welfare fight neared its end, he unleashed a colossal fire dragon that coiled around the war elephant, gnashing and biting. One final breath ended the battle on the spot. Total damage dealt to the war elephant in this welfare battle: 8,054,810,386. MVP player, Xiaofeng. Personal damage, 3,895,136,152. MVP skill, Magic Missile. Total damage, 1,329,451,257. Participants in this base defense, 149,805. Experience split per player, 5,376,863. The system announcement scrolled across the regional channel, and the absurdly long numbers made every player scream until their voices cracked. Xiaofeng, you're a legend. Xiaofeng, I love you. Random howls and shrieks rose and fell in waves. 5.3 million X-ties is insane. Damn, several levels in one shot, better than wiping out a pack of epic bosses. We can all hit second tier now. The South City zone turned into utter chaos as players scattered like school kids let out early. 50,000 mercenaries from the Pantheon Guild could only drool at the numbers. Without guest status, they got none of the welfare loot, a fact that left them scowling. The upside, their own defense would start in a few hours, and then Dragon Soul would be the hired help. Let these guys burn off their hype first. It would save energy for the next fight. Regional announcement: Dragon Soul base defense complete. Congratulations to Dragon Soul on a successful defense. All participants receive 1 million XP, 500 reputation, and 10,000 guild contribution. All commercial taxes and maintenance fees are waived for the next 10 in-game days. Keep up the good work. Another million XP dropped into Xiao Feng's account, snapping him to level 99, just 9 million shy of his third advancement. He stared at the bar, feeling as if it were soaked in honey. Old Xiao, we made the ranking list. Ha ha ha, a triumphant roar erupted beside him as Li and Zhang Fan rushed over. Both had jumped to level 56, an 8-level leap that pushed them into the top 100. Even more impressive, Killing God and Blade Sister, already in the top 10, had broken level 60 and were closing in on sword cuts all. Feels good, right? Xiao Feng arched an eyebrow. Better than sleeping with a movie star. Li grinned, so wide his face nearly split in two. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. As if you've ever managed that. And we get another hit later. Li's grin widened. Pantheon's defense kicks off in under 6 hours. Well, Rocket passed level 100, and the boys will clear 60. With that, he threw an arm around Xiao Feng's shoulders and strode toward the Dragon Soul base. This time, Brother Xiao Feng's help was truly invaluable. When they returned to the garrison, Zhu Long's face practically glowed with molten gold, and he entered brimming with energy. The moment he crossed the threshold, he exclaimed, "In this battle, total casualties were under 100,000. Compared with the full-scale war last time, this was a walk in the park." Xiao Feng had heard praise like this before, but being complimented in public still put him in a very good mood. The plaza at the center of the base was ablaze with light, and Shindi hurried over. Spotting Xiao Feng, he seized the moment. "Great Xiao Feng, you have to join the Pantheon defense later tonight. The pay will be exactly what Zhu Long promised, not a single coin less." Shindi knew how terrifying Xiao Feng was in large-scale fights and boss assassinations, and he feared this mobile heavy cannon might change his mind at the last minute. Xiao Feng waved it off and smiled easily. "No problem. Everyone's leveled up, so the next battles will be easier. For me, it's just easy money." Zhu Long laughed and punched him lightly on the shoulder. "Easy for you, but it's a completely different story for us. Without your sweeps and decapitations, casualties would have at least doubled. Would never have pulled off that bonus round either. The total damage would have been halved, and the experience even worse." The others all chimed in. Even if it were only for that extra experience, hiring Xiao Feng was worth it. When the chatter ended, Zhu Long raised his hand with a flourish. "Come on, let's see what good stuff dropped in the warehouse." The guild warehouse doors slid open. Behind the wall of light, row upon row of shelves were packed to bursting, and the system panel read, "Inventory 1 million items maximum capacity reached." Everyone's eyes lit up. Sorted by quality, the first page displayed 400 items, almost all mythic grade, their shimmering hues making hearts itch. But even mythic items come in tiers. Class change tokens and skill books are the rarest, followed by equipment, then scrolls, potions, and various special materials. Zhu Long, who knew the market, added offhandedly, "Every now and then you'll even find a treasure like Banshee's blood among the potion's pure luck." Xiao Feng scanned the shelves, narrowed his eyes, and got straight to the point. "Any mythic skill books?" According to their agreement, he could take whatever he wanted from this loot drop. In the current game world, mythic skill books are practically the ceiling. Unless a super artifact appears, even the hidden class change tokens can't really compare. Once a god-tier skill is cast, it can raise the world. Take Apocalyptic Plague, for example. Even without Xiao Feng's absurd talent, it could wipe an entire map. Unfortunately, this defense battle hadn't produced a single mythic skill book, not even a legendary one. Drop rates for skill books above epic have always been lower than for mythic gear. Even after they took down more than 30 legendary bosses and several hundred epic bosses, all they got were 5 epic skill books. Zhu Long shrugged helplessly. Mythic skill books probably have to wait for a mainline mythic quest. Above epic, we've only got these 5. Xiao Feng, take whichever ones you want. Actually, take all of them if you like. You've earned it. As he spoke, he posted the details of the 5 books to the team channel. Arrow Volley, a 3rd-tier archer skill, requires 400 agility. It channels a rain of arrows over a 30-meter radius, dealing 65 attack power plus 880 physical damage to all enemies every 0.5 seconds for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Earthrending Slam, a 3rd-tier warrior skill, needs 400 strength. Instantly strikes a 312-meter area in front, inflicting 750 attack power as physical damage and giving a 35 chance to cripple targets, reducing their movement speed by 50. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mass Freeze, a 3rd-tier mage skill, requires 400 intelligence. Instantly deep freezes all enemies within 15 meters, preventing movement and the use of channeled skills for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Deep freeze does not break when the target is attacked, making it far more stable than a normal frozen status. Rain of Holy Light, a 3rd-tier priest skill, is an instant cast that restores 120 attack power plus 760 HP to all allies within 30 meters. Allies below 30 HP receive 30 additional healing. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Shadow Assassination, a 3rd-tier assassin skill, needs 450 agility. The user enters stealth for up to 10 seconds, which ends upon attacking or taking damage. The next active skill deals 50 extra damage or 70 if delivered from behind. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Among the 5 books, only Mass Freeze truly suited a mage, but its quality was outstanding and its deep freeze covered the full 15 meters. Give me the warrior, priest, and battle mage books, and let's see what else you've got. Xiaofeng pointed at the pages. The warrior and priest skills would be perfect gifts for his 2 closest friends, saving them trouble down the road. Zhulong immediately dropped the 3 books into the trade window, then fanned out a pile of ordinary manuals. Xiaofeng picked through them carefully and found only one that matched his build. Explosive Fireball, a second-tier mage skill, hurls a large fireball that explodes on impact, dealing 250 spell power to the main target and 50 of that damage to enemies within 3 meters. Cooldown, 20 seconds. It was essentially an upgraded fireball. Xiaofeng's original fireball already splashed in a 3-meter radius, but explosive fireball could be amplified by weather control to over 30 meters, almost rivaling an average player's meteor and boosting its lethality dramatically. After grabbing the skill books, he selected a dozen or so pieces of gear useful to himself or his brothers, worth several 100,000 gold in total. That's all you're taking? You're too polite, Zhulong complained, then cheerfully shoved another 1,000,000 gold at him, his generosity making Xiaofeng a bit embarrassed. Call me the next time you need a defense run, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Deal. When the stronghold hits level 4, you'll be my first call. Zhulong laughed, thumping his chest. Every upgrade ending in a 3 triggered a defense event, and the jump from level 3 to 4 would spawn level 130,180 monsters. I'm off. See you at the Pantheon stronghold later. Xiaofeng waved goodbye, left the party, and teleported away with his 2 brothers. Back in Dragonblood City, Lily asked, "You're already level 99. Planning to squeeze in 3rd advancement before the servers get busy?" Exactly, and I need to ask my NPC master a few things, Xiaofeng nodded. The mystery left by Sword/All Living had him itching for answers. He traded 2 skill books and several pieces of gear to Zhang Fan and Li Li. Handle your own 2nd advancement quests are not hard. I'm going to grind. We'll meet up later. With that, he turned and walked off. For him, hitting level 100 meant more than a 3rd advancement. It was the threshold to unlock the new will attribute. He was certain that crossing that line would transform his stats completely. After teleporting out of Dragonblood City, Xiaofeng headed for the nearest level 150 grind spot. The area, a remote wilderness called the Thunderclap Mountains, was almost deserted by players, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and moss. Centaur-like beasts roamed the narrow trails, ranging from level 150 to 185. To a level 50 player, one kick from these creatures would be a death sentence, but in front of Xiaofeng they were nothing more than paper tigers. Any random skill could one-shot them. Climbing from level 99 to 100 required 10.2 million XP, yet a level 150 mob only yielded about 4,200. Without a boss spawn, he would have to kill well over 2,000 trash mobs. That might not sound like much, but the monsters in Thunderclap Mountains were scattered, forcing him to track them down one by one. Even unleashing his wide-area gale spell only vacuumed up a dozen at a time, a far cry from the efficiency of a fort defense event. After an hour of grinding, Xiaofeng looked up and sighed. Man, this is dull. Can I get a boss already? Then again, even an epic boss would melt to a single basic attack, which hardly sounded fun. Lowly, keep an eye out for an evil spirit boss for me. I'm bored to death here. He messaged his buddy Li Li to kill time. Li Li had already finished his 2nd class advancement and become a Tier 2 High Priest. He was currently leveling with Zhang Fan, a Tier 2 elite Dragonblood warrior. When he read the message, he immediately teased, "If you're lonely, find a girl to play with you. What's the point of hunting an evil spirit boss?" Fair point. Then call a few fresh models over to the dorm. Girls are on me. Xiaofeng joked without the slightest restraint. Give me a break. If they really showed up, you'd be the first one to bolt. You shy little virgin, Lily shot back. Xiaofeng snorted, don't make excuses. Admit it, you don't even have the connections. A rookie like you probably doesn't know what a real model looks like. Says who? I've got tons of apps on my phone, every one of them can. Every one of them is a scam. Come on, that's harsh. At least the streaming app is legit. Oh, you mean the level 100 beauty filter streams? An old potato comes out looking baby smooth. You'd still hit on an 80-year-old granny behind that filter? Screw you, that's savage. I'm done talking. On to play with Dundu Jr. Lily raged and ended the call. Xiaofeng clicked his tongue. TSK. Already that tight with Dundu the shield girl? Animal. He pictured the cute lowly tank brandishing her greatsword and felt a twinge of envy, though he did have a female friend of his own. He opened his friends list. Lucky Meow was online, now level 83. Hey Meowji, you there? Xiaofeng sent a PM. Yep. Got something good for me, great god Xiao. Lucky Meow replied almost instantaneously, her tone light and playful. I'm no big shot, I'm just bored and looking for someone to talk to. Xiaofeng said offhandedly. I'm not here to keep you company, so find someone else. The player named Lucky Cat replied softly, then hung up at once. Xiaofeng blinked. Her tone was clearly annoyed. They'd been chatting happily a second ago. Had he come on too strong? He had said it outright. I'm just bored and wanted to talk to you. To a girl, that could sound flirty. After thinking it over, he hastily added, I mean no harm. The message was sent, but Lucky Cat never answered. Shrugging, Xiaofeng stopped pestering her and went back to grinding monsters deep in the mountains. A few minutes later, roar. Vile human, how dare you slaughter my people? With that thunderous shout, a new boss burst through the trees. Orc Warlord Epic Boss. Level 165. HP 1,850,000 1,850,000. Target level 2 high, unable to retrieve further data. Average stats, but could be fun, Xiaofeng murmured, casting Earth Element Shield. A hefty barrier worth more than 15 million HP appeared at once. Instead of hitting the boss, he used it like a leash, sprinting across the mountains under a hail of arrows while mowing down smaller mobs. The Orc Warlord's patrol range was huge. Its 4 hooves shook the ground, and each arrow dealt tens of thousands of damage. Despicable human, stop running. Thinking Xiaofeng was fleeing, the boss chased him madly. 10 minutes later it realized he wasn't scared, he was playing with it. Treated like a pet, the Orc Warlord flew into a rage and went berserk. In berserk mode, its basic attack shot up to nearly 100,000 damage, on par with some legendary and even mythic bosses. Yet against Xiaofeng's 15 million point shield, it was still a scratch. Half an hour. Xiaofeng circled the whole mountain several times, casually reaping hundreds of mobs. He needed less than 30% of a level 2 or 3 million XPTO level up, and this boss would do the trick. After more than an hour of abuse, the Orc Warlord was losing it. Arg, damn human. I refuse to believe I can't crush you. Great beast god, grant me power. Turquoise divine light poured from the sky, enveloping it. The hulking frame swelled again, instantly evolving to Orc Warlord Legendary Boss. HP multiplied 5-fold, nearly reaching 10 million. Well, look at that, I actually annoyed it into a legendary boss, Xiaofeng drawled. Next time I see a mythic one, maybe I can upgrade it to super legendary. Now legendary, the Orc Warlord roared and launched its ultimate skill, a dense arrow storm that smacked Xiaofeng for over 800,000 damage. He raised a hand and returned a single lightning arrow. Pop! The full health legendary boss collapsed on the spot. System messages flooded the screen. Congratulations. You have defeated the legendary boss Orc Warlord and earned 10,850 reputation. You solo killed the Orc Warlord and gained 13,190,000 XP. Congratulations. You have reached level 100. His XP bar was almost full again, only a few 100,000 more to hit 101. Xiaofeng stretched lazily. Nice. Third class advancement, here I come. Plenty of time to visit Master before the War of the Gods starts in 2 hours. He bent down to scoop up the loot and prepare to teleport back to town. Then one particular item glinting among the drops caught his eye. A mysterious map fragment of legendary quality said to be part of a treasure map left behind by a god. This is fragment number 4 of 9 in total. Interesting. A single piece is already legendary. If all 9 were combined, the result would be at least mythic, and its value would be beyond measure. Xiaofeng did the math in his head. Once he got back to the city, he would drop by the treasure exchange to see if anyone was willing to part with matching shards. With that thought, he turned on his heel and headed for the capital. Out of the way, the Dragonblood city guards were notoriously short-tempered. A level 130 soldier shoved the level 100 Xiaofeng aside without the slightest courtesy. Xiaofeng merely brushed the dust from his sleeves and kept walking. Look, Xiaofeng, the top of the leaderboard, says already level 100. If someone's hit 100, does that mean the national border is about to open? I'm only level 44. How on earth is he leveling so fast? Players clustered around the teleport array, buzzing with speculation. Everyone knew Xiaofeng was strong, but his meteoric rise still baffled them. Even generous experience from Garrison Defense couldn't explain numbers like that. The real reason was simple. Fiona had been far too generous. Ignoring the stairs, Xiaofeng teleported to Blaze City and set off for Core Lake. The journey was long and monotonous, so he pulled up the system interface to review information on the national border. The Blue Star Battle Zone had only one border, separating Dragon Nation from the rest of the world. Overseas, the fight was already chaotic. Players from a dozen populous nations were tearing each other apart for resources and guild rankings, whereas Dragon Nation remained relatively calm, with only small-scale skirmishes. 2 conditions had to be met before the border would open. 1. 100,000 players in the entire zone must have reached level 100 and completed their 3rd advancement. 2. If any one of the 3 Tier 1 capital cities was unlocked ahead of schedule, all borders corresponding to Tier 3 cities would open simultaneously. If the trigger were purely level-based, reaching 100,000 level 100 players would still take time. Xiaofeng, Xingyun Miao, and the overseas battle axe were ahead of the curve, but they were exceptions. The border would only open once the whole first wave broke level 100, meaning it was unlikely to happen for at least another in-game week. Xiaofeng. Good news. On the road, Xiaofeng received a chat request from Lili. What's the news? You and Shield Girl finally an item? He joked. No, it's good news for you. Oh, so Shield Girl and I are an item? Quit it. Your Wraith boss has been found. Lily snapped. What? Where? Xiao Feng nearly jumped up. The God tier quest involving the 4 wraiths was tied to unlocking tier 2 cities, and the rewards were enough to make anyone's heart race. Until now Head had 0 leads. Today, a breakthrough at last. Lily replied at once. Just heard it myself. It's in a subterranean palace near Titan City, and it's higher level than any we've seen. Level 140. Level 140? No problem. He could solo that. Xiao Feng wasn't worried about whether he could win. He just wanted to know where the boss was. For you that's no big deal, but someone else has already engaged it. Lily said, speaking quickly. What? Besides me, who can go toe-to-toe with a level 140 mythic boss? Xiao Feng blurted. Give me the details. Lily laid out the intel. 1. The spectral demon blade has appeared on a hidden map in the land of Yellow Sands, the ancient catacombs. 2. The catacombs are a level 150, 50-player legendary storyline raid, and the spectral demon blade is only the first boss. 3. A small pickup team stumbled upon it and was instantly wiped. 4. That team then sold the raid lock to Tianxia Guild. 5. Tianxia Wudi led a 50-man raid and was wiped as well. 6. The guild is now rallying its top players. Jianzhan Songxing is already on site. If they can keep reviving him, they might brute force the first boss. Xiao Feng's frown deepened. Tianxia Guild again. The raid lock was still held by the original Pug members, and one of them had to be present to open the instance. Since they'd sold the rights to Tianxia Wudi, and given Xiao Feng's feud with him, hitching a ride was nearly impossible. The difficulty was even worse. In a legendary raid, every boss is mythic by default. In 50-man mode, the boss's HP is multiplied by 20, and their attack and defense are doubled. You normally need a full level 150 elite team to clear it. Even level 100 players have only a faint chance, and Xiao Feng was just level 50 after his second class change. Tianxia Wudi's odds of failure were 99%, but that one remaining percent felt real thanks to Jianzhan Kangsheng's monstrous damage output. So what's your plan? Lily pressed. I can't miss this boss, but Tianxia Wudi will never give me a slot. Xiao Feng paced. Then his eyes lit up. I have to start with the raid owners. If the original leader brings me in, we can definitely take down the first boss. Lily shrugged. Can't help you with that. Xiao Feng nodded. He needed a bargaining chip, namely Zhan Tian, Zhu Long, and Xin Di, guild masters who rival or even surpass Tianxia Wudi. If he could get them involved, his chances would skyrocket. Hold on, I'm contacting them now. He put his tier 3 quest on hold, opened his friends list, created a temporary chat group, and pulled in Zhan Tian, Zhu Long, and Xin Di. Gentlemen, I need a favor, he said bluntly. The chat erupted. Huh, what's the occasion? He actually added all 3 of us at once. Xiao Feng, did a level 250 demigod block your path or something? Haha. The 3 guild leaders were clearly surprised. They hadn't expected Xiao Feng to ask for help, much less from all of them at the same time. So hey, race the situation. I'm on a main mythic grade quest that requires me to kill 4 specific bosses. One of them just respawned inside someone else's dungeon, and the player who owns it has already sold the rights to Invincible Under Heaven. You all know the grudge between us. There's no way hell handed over. I need the 3 of you to seize control of that instance for me. I'll pay every coin it takes. Completing this quest will unlock a tier 2 capital, and that's huge for me. A few concise sentences laid out the stakes with crystal clarity. The moment they heard main mythic quest and unlock a tier 2 capital, the 3 guild masters Zhulong, Xin Di, and Zhan Tian were visibly shaken. To a professional guild, that was practically a mountain of gold. Whoever finished first would claim the system rewards, secure early access to the tier 2 capital, and buy up every system-owned shop before anyone else. Just collecting rent would rake in a fortune each day. Managing the stores themselves could snowball into unimaginable profits. For a guild, this was the payoff after years of pouring money into the game. Zhulong's eyes gleamed as he took the lead. Brother Xiaofeng, Dragon Soul will handle this. Give me that player's info, and I'll send someone to negotiate peacefully if possible, by force if not. He hadn't even finished when Xin Di cut in. Don't try to hog the whole thing, Zhulong. Since Xiaofeng asked all 3 of us, the job belongs to all 3 guilds. You alone might not be enough to pressure Invincible Under Heaven. Zhan Tian nodded in agreement. Exactly. We're safer if we move together. All 3 were veteran guild masters and knew the value of a tier 2 capital. Better to cooperate than let someone else beat them to it. Sharing the spoils might not feel as good as taking everything, but it was far better than walking away empty-handed. Xiaofeng added, I don't have that player's ID yet, but they're still recruiting high-level talent and haven't left for the dungeon. If you use your networks, you can pin them down fast. They'll put my intel team on it right now, Xin Di replied at once. Imin too. We can't let Invincible Under Heaven get a head start, said Zhan Tian. Zhulong naturally refused to fall behind. With a faint smile he teased, you know, Xiaofeng, you could have messaged me privately instead of calling all 3 of us, haha. Hearing the joke, Xiaofeng could only laugh awkwardly. As a solo player, had focused on finishing the quest quickly and hadn't realized how lucrative a Tier 2 capital could be. Looking back, if Head contacted just one guild, he might have quietly taken control of the entire city's economy. But the words were already out, and there was no turning back now. "They'll leave the ownership issue to you three," he said. "I'm aiming to complete my third class change before the God's Defense War starts. If I get pulled into that instance, it'll be a lot easier." With that, he set off at once. Jean Tian slapped his chest. "Relax. With the three of us working together, even Tianxiao Woody's reputation won't help him. Nobody's will." "Great. Talk to you later." Xiaofeng nodded, then made straight for the molten core lake. At the same time, the leaders of the three major guilds were already mobilizing. Money hit their accounts in a flood, the list of experts kept updating, and they all had one goal: tear that piece of meat out of Tianxiao Woody's mouth. Half an hour later, Xiaofeng reached the lake. Scarlet magma rolled like waves, heat haze rose in sheets, and the downpour spell around him hissed and popped. His water shield shone pale blue, barely holding back the searing damage. Master, I'm here." His shout echoed through the heat. La Lunar was sitting on a floating rock, eyes closed in meditation, silver hair lifted by the hot wind. Hearing the call, he opened his eyes and gave a gentle smile. "Good child, you got here fast. Wait, you're already level 100? The old man had thought his pupil was just dropping by to keep a lonely old man company. In less than a day, the kid had rocketed up 10 levels and come to take his third advancement. "Killed a few high-tier monsters," Xiaofeng said offhandedly, then adopted a disgruntled tone. "Master, I'm so frustrated. I ran into two people, one almost killed me, and the other actually did." La Lunar knew an adventurer dying once or twice was no big deal, so he only asked curiously, "Your magic is strong. Any elemental shield you cast is practically unbreakable. Who could even hurt you, much less kill you?" Honestly, one of them was an adventurer like me, barely level 60, but his skills hit thousands of times harder than normal. He had a weird shield too tough to crack, and the abyssal debuffs I learned didn't work on him at all. The old mage frowned. "Ordinary shields can't stop abyssal power, so it must be a different defense altogether." "Exactly. And he kept talking about Jojo and lower planes, called himself a higher life form, said every skill in our world was useless." Xiaofeng laid out the key point. La Lunar's interest spiked. "Planes? Tell me every word," he said. "Exactly." Xiaofeng repeated Jianzhan Kangsheng's speech verbatim. When he finished, the old mage laughed aloud. "Good child, you've met a genuine powerhouse. He is strong, master. You seem to know about Jojo, sort of mortals. Planes, could you please explain?" "It's a long story. Sit down and listen." La Lunar nodded. The rock was blistering hot, but Xiaofeng didn't mind. He folded his legs and focused. La Lunar began in a calm voice. "You should know, our world is only a tiny corner of the universe. Right below us the abyss, above us the divine realm, and other civilized worlds." "That's the basic framework," Xiaofeng replied. "Not exactly. The divine realm does hover above us as an independent higher world." La Lunar pointed skyward, "but the abyss isn't separate. It's on the same plane, just buried in an endless chasm. Because of its extreme geography, it seems cut off. Fog shrouds it year-round. The sun there is as dim as a moon, and life is forced by the environment to evolve far beyond what survives on the surface." Xiaofeng's jaw dropped. So the abyss wasn't an independent plane. No wonder the moon head seen down there with Lucky Cat had actually been the sun. Yet the abyss had 3 archfiends sewn of them. The bloodshed fiend lord had even slain the god of war. At their level, shouldn't they have ascended to a higher world by now? A question formed in Xiaofeng's mind. La Yuoner explained that the 3 demon gods are undeniably formidable, yet they still lag behind the supreme gods. He spoke calmly, but with caution. Asada, god of war, fell to the blood demon god not because of strength, but because of the rules. As a top-tier supreme from the upper world, Asada should never have set foot in a lower plane, yet he smashed the barrier to invade the abyss. The instant he arrived, the cosmic laws shackled him, suppressing his peak power to that of an ordinary deity. Drunk on countless victories, he failed to notice and charged straight into the abyss. Deep within that realm rose the primordial mountains, jagged ridges wreathed in crimson mist, the blood demon god's absolute home turf. There, the ranges might merged with the abyssal will, boosting the blood demon god to his zenith, almost unstoppable. With one side soaring and the other diminished, Asada's fate was sealed. He was slain in the mountain depths, his blood-soaked corpse forever nailed to a black stone altar. Yet a supreme god is still a supreme god. The price of victory was steep. The blood demon god burned through his own essence, and at death's door he condensed the last of his life force into 2 embryonic sparks. He sent them to the abyss' most hidden ruins to grow, intending them as his legacy. For 3 millennia, legions of human powerhouses plunged into the abyss to snuff out those sparks, but they always returned empty-handed. Thus the battle of 3,000 years past entered the chronicles not a duel of equals, but a classic upset. A lower realm warrior turned the tables on an upper realm supreme god. Had a human managed such a feat, Bards would praise it for ages. Yet because their patron fell, the blood demon god was branded a monstrous criminal. Since then, the god's followers have stormed the abyss time and again for vengeance, torching and slaughtering. Forced onto the defensive, abyssal creatures have lost the will to wage war abroad, but no one knows when they might rally and march on the continent again. I see. Xiao Feng chewed over the tale, picturing a crimson river reversing, a god's body shattering, the abyss roaring to the heavens. Of the two children born from the blood demon god's dying act, one was almost certainly Minia. If Minia reached her peak, she might rekindle her father's former brilliance. Pulling his thoughts back, he asked, Master, is divine rank the ceiling in our plane? Lao Yuoner nodded. Above the saint domain is demigod, and above that is divinity, split into lower, middle, and upper tiers. When humans breach divinity, the god realm sends a guiding light that lifts them from this low-level plane. Abyssal beings follow another creed, so no summons comes for them. They must temper themselves here. At his height, the blood demon god stood near the upper tier, a hair's breadth from the supreme threshold. Had he been human, he'd already be a rising star in the god realm. So many tiers, Xiao Feng muttered in awe. He had thought level 250 made a demigod, level 300 a deity, and perhaps level 400 a supreme. But that ranking is clearly incomplete. Between lesser gods and prime gods there are still the intermediate and greater tiers. According to Lao Yuanel's latest framework, the true milestones are level 250 demigod, level 300 lesser god, level 350 intermediate god, level 400 greater god, and level 500 prime god. Once an ordinary mortal hits level 300, a summons carries them to the divine realm, yet players can travel there freely as soon as they reach level 250. Xiao Feng looked up, a new question forming in his mind. If that's true, what exactly is the relationship between the divine realm and Jojo? Rolling the flames that danced around his fingertips, Lao Yuanel explained, every world has its own name. The plane we're standing on is called the continent of the gods. The divine realm's formal title is the elemental god domain. As for Jojo, I've never heard of it, but judging from your description, the warrior known as Jianzhan Sangxing wields power on the same order as the elemental god domain. That means Jojo is probably a parallel high-level plane. A parallel plane to the divine realm? Xiao Feng frowned, lost in thought. Lao Yuanel went on. What makes Jianzhan Sangxing terrifying isn't his class. It's the unit his strength is measured in. For example, he flicked up a ribbon of flame and traced 2 lines in the air. Ordinary player, 1 strength 1 kilogram. Jianzhan Sangxing, 1 strength 1 ton. The attribute screens look the same, yet he can unleash 1,000 times the force. That's the source of his brutal damage. Lao Yuanel patted Xiao Feng's shoulder. Creatures from higher planes are born with bodies of staggering resilience. When you're carrying hundreds of tons of raw power, your bones and muscles are practically unbreakable. Trying to budge him with mere kilogram-level strength is futile. As for his shield and sword energy tricks, those are simply techniques bundled with the ancient sword immortal class. He chuckled. Kid, your concept of planes is still too shallow. Let me give you another lesson. With a grand sweep of his arm, the surrounding fire element rushed in, forming countless pinhead sparks that hovered in midair. Xiao Feng straightened up, ready to listen. The world we're in is only a lower-tier plane. Lao Yuanel pointed, drawing the sparks together into hollow, glowing spheres. There are billions of such planes across the cosmos. Inside each small sphere, the fire condensed again, igniting a brighter core. These lower planes belong to higher worlds realms on the level of the elemental god domain, or Jojo. Each higher world usually governs about 1,000 lesser planes to keep itself stable. He guided the flames so the tiny spheres orbited larger ones, while the larger spheres lined up to form a blazing ring. Those higher worlds sit side by side like neighboring states, together forming a vast foundation. Then he compressed all the fire into a single, searing blaze at the center. And at the heart of that foundation lies the grand world of the heavens, the place you will all head for someday. The grand world of the heavens, Xiao Feng's eyes widened. Before the game launched, an alien civilization had hinted in a shared dream that countless cultures would converge to compete there. Now the answer was clear. The grand world stands 1 tier above the divine realm. By the rules, a player only needs to reach level 250, the demigod threshold, to break into the divine realm. When that happens, the players of the Blue Star Warzone will team up with several lower civilizations that also belong to the elemental god domain, forming the elemental god domain faction and marching into the grand world to face civilizations from across the cosmos. Of course, before that day comes, Blue Star and the other Warzones still have to fight for the right to lead the elemental god domain. Xiao Feng memorized every word, yet a new doubt surfaced. Master, you've described the foundation. What lies above it? He asked curiously. La Lunar said, the battlefield of the heavens selects exceptional talent. Anyone who rises above countless civilizations earns passage to a higher realm. As soon as he finished, he raised his hand. A torrent of pure fire surged out, stringing itself into a line of dancing ember beads. Above them, a fingertip-sized flower of flames slowly bloomed, each petal sharply defined, gleaming with a dreamlike delicacy. La Lunar continued, I obtained this information while communing with the divine realm. Yet, even the Flame Lord knows nothing of what lies beyond that battlefield. Because he isn't among the very strongest there, it doesn't even qualify to enter the next tier. Xiaofeng stared at the fiery blossom and drew a sharp breath. He had reached level 100 in 3 days and thought he could soon clear the game. But now he realized the flower marked only the second layer of the flame hierarchy. He was still on the bottom rung of the lowest tier. Flowers, flames, great fireballs, tiny sparks. The world was divided into at least 4 layers, perhaps more. Even the tiny spark, the equivalent of a novice village, required level 250 to graduate, and his modest level 100 left no room for pride. The universe is vast, and civilizations like Blue Star are beyond counting. If every combat zone produced a single Xiaofeng, there would be 100 million of them. Among those, someone even luckier Xiaofeng plus would surely appear. Across all zones, the player base could reach trillions or even tens of trillions. With numbers that huge, events with vanishingly small odds still happen. Master, Xiaofeng asked, if I meet Sword Kulzal again, how do I deal with him? Ordinary people stood no chance against beings of the divine realm. A thousandfold gap meant instant annihilation. Xiaofeng had reversed the fight with a 10,000-fold amplification talent, even overpowering Sword Kulzal by a factor of 10, yet his power tier still lagged behind. If the opponent evolved again, he would be in real danger. Sensing his concern, La Lunar smiled and brushed away the flaming blossom. Simple. Once you wield power from the upper worlds as well, his shield will shatter in an instant. So how do I obtain that power? Xiaofeng asked. First, it'll help you change class. After your 3rd promotion, everything will be easier to grasp. As he spoke, La Lunar told Xiaofeng to produce his class tome. Very well, master. Xiaofeng handed over the Meteorological Mage Codex. La Lunar extended a single palm. Supreme mana poured into the book's hidden core and funneled straight into Xiaofeng's body. For pillars of light, lightning, water, fire, and wind pierced the sky, brighter than ever, each element flooding into him like a raging torrent. The tome shuddered, dissolved into motes of light, and drifted away. In that instant, Xiaofeng sensed his body transforming. He felt stronger, and even his thoughts were far clearer than before. The world around him was like a mirror wiped clean of dust. Every detail stood out in sharp relief. He almost believed he had only now opened his eyes, as if had spent his life groping forward beneath a blindfold that had just been torn away. Strangely, his eyelids were still shut, yet he could see everything around him with perfect clarity. Could this be the so-called inner eye? He wondered. A moment later, the crisp voice of the system followed. Ding. Congratulations, you have advanced to a 3rd-tier class Weather Magus. Your base attributes have increased. Your growth rates have improved. Your unique talent, Weather Control, has been upgraded. You have acquired a new stat Willpower. You have acquired a new mechanic skill Proficiency. Ding. You have learned the Universal Mage spell, Sea of Fire. Large area, sustained damage. Ding. You have learned the Universal Mage spell, Flash Step. Instant teleportation. Ding. You have learned the Weather Mage spell, Water Cyclone. Mobile area damage. Ding. You have learned the Weather Mage spell, Wind Cyclone. Mobile area damage. Congratulations. You are the first player in this battle zone to reach the 3rd tier. You receive 50,000 renown and 1 random mythic item. When the prompts faded, his status panel refreshed dramatically, and a new item gleamed in his inventory, etched with pale gold runes. Divine Runes Greaves. Level 100. Slot. Mage Leg Armor. Max HP 5000. Constitution 50. Spirit 50. Physical Defense 125. Magic Defense 125. Spell Damage Reduction 15. Special Effect Divine Amplification. Casting a spell has a chance to boost its power by 10. Impressive as the equipment looked, Xiaofeng's gaze locked onto 2 new entries on his panel: Willpower and Skill Proficiency. Most games used Skill Proficiency from the start, yet Worlds Beyond stubbornly withheld it until the 3rd tier, which struck him as odd. He opened the details and read line by line. Willpower, the outward manifestation of soul strength. The higher your willpower, the greater your control over skills, increasing their power. Every 1 point of willpower boosts skill effectiveness by 0.1, up to a maximum of 100. Willpower is also a key factor in advancing to higher realms. Without sufficient willpower, breakthroughs are impossible. Skill Proficiency. Each effective use of a skill grants 1 point of proficiency. When proficiency reaches a set threshold, the skill enters the transcendent state, undergoing a qualitative leap. This is insane. Xiaofeng was stunned. If he could accumulate 1,000 points of willpower, every skill would double in potency, while proficiency was the sole path for skills to evolve. Randomly lobbing fireballs into empty space wouldn't count as effective casting. Child, do you see the skill proficiency stat? Came his mentor Laronal's voice. I see it, master, Xiaofeng replied. With solemn emphasis, Laronal said, If you temper a spell until it reaches transcendence, it will become the power of a god, free of all suppression. When that day comes, whether you face celestials or those adventurers you speak of, they won't stand a chance. Hearing the crux of the matter, Xiaofeng immediately pulled up the proficiency requirements for each spell. A series of numbers filled his vision, and his heart sank. Even the spell with the lowest requirement, Fireball, demanded a full 100,000 proficiency points. 100,000 proficiency points? Fireball has an 8-second cooldown even if Xiaofeng chain casts without stopping and every cast counts. It would still take 800,000 seconds, roughly 222 hours. And that's an ideal calculation. In reality, he might not finish in a month. As for Magic Missile, its cooldown is shorter, but the spell isn't even classified as formal magic, so the system tracks no proficiency, let alone any advanced mastery. Xiaofeng's face went dark in an instant. He had planned to duel Jianzhan Songxing with fireballs of the same tier, but clearly he stood no chance. All he could do was gamble on that terrifying 10,000-fold amplification to tear through 99% of the opponent's damage reduction. Ha ha ha, reaching mastery isn't that easy. You'll have to grind for it. Lao Yuoner laughed heartily, seeing Xiaofeng's frustration, then began explaining how to raise willpower. Willpower will become a crucial attribute. You can't assign potential points to it, and equipment won't add any. The only path is self-cultivation. For a mage, that means meditation. Sit cross-legged, use your mind to touch the magical elements in the air, gather them, trace runes and arrays, simulate casting, and in that process strengthen your soul. At the thought, Xiaofeng instinctively resisted. He logged in to play a game, not to become a real mage. This world is virtual. No matter how hard he trains, he can't bring that effort back to reality. Why waste the energy? Yet if he doesn't train, he'll never break past his third-class advancement, and without the growth boost from future promotions, his stats will fall far behind. So sooner or later, he'll still have to set aside time to sit down and meditate. Beep, beep, beep. His friend list flashed with a private message. The sender was Zhu Long. Brother Xiaofeng, we've blocked Tianxia Woody's squad. With all three of our factions applying pressure, Tianxia is starting to cave, but they're still talking tough. They propose a duel. If we win, they only want 20 slots and leave the rest to us. If they win, we have to withdraw, Zhu Long wrote in one breath. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and replied, they're a major guild. Forcing a full concession isn't realistic. Fine, let's fight. Send me the coordinates, they'll be there in 10 minutes. Each side would field 50 players. On paper, the three allied guilds had more experts, but Jianzhan Songxing was strong enough to solo an entire squad. To be safe, Xiaofeng would have to show up himself. All right, settled. The match starts in 20 minutes. Venue, Giant Elephant City Arena. After you exit the teleport array, head west for 1,200 meters, Zhu Long messaged back. Got it, I'm on my way, Xiaofeng answered and closed the chat. Lao Yuoner noticed his distraction and asked gently, child, do you have something urgent to handle? Xiaofeng nodded. Master, sorry, I have to run again. When I'm done, he'll bring the best wine and food, and well drink for 3 straight days and nights. Lao Yuoner wasn't just his class trainer. He had answered countless questions for Xiaofeng. Although he was only an NPC, he had grown genuinely fond of the old wizard and treated him like a true friend. Lao Yuoner stroked his long beard and offered a kindly smile. I've guarded this place for 2 centuries. A little more waiting won't hurt. Off you go. Then he paused, remembering Xiaofeng had said had met 2 people, but had named only one. His brow rose. You mentioned 2 travelers, who was the other? A demigod, Xiaofeng replied calmly. I wanted to ask where that rank sits and how many steps remain before godhood, but I figured it out, so no need. Surprise flickered in Lao Yuanir's eyes. You actually met a demigod? Yes, the Lord of Stormwind City, Xiaofeng said with a shrug. I stirred up some trouble in his city, and he showed up and one-shot me. Consider it a light punishment. That brat Cassius. The old mage huffed, beard puffing, eyes wide. He's getting bold, laying hands on my apprentice. You know him, master? Xiaofeng asked, startled. Of course. Lao Yuoner snorted. More than 200 years ago, before I came down to suppress the Fire Lake, he studied at the Temple of Flame. Back then he was just an ordinary archer, using his looks to flirt with every female disciple. I straightened him out more than once. Xiaofeng couldn't help laughing. So the demigod lord used to be quite the rakehead. Have to tease him about that next time. Master, I'll head out now and visit again soon. He rose and clasped his fists in respect. Go and give that kid from the Jiuzhou Heavenly Realm a real fight. I have faith in you. Lao Yuoner raised a hand in encouragement. He'll come out on top. Xiaofeng answered. He crushed a return scroll, and his figure dissolved into blue light above the subterranean lake. Lao Yuoner watched the glow fade, smiling broadly. Not bad for a bargain apprentice. If he can already beat a son of the upper realm, he'll one day tower over the continent of gods, though his will still needs tempering. Blue light flared at the teleportation array in Blaze City, and Xiaofeng materialized in the familiar plaza. He immediately pulled out a Tier 3 skill book, Mass Ice Prison, and learned it, as silver runes swirled around him. Next, He replaced every piece of gear with level 100 mythic items, swapping the weather staff and its 100 spell size bonus for the higher damage Banshee's screeching staff. After assigning his stat points and finalizing his loadout, his attributes settled into place. Name: Xiaofeng. Class: Weather Archmage. Level 100. Talents: Divine Might, Meteorological Mastery. Legendary spells scale up by 1,500. Willpower: 1 base. HP: 3,269 3,694. MP: 4,353 4,353. Spell power: 2,839. Physical defense: 387. Magic defense: 390. Strength: 170. Intelligence: 650. Constitution: 445. Spirit: 475. Agility: 190. Potential points: 0. Skills: Magic Missile, Chain Lightning, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Torrential Rain, Gale, Earth Shield, Repel Flame Ring, Ice Arrow, Dragon's Breath, Lesser Fire Elemental Summon, Firewall, Water Shield, Levitate, Thunderfall, Summon Flame Sovereign, Flame Dragon Dance, Explosive Fireball, Sea of Fire, Flash of Lightning, Water Cyclone, Wind Cyclone, Mass Freeze, Meteor Ultimate, Apocalypse, Divine Judgment. Even that single stat line is dizzying. 1. With 3,269 3,694 HP, he can soak damage for ages in high-intensity fights. 2. For 353 MP means the 2-second channel of Apocalypse is always on standby. 3. 2,839 spell power, boosted by numerous multipliers, smashes the ordinary player's ceiling. 4. 387 physical and 390 magic defense leave almost no weak spot once gear or a stack. 5. Strength 170, Intelligence 650, Constitution 445, Spirit 475, Agility 190, an impressively balanced spread. 6. Potential points: 0. Every drop has been wrung out. 7. The skill list is long enough to fill a Grimoire everything from the humble magic missile to the world-ending apocalypse. The equipment tab is just as scary. Wailing Banshee Staff LV 100 Mythic, 10 spell life steal, 20 armor penetration, small chance to deal 10 true damage. Heart of Corruption LV 100 Mythic Necklace, comes with 3 innate shields for extra insurance. Ring of Valhalla LV 100 Mythic Ring, on activation, all stats 60. Ring of Arcane will LV 100 Legendary Ring, stores 3 basic skills and fires them cost-free. Epic tier and above are excluded. Godslayer Robe Mythic, no level requirement. Restores 50 mana per second. The Undying Soul effect speaks for itself. Crown of Bloody Power Mythic, no level requirement. Restores 50 health per second and grants 2 extra shields. Belt of Endless Smoke Mythic, no level requirement. Every kill grants 1 attack and defense, stacking to 10. Pants of Divine Runes LV 100 Mythic Pants, small chance to boost any stat effect by 10. Gauntlets of Thunder LV 100 Legendary Gloves, not mythic, but they pack a savage lightning bonus. Boots of Swiftness Legendary, no level requirement. 100 movement speed, letting him streak across the battlefield like the wind. Right now, Xiaofeng is missing mythic quality on only 1 ring, 1 pair of gloves, and 1 pair of boots. Swapping in the new weapon alone freed him from the low damage curse plaguing most players, sending his DPS through the roof on par with the full raid buffs he enjoyed during the last defensive event. A fresh round of buffs now would push the numbers into the absurd. And that still isn't the key point. The real headline is that his mana has finally broken 4,000, letting him channel Apocalypse for a full 2 seconds. Morning light over Elephant City scatters into flecks of gold as it refracts through the magic barrier. Standing before the teleport array, Xiaofeng hands over 10 gold coins. The pale coins clink in the mage's palm, and a silver ripple of space engulfs him. An instant later he lands on a granite-paved square. The cries of distant merchants and the rhythmic clang of a smith's hammer drift through the air, but his eyes stay sharp as he heads west. Boosted by the Boots of Swiftness, he leaves only an afterimage. The corner guards have no time to salute. He darts through stone archways, along colonnades lined with statues, and across a bustling market until the colossal arena dome finally comes into view. It looms over the western district like a sleeping behemoth, its massive stone walls scarred by blades and scorched by spells, radiating a palpable aura of carnage. Moments later, he stands at the arena gate. The arena is where players can spar without risk, no item drops, no experience loss, nothing. It offers every format you can imagine: 1-on-1, 3-on-3, 5-on-5, even gigantic 50-on-50 brawls. Outside Juxiang City's grand arena, a sea of people has gathered. Qinxiao, Longhun, Zhongshan, and Zhengshan, 4 powerhouse guild shave taken their dispute over a dungeon into the open. Word spread like wildfire. Within an hour, everybody knew. Since the Longwar region launched, the major factions had quietly minded their own business. But this is the first all-out confrontation. Things got even juicier when Tianxia declared it would face the other 3 guilds alone in a 50-on-50 match. The moment that announcement dropped, curious players flocked to the arena until not even a needle could squeeze through the gate. The crowd buzzed. Tianxi has lost its mind. They can't beat Zhongshan or Longhun Onianon, and now they want to fight all 3 at once? Hey, Tianxia is the victim here. They paid for the dungeon first, the other 3 jumped them. Tianxia Woody's corner. This is the only grand gesture that lets him save face. The fee was paid, the dungeon was theirs. Zhongshan, Longhun, and Zhongzhan really crossed the line. We'll see. Word is Tianxia hired Jianzhan Songxing, number 3 on the level rankings. He's a Xiuxin class and can swordfly might tilt the odds. Please. Longhun brought in Xiao Feng, the top-ranked player. Yesterday he and his pocket healer duoed a level 200 mythic boss. Xiao Feng strong, sure, but a mage is still second tier. Xiuxin classes are the real monsters. Get real. A few hours ago Jianzhan Songxing got wrecked by Xiao Feng in Storm City. If the city lord hadn't shown up, Xiao Feng would have razed the place. With the entrance jammed, the chatter outside was louder than any fight inside. Just then Xiao Feng arrived. Rings of players 3 deep blocked the doorway, with 5 more layers of spectators behind them. Some people were pressed so hard against the wall, it looked ready to collapse. He cleared his throat and raised his voice. Ahem, make way please. I'm here to fight. Who are you? Some scrub mage thinking he can just a Xiao Feng? Sorry, my bad. The murmur turned into a roar. Wait, is that really Xiao Feng? Holy crap, it is. Level 100 meteor mage, over 30,000 H-tats, insane. He's so hot. Way hotter than my boyfriend. Master Xiao Feng, sign my staff, please. Fans squealed, bystanders gasped, and every eye in the plaza pinned him like a spotlight. Completely surrounded, Xiao Feng's face darkened. Hey, what's the matter with you people? I'm here to fight, not go on a blind date. In seconds the crowd surged closer, trapping him. Seriously, help me. Which bastard just grabbed my ass? Come any closer, and I'm flagging red and blame me if you die. Xiao Feng's sharp warning echoed from the middle of the crowd, yet the hundreds of players surrounding him were as unyielding as the city gates. They packed in shoulder to shoulder, leaving him no way out. Xiao Feng, you here yet? 10 minutes till kickoff, we're discussing tactics. Zhulong's private message popped up at once. Give me a sec. I'm stuck at the entrance mobbed. Xiao Feng replied with a wry smile. Need me to send a few brothers to clear the way? Zhulong chuckled. Xiao Feng had no idea how much sway he held in game, but Zhulong knew all too well top level. Good-looking, monstrous win rate. In this world, his name was bigger than any A-list celebrities. No, I've got a way out. Xiao Feng declined the help. Cool, we'll wait for you under Arena 1. Zhulong confirmed. In the eye of the storm, Xiao Feng opened his skill menu and focused on a line of golden text. Lightning Blink. Removes all control effects and teleports you 20-50 meters forward at lightning speed, ignoring minor obstacles. Grants 1 second of super armor on arrival. Mana cost, 200. Cooldown, 60 seconds. A third tier, Mage's clutch ability far stronger than Levitate. Cleanse, Dash, and Invulnerability rolled into one. Unless a wall or boulder stood in his way, even players' bodies didn't count as obstacles. He triggered it with a thought. Zip. A blue-white arc flashed. Xiao Feng vanished and reappeared at the arena gate 50 meters ahead. The range was selectable 20 meters minimum, 50 max. Like Levitate, Lightning Blink was a special spell, immune to divine might buffs and weather control. Scaled up 1,000-fold, a 500-kilometer blink would shred a body to bits. Where'd he go? Logged out. Master Xiao Feng, I still need your autograph. Damn, you scared my idol away. The fans erupted, none of them sure what a third-tier mage could actually do. Xiao Feng could only apologize silently, spin on his heel, slip into the arena, get his bearings, and sprint for platform 1. Inside, the arena looked like a stadium stretched to infinity. Tiered stands ringed the center, which was carved into dozens of smaller platforms. The most prominent, platform 1, sat dead Centera 240 by 240 meter square built for 50v50 team battles. Most of the others were only 50 meters across. Every seat was filled. Over 100,000 spectators had paid 1 gold coin each, and the roar of their voices crashed like surf. Xiao Feng set foot on the stands, and someone immediately shouted his ID. The atmosphere rivaled a rock concert. Without slowing, he used the passive speed boost of swift boots, dashed down the steps, vaulted the rail, and landed in the tactical prep zone beneath platform 1. Nearly 100 members from Dragon Soul, God's Fall, and Warfront were already gathered. Li and Zhang Fan stood among them. On the opposite side, the Tianxia Guild numbered close to 100 as well, everyone geared to the teeth, everyone except Jianzhan Songsheng, still in plain clothes, jade sword in hand, striking alone, aloof pose. Sorry I'm late. Xiao Feng apologized as he landed. The mess had started because of him, yet he was the last to arrive. He felt bad about it. No one blamed him. Instead, they all pulled up his character sheet. Weather Arcanist. Xiao's tier 3. Li's shout cut through the noise. How's it feel? Big stat bump? Every eye swung his way. Even the Tianxia players pricked up their ears. Xiaofeng glanced around, offered a faint smile. Huge growth. Better conversion rates on constitution, intellect, and spiritso, more HP, spell power, magic defense across the board. Most importantly, he paused, gaze settling on Jianzhan Songsheng. His voice lowered. I learned how this game world is really built. The deep architecture of the game world? What's that supposed to be? No one had a clue. Xiaofeng didn't explain. Instead, he asked, so what's the plan? Who's in? Shindi skipped the small talk and tossed over a blue system prompt a party invite. Xiaofeng tapped accept, and his view jumped to the raid interface. The lineup was plain to see. Shindi, Shashan, Naishan, Faishan, Zhulong, Bailong, Idao, Igupushi Nan, Shodobu, Sherpa Jinsen, 50 players in all. Every one of them was on a second class, with levels clearly listed, Sha Shun and Pajinsen at 62 on top, Lili bringing up the rear at 53. Melee, ranged, assassins, healers, the standard loadout for a mythic tier boss fight. The kicker? 21 hidden classes, Xiaofeng among them. The rest weren't average either. Rare talents, mythic gear, and rock-solid mechanics across the board. Even without Xiaofeng, they could down a level 50 mythic boss and still be gutsy enough to trade blows with an 80 mythic. The single snag was the almost broken upper realm expert waiting on the other side, Jinzhan Songsheng. Xiaofeng typed in raid chat. Open with crowd control immunity for me. He'll wipe everyone except Jianzhan Songsheng in the first 3 seconds. After that, just stay alive and let me solo him. Nobody jump in. He had never liked to need a team coordination. Once his staff was raised, no army could stand in his way. To him, synergy was overrated compared to a clean sweep. Fine. Well, just pad the numbers and eat any control for you, Zhulong replied. Everyone had watched Xiaofeng steamroll the last defense event. Now that he was third tier, no one questioned him. In fact, every earlier tactic had assumed he'd be restrained somehow. The moment he weighed in, ditching all plans was only natural. 3 minutes remained before the battle. Across the field, Tianxia Guild had clearly locked in their own strategy. Seeing Xiaofeng chatting happily with 3 guild leaders, Tianxia Wushuang raised his voice, dripping with sarcasm. I've seen people latch onto one big guild, but 3 at once? Some folks will do anything for a raid, even toss their pride. Xiaofeng normally ignored trash talk, but since they'd started, he felt no need for courtesy. He grinned. Been 2 days since I smacked you around itching for more already? Come here, grandson. Grandpa will remind you how it feels to get camped a dozen times in a row. Humph, showing off over a game class? In real life you're probably worthless, hunting for confidence online, Tianxiao Wushuang sneered. Xiaofeng burst out laughing. Really? Sounds like you're talking about someone close by. Isn't that Gujiangxian pal of yours the one who loves playing the superior man in game? Called out, Jianzhan Songsheng finally frowned, his gaze sweeping over with a razor-sharp edge. Several players on Xiaofeng's side turned to look, then let out good-natured laughs. Quite a few of them knew all too well who Jianzhan Songsheng was. This guy wasn't only famous in all heavens, had already made a name for himself in other games, rubbing shoulders with several guilds. Back then, though, he was merely a cool, top-tier player, nothing like the powerhouse who can now look down on everyone else. In short, his flair for showing off is a very recent upgrade. Wushuang, stop arguing with them. Once the fight starts they'll know who's in charge. Tianxia Haojia pulled the still quarreling Tianxia Wushuang back. Wushuang thought it over, realized he really couldn't out-trash-talk Xiaofeng, and forced himself to keep quiet. Even so, he glared at Xiaofeng, as if to say, let's see who laughs last. Just don't come crying later, kid. Grandpa's not giving out candy, Xiaofeng said with a grin. You. Tianxia Wushuang's temper flared again, but Tianxia Wudi yanked him back. The prep phase was almost over, and the referee motioned everyone onto the stage. Move out onto the platform. Zhulong waved, and his 50-man squad filed up. Tianxia Wudi called to his group and led them on as well. Xiaofeng and Jianzhan Songsheng brought up the rear. Before stepping across the line, they traded a glance. Though Jianzhan Songsheng had already lost to Xiaofeng once, his eyes were icy and fearless. Clearly, he still had cards to play. 2 minutes later, all 100 players were on the arena, and the crowd was screaming itself hoarse. Ironhead Zhulong. God Emperor. My idol. Bladesis, look over here. Tianxia Wudawoohoo. Ah, Xiaofeng is so handsome. Up on that stage stood 5 of the top 10 players for Elite Guild Masters. 11 pros had played in world-class tournaments, and the game's highest level, best-looking man. Yet even with all their combined fame, none of them could match Xiaofeng's reputation inside all heavens. The NPC referee began explaining the rules. This exhibition is a 50 versus 50 team battle. Scrolls, potions, and other consumables are banned. Rely solely on your own skills. The match lasts a maximum of 10 minutes. If one team is wiped out earlier, the battle ends immediately. If both sides still have survivors after 10 minutes, we'll decide by total deaths. If deaths are equal, we'll compare total damage and healing. Combat starts in 30 seconds. Prepare yourselves. With that, the referee left the platform. An invisible barrier rose around the edge to stop anyone from being knocked off. The two teams spread out, 50 players per side. 8 paladins, 8 warriors, 7 mages, 9 archers, 7 assassins, 10 priests, plus that ancient sword immortal who doesn't fit any class. Fairly balanced, Zhu Long noted in team chat. Their own lineup was similar. A couple more priests, 1 fewer mage. The platform's under a silence field, someone reminded them. No casting till the match starts, so forget pre-channeling ultimates. Xiaofeng tested it, and found every skill locked. They'd have to wait for the bell. 10-9-8 as the countdown ticked away, both teams snapped into formation. Knights up front, priests in back, warriors and assassins ready to dive, mages and archers sighting the enemy's rear line. On the 240 by 240 meter arena, 100 players bristling with killing intent waited in perfect readiness. Begin. The countdown hit 0, the referee's shout rang out, and 100 warriors lunged into motion. Purification. Heroic battle hymn. Shield mountain. Charge. A storm of instant cast skills erupted, and everyone snapped into combat. While Tianxia Guild thundered forward, Xiaofeng's formation stood motionless. Knights locked their shields, priests in the rear tossed out dispels, and every other damage dealer stayed perfectly still, as if they had already mapped out the entire assault. Earth element bulwark. Mass freeze. 2 blue flashes detonated almost in unison. A hexagonal earthen shell enveloped Xiaofeng and his teammates, and a surge of frigid air burst outward, covering the entire arena in an instant. The third-tier Weathermancer talent magnified the spell's radius 15-fold. The 225-meter blast froze every member of Tianxia Guild on contact. But inside the swirling frost, golden halos flared. Several opponents triggered super armor and ripped free of the ice. Look, Jianzhan Songxing took off its sword flight. Holy crap, that's gorgeous. My Xinxia dream lives. The crowd went wild. Jianzhan Songxing balanced on a translucent spirit, soared 50 meters in the air, robes snapping in the wind. He raised his jade blade and slashed. A 30-meter arc of sword energy plunged toward Xiaofeng and the frontline knights. Flame repulsion. Ignoring the incoming strike, Xiaofeng swung his staff. A crimson ring of fire roared outward from his feet, nearly 2 meters high, swallowing the field. Jianzhan Kangsheng's blade hit a heartbeat later. One layer of Xiaofeng's 5-stack holy shield shattered, while the knights Zhu Long and Laofu Zhengmialing took 50,000 and 110,000 damage respectively and collapsed. In the first one dead, Zhu Long muttered from the floor, stunned that his famed toughness had found its nemesis. Bzzz. Flames swept across Tianxia's vanguard. 8-figure damage numbers around 40 million apiece floated overhead, and bodies turned to ash. What the hell? 8-digit full-screen AoE? That's gotta be a hack. No way, impossible. From the stands, spectators could see the numbers clearly, and their cries kept piling up. Some players tried jumping to safety, but the 2-meter firewall rolled on. Without a movement skill, there was no escape. When the blaze receded, Tianxia Guild had only 4 survivors. Jianzhan Songxing in midair, 2 warriors who lived through lucky jumps, and Tianxia Wudi wrapped in a special shield. 10,000 sword art. As most of his party list faded to gray, Jianzhan Songxing flung his sword and triggered his ultimate. Blades rained from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing toward the arena. Clear the radius, don't try to block it. Someone barked a warning, and Xiaofeng's teammates scattered. The 10,000 swords technique covered a 25-meter radius, neither large nor small, and rainbow bright. Sword energy poured down like a sudden storm. The 4-layer holy shield around Xiaofeng lasted barely 1.2 seconds before shattering, and strings of 300,000 point damage numbers erupted above his head. Nearby allies had no chance to dodge. 6-figure hits erased them instantly. Spectators in the stands stared wide-eyed. That damage is absurd. The sword immortal is a monster. I wish I were Gujin Xian. This isn't a team fight, this is the Xiaofeng and Jianzhan Songxing show. In the very first second, the 10,000 swords technique claimed more than a dozen lives, and half of Xiaofeng's squad went dark. Thunderfall, ice arrow, fireball. Xiaofeng let the blades rain down, lifted his staff, and cast 3 spells in quick succession. A thundercloud coalesced overhead, a thick arc of lightning crashed down, and ice and flame followed. Jianzhan Songxing rode his flying sword, veering aside, but the thundercloud tracked him relentlessly. The bolt struck, absorbed by a transparent shield. Ice and fire burst harmlessly in midair. When the magic ended, both health bars still read full. Sovereign sword art. Jianzhan Songxing snapped, recalled his jade sword, and whipped it forward. Golden light detonated, forming a 30-meter greatsword that plummeted straight down. Water shield. Dragon's breath. Xiaofeng raised his staff. A 10-meter water barrier blossomed above him, and searing dragon fire roared out, engulfing his foe. Boom whoosh. The greatsword struck, the water shield shuddered, then burst, and a 1.6 million damage number floated up. It wasn't enough to punch through the shield's 10 million durability, but its upper realm edge akin to the demigod city, Lord Cassius, still broke the defense. Yet Jianzhan Songxing emerged from the flames untouched. As water and fire faded and the great sword dissolved, both health bars remained topped off. Xiao Feng's purification-buffed immunity had ended, but with no enemy crowd control in sight, he no longer needed it. Shen Di and the others charged the far side, each unloading a skill that buried Tianxiao Wudi and two more players, then fell back to the perimeter, leaving the arena to Xiao Feng versus Jianzhan Songxing. I held back last time. Today you'll learn the gulf between higher cultivators and mortals, Jianzhan Songxing declared, hovering on his sword above the field. Xiao Feng smiled. So you've brushed the doorway to a higher realm, big deal. Even if you were a real sword immortal, I'd still pound you into the dirt today. The words had barely left his lips when spells erupted. Torrential rain, howling gale, fiery blade art, sundering blade art. Sheets of rain and rending wind swallowed the arena. Even sword flight couldn't escape, only endure. Jianzhan Kangsheng's jade blade danced, multicolored sword auras whistling down with lethal intent. High damage numbers flashed above Xiao Feng, and as the storm raged into its third second, Jianzhan Kangsheng's transparent shield finally shattered with a crack. At the same time, several sword immortal strikes had stripped millions from Xiao Feng's earth element barrier. Seeing the enemy defense break, he instantly hurled a lightning bolt straight at him. Sword, aura barrier. The shield had barely shattered when Jianzhan Songxing flicked his left wrist. His long sword spun out wave after wave of razor-sharp air, invisible gales that wrapped him in layered protection. A heartbeat later, Xiao Feng's lightning arrow crashed down amid rolling thunder. The bolt punched through the astral aura and struck its mark, yet only a damage number, just over 7,000 popped up. The skill's theoretical damage exceeded 79 million, but Jianzhan Kangsheng's defenses erased 99.99% of it, swallowing even Xiao Feng's vaunted 10,000-fold amplification. So strong. Xiao Feng was shaken. He had to admit the ancient sword immortal seemed tailor-made to counter burst damage classes like his. Still, he refused to back down. With a flick of intent, he hurled a blazing fireball. The orb, originally fist-sized, swelled to a 3-meter diameter under the weather mage's amplification, glowing like a miniature sun. Break. Jianzhan Songxing wanted no part of a direct hit. He raised his sword and slashed downward, bisecting the fireball with formless sword energy. Boom. The two halves exploded at once, but the protective sword aura shaved off 99% of the damage, and his noble attributes removed another 99%, leaving barely 3,000 points in the end. Damn, that damage reduction is insane. Xiao Feng's heart sank. It felt as if his talents had been stripped away. Fortunately, he still had plenty of skills. Fireball's cooldown ended, and he lobbed another one. Soul Reaping Sword Qi. Using the barrier's cover, Jianzhan Songxing launched a new offensive. A streak of dark green sword energy fell vertically onto Xiao Feng's head. 1,288,399. It also inflicted a full 5 seconds of stun. Xiao Feng instantly cast levitation, breaking the control effect and gaining super armor, then began to chant. Wind Maelstrom. His staff pointed skyward, and a tornado materialized out of nowhere, howling across the battlefield. Skill info. Wind Maelstrom cast time 0.5s. Creates a 2-meter radius tracking vortex that deals 55 spell damage per second and reduces the target's movement speed by 90. Duration 10s. Cooldown 60s. Empowered by his talents, the tornado's radius ballooned to 30 meters, swallowing Jianzhan Songxing along with the sword aura. The slow had no effect on the ancient sword immortal, but the 1,000+ damage ticks didn't lie. His HP finally dropped below 50%. Even so, Xiao Feng was frustrated. Why hasn't true damage triggered, yet his new weapon had a 5 chance to deal true damage equal to 10 of theoretical damage, ignoring all mitigation millions of points that would instantly kill Jianzhan Songxing. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. The effect hadn't triggered once. He'll admit you've got some skill, Jianzhan Songxing said, but that's all you've got. Jianzhan Songxing watched his health bar shrink one sliver at a time, fully aware of what those remaining points meant for someone with his near-absurd damage reduction. When the bar dipped toward 40%, he made his decision. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed his trump card Heaven and Earth, killing intent. A blinding red flare erupted. The once ordinary longsword swelled to more than 4 meters, its blade wreathed in a crimson aura of slaughter. At that same instant, Jianzhan Songxing vanished from the arena, as though his entire being had fused with the sword. Where did he go? Man and blade in one. Xiao Feng's pupils narrowed. A streak of scarlet fell from the sky like a meteor. The gigantic sword dove with a shriek that tore the air itself apart. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Murderous intent reverberated across the stage, making the entire platform tremble. Every hair on Xiao Feng's body stood on end. Instinct screamed, danger. His earth element shield could never survive this strike, and his legs were locked by a root. A flash of lightning forced a blink and reappeared 50 meters away. Almost simultaneously, the giant sword smashed into the center of the arena. Boom. The deafening crash sounded like muffled thunder. The stage caved in, leaving a massive crater, web-like cracks spreading 30 meters before the system restored everything the next second. Even that brief glimpse of destruction drew a collective gasp from the crowd. He actually wrecked the environment. That's insane damage. A casual swing broke a million. This one had to be in the tens of millions. On the far side of the platform, Xiaofeng let out a shaky breath. Had the sword landed on him, his sub-10 million shield would have popped instantly, and no one could touch Jianzhan Songxing with his 99.99% damage reduction. I underestimated you. You dodged it. The voice came from center stage. The sword shrank to normal size, and Jianzhan Songxing reappeared. Sword aura still roiled around him, but less violently than before. His face was ashen, his breathing ragged. Heaven and earth killing intent clearly exacted its own price. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a simple Swordora slash at Xiaofeng. 398,190. The number floated up, barely rippling the earth's shield. His attack power had fallen off a cliff. Running on fumes, aren't you? Xiaofeng smiled, as if stating a fact. Before the words faded, he snapped his wrist and released a chain lightning, arcs crackling through the air. After a brief half-second chant, his Tier 3 spell water cyclone took shape. Splash! Clear water burst beneath Jianzhan Kangsheng's feet, swirling into a 30-meter vortex that swallowed him whole. The twisting column howled with centrifugal force, tearing away his HP tick after tick. 1,529. 1,498. 1,479. His ochre health bar collapsed before the naked eye, now only a breath from dipping below 10,000. Water cyclone's forced displacement pinned him at the core. Escape was impossible. To push me this far you can be proud, half obscured by churning water. Jianzhan Songxing clenched his teeth, sword poised for another heavy strike. But then, 1,512,992 true damage. A deep red six-digit number burst overhead. The shriek passive on Xiaofeng's staff finally triggered over 1.5 million true damage, ignoring every shred of reduction. Punched straight through Jianzhan Kangsheng's last HP. Impossible disbelief filled his eyes. The water lost its support. He crashed to the ground. Shindi team, victory. The NPC referee declared the winners the instant Jianzhan Songxing fell. Holy cow. Xiaofeng is unstoppable. He's the best in the world. Is this what a real top-tier player looks like? That's insane. A tidal wave of cheers rolled down from the stands, and the arena erupted like a barrel of oil set ablaze. More than 100,000 spectators leapt to their feet in perfect unison, arms flailing as they screamed at the top of their lungs. The server had only been live for 3 days, yet everyone had already witnessed its two strongest players collide. What was supposed to be a 50 versus 50 match had turned into a duel between Xiaofeng and Jianzhan Songxing, while the other 98 combatants were nothing but scenery. In that brief clash, the crowd felt the terror of two peak stat curves for the first time. Damage off the charts, survivability through the roof, like twin mountains of data towering before them. Every player in the arena couldn't help but long for that summit. Chants, applause, and shrieks layered over one another until the very air seemed to vibrate with heat. Only now did the 100 fighters in the ring snap back to their senses. Xiaofeng's damage is getting more and more ridiculous. Someone stomped the floor in amazement. That one flame repulsion ring just hit for 2 billion and deleted 40 players in one shot. Yeah, and against stats like his, the fact that Jianzhan Songxing could hang in there that long is crazy too, another player said with a wry smile. If any of us went up there, our damage would probably read -1. Regardless of outside commentary, morale in Xiaofeng's camp soared. They had secured a place in the next round and could now follow him openly to farm quests. Across the field, the Tianxia team sat in stifling silence. No one felt worse than Jianzhan Songxing. A proud ancient sword immortal with a god-tier talent and a higher world immortal weapon even stronger than most supreme artifacts should have been the benchmark everyone looked up to. Instead, he had become the guy who could take a hit, the punching bag people praised for merely staying alive. The phrase "lasting that long isn't bad" shoved his pride face first into the mud. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Jianzhan Songxing clenched his fists, screaming inwardly. The arena's resurrection mechanic kicked in, and everyone reappeared at full health. Jianzhan Songxing sprang to his feet, eyes locked on Xiaofeng. His voice weighted like lead. I still have a trump card left. Oh, what a coincidence, I do too. Xiaofeng shrugged without a flicker of emotion. Moments earlier, everyone had seen Jianzhan Songxing start to charge an ultimate, only for the Howling Banshee staff special effect to trigger and one-shot him before the animation even finished. Even if that skill could have killed him, Xiaofeng didn't care. Every top player has a hidden card, and failing to play it is nobody's fault but your own. Fight me again. This time I won't hold back. Jianzhan Songxing stepped forward, blocking any path of retreat with his own words. Unlike his last silent exit, he now cared more about face in front of 100,000 watching eyes. Being instant-killed once was humiliating enough. A second time would be social death. Hold back? I thought you were just a move short. Xiaofeng chuckled, then let the smile fade. Brother, I'd suggest leveling up first. Fall into the same pit twice, and you'll shatter your confidence completely. Besides, all these people are watching. Lose again, and you'll have no face left at all. With that, he turned to his waiting teammates. He didn't mind another duel, but they had quests to do, and the crowd had already waited long enough. It wouldn't be fair to make everyone keep standing around. Arena matches have to be scheduled ahead of time. Even without a line, you still need to set up the arena and the judges, so the earliest they can start is 5 minutes out. Hearing that, Jianzhan Songxing shot back, his voice rising over the crowd. I won't lose. One strike from my skill can kill you at full health defense, and shields mean nothing. Then why didn't you use it just now? Xiaofeng countered. You dragged the fight on, got killed, and only regretted afterward? Jianzhan Songxing faltered. The move was powerful, but its price was steep. After casting it, he'd be locked out of every skill for 24 hours. In just over an hour, the Tianxia Guild had a garrison defense battle, and had promised Tianxia Wudi he'd fight and taken payment for it. If he blew his ultimate now and couldn't show up later, he'd be in serious trouble. After a moment's struggle, he gritted his teeth. Fine, another day. We'll fight again, and next time I won't lose. He was about to say more when Tianxia Wudi came up, patted his shoulder, and murmured a few words. Jianzhan Songxing replied at once. I know he's strong, but I believe in myself more. I held back today, but if I go all out, he'll never lose on Yanon. Clearly, Tianxia Wudi was urging him to drop it before he embarrassed himself further, but Jianzhan Songxing refused to back down. Seeing how stubborn he was, Xiaofeng shrugged. All right, let's schedule another match. You pick the time. Tomorrow, Jianzhan Songxing blurted. Same time, game time, location's your call. Stormwind City Arena, then. Just don't chicken out. The two entourages watched their leaders set up another duel, each wearing a different expression. Li muttered, Jianzhan Songxing must be tilted. 2 losses already, and he still wants more? I'm afraid he'll break if he keeps losing. Tianxiao Wushuang only sneered. One sword's brimming with confidence. He must have a sure-kill move. They'll be there tomorrow to watch. Xiaofeng hit the ground. With the match settled, Xiaofeng pulled out a town portal scroll, crushed it, and vanished in a flash of white light. Players had jammed the arena gates, and walking out would have meant getting mobbed like a celebrity. The rest quickly followed his lead. Jianzhan Songxing stayed till the end, his face somber. Seeing his mood, Tianxiao Wudi clapped him on the back. Don't overthink it. Xiaofeng's too strong. Even our 20,000 couldn't stop him. Losing to him isn't shameful. Jianzhan Songxing forced a smile. Brother Tian, I'm really sorry. Because of my loss you forfeited 30 slots. Per their pre-match agreement, if Tianxia lost, they'd surrender 30 spots in the legendary instance to the top 3 guilds places they'd paid dearly for. Now they were gone, a huge loss. Yet Tianxiao Wudi didn't blame him. He just waved it off. Forget about it. I've been inside that instance. It's impossible right now. Even Xiaofeng's tens of millions in damage won't clear it. We can worry about it after everyone reaches 3rd-tier class. It's really that hard? Even he can't do it? Jianzhan Songxing frowned. He hadn't seen the dungeon himself, but after 2 fights he knew Xiaofeng was nearly unbeatable below level 200. He himself could tank a level 200 mythic boss to death. Yeah, it's an endgame ride at least a month or 2 out, Tianxiao Wudi said, then changed the subject. Enough about that. We still have the defense battle to prep, and whether we hold the garrison is on you. You handle the instant slots. They'll head straight to the garrison and wait, Jianzhan Songxing replied, crushing a guild scroll and teleporting away. Inside a private suite of a system-run tavern in Elephant City, Xiaofeng sat with a small group. The room was compact, softly lit, and several steaming flasks of rice wine stood on the table. Besides Xiaofeng, 4 guild masters were present, along with a level 45 male assassin named Showdown Lapigu. Control of the entire level 150 legendary dungeon rested with this assassin. Only a team he created could enter the instance. Showdown Lapigu raised his cup and looked around impatiently. So, bosses, what's the plan? Who am I bringing in? He asked. Glasses clinked. The 4 guild masters Tianxiao Wudi, Xin Di, Zhulong, and Zhan Tian lifted their heads in turn. Zhulong spoke first. The fight's decided and Wudi is honoring the wager. As agreed, you keep 19 slots, we take 30. Xiao Dao keeps his own spot. Everyone okay with that? Tianxiao Wudi grunted, clearly displeased, but he kept his word and nodded. Fine. You pick the time. While speaking, he shot an involuntary glance at Xin Di. Now was hardly a good moment for a raid. The Gods Guild was about to defend its territory. The 2 guilds had submitted their settlement applications almost simultaneously. The Gods Guild beat Tianxia by a full minute to claim a top 3 slot, a thorn that still pricked Tianxiao Wudi. With another showdown looming, he already saw Xin Di as an adversary. Zhulong turned back to Xiaofeng. Brother Xiao, you set the schedule. You're leading, we're just tagging along for the rewards. The secret of the Tier 2 capital remained under wraps. Outwardly, they claimed they only wanted the boss drops. Xiaofeng knew better. After a moment's thought, he said, we'll start once the Gods Guild finishes its defense. I need 4 spots. Split the rest however you like. We meet in Elephant City. 4. Zhang Tian set down his cup. Besides old Li and old Zhang, who else? Shen Di seemed to guess and slowly offered a name. Xingyun Miao? Ever since Xiao Feng's name began appearing in system announcements, players had speculated about his connection to Xingyun Miao. Recently, though, only Zhang Fan and Li Li had been seen with him, and Minia had forgotten about the leaderboard's second-ranked support player. Xiao Feng nodded. I want her along. A level 150 legendary dungeon is no joke. She's the best support in the game, and with her our odds are much higher. If we wipe, 50 people lose a lot. We need the strongest lineup possible. Tian Xiaowudi had no patience for these details. Tell Xiao Dao half an hour before we leave. I'll send my people to rendezvous, he said, then stood and walked out. The others watched him push the door open and leave, well aware he probably wouldn't send his top fighters just enough bodies to claim his slots. If Xiao Feng couldn't beat the boss, a handful of level 50 players would be useless anyway. The only member of Tianxiao with real value was Jianzhan Songxing, and that man would never party with Xiao Feng, so it hardly mattered whom Tianxiao Wudi chose to send. Brother Xiaodao, let's meet in 4 hours. We'll have the team ready and come find you then, Zhulong said to Xiaodao Lapigu. No problem, bosses. They'll go level up first. Xiaodao Lapigu clasped his fists in salute and left. The private room fell silent, leaving only Xiaofeng and the 3 guild leaders. There were 30 slots for the dungeon, for were already reserved, so 26 remained. With 3 guilds competing, one of them was destined to come up short. No one wanted to be that unlucky guild for a level 150 legendary instance. After rounds of discussion got nowhere, the 3 ended up settling it with a rock-paper-scissors showdown. Shindi drew the short straw and walked away with only 8 spots. Decision made, the trio went their separate ways. The guilds Zhongshan and Longhun would soon join forces for a base defense battle, and Xiaofeng's name was on the roster. Free XP and loot were never a bad thing. Leaving the system tavern, he checked the time just over an hour until the fight plenty of room for some personal business. He opened his friends list and tapped on the avatar labeled Xingyun Miao. Miaojia, I need a favor. He went straight to the point. Half a minute later, 3 curt words popped up. Not chatting. The icy reply made him wince. Look, I slipped up before nothing more. Don't take it to heart. This time it's serious. What's so serious? Her tone softened a little. A level 150 legendary dungeon. The difficulty's brutal. I can't solo it. Your support skills are strong, so I want you with me. No matter what the drops are, you'll get paid. Level 150? And legendary? Xingyun Miao was clearly shocked. I heard mobs and legendary instances have dozens of times the HP of a normal run. A level 150 mythic boss multiplied by that, we're talking billions of HP, right? Obviously, she hadn't been following the recent squabble among the 4 major guilds in Juxiang City. Xiaofeng gave her a brief rundown of the dungeon's origin and his goal of at least taking down the first boss, then asked again, so, are you in? We can work out payment. She didn't hesitate. In. No way I'd miss something this fun. Forget the payment last time you helped me, and I still owe you. Didn't we split the loot squarely last time? No need to talk about favors. Xiaofeng relaxed. Head landed the healer he wanted. Judging by that tone, are you done being mad? He asked with a grin. Mad? Who, me? Xingyun Miao snorted, then teased, just reminding a kid like you not to flirt too much. Consider it a lesson. A kid like me? Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. So you're saying you're all grown up? Absolutely. I'm gigantic. Scup me heels break the damage charts. She laughed. Heels in game aren't the same as real life, he scoffed. Far as I can tell, your talents are average at best. Stop. No more dirty talk. Go tease someone else. She cut him off. You brought it up first. Double standards much? Xiaofeng shrugged. Exactly. Learn the rules when you're talking to a lady. I'm educating you. She declared. Fine, he conceded. There's a base defense battle coming up, good XP. One in. Her answer was short and clear, invite me. Xiaofeng and Xingyun Miao met in Juxiang City. The moment she saw him, Xingyun Miao exclaimed, you level up ridiculously fast. You're already on your 3rd class advancee, looks like you've been grinding nonstop. She herself was only level 85. It had been nearly a day since she defeated Dai Fiona, and she had gained a mere 3 levels. The problem wasn't laziness. After level 80 the experience curve spikes, low-level mobs give reduced XP, and because she outleveled most players she had no one to party with. Forced to solo the high-level zones, she chipped away at monsters one by one, and support classes lack AoE skills, so her efficiency plummeted. I wouldn't call it hard work, Xiaofeng said with a shrug. I just caught 2 stronghold defense events back-to-back. The experience came like a rocket. I couldn't slow it down if I tried. Xingyun Miao's tone shifted into mock complaint. Why didn't you invite me to that kind of jackpot? You only remember me when you need a support, right? When you need me we're buddies, when you don't you act like a stranger. Xiaofeng put on an innocent face. Anyone who's nice for no reason must want something. If I called you when I didn't need help, you'd think I was simping, wouldn't you? You. Xingyun Miao rolled her eyes, lost for words. Seeing her mood rise, Xiaofeng laughed and smoothed things over. Don't be mad, I'm only teasing. Come on, let's get you some levels. He headed for the teleport array. I thought we were doing a stronghold defense, she said, hurrying after him. We've got time. Might as well clear some field mobs while we wait. Now that she understood, Xingyun Miao nodded happily. Fine, you lead. Free carry? I'd be crazy to say no. They first teleported to a nearby Tier 4 city, then rode out to the level 100 zone known as the Banma Prairie. The vast grassland teemed with beasts and mutants ranging from level 95 to 115. The mob density was only average, but Xiaofeng's coverage was absurd. Gusts of wind, rainstorms, rings of fire, and walls of flame appeared with a flick of his wrist, and he even summoned the Flame Lord to do the grunt work while he lounged. Whenever monsters clustered, he simply dropped a sea of fire. Sea of Fire ignites the ground, creating a 30 by 30 meter inferno that deals 45% of his attack, plus 510 magic damage per second, lasts 8 seconds, and has a 60-second cooldown. After his 3rd tier upgrade, the spell now paints a 450-meter wide square of flames. Its area is slightly smaller than the 300-meter radius Gale spell, but the raw damage and point-and-click casting have turned Sea of Fire into Xiaofeng's fiercest AoE. With his current stats, it burns for nearly 18 million damage per second. Even a legendary boss would melt on the spot. By comparison, Gale caps at 6 million a second and ends sooner. Yet for pure wipe potential, nothing beats Flaming Dragon Dance. This channeled skill summons a fire dragon that, for 30 seconds, vaporizes anything it flies over, landing more than 50 million damage per strike. No field monster can survive its path. After the 3rd tier talent upgrade, the dragon boasts a 330-meter wingspan and can reach targets 5 kilometers away, deadlier than a bomber plane. But this skill demands absolute concentration. Lose focus for a second, and the fire dragon dissipates. When the target moves too far away or line of sight is broken, controlling it becomes a chore, so it only shines on wide-open plains. Because of that, Xiaofeng favors fear and forget crowd control abilities. He and Xingyun Miao were now standing in the Galloping Horse wasteland. Gale force winds rolled the grass into waves, and the boundless terrain beneath their feet gave Xiaofeng the perfect stage. One oversized area effect blast after another poured from his hands. Bursts of fire, arcs of lightning, and spears of ice detonated across the plains, erasing mobs in an instant. Their corpses dissolved into experience and loot, and the entire leveling zone felt monopolized. Any passerby would probably call them tyrants. Leveling with you is pure luxury, Xingyun Miao sighed, clutching her little satchel while Xiaofeng's skills swept forward like a tsunami. She didn't need to buff or deal damage, she just scooped up the scattered coins, and gear in the efficiency was 10 times what she managed solo. Xiaofeng raised his hand and launched another flame tempest. It's only going to get faster. My class is built for map clearing. I'm only on my 3rd advancement, and the range is already insane. Once I reach the 5th advancement and enter the Sanctum, then the 6th and ascend to Demigod, my coverage will be terrifying. When I unleash the Divine Nuke Apocalypse, an entire main city could fall with it. So can I keep tagging along for the EXP? Xingyun Miao's eyes lit up. You're grinding anyway, and carrying me costs you nothing. Why not be a nice guy? I could, but Xiaofeng arched a brow. Won't you get bored? Bored? Xingyun Miao blinked. Games are about having fun, not just racing levels. My 2 buddies know I clear mobs fast, but they don't tag along because that would make them my sidekicks. They just hit 50. If they followed me, they could gain 2 or 3 levels an hour and crack the top 10 leaderboard, but they'd rather. Xiaofeng shrugged. Run dungeons with girls. Xingyun Miao laughed. Leveling is fun, and leveling for free is even better. It's not like you grind 24/7, you can still go exploring when you're done. The logic actually gave Xiaofeng pause. Deal then. Bring me along next time, Xingyun Miao said, flashing an OK sign. I might be useless at everything else, but I'm a professional freeloader. The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. He instinctively wanted to keep his distance from female players, but turning her down felt rude and strategically foolish after all. First-rate support is invaluable. After a moment's thought, he agreed with a nod. They farmed the Galloping Horse wasteland for another half hour. Xiaofeng's nearly full experience bar overflowed, bumping him to level 101. Xingyun Miao shot up to level 86. A quick glance at the time showed the Guild of the Gods' stronghold defense was about to begin. They crushed their return scrolls, warped to Dragonblood City, then jumped straight to the guild base, ready to rake in even more EXP. The bases of the Gods and Dragon Soul guilds lay near Dragonblood City, one to the east and the other to the west. It sounded close, but without the main city's teleport array, the 300+ kilometers in between could set a mount's hooves sparking. By the time Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao arrived, both guilds were already gathered. 200,000 players jammed the plain outside the bases, an even grander sight than the last Dragon Soul defense. Xiaofeng, you leveled up again already? Give the rest of us a chance, will you? And you picked up a beauty on the way. Level 86 Moon, which with a health bar like that must be your personal healer. The moment they appeared, teasing shouts rolled over them like a tide. What are you doing hanging around? Get back on the walls. This isn't a doorman audition, someone bellowed. Xiaofeng swept the crowd with a razor-sharp gaze. I paid a fortune to bring Miao God here to help with your defense, so show some respect. If you piss her off and she wipes the field with a basic attack, don't blame me for not stopping her. His forceful tone smothered the laughter. The jokes had meant no harm, but his protective stance drew a fresh wave of whistles. Look at him, all tense first time bringing the girlfriend home, someone joked. Out with the old healer, in with the new. I'm no longer Xiao's favorite priest. Boo-hoo Li Li whined before Xiao Feng's kick sent him flying, triggering a round of laughter. The defense starts in 10 minutes, back to your posts. God Emperor cut in. Brother Xiao, you and Lucky Meow take the south wall. If pressure mounts, support wherever needed. Same tactics as before, Xiao Feng agreed. More second-class players now, so we'll hold back and focus on the bosses. Thanks, we're counting on you, God Emperor said, clasping his fists. This time, the battle was on the god's own turf, and his expression was far more solemn. At the horn's blast, elite players rushed for the walls, while Dragon Soul's 50,000 veterans readied themselves for the XP bonanza. En route to their standby point, Xiao Feng asked, Sister Meow, you've stacked up a lot of support skills. How much can you boost my damage? Lucky Meow thought for a moment. So many I have to queue them. If I drop everything, you're hitting for about 1.5 times your normal damage. 1.5 times. A single target buff matching full party support hidden class. 4th tier skills really were terrifying. When the loot boss shows up, they'll be counting on you, he said, grinning. Just focus on swinging that sword. I've got your back, Lucky Meow replied with a confident smile. System notification, guild-based defense battle countdown 3, 2, 1, start. First wave, 20,000 monsters, boss monsters, 0. The defense battle began. The early waves were small and weak. Xiao Feng couldn't even be bothered to cast large area spells. A few fireballs and chain lightnings were enough, leaving ordinary players free to grind. Xingyun Miao stuck close to him, tossing out the occasional shadow bolt or thunder strike, each hit dealing 5-figure damage and making nearby mages and archers suck in a cold breath. The defense progressed at lightning speed. One wave every 5 minutes, right on schedule. When the 10th wave hit, alarms blared on all 4 walls, and the night barricade could no longer keep up. Xiao Feng stepped forward, slipped through a gap in the armor line, charged straight into the mob, and unleashed a flame storm that blanketed hundreds of meters. 12th wave, 15th, 18th, everything was hectic yet orderly. Veterans had faced this event before and knew what was coming. Even a brutal boss couldn't shake them. Xiao Feng shuttled between the 4 fronts, targeting boss clusters and the densest packs. His current skills spanned 200 to 300 meters, several times stronger than during the Conquest and Dragon Soul defenses. To the monsters, he was a world boss. They had no chance to flee or even breathe before collapsing in piles. An hour flew by and Xiao Feng hit level 103. Xingyun Miao, Li Li, and the others gained 2 to 4 levels each. During the 20th wave, creatures piled outside the walls. Xiao Feng raised a sea of fire with his left hand, a wall of flame with his right, then summoned a soaring fire dragon, wiping the field clean in minutes as his experience bar rocketed upward. The divine residence looked on the brink, but it was solid as a fortress. When the penultimate wave spawned, the system displayed the monster and boss count. Xiao Feng glanced at it and sighed. No mythic boss, what rotten luck. Shindi replied in team chat. Can't be helped. The system pulls mobs from the maps around the capital. Dragon Soul already dragged off the mythic bosses, so we're stuck with scraps. Zhelong laughed. Sorry about that. Tell you what, next time I get a settlement deed, I'll sell you one cheap. Haha. A mythic boss would shower them with experience and drop a bound settlement deed. Killing it would upgrade the guild base to level 2, doubling its size to 2 kilometers across. Missing out was a major loss. Listening to the guild masters bicker, Xingyun Miao muttered, there's still one more wave. How can you be sure? Don't the biggest bosses show up at the end? Xiao Feng shook his head. In the Conquest and Dragon Soul defenses, mythic bosses always appeared before wave 20. The final boss here is usually just a level 180 legendary. Got it. Xingyun Miao still looked puzzled but kept quiet. Wave 24 spawned, and the monster count skyrocketed. Shindi reminded everyone, make the most of this last wave. Once it's done, the EXP feast is over. Before he finished, someone screamed in team chat, mythic boss. We've got a mythic boss. What? Seriously? It showed up in the final wave. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. Massive EXP was his favorite dessert, and he planned to hog every last bite. Where is it? What level? He demanded. A guildmate replied at once. East side. Level 135. Name's Bloodsea, Wraith Bishop. What? Damn. The moment Xiao Feng heard the boss name, he cursed out loud. Spectre Archbishop, Bloodsea. His heart lurched. What a coincidence. Had been worrying about where to find the last Spectre boss, and right after taking down Spectre Archbishop, Firesmoke, another one from the same series, had shown up in the Stronghold defense. Counting the Spectre Knight, Darkspear had killed near Dragonblood City. That meant this area might be hiding at least 2 Spectre leaders. Xiao, your quest is ready to go. Li Li and Zhang Fan reacted immediately. Everyone knew Xiao Feng was carrying a myth-grade main quest that required him to slay 4 Spectre bosses. Had already killed 2. knew the whereabouts of a third, and now this blood sea would make four. With the set complete, he could unlock the Tier 2 capital. Right. Nobody touch if this boss is mine. Xiao Feng's voice shook with excitement. He sprang toward the east gate, even burning his lightning flash skill. In the moonlit night, his figure split into streaks of electricity, blinking 50 meters in an instant. What's going on? Xiao, is that thing part of your quest? Zhulong called out. Yeah, I have to land the killing blow. Don't lay a finger on it. Xiao Feng shot back without hesitation. The north gate wasn't far from the east. At full tilt he soon locked onto his target. Up ahead, a 4-meter tall figure came into view clad in ragged robes like a homeless beggar, yet radiating suffocating pressure. Spectre Archbishop, Blood Sea. Mythic Leader. Level, 135. HP, 10,387,500, 13,850,000. Level difference 2, great further data, unavailable. Exactly the missing entry on his quest panel. Because the defense event lowered the difficulty, its health had been cut to just over 10 million, and it was still a good distance from the stronghold. No one had engaged it, yet this was his for the taking. Repulsion Ring. Lightning Bolt. Ice Arrow. From nearly 100 meters away, he raised his staff and cast. A 225-meter ring of fire roared outward, vaporizing the trash mobs in its path. Bloodsea's body flashed with a black shield that barely held off the flames before shattering. The ice arrow followed, slamming home. 30 million. The boss health bar dropped to 0 in an instant. But it didn't fall. The moment the bar emptied, Bloodsea's body writhed grotesquely. Its tattered red robes liquefied into scalding blood, spreading across the ground to form a scarlet pool 30 meters wide. Second phase. Bloodsea. Mythic Leader. Level, 135. HP, 25 million, 25 million. Full heal and a massive health boost. With a roar, the blood surged up like a crimson wall and crashed toward Xiao Feng. The damage readout popped 140,000. Dragon's Breath. He lifted his staff. No chant needed. A torrent of flame erupted with a dragon's roar. The searing heat vaporized the blood in an instant, steam staining the sky red. 26,628,282. Another massive crit, just enough to one-shot the fully healed Bloodsea. The Bloodsea boss probably never dreamed that someone could wipe out his full health bar with only 2 skills. The blood pool shattered with a thunderous crash, crimson waves scattering like shards of glass and revealing a slender figure at the center. The clouds split apart, and a rugged beam of golden light plunged from the sky, pouring divine radiance over the Bloodsea bishop's ruined skeleton. High Lord, is this the High Lord's power? The bishop's rasping whisper drifted upward. Bathed in the blazing light, his withered body visibly sloughed off decay. Shriveled skin swelled with fresh blood, splintered bones were wrapped in holy brilliance, and layers of corruption flaked away. In the blink of an eye, the 4-meter skeletal wraith shrank to human size, leaving a grand archbishop in ornate robes, staff in hand, standing where the monster had been. War Archbishop, the glory of the Temple of War must not be buried beneath mountains of corpses. I await your return in the sanctuary. The voice from the heavens was far more respectful than before, proof of this archbishop's higher status. As the baptism ended, Xiao Feng pulled up his interface. Demigod War Archbishop Ispin. Mythic Boss, Level 270. HP, 27,500,000, 27,500,000. The target's level is too high. Further data unavailable. A demigod. Xiao Feng sucked in a breath. The golden light faded, and Ispin did not depart. Instead, he turned toward him. No system prompt appeared. There was clearly more story to finish. Young warrior, it was you who freed my soul. Leaning on his staff, Ispin approached. No longer a towering wraith, he was now a gaunt elder with a long, white beard, his demeanor reminiscent of Larinar. No need to thank me, just lending a hand. Xiao Feng had never liked the Temple of War and saw no reason to be polite. Ispin smiled, tapping his staff on the ground. Good. A little fire in you promising. Though you slew Otagu, merits don't erase faults. Mistakes must be punished, yet achievements deserve reward. He swept his staff, and another shower of gold enveloped Xiao Feng. Ding. Congratulations. You defeated mythic boss Bloodsea Archbishop and gained 40,200 reputation. The quest Subdue the 4 Wraiths has been updated. Press on and unlock War City. You solo defeated Wraith Bishop Feng Yan and gained 48,500,000 XP. Level up, 104. Level up, 105. Level up, 106. The prompts flashed in a chain. Soloing a mythic boss had rocketed Xiao Feng up 3 levels, but he rolled his eyes. That's the reward? I was going to get that anyway. Ispin laughed. There's more, be patient. Before he finished speaking, a thicker column of gold speared down and burrowed into Xiao Feng's body. Ding. You have been bathed in divine power. 1 random skill has evolved to mastery. Congratulations. You have mastered the skill, Frost Arrow. Huh. Mastery. You can get it this way? Xiao Feng was stunned. Frost Arrow was supposed to need 100,000 casts to reach mastery at least a month or two under normal pacing. Now it had happened in an instant. Content now? Ispin stroked his beard. Very, very content. Xiaofeng grinned from ear to ear. Ispin's expression turned solemn. I've heard about your duel with Liao. He'll be waiting in the war capital to witness it. Don't tarry, Abyssal forces have already emerged. If you arrive too late, Liao and I will be drawn to the frontier, and we'll have no time to receive you. With a final sweep of his staff, Ispin was wrapped in golden light and slowly faded from sight. Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat at the news. The abyssal power had resurfaced, and the battlefront had shifted to the border. Taking down the four evil spirits had only been the prologue. The main quest clearly had far bigger chapters ahead. As a veteran player, he instinctively knew the next segment would unlock heavyweight game mechanics. If he fell behind now, he might miss a crucial opportunity. With the quest line resting on his shoulders, he had to keep moving. First he would free the level 2 city, then charge into the next stage. Xiao, what goodies did the boss drop? Li Li's voice crackled in the party channel. Only then did Xiaofeng look down and notice the knee-high pile of coins and gear at his feet. Amid the flickering gold, a rugged staff was especially conspicuous. Staff of War's Might. Level 100, Priest, Mythic Weapon. Spell Power plus 1030. Healing plus 250. Intelligence plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Passive, Battle Cry. The effectiveness and duration of all attack-boosting support skills are increased by 30%. Active, Child of War. Increases the attack power of all allies by 20% for 30 seconds, usable once per day. Put this in the hands of a third-tier priest, and they'll become a walking attack buff machine, Xiaofeng thought. But Li and Lucky Cat already wielded mythic-grade weapons, so neither was desperate for the new staff. Leave the drops for now. We'll split them after we clear the rest, he said, ignoring the loot prompt as he raised his own staff to help the team wipe out the final batch of mobs. During a brief lull, he opened the panel for Frost Arrow, which had just been washed in divine power. Old version, Frost Arrow. Instant cast. Deals 180% spell power as single target damage. 50% chance to freeze for 3 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Now Frost Arrow, mastered. Instant cast. Deals 900% spell power as single target damage. 100% chance to apply deep freeze for 3 seconds, and taking damage does not break the effect. Range 150 meters. Cooldown 5 seconds. Damn, that's broken, Xiaofeng muttered, his pupils contracting. Damage multiplied by 5, freeze upgraded and unbreakable, cooldown cut to a third, and range quintupled. Compared with Meteora 10-second channel that dealt 2000% damage, Frost Arrow now made the epic look mediocre. Fire 1 every 5 seconds, and his DPS would skyrocket. He thought of the Ring of Arcane Will, which could store 3 epic lower skills for instant casting. At the moment it held Chain Lightning, Sea of Fire, and Earth Shield. With Frost Arrow's promotion, Chain Lightning could step aside. Too bad the ring requires different skills, he chuckled. I'd load 3 Frost Arrows if I could. Time to find a mini-boss for a test run, he said, tightening his grip on the staff as he looked toward the edge of the battlefield. The last wave still contained a mythic boss and several level 150+ legendary bosses. He picked a nearby level 170 mob and loosed the new Frost Arrow from afar. A sharp whoosh split the air. A Frost Arrow wreathed in violet light materialized in an instant, thicker than a man's thigh and gleaming like an icicle, its fiery tail roaring straight at the boss, the 100-eyed spider demon. Thud! The arrow punched clean through. A colossal damage figure floated up 256, 509, 988. Boosted by his transcendent power, the hit maxed out at 9 digits. The monster's defenses and damage reduction meant nothing. The 100-eyed spider demon shrieked, crashed to the ground, and was immediately buried under loot. Experience, however, was thinly spread, so Xiaofeng got only a token share. After witnessing what a transcendent Frost Arrow could do, he was elated. He had been fretting about how to handle Jianzhan Songxing once that player leveled up, but with this ultimate move, he could one-shot anything once its shield broke. Gu Jianxian, god-tier physiquest, none of them could withstand it. The defense event was winding down, and the main raid group regrouped. As the trash mobs thinned out, everyone pulled back to camp and waited for the welfare boss to spawn. Moments later, the war elephant lumbered into view from the western side of the camp. The beast's footsteps boomed, kicking up dust while players sprinted to their assigned positions. Xiaofeng still received VIP treatment. Half a raid of clerics stacked him with buffs, plus Lucky Meow, the ultimate support. With 10 seconds left on the countdown, every possible buff was active. Xiaofeng opened his stat window, heart pounding. His spell power had jumped from 2,900 to 8,500. At the 3-second mark, he began chanting a grand spell. The instant the system flashed start, an even bigger meteor tore through the clouds and smashed into the war elephant's back. 2,805,819,202. Critical. That single strike almost equaled yesterday's entire defense battle in damage. The ground shook for 450 meters, knocking scores of players off their feet, while the 2.8 billion hit left everyone dumbfounded. Before the dust settled, Xiaofeng steadied himself with levitate and followed up with a transcendent frost arrow. 12,619,829,922. Critical. 1,261,982,992. True damage. Nearly 1.4 billion from one arrow sent the battlefield into an uproar. After the initial shock, players erupted with joy. "Xiao, you monster. That's got to be over 10 billion, already easy experience." Lily shouted. No one questioned why Xiaofeng was suddenly this terrifying. All that mattered was the free EXP. In under a minute the war elephant was on its last legs. Xiaofeng charged one more frost arrow and landed a 1.03 billion crit, ending the fight. System results. Total damage to war elephant, 24.988 billion. MVP, Xiaofeng. Personal damage, 18.912 billion. MVP skill, Frost Arrow Transcendent. Cumulative damage, 12.466 billion. Participants, 152,988. Average EXP, 16,333,960. A tidal wave of level-up light engulfed every player with a share of the Lutan. It wasn't just one level. Most fighters were around level 55, needing barely 1.8 million EXP per level, with a small increase each time. The 16+ million they just received shot them up 6 to 8 levels, pushing the average past 63 and vaulting most into the top tier. Players already on the leaderboard widened their lead, and even Jianzhan Songxing got bumped down to 9th place. Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao rose to levels 107 and 91 respectively, gaining another boost in stats. "Xiaofeng, you're a legend." Members of the Gods Guild howled with excitement, some hoisting Xiaofeng into the air and tossing him up in celebration. Dragon Soul players who had joined the fight but missed out on the EXP could only stare at him in silent resentment, their eyes asking the same question. Did you hold back last time? How can the gap be this huge with the same welfare boss? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.